Chapter 151. Brother Zhao. Did you hear what I said? Nan Yin seemed not to notice his strangeness, and shook his arm naturally. For a moment, Zhao Xiuyan really wanted to kiss her regardless of anything, press her down, and do all kinds of bad things he could think of to her. But there was a trace of clarity in his mind. He squeezed his fingers tightly, pursed his lips, and then pulled his wrist out of her hand. He said to Nan Yin in a hoarse voice, "Go. Get out. Don't touch me. Go away. Go quickly." If he didn't leave, he really couldn't control himself. Nan Yin understood in her heart, but still pretended not to know on her face. With Zhao Xiuyan's state, you don't need to guess that he must have been tricked by the flower thief. Oh! She can't let go of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This man is too restrained. If he doesn't take some drastic measures, he won't be able to recognize and sort out his feelings so quickly. If he really understands his own mind, who knows how long it will take? She doesn't have so much time to play house games with him. Since this opportunity is rare, she will naturally play it well. Nan Yin seemed to be a little dazed by his alienated and resistant attitude. She showed a puzzled expression in her eyes, and reached out to hold his arm. "Brother Zhao, what's wrong with you? Did you get injured during the fight just now?" Although she had been lying on the bed unable to move due to the acupuncture points, the noise outside was so loud that she couldn't have heard any sound. Thinking of this, she became worried about his wound again. That hand subconsciously touched his chest, and then asked nervously, "Is the wound on your chest torn again? Does it hurt? Why is your forehead sweating?" As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and gently wiped his forehead, because Nan Yin touched and approached him without any defense. The faint fragrance and slightly cool touch made him unconsciously emit a low and slight hum from his mouth, which inexplicably brought a hint of joy and embarrassment. He tried hard to restrain the thought in his heart, and his lips were bitten, and the bright red blood beads oozed out of his skin and slid down his white chin. His eyebrows were cold and restrained, and his eyes pretended to look at people indifferently. The bright red blood beads made the usually gentle face, like jade, inexplicably set off a bit of evil. Zhao Xiuyan's fingers trembled uncontrollably. He bit his lips, and his eyes showed a dark color. Suddenly, he reached out and pressed Nan Yin beside him hard onto the bed. The other party was stunned, and his expression instantly became surprised and stunned. I don't know what's wrong with him, but she doesn't seem to think about other things yet. Those watery eyes look at him so dependently and trustingly. "Brother Zhao, what happened to you today? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want me to take you to see a doctor?" Zhao Xiuyan woke up again in that look. He felt that he was going crazy and was really about to lose control. He held her shoulder with his palm, which was hot, like a lover rubbing his ears and temples. He slowly touched her wrist, and then pulled her up again with force. The expression on his face was a mixture of pain and endurance. He had no words to express his pain. Then he pushed her hard, his lips trembling slightly, and looked at her with a little pleading eyes. "Go. Yan Yin. Please go quickly. Don't look at me like that." When he said this, the blue veins on his neck emerged, ferociously throbbing. I don't know how much restraint he used to finally take his hand away from her, and then push the person next to him away with force. He didn't want to hurt her, and he didn't want to do such a thing to her when she knew nothing and was unprepared. "Oh! Wishful thinking. Can the duck in your mouth fly away?" So Nan Yin started to pretend again. "But you have to be careful and not show your true colors." As a boudoir girl who has never experienced these things, Nan Yin's eyes showed a puzzled look again. Although she didn't understand anything, she could see from the other party's slightly trembling eyelashes that he was in a very bad situation at the moment. Nan Yin pursed her lips, seemed a little worried, but also vaguely sensed something wrong. So she stood up obediently, and then backed away while talking to him. "Zhao, Senior Brother Zhao, don't worry. I'll go find someone to come over. I'll go find your junior brother. He will definitely be able to help you." As she said that, she turned and left, not noticing that the man behind her had darkened his eyes again. As a result, she ran to the door, and when she pushed the door, she found that the door seemed to be locked from the outside. Well, very good. Even if the door was not locked, she would find an excuse to run back, locking the door just so she doesn't have to find an excuse. Nan Yan's eyes showed an anxious look. She pulled the bolt hard, and finally saw a chain locked on the door knocker outside through the crack of the door. Then she turned her head to look at Zhao Xiuyan. and said with a slightly embarrassed tone, "Brother, this door is locked and can't be opened. What should I do if I can't get out?" Hearing this, Zhao Xiuyan's body was completely stiff. He turned his head and didn't know what expression to show for a while. He supported his body, breathed quickly, and walked quickly to Nan Yan's side, then pulled the bolt hard and heard the sound of a chain coming from outside. For the first time, he regretted not killing the flower thief immediately. The man must have pretended to escape after being injured. But when he didn't notice, he sneaked back and locked the door when the drug took effect. What should he do now? What should he do now? He was almost unable to control himself. If he continued like this, he would definitely hurt her. Zhao Xiuyan's heart was filled with a strong killing intent. He would never let this damn flower thief go. No matter where he escaped, he would definitely chase him to the end. But that was not the most important thing at the moment. The most important thing now was Yan Yan. He was caught in such a despicable trick and was locked in the same room with her. Could he really bear it? He had clearly known her for a long time. Thinking of this, his body was flooded with waves of emotions, and his cheeks were flushed with red because of this turbid thought. He clenched the bolt tightly, and the force became tighter and tighter, so tight that his body was a little painful. This pain was accompanied by some unbearable heat that he wanted to vent. But there was no place to vent. Zhao Xiuyan subconsciously turned his head to look at Nan Yan beside him. Yan Yan was looking at his face with doubtful eyes. Her eyes seemed a little uneasy. It was unclear whether she was worried about his physical abnormality or her current situation. She seemed to hesitate for a moment and took a step back carefully. It was probably some kind of innate instinct of a small animal to danger. She secretly peeked at his face. Zhao Xiuyan restrained the wanton thoughts in his heart more and more. He felt that the fire in his body was about to burn him dry and his reason. The impulse that was about to drive him crazy in his body, and the last bit of reason in his head were entangled with each other trying to distinguish between them. And he was about to lose control completely. On the one hand, the restlessness in his body told him that she was standing there. She had no ability to resist. And he could do whatever he wanted to her. Didn't you think about it a long time ago? Didn't you have other plans for her a long time ago? Why do you have to endure it? Why do you have to pretend to be a righteous gentleman and maintain a superficial indifferent relationship? Do you want to see her with your junior brother? Do you want her to call you senior brother like your junior brother? Don't you want to see the graceful body wrapped in light clothes? Don't you want to feel it with your own hands? What's more, didn't you see it that night a long time ago? You saw it clearly, and you even held her in your arms. Your palms pressed against her skin through a thin layer of clothes, and she trembled gently in your arms. Don't you want to hear her call you husband? Zhao Xiuyan listened to the chaotic voice in his mind. And at the same time, the last bit of reason told him that no. He couldn't do this. He couldn't do this to her. She didn't like him. He couldn't do this. These two crazy and confused voices almost fought in his mind, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. In the end, Zhao Xiuyan felt that the taut string in his head was getting tighter and tighter, and his blood-pumping body seemed to have a kind of heat that was about to burst out of his body. But there was no way to vent it. An extreme desire and heat wave quickly flowed through his body like water, spreading rapidly from his limbs and bones. Just when he felt that he was about to suffocate and explode to death, Yan Yan's slightly tentative and gentle voice finally sounded in his ears again. Brother Zhao, what's wrong with you? If you have anything, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you. Zhao Xiuyan heard this, and the taut string in his mind suddenly paused, making a humming sound. Help him? How to help him? Is she really willing? Hearing this, Zhao Xiuyan's breathing paused. His body seemed to be out of control, slowly approaching her, his snow-like face showing a gorgeous red, the corners of his eyes revealing a gorgeous red, and his eyes were filled with an indescribable sticky and heavy feeling, like a piece of sugar that is constantly pulled, revealing a seductive and greasy breath. Then he called her name softly. Yan Yan. His voice was hoarse, and there was an unbearable torment in his tone. That kind of piercing itch, as if it had drilled into his limbs, from under his flesh and into his bones, disturbing him. The desire and fantasy that could not be touched but kept teasing him to pieces made his eyes red. Can you help me? Help me? He took a step forward subconsciously. Nan Yan was frightened by his creepy eyes and momentum. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Her face was a little pale, and her body unconsciously took a step back, tightly pressed against the door frame. How can I help you? she asked in a fearful voice. When Zhao Xiuyan's eyes met her slightly flustered eyes, his fingers that were about to touch her face quickly withdrew, as if they were burned. She was afraid. She was afraid of him. No, can't do this. The brain paused for a moment, and then a trace of remaining rationality surged out. Zhao Xiuyan glanced at Nan Yin in front of him, and his thoughts began to churn and become chaotic again. Under her gaze, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grasped the belt tightly. The force was so tight that the veins on the back of his hand bulged, and the clothes that were accidentally grasped at the waist were wrinkled. Those two hands were particularly beautiful, with slender and white knuckles. Usually, every move exuded a breath of abstinence and indifference. At this moment, the veins on the back of the hand bulged, and the light blue blood vessels were clearly visible, especially when pressed on the waist, which inexplicably revealed a sense of taboo. Zhao Xiuyan pulled out the belt from his waist with force. Those slender and hot fingers grabbed her palm, then quickly stuffed the belt into her palm, and then put his hands together and handed it over. He clenched his palms tightly. His body tensed, half-pursed his lips, and breathed rapidly. His eyes filled with strong desire, and said in a hoarse voice, "Tie me up. Hurry up. Yan Yin. While I still have the last bit of reason, you quickly help me tie it up. I don't want to bully you." Zhao Xiuyan almost panted and shouted this sentence. His voice was trembling. He really couldn't control it anymore. Nan Yin seemed to have finally seen some clues from his abnormal condition. But as a weak woman who had never been involved in these things, she seemed to have only seen these situations in the storybooks. But at this moment, she didn't care about anything else. She quickly grabbed the belt he handed over, and then hurriedly followed the man's request and quickly tied his hands up. While tying them, she could hear the man beside her saying in a hoarse voice, "Tighten it. Tie it tighter." When Nan Yin finally tied the man's wrists with the belt, she was about to withdraw her hands, but the man's slender hands flexibly slipped out from the gap and grabbed her fingers. Nan Yin thought, so this is all in vain? Even after being tied up, this person can still move as usual, and her fingers are sore from exhaustion. This action frightened Nan Yin so much that she forgot to dodge. During this time of being stunned, she was dragged and pressed down on the soft couch beside her. The person in his arms didn't struggle yet, and it seemed that he hadn't reacted yet. Zhao Xiuyan's head was dizzy, and the last layer of frequency barrier in his mind was completely broken. So he didn't think about it, and he lowered his head and kissed him regardless. The moment he kissed, Zhao Xiuyan suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. This feeling was like a lone knight carrying a long sword walking in the dry and hot desert. He walked for a long time, and was thirsty for a long time. The scorching heat and sand almost burned him. He had been burned by the heat and lost his mind. At this time, a girl with black hair, white skin, and cool body appeared and gave him a clear spring. So Zhao Xiuyan didn't want to think about anything, and at this moment, he just wanted to drag her down with him into the chaos. Almost by instinct, he bit those two thin, soft lips, trying to plunder all the spring water that could make him feel comfortable. Well, senior brother Zhao, It wasn't until the man on her body kissed her recklessly that Nan Yin reacted. And then she struggled. She turned her face away, and finally gave herself a chance to breathe. Senior brother Zhao, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly do this to me? Let me go. Get up. Nan Yan's face was slightly red, and a layer of mist instantly condensed in her eyes. Tears filled her eyes, and the look in her eyes was unbelievable at first. I couldn't believe that the gentle and peaceful Ryu Gongzi would do such a thing to me. Then, his eyes showed fear and anxiety. His voice trembled and called his name. Zhao. Senior brother Zhao. Wake up. Zhao Xiuyan was sober. He knew who was under him, and what he had been longing for. However, his reason had been burned out, and the emotions that he could restrain and suppress in the past also collapsed completely at this moment. He kissed her neck carefully and densely, and kissed her chin, gently and with a certain irresistible posture. Feeling her struggle and resistance, he suppressed her without hesitation. His originally tied hands were easily freed by him, and his hands took advantage of the situation to hold her waist and imprisoned her forcefully. Nan Yin was suppressed by him and couldn't move at all. Her struggling strength seemed to him like tickling, which was useless. He even felt that the more she struggled and cried, the more he could arouse the hidden desire for control hidden deep in his heart. He wanted her to show her uncontrolled and messy emotions under him and make her happiness, anger, Sorrow and joy all because of him. Yan Yan. When he kissed her again, Nan Yin deliberately bit his lips hard. The slight pain made Zhao Xiuyan frown. After regaining his senses for a moment, he slightly stepped back an inch and whispered her name in her ear. Yan Yan. Nan Yan's struggle suddenly became more intense. Don't touch me. She finally broke free from his restraints and used both hands to push and beat his chest, hitting the sword wound on his chest from time to time, crying and shouting at him. Asshole. Let me go. I'm married. I have a husband. You can't do this to me. Let me go. My husband won't let you go. Senior brother Zhao. Please, please let me go. Zhao Xiuyan raised his head slightly. The sweat on his forehead slowly slid down his eyelashes with the movement, almost falling into his eyes. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and his breath gently sprayed on her skin, causing a tremor on her skin. He reached out and gently touched her lips. His black eyes filled with emotions revealed a strange light, gently rubbing her skin, and then told a fact. Yan Yan. He won't come to you, and won't save you. Your husband didn't want you a long time ago. Right? Nan Yan's eyes widened instantly. Her eyes turned red uncontrollably, and the original struggle stopped because of this sentence. She seemed to think of what happened that day. Tears slid down her eyes, and after sinking into her temples, what a strand of hair. She looked at the person in front of her with despair, and her voice choked. How did you know? Zhao Xiuyan raised his fingers and gently wiped away the tears from her eyes, and his breathing became rapid again. I'm not a fool. You didn't ask us to send you back all the way. That day, you were running around outside in a daze. If your husband really cared about you, how could he abandon you? As he spoke, he moved closer. His thin lips slightly opened, and a moist breath came out from his red lips, faintly brushing the black hair scattered on her cheeks. The person below was like a pool of cold spring water to him at this moment. Only by being close to her and touching him could he reduce the restlessness in his heart. He kissed her eyelids lightly and suddenly said, I'm sorry. I know. We got you into trouble. He reached out, and his slender knuckles grasped the soft and weak palm, and held her tightly. The black hair also slid down from her shoulders, entangled with hers, vaguely revealing a kind of obsessive meaning. Your husband doesn't care about you, but I care about you very much. Yan Yan, are you willing to give me a chance? His eyelashes trembled slightly, trying to maintain a trace of clarity in his mind. Pursing his thin lips, the color of his lips was red and bright, and the skin was broken by her bite and bleeding. Like a flawed jade, this man is most seductive when he restrains himself. Nan Yan turned her face away with tears, and seemed to be immersed in her sad mood, and didn't want to talk at all. Zhao Xiuyan lowered his head, not wanting to indulge himself in such a muddle. He wanted to get her, and even more wanted her attachment and dependence. Yan Yan, give me a chance. Okay? I'm not impulsive, but I don't know when I developed feelings for you. Maybe it was the first time we met, and I had some distracting thoughts about you, but I have been restraining myself. If it weren't for today, I might never treat you like this. The man below still refused to pay attention to him. Zhao Xiuyan's eyes gradually became disappointed. He held Nan Yan's fingers tighter, hoping that she could give him a little response. I know this is a little hard for you to accept. Zhao Xiuyan was a little unwilling, moved his hands, gently turned her chin, and the pair of tearful eyes just happened to meet his eyes. She pursed her lips, with sadness and fear in her eyes, but no resentment. More of the sadness after he exposed the truth. Zhao Xiuyan looked at Nan Yan's eyes carefully. Yan Yan, do you hate me? His voice was hoarse and full of desire. Hearing this, Nan Yan was slightly startled, and then she reacted a little. Her eyes fell on his face, and she flashed hesitation, but finally shook her head gently. Zhao Xiuyan realized this. Yan Yan didn't hate her. She might just not let go of her husband, but she didn't hate him. Realizing this, his heart suddenly beat a little faster, and his breathing gradually became rapid. Then he lowered his head, gently pressed his forehead against Nan Yan's forehead, and whispered her name again. Yan Yan, if you don't hate me, can you try to accept me slowly? Don't shut yourself up. Your husband is not worth your tears for him. The hot air from his mouth sprayed all over Nan Yan's lips. He had almost reached the limit of endurance, and his whole body was trembling. Can I take you back to Qingzhou? Qingzhou's Wuxia mountain is very beautiful. There are dense crabapple flowers on the top of the mountain. When the flowers bloom, They almost form a piece, like red clouds, looming in the white mist. Can I go with you to see it? Give it to me, okay? Nan Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly. She didn't struggle. Perhaps because she had no strength. Or perhaps because she knew that struggling was useless. And what he said was, and then slowly closed his eyes. Zhao Xiuyan was startled. And after realizing what that meant, he couldn't help it anymore, and lowered his head to kiss her. Later, Nan Yan couldn't help but think that it was better to avoid provoking such a person, who looked cold but was actually a mad dog. She almost wanted to destroy his character, and kick him off the bed. Is she made of iron? Can this weak little body withstand his shameless torment? The fire in the old house almost burned her to death. In the end, Nan Yan was numb. Her voice was hoarse, and she couldn't say a word. After that, Zhao Xiuyan also felt embarrassed, especially when he woke up the next day, looking at the scarlet mark on the bed. He almost didn't dare to look up at Yin Yan's eyes. He was extremely guilty about this matter. And now, he was even more ashamed and angry. He didn't expect that she had never experienced human affairs. She didn't know anything at all. And she didn't even know as much as he did about these husband and wife affairs. Last night. He didn't even dare to think about it. He felt like some kind of blue-haired beast. Maybe Yin Yan would think he was shameless. And he was indeed very shameless. Zhao Xiuyan picked up the wrinkled robes on the ground, as well as the scattered dresses on the ground. Carefully picked them up, smoothed them one by one, and tidied them up, and then turned his head to look at the woman on the bed with her back to him. He carefully held her wrist. On that slender wrist bone, there were marks left by him last night. The marks were blue and purple, which made people feel distressed. I'm sorry. He took out a box of ointment from somewhere and carefully applied it to the red and purple part of the wrist bone. The cool touch made the person's fingers curl up subconsciously. Zhao Xiuyan directly hugged her and the quilt into his arms, and then kissed her forehead. I'm sorry. Don't be afraid of me. Okay? Don't hate me. I was a little too much last night. I won't do it again in the future. I will take good care of you in the future. Don't be afraid. Although Nan Yan wanted to kick him away, she thought carefully. As a weak woman who had just been bullied, she felt good, but she would not admit it. So she bit her lip and pulled her finger out of his palm with a confused mind. She was in a complicated mood at the moment. Her eyes were red, and she looked extremely uneasy. She didn't know how to respond to him at all. Zhao Xiuyan saw her face like this, and he knew that she must be in a very confused mood at the moment. She was obviously still thinking about her husband. In this case, she must find it difficult to accept that he had ruined her innocence. He would not force her. He could wait until she slowly forgot the man in her heart, the husband who was not worthy of her love. Although he didn't know what happened that day, from her state that day, he knew that Yu Liyun must have said something very hurtful to her. From now on, he would accompany her. After returning to Qingzhou, he would break off the engagement with the Lin family. No matter what compensation they wanted, he could give it. But in this life, he only recognized her. Zhao Xiuyan lifted the quilt, and his face suddenly became redder. He picked up the skirt beside her with his clumsy fingers and put it on her. The person below resisted at first, but she had no strength to struggle, and could only close her eyes and endure it. After all, she had done more extreme things. So what did putting on clothes mean? So Nan Yan closed her eyes and enjoyed this man's service with peace of mind. After Zhao Xiuyan sorted out her clothes for her, he took off his outer robe and covered her tightly. Finally, he picked her up, then took a breath, kicked open the wooden door, and scared Nan Yan so much that she buried her head in his chest subconsciously. Zhao Xiuyan walked out from behind the door, and when he looked up, he saw his junior brother standing in the yard, with a gloomy face, dark eyes, and a hint of coldness and hostility between his eyebrows. There was a corpse lying at the feet of the junior brother. The corpse was pale and blue, and the limbs were stiff. It seemed that he had been dead for a long time, and should have died last night. Zhao Xiuyan noticed the murderous intent in the junior brother's eyes, and the jealous and angry look when he looked at the person in his arms. He squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hand, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged, and a trace of blood appeared in his eyes. Zhao Xiuyan glanced at the junior brother. He didn't think he needed to explain anything to the junior brother. He hugged the woman in his arms more tightly, stepped over the corpse, and then took people to the nearby inn. He needed to find a maid to help Yin Yang clean up. Murong Tuo didn't do it in the end. I don't know if it was because he was afraid of scaring Yan Yan in his arms, or because he was thinking about the friendship between the two that had disappeared. Zhao Xiuyan couldn't care about these things at the moment. He couldn't care about anything else. All his thoughts were on the person in his arms. He took Yan Yan to a nearby inn, asked the waiter to find a maid who was quick and nimble, and asked someone to take care of the woman in the room. He went to the backyard kitchen to boil medicine. When Zhao Xiuyan took the herbs from the waiter and just walked to the backyard kitchen, he was blocked by his cold-looking junior brother. Murong Tuo stared at the senior brother in front of him with his black eyes. I have something to ask you. What happened last night? Zhao Xiuyan's tone was unusually calm, and he returned to the gentle and calm senior brother before. He turned his head, looked at the junior brother in front of him, and then said, Didn't you hear everything? I was poisoned by the flower thief last night. The flower thief locked me and Yan Yan in a room halfway. He didn't finish the rest of the words, but what happened was already known to everyone. So the junior brother's face turned cold in an instant. He gritted his teeth, suppressed the anger in his chest, and grabbed the senior brother's collar. So you bullied her. You forced her. You knew she didn't know any martial arts, but you still bullied her. You knew she had a husband, and you still did this to her. Murong Tuo could hardly suppress the murderous intent in his eyes. If the man in front of him was not the senior brother he had always respected, if he didn't know his temperament and character, he would have killed him long ago. How could he? How dare he? He met the injured flower thief on the way last night, and only found out that he had kidnapped people to this small courtyard after tracking and questioning all the way. But when he came, he heard. At that moment, Murong Tuo was really like falling into an ice cellar, shivering all over, and almost couldn't believe what he heard. Then he gritted his teeth. At that moment, he couldn't control the murderous intent in his heart at all. So he killed the flower thief, who led the way in anger. He stood outside all night. His body stiffened. If he moved a little, he felt as if countless ants were gnawing and biting at his heart, causing him great pain. But he didn't even know why he was in so much pain. Later, he vaguely understood that it was jealousy. So jealous that he even wanted to rush in and kill the person who bullied her, even though that person was his respected senior brother. Murong Tuo suddenly tightened his hand and stared at him coldly. Senior brother looked back calmly, his black eyes looking at him indifferently. Can't you really notice? She was driven out by her husband. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wandered around the mountain in such a state of despair that day. I bullied her, but it was not impulsive. I will protect her well. Hearing this, the junior brother's dark eyes rolled, and a cold arc suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing a sarcastic smile. It was not until this moment that I knew what senior brother was thinking. When did it start? Could it be that from the beginning senior brother had been plotting against her? Zhao Xiuyan lowered his eyes. Compared with the emotional junior brother, his emotions were always stable, and his eyes were calm when he swept towards him. Maybe there were some distracting thoughts at the beginning, but not so deep. After meeting, some thoughts that should not have been there gradually emerged. He had been restraining himself. He planned to hide the strange and weird emotions deep in his heart and not let anyone know until he failed completely last night. He didn't know that he would be poisoned like that, and he didn't know that such a thing would happen, which made his original rationality collapse completely. Hearing this, the junior brother's eyes darkened. The mockery on his face subsided, and he stared at the senior brother in front of him expressionlessly. Have you forgotten that you already have a fiancé? You want to be with Yan Yan. What about Sister Pian? Or do you want Yan Yan to follow you without any status and let her be your concubine? Zhao Xiuyan frowned and stretched out his hand to brush away the junior brother's palm. No. I will break off the engagement with Pian. Also, don't say this in front of Yan Yan. I don't want her to hear such messy gossip, and I don't want her to be sad. After saying this, Zhao Xiuyan turned around and left. He also had to make some ointment for Yan Yan to remove the mark. Murong Tuo looked at the back of his senior brother leaving, clenched his fists in anger, turned around and left. Forget it. Don't even think he will let go. He won't let go. He has never been so jealous before. Why should everything go according to his wishes? Why? Why? Why did she have to fight with him for everything since she was a child? Why was Sister Pian like this before? Why is the woman he finally likes like this now? He can have nothing, but Yan Yan can't. He finally understood his feelings, and finally fell in love with a woman. How can he give her to someone else? Even if he is his senior brother, he can't do it. On the other side, in Xuansong sect, Yu Luyun didn't know why he was a little uneasy all night. When he was healing his wounds, he accidentally got a stitch in the side and spit out a mouthful of blood. There was a sudden pain in his chest like being pricked by a needle, and it hurt so much that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked up at the small courtyard. Tonight, for some reason, he suddenly ran to the courtyard where he and Yan Yan lived together when they first got married. In fact, it was not just tonight. He had been wandering at the gate of the courtyard for the past 2 days. But he did not dare to come in. He did not know what was wrong with him. He clearly hated betrayal the most. But at this moment, he felt an inexplicable endless regret in his heart. The courtyard was still the same courtyard as before. But the person who had lived in the courtyard before was gone. In the past, when he came in, he could see a gentle and beautiful figure sitting at the table reading a book on the windowsill. Sometimes she would lean on the soft couch to take a nap. When she fell asleep, her sleeping face was calm and quiet. She would not be angry even if she was woken up by the noise of him coming in. She would open her soft eyes and call him husband in a hoarse voice. Her voice full of dependence and attachment. Every time he thought of this, he felt an inexplicable emotion churning in his chest, disturbing him. During the period after they got married, she lived in the inner room, and he lived on the couch in the outer room. He had good hearing and could often hear her turning over at night. At first, he felt disgusted and disliked the noise she made. Later, he directly found an excuse to move out. She looked so depressed at the time, but she didn't say a word of displeasure to him. But that day he said such excessive words to her. Yu Luyun unconsciously clenched his fingers. Not only was it excessive, but it almost trampled all her dignity on the ground. He had never seen her so desperate and crying so sadly. Later, she cried and begged him not to drive her away. Thinking of those, Yu Luyun suddenly felt a breathless feeling. An unprecedented panic kept surging from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that his heart was stabbed by something. The dense pain quickly and violently spread from his chest to the whole body, making Yu Luyun unbearable. In the end, he didn't even know whether it was the pain caused by the serious injury or the things he thought about. He had never fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband from the beginning. He had been betraying her from the beginning. He even drove his wife away. Such a weak woman who didn't know any martial arts was accidentally lost by him. What should he do? Yan Yan, where did you go? Chapter 152. Yu Luyun fell asleep in Nan Yan's yard last night. He didn't know when he fell asleep. When he woke up, he heard the deliberately light footsteps in the house, and smelled the fresh and elegant fragrance left on the quilt. He seemed to see the slender and soft figure walking towards him. Yu Luyun woke up instantly, and then subconsciously called to the person, Yan Yan. However, when he opened the quilt, he saw only a pale little maid coming in with hot water, followed by another one with a food box in her hand. The two little maids were frightened and trembled a little, and almost spilled the hot water in their hands. Slave deserves to die. Slave thought the leader had woken up and disturbed the leader's rest. Please forgive me. The maid trembled and almost knelt down. The leader was in a very bad mood recently. Anyone who offended or touched the leader's bottom line would not have a good end. Since the lady was sent away, everyone in the sect has been worried about themselves, fearing that they will be the next one to be punished. There is no one in the sect who can persuade the leader anymore. The maids and subordinates who serve the leader are even more worried. The leader is so cruel and heartless to the lady, let alone treat them. The servants? Yu Luyun frowned. He felt an inexplicable disappointment and emptiness in his heart when he misjudged the person. He immediately said with a cold face, Who let you in? The little maid's wrist was a little sore from holding the hot water. Hearing the cold tone of the leader, she immediately replied tremblingly, Master, have you forgotten? Usually this time is the time for the master to get up in the morning to wash and practice martial arts. In the past, the madam was always worried that the master would not eat well and take good care of himself. So she would get up early every morning and ask someone to go to the kitchen to make breakfast that suits the master's taste, and then send it to the master. The maid lowered her head with a trace of fear on her face, and her voice became lower and lower. These servants have become accustomed to it, and the master has also become accustomed to it. Even if the madam is not here, the servants dare not slack off in the slightest, so as not to delay the master's practice. After saying this, The maid did not dare to raise her head casually, and still lowered her head honestly, for fear that she would be disliked by the master if she was not careful, and then thrown out, and her life would be in danger. When Yu Luyan heard this, he was inexplicably stunned. He looked at the food box held by the maid behind him, which was the same as the one Yan Yan had been carrying before. In a trance, he recalled the things that happened between the two of them in the past. In the past, he had always treated his wife coldly. The two of them did not interfere with each other, just like well water and river water. I don't know when Yan Yan began to approach him cautiously and actively, with her gentle and introverted personality. If she didn't really care about him, she wouldn't be so proactive. His impression of his wife before was only a vague impression of quiet and gentleness. But after getting along with her, he realized that his wife was a very delicate person. It happened that such a delicate person made so many changes for him. She cared about his health and would mend his clothes. Like all wives, she was worried about her husband's poor appetite. I don't know where she got the information from, but she made people take the trouble to make those Qingzhou City dishes for him. She was a gentle woman who had been held in the palm of someone's hand for more than 10 years. But she used almost all her patience on him alone. Thinking of the past, Yu Luyan suddenly felt a sour and swollen feeling in his eyes, as if something was about to come out. He subconsciously looked at the place where she used to sit next to the table. They used to sit together to eat. She would smile and pick up food for him, ask him if it was delicious. She would gently tidy up his messy clothes, and sit on the swing and look at him gently with a smile. But now, all of it is gone. Thinking of the past, Yu Luyan had no mind to eat at all. He couldn't think of doing anything now. The day he didn't find her and didn't bring her back safely, the more nervous and uneasy he felt. The subordinate came back that day to report that the two people rescued Yan Yan. But where did they take Yan Yan? Why did the two people still not come to Xuansong Sect to find him even though he had withdrawn the killing order? Why could they not find any trace of them anywhere? What were they doing? Will they vent all their hatred on Yan Yan because of their resentment towards him? Will they hurt her? Will they bully her? What should I do? What should I do? The more Yu Luyan thought about it, the deeper his torment became. In the end, even his eyes slowly turned bloodshot because of the pain. He felt as if his chest was clenched by something, and a suffocating tightness came from his chest. In fact, when he thought about it now, the things she did were nothing compared to what he did in private. He was really angry at the time, and he was overwhelmed by anger. He felt that in this world, anyone who betrayed him in this life was unforgivable. But he seemed to have forgotten that as a husband, he had never given his wife a sense of security, and had never fulfilled his responsibilities and obligations as a husband. She was sad, she would hide things, and she would not believe him. All because of himself. He had been entangled with his former fiancée, secretly hiding her in the underground palace, and shamelessly forcing her to marry him. When he did all these, he never thought about his wife at all. He did so many bastard things, so many excessive things, relying on her gentle nature to deceive her unscrupulously. And she only deceived him once. Just this time. What on earth was he doing to her like that? If it were him. Thinking of this, Yu Luyan felt as if his chest was slowly pulled and torn by a blunt knife, tearing his chest and bleeding, and in great pain. The endless regret and panic came over him like a cold tide, just like when he accidentally fell into the water when he was young, and the whole person was covered by the surging waves, oppressed in the cold lake water. The suffocating and piercing palpitations made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. What to do? What should he do? Just when Yu Luyan fell into endless panic. At this time, the news from his subordinates finally came from outside, saying that when they were searching in the direction of Qingzhou City, they saw the figures of the two traders and their wives, and the two people seemed to be taking their wives back to Qingzhou. Hearing this news, Yu Luyan's eyes instantly showed some hideous bloodshot, and at the same time, a trace of gloom appeared in his eyes, and he clenched his palms fiercely. In an instant, the emotions on his face were completely restrained. And then he turned his head and stared at the person kneeling on the ground to report the news expressionlessly. Say it again. Are you sure they want to take their wives back to Qingzhou? The subordinate kneeling on the ground nodded quickly and replied tremblingly. The subordinates and others were not mistaken. The direction they wiped out the traces was the direction of Qingzhou City. Madam must have been held hostage by them, and could not escape at all. Qingzhou City. After going around in circles, they actually wanted to go back to Qingzhou. Although Yu Luyun didn't know why they took his wife back to Qizhou. Now that he finally knew her whereabouts, he couldn't just ignore it. That was his wife. No matter where she was abducted by others, no matter what kind of grievances she suffered, he would bring her back safely, and then seek justice for her. Thinking of this, Yu Luyun turned his head and stared at the person kneeling on the ground. Hurry up and give orders. I will take people to Qingzhou City. No matter what. I must bring my wife back safely. Also, you go and take that woman with you. Zhao Xiuyan. You'd better be honest and don't hurt Yanyan's hair. Otherwise your fiancée. I will never let her go. After making such a decision, Yu Luyun immediately waved his hand to let the subordinates, who reported the news, go and prepare to set off. But even after making such a decision, he was still very uneasy at the moment. An inexplicable panic and anxiety surged in his heart, making him unable to calm down at all. He didn't know what they would do to her. Why did they take her to Qingzhou? What did they do to her? Yu Luyun tried hard to suppress the inexplicable uneasiness in his chest. His heart seemed to beat nervously, uncontrollably. He didn't even know what was wrong with him. Why did it happen? Extremely uneasy and out of control. He felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. How dare they kidnap his wife at will? In anger, he turned around and rushed directly into the remote courtyard where Lin Pianran lived. He hadn't seen that woman for a long time. Since that day, he had been thrown in this courtyard and left to fend for herself. Such a vain and selfish woman was not worthy of him marrying. He might have been really blinded by hatred in the past. Because of the resentment in his heart, the unwillingness, and the anger after being humiliated by her, he actually thought about refulfilling the engagement with her. Why did he want to tie his life to such a woman? He obviously had his own wife. And God had treated him well. When he was in a mess and stuck in the mud, only his wife treated him sincerely. Only she loved him sincerely, and took care of him. He was... Why? Why did she let everything go to this extent just for that hatred? Yu Luyun rushed into the courtyard and kicked the door open. The people in the room were absent-mindedly looking at the courtyard outside. When they saw him, they were surprised for a moment, then turned their heads away, with a look of obvious unwelcome on their faces. Who asked you to come? What are you doing here? You are not welcome here at all. She seemed to treat this place as her own private residence, forgetting that she was just a prisoner now. Yu Luyun felt a burst of ridicule in his heart. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Luyun felt that the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He rushed over directly, pinched the slender neck with both hands, and then pulled the person in front of him, saying in a cold and sarcastic tone, "Have you forgotten where this is? This is not the residence of your Lin family. You are just a prisoner here. What qualifications do you have to discuss this with me?" Yu Luyun's action was sudden, and he used a lot of force. Lin Pianran felt a suffocating pain almost instantly. She stared at the man in front of her with horror and panic. Yu Luyun, what are you going crazy about again? This time she had clearly been behaving herself and not provoking him. Why? Why would he not let her go? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the other party's eyes slightly red, staring at her coldly, and the strength in his hands was still tightening. Yes, I am crazy. I warn you. If your fiancé really dares to vent his anger on Yin Yin, and dares to hurt her, I will never let you go. How he hurt her, I will return it to you 1,000 times. When he thought of what Yin Yin might encounter with those two people, Yu Luyun felt that he could not control the murderous intent in his heart. He had never been more sober and resentful than now to want to kill the person in front of him. But it's not possible yet. He can't kill her now. Thinking of this, Yu Luyun's eyes instantly became colder, and the strength under his hands also subconsciously tightened. Lin Pianran felt that she was really about to suffocate at this moment. For the first time, she felt the pain of death, the pain of being unable to breathe. Her heart seemed to be stabbed by countless needles, and her hands instinctively began to slap his arms. Let go. Let go. Yu Luyun. Let go. She had no idea what was going on. She had been locked up in the yard these days. What did her fiancé, Yin Yin, have to do with her? Why did this madman come to her to vent his anger? Why did he vent his anger on her? She had no way to get out, and she didn't know what he meant by those words. Lin Pianran struggled with both hands and slapped his wrists. Her mouth opened and closed, making difficult sounds. Yu Luyun, what crazy talk are you talking about? I don't know anything at all. Why do you treat me like this? Hearing this, the arc of Yu Luyun's mouth turned colder. Why? Because you are Zhao Xiuyan's fiancé. You don't know yet? Right? Well, then I will tell you that your good fiancé took the opportunity to kidnap my wife and took my wife back to Qingzhou City. I tell you, no matter what he did to my wife, when the time comes, any harm to Yin Yin, I will not hesitate to do it to you. Get it back. Hearing this, Lin Pianran struggled even harder, grabbing his collar with both hands and pulling hard. Her face flushed. Madman! Let go! Let me go! Her tears flowed uncontrollably. She felt that the man in front of her was extremely shameless. Why do you blame me for my fiancé's offense against you? If you have the guts, go and settle with him. Are you still a man? Are you a coward who only vents his anger on women? Yu Luyun saw that this woman dared to be stubborn, pinched the neck of the man in front of him, and suddenly a trace of sarcasm and coldness in his eyes. Why? You are a woman? Do you think you can let me go by saying this? I have never been a good person, and I don't have any bad habits of not killing women. Now in this world, except Yin Yin, there is no one Yu Luyun, dare not kill. During the argument, Lin Pianran felt her throat getting more and more painful. So painful that her vision was blurred. She grabbed the man's collar tightly, and her nails almost sank into his flesh. The fear in her eyes became deeper and deeper. Let go. Let me go. Yu Luyun, are you really going to kill me? Have you forgotten what your aunt said to you before? When people face the fear of death, they will really try their best to survive at all costs. This is an instinct for survival. Lin Pianran is like this at the moment. She doesn't care about her former stubbornness at all. Nor does she care that the man in front of her was just a poor beggar in her eyes. When facing this suffocating pain, she can't control her fear. She realized at this moment that when he lost all his tolerance for her, she couldn't abuse him unscrupulously like before. Relying on that vague feeling, she didn't have the courage to do such a thing again. Her former arrogance, pride, disdain, and reckless ridicule and hurt were only because she knew he would never be cruel to her. Now that she has lost all that support, she is just a poor person begging for mercy when facing his revenge. She didn't know whether she was sad or felt wronged and sad because of the humiliating treatment by the man in front of her. She felt regretful and painful inexplicably in her heart, and grabbed his clothes with both hands. Why did things turn out like this? He actually wanted to kill her. Hearing what she said, Yu Luyun was even more sarcastic in his heart. The eldest lady, who had bullied him as a beggar now, had the nerve to mention his mother to him. It was ridiculous. However, why did he cling to such a woman in the first place? And why did he want to fulfill his marriage contract with her? What on earth is there in such a woman that is worth him giving up his wife, who has always been deeply attached to him for her? Yu Luyun stared coldly at the man in front of him. He even felt confused at this moment. Why did he lose control and go crazy for such an unbearable woman? What on earth is there in her that is worth his tolerance of her again and again? But he is so cruel to his wife? Just when Lin Pianran thought that she might really be strangled to death by this man, the man in front of her suddenly exerted force and threw her violently onto the table next to her. The huge impact caused Lin Pianran's whole body to lean back uncontrollably. She accidentally bumped into the table next to her, and her whole body fell on the table. Coughing so hard that her cheeks turned red, and even tears came out. Because of this force, the collar that she had been tightly holding in her hand was accidentally torn apart. There was only a hiss sound, and the black robe was instantly torn open with a long slit. A strand of hair tied with a thin red string slowly slipped out from the torn collar, and then fell to the ground, lightly and silently. When Yu Luyun saw the strand of hair suddenly falling from the collar, he was stunned for a moment. The fingers that were originally standing in the air moved slightly, as if they were a little stiff. How could there be a strand of hair inside the clothes? The thin red silk thread was wrapped around the end of the hair. The strand of hair was cut very neatly and bent into a crescent shape. It was originally hidden in the collar of his clothes, closest to his chest. Yu Luyun looked down at the robe on his body. The dark black collar was torn open with a long slit. The originally fine and dense stitches were all torn, revealing the rough thread ends. It was because of this that he saw that there was a strand of hair hidden inside. He vaguely remembered that once there seemed to be a hole in his clothes, because most of the clothes of martial artists have torn places. He didn't care. Later, during breakfast, Yin Yin saw the torn robe and said that as a leader, he was still wearing such torn clothes, which was inevitably ridiculous. So she said she would help him sew it. That day, he was practicing sword in the yard, and she sat on the swing opposite, holding the needle and thread in her hand, and sewed his clothes for him carefully and gently. The crabapple flowers fell on her body, and she sat under the tree holding the rope and smiled at him gently. That was the day when he first fell in love. But he never knew when she hid this strand of black hair tied with a red rope in his lapel. Black hair tied together. Deep love. She has always loved him so deeply. Yu Luyan felt a little dry in his eyes. His vision became increasingly blurred, and a cold wind blew in his heart inexplicably, getting colder and colder, so cold that his fingers trembled slightly. And then he bent down to pick up the strand of black hair. Only between husband and wife will they tie the knot. The slightly cool strand of hair twisted around his palm and wrapped around his little finger, just like when her fingers gently held his in the past. An unprecedented regret suddenly surged in his heart. He shouldn't treat her like that. Shouldn't say such heartless words to her. And shouldn't ignore her crying and send her away mercilessly. They are husband and wife. She is his wife. His wife, who is married in a formal matchmaker. They have worshipped heaven and earth and worshipped gods. They are legitimate husband and wife. He is her husband. He should protect her, love her, and treat her well for life. What grudges between husband and wife cannot be untied? How could he do such a cruel thing to her? At this moment, endless regret and pain came to him like a tide. There has never been a more painful moment than now. What to do? What to do? He doesn't know what to do now. Unprecedented regret. Yu Luyan almost left the yard in a panic. He pressed the strand of black hair tightly against his chest and returned to the yard with a pale face. He saw the empty swing under the tree, which was gently swayed by the wind. The crabapple tree bloomed again, and the petals fell with the breeze, just like before. He looked at the bamboo swing under the tree. For a moment, he seemed to have some kind of hallucination. He saw Yan Yan sitting under the crabapple tree as usual, holding her newly sewn clothes in her hands. She complained to the maid about how he accidentally tore the clothes again. When she looked up and saw him, she couldn't help but smile at him. When she smiled, her eyebrows were gentle, like two crescent moons. He subconsciously reached out to the tree, but the phantom disappeared. At that moment, an indescribable pain suddenly came from his chest, which quickly spread to his limbs. It was as if countless steel needles were piercing the gaps between his bones. And he even felt pain when breathing. He really regretted it. He hurt the only person in the world who loved him. And he failed his wife, who loved him the most in his life. He hurt her all over and left in despair. Thinking about the words he said to her now, it was like a sharp knife slicing his body and mind inch by inch, making his fingers tremble in pain. He carefully held the strand of hair in his palm, fearing that it would be damaged. He now realized that he loved his wife more deeply than he thought. But what to do? Is it too late for him? Will she forgive him? Will she give him another chance? In the end, on the other side, the atmosphere has been anxious and depressing these days. But Nan Yen is not very clear about this. After all, if the fish in the fish pond fight each other, she will not care. Anyway, they will take a break after the fight, and then she will go over to make the last cut. She has been lying in the house to rest for the past 2 days, living a life like a local emperor, and being taken care of in every possible way. Although she occasionally pretends to resist and resists the other party's touch and approach. Since Zhao Xiuyan recognized his feelings, his patience has obviously increased by 1 degree than before, and he really treats her as a queen and serves her. Not to mention, a gentle and considerate man is indeed more satisfying than a young boy who only talks back and quarrels with her. Zhao Xiuyan has been showing off his presence in front of her these days. He takes care of all her food, clothing and expenses. Seeing that she was in a bad mood and refused to talk, he patiently told her about the customs and practices of Qingzhou City. When he saw the curiosity in her eyes, he would unconsciously smile and tell her about the interesting things. Nan Yen didn't expect that the effect after sleeping would be so obvious. She suddenly had an immature idea in her mind. If the tasks in the future were so easy, wouldn't it be? But after thinking about it, she decided to forget it. With the energy of these dogs, she was afraid that she couldn't handle it. How to say it? It was probably because the relationship between the two became close. And this man obviously wanted to enter the house as soon as possible to confirm his status. After all, she was still a married woman. Nan Yen thought that as a married woman, she had to be reserved for a few more days. It was impossible for her to forget everything that happened so quickly, and accept him without any scruples. Otherwise, it would be too inconsistent with her gentle and quiet personality. Anyway, the window paper between the two of them was broken. And as for confirming the relationship, it was only a matter of time. When she finally came out of the inn, 2 days had passed outside. During these 2 days, Zhao Xiuyan and Murong Tua had maintained a very strange calm. But after this blow, the junior brother obviously became more mature and stable than before. The former junior brother was flamboyant and wanton, with a valuable long sword hanging around his waist, and his every move revealed a willful and arrogant momentum. But now the junior brother is introverted and deep, and the sharpness between his eyebrows has been restrained a lot, which makes him look less domineering. The sun was shining outside, and the green tile roof on the first floor of the inn reflected the afternoon sun. The fragmented light and shadows swayed gently in the wind, reflecting on Nan Yan's white and clean face. She had indeed been well taken care of these past 2 days, and her complexion was much rosier than when they first met. But she had to be more restrained and not let herself look like a victim who was enjoying herself. Although that was true. So when Murong Tua came up, he saw Nan Yan standing quietly by the vermilion fence, with the lanterns hanging under the eaves swaying gently in the wind. She stood there quietly, with a calm look in her eyes, her eyebrows slightly drooping, staring at the yard downstairs in a trance, as if she was looking at the crabapple tree, as if she was isolated from the world and everyone else. Murong Tua deliberately broke into her sight. When Nan Yan saw his figure, her eyes were slightly startled, and then she lowered her eyes, trying to create the appearance of a victim. Murong Tua couldn't help but clench his fingers when he saw her depressed look, then strode upstairs and walked directly towards her. Nan Yan was forced to take a step back by the fierce momentum of this man. She was still thinking in her heart, would this boy say those infuriating words again, scolding her for being shameless and seducing his senior brother? As a result, this man suddenly reached out and hugged her into his arms. One hand pressed on the back of her head, and the other hand was tightly around her waist, hugging her in a protective posture. And the force was getting tighter and tighter, and Nan Yan's body instantly became a little stiff when he hugged her. And then she struggled uncomfortably. Murong Tua seemed to notice her stiff body, and buried his handsome face gently in her neck. When she couldn't help but struggle, he suddenly whispered, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. When you were most helpless and scared, I didn't stay by your side to protect you. I used to bully you, scare you, and say those unpleasant words to make you angry. Yan, can you forgive me? Nan Yan was a little surprised. Didn't expect this to be so stimulating to him? No wonder. After all, one is his senior brother, and the other is a woman he likes. The two of them gave him a fatal blow at the same time. No wonder they have become much more mature. After hearing what he said, Nan Yan's struggling seemed to stop slowly. She lowered her eyes slightly, and after a long while, she gently said, I thought you would blame me. Blame me for seducing your senior brother. Blame me for being shameless that night. Before she finished her words, Murong Tua tightened his grip on her, thinking of what happened that night. He felt as if his chest was stung by a poisonous bee, and the pain made him tremble. He spoke in a hoarse voice. No, it's not your fault. I don't blame you. Don't say that about yourself. How could it be your fault? You obviously don't know any martial arts. You can't escape at all. How could she escape from the control of her senior brother? How could she run away in that situation? She did nothing wrong from beginning to end. The one who was wrong was the one who ignored her wishes and bullied her. The one who tried to take her for himself. Murong Tua gently stroked Nan Yan's shoulders and patted her back with his palm. He had never comforted anyone before, and he only learned to coax him like his mother did when he was young. He stroked her hair and comforted her for a while, and felt that the person in his arms seemed to gradually calm down. He suddenly let her go, then looked at her seriously and said, Yan, I'll take you away. Okay? Leave this place that makes you sad. Forget everything that happened in the past. Never see those who make you cry and sad. And never see those who bully you. I'll take you far away, and we'll start over and live a peaceful life. Okay? This idea didn't come to him suddenly, but he thought about it for a long time before he came up with it. He has been immersed in the repressed resentment these 2 days and can't rest. He can't let go of Yan, and he doesn't want to just watch her be with his senior brother. He finally fell in love with such a girl, And this feeling is completely different from the feeling he had towards Pian before. He always thought that he liked Pian. But when he saw Pian with his senior brother, he never felt the pain and hatred in his heart. He just felt that his senior brother had taken away his friend. After having his senior brother, Sister Pian no longer treated him wholeheartedly as before. He would be angry, depressed, and unwilling. But he never had the urge to kill his senior brother. But now it is different. That night, after understanding everything that his senior brother did to Yan, he had a murderous intention in his heart. In addition to jealousy, he knew that he should not have such thoughts. But he just couldn't control it. Since he couldn't kill his senior brother, he could take Yan away. Take her away from here. And leave all those who hurt her and made her sad. Hearing this, Yan seemed a little stunned. After a long while, she raised her eyes to look at the man in front of her. From his eyes, it can be seen that this man is absolutely sincere, without a trace of false feelings. However, the immature boy's solution to the problem is indeed not mature. He only knows to take people away, but doesn't know how to squeeze out his senior brother and take his place. Yan seemed to show a hint of hesitation in her eyes. She looked at the junior brother in front of her. Her lips moved slightly, and she was about to speak. But Zhao Xiuyan's calm and gentle voice suddenly sounded behind her. Junior brother, where are you going with senior brother's fiancée? What happened? Why didn't you tell senior brother in advance? The pair of calm black eyes looked over, reflecting a faint light under the fragmented sunlight, and quietly stared at the two people not far away. Hearing the light and faint voice coming from behind, Yan's body froze instantly. She seemed to have thought of something embarrassing, and she didn't know whether it was fear or nervousness. Her eyelashes trembled and fell down, and she didn't continue to say what she was going to say. Murong Tu immediately looked back with a cold expression, and pulled the person beside him behind him, blocking her in a protective manner, and then stared at the senior brother in front of him with sarcasm. Why, senior brother? Are you relying on your own ability to force her again in front of me? Hearing this, Zhao Xiuyan frowned slightly with some sensitivity, and his eyes fell on the woman behind him. Sure enough, he saw that her face was a little pale, and her lips were tightly pursed. He had not mentioned this matter for the past few days, because he was worried that she would think of the situation that night and resist him. But what his junior brother said did make him a little unhappy. Zhao Xiuyan's tone was very calm, and his eyes turned to his junior brother, which was obviously a little cold. I won't force her, junior brother. But this is a matter between Yan and me, and it's not your turn as a younger brother to intervene for the time being. You and I are brothers, and as a senior brother, I don't want to bully the weak, do anything excessive to you, or hurt your self-esteem. I will treat today's incident as if it never happened, before the relationship between Yan and I is sorted out. Junior brother, please restrain yourself, and don't do these messy things anymore. Junior brothers are junior brothers. Even if they act mature, they are still impulsive and irritable in their bones, especially after being told a few words by their senior brother. Anger flashed in their eyes. Zhao Xiuyan calmly looked at the anger in his junior brother's eyes. Can you give her back to me now? After saying that, he turned his gaze to Yan again, looking at her with a gentle and peaceful gaze, without any coercion. Yan, come to my side. Okay. You know, I won't hurt you. He stretched out his hand to her, with a cloak on his wrist. He must have come to her with the cloak because he saw that she was wearing less clothes. But he didn't expect to see the scene of his junior brother holding her in his arms. And he didn't expect that his junior brother would have the idea of taking her away. To be honest, at that moment, Zhao Xiuyan was a little nervous, compared with him, a man who disregarded her wishes and forcibly destroyed her innocence. His junior brother was a little impulsive, but he had never done anything to hurt her or force her. He was very worried that she would agree to the method he said, run away with him, and the two of them would start over. So when she hesitated and hadn't spoken yet, he couldn't help but interrupt her. He didn't want to hear any answer from her that might indicate agreement. Chapter 153. Hearing Zhao Xiuyan calling her, Yan glanced at him and met Zhao Xiuyan's calm and gentle eyes at the moment, which were as gentle as ever. But after a closer look, she could still detect a trace of uneasiness between his eyebrows. And even his body was a little stiff. He was afraid that Yan would not come over, and would directly reject him in front of his junior brother. Yan pursed her lips, hesitated for a while, and finally gently broke free of Murong to his wrist, and walked towards him. She clearly saw that the other party's body seemed to relax a little, as if relieved, and the expression on his face was more relaxed. Zhao Xiuyan spread the cloak on her shoulders, then smiled, turned around and took her back to the room. The remaining Murongtuo stared at the backs of the two people leaving with a gloomy look. Although Yan Yan did not say a word of reluctance from beginning to end, but in Murongtuo's eyes, she was forced. She was unwilling. It was the senior brother who forced her. It was the senior brother who shamelessly seized her. And now he wants to use that incident to control her. Don't even think about it. A hint of sternness appeared in Murongtuo's eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly. He would never let the senior brother bully her again, and he would never watch her sad. After being taken to the room by Zhao Xiuyan, Nan Yin had not spoken. The atmosphere between the two was a little subtle now. They had had physical contact, but the feelings were not yet there. In other words, Nan Yin, who was in this state now, could not accept him so quickly, and accept everything that happened that day. There must be time to ease and face it. Zhao Xiuyan poured her a cup of tea, and when he turned to look at her, Yin Yin was sitting quietly by the window, and his eyes unconsciously fell on her face. I don't know if it's because she's just experienced sex, but her usual beautiful and gentle face has a hint of charm. She gently gathered her sleeves with her fingers and looked outside sideways. The light from the window reflected on her side face, which looked particularly quiet and beautiful. Zhao Xiuyan handed the tea to the table in front of her. The steaming tea had a quiet fragrance. He stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to hold her hand, but Nan Yin subconsciously avoided it. Zhao Xiuyan's fingers paused slightly, and he looked at Nan Yin, who pursed her lips and refused to look at him. He gently put his hand down again, and then smiled nonchalantly. He seemed to say calmly, Yin Yin is willing to let junior brother hold you, but not willing to let me touch your hand. His eyebrows were as gentle as a painting, and there was no sign of anger in his eyes. He just calmly stated this fact. After hearing this, Nan Yin finally raised her head, and her soft and dark eyes slowly fell on him. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, so she could only curl her fingertips. She looked at him quietly without saying a word. Zhao Xiuyan looked at her reaction, and being looked at by such soft and delicate eyes, no matter how unwilling he was soothed. But the matter between him and Yin Yin should be resolved a little. He didn't mention it before because he was worried that she would resist him after hearing about it. But his junior brother's sudden thoughts and actions inevitably made him a little uneasy. Zhao Xiuyan's eyelashes drooped slightly. He either didn't bother her or suppressed his feelings all the time. But God had already let him get it. In that case, although it was not his original intention, he was indeed. How could he let go so easily and give her to someone else? He could never let go easily again. Zhao Xiuyan lowered his head and pondered for a while, as if he adjusted his mood, then looked up at Nan Yin in front of him, and said quietly, Does Yin Yin like junior brother more? Nan Yin was a little stunned when she heard such straightforward words, and looked at him in confusion, as if she didn't quite understand what he meant by this. He exhaled a breath of turbid air gently, and his voice was a little low. Indeed, compared to me, a hypocritical bastard who forcibly destroyed your innocence, junior brother is indeed more suitable for you. When he said this, he frowned again, and after seeing her reaction, his eyebrows gradually relaxed, and continued, It's just that junior brother is a little impulsive and has a bad temper. He may be a little weak in taking care of people. His tone was slightly lighter. However, if Yin Yin really likes junior brother more, then I can regard what happened that night as a dream. I won't use this to coerce you, and I won't do it because of this. I'm preventing you from being with your junior brother. From now on, if Yin Yin doesn't mind, you can call me brother. Is that okay? Nan Yin now understood what this guy meant. He was choosing a husband for her. Okay, but is he really that generous? Can she choose whoever she likes? He still calls him brother. Does this guy want to play a forbidden love? Don't call him good brother during the day, and come to climb over her courtyard wall and climb into her bed in the middle of the night. Zhao Xiuyan didn't know what she was thinking. He just saw that she kept her head down and refused to speak. For some reason, he felt a dull discomfort in his heart, and his chest was dull and a little stuffy. He didn't know if this was a tacit agreement, or if she was so disgusted that she didn't even want to give him a chance to say a word. He could snatch his junior brother, but the final outcome was still in her hands. He had bullied her once, and he couldn't force her again. If she really hated him, He couldn't ignore her wishes. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuyan suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness in his heart. He stretched out his slender fingers and pressed his frowning eyebrows. Suddenly he shook his head and sighed. Then lowered his eyes and looked at her quietly. If you really don't want to see me, don't want to talk to me, then I'll go find my junior brother. In the future, if you have anything to say, just tell him directly. He thought of something else and whispered. Junior brother is now much more mature. I think he should be able to take good care of you. Zhao Xiuyan said, turned around and wanted to leave. As soon as he turned around, he was gently pulled by a pair of soft and white fingers. Nan Yin saw that he was about to turn around, as if he really wanted to go find his junior brother. She was a little nervous for a moment, so she subconsciously pulled his sleeve, and then said anxiously, It's not what you think. I don't like your junior brother. Hearing this, Zhao Xiuyan seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. He gently grasped Nan Yan's fingers with his backhand, and gently held them in his palm. The force was not strong, but it made people feel a little uncomfortable. Nan Yan looked at the movement of his hands, and a trace of discomfort flashed in her eyes. Her fingertips curled up and moved gently in his palm. She hesitated for a moment, but finally did not break free, and let him hold it like this. Zhao Xiuyan felt the soft touch of his palm, and his mind unconsciously recalled the delicate appearance of that night, and his earlobe hidden in his hair felt slightly hot. He drove away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and then looked at the person in front of him with gentle eyes. Yan, if you don't like your junior brother, then do you have a slight feeling for me? Like. He was embarrassed to say the two words, because he suddenly thought of the things he had done, and no one else would like such things. His voice paused. His tone became softer, and then he changed what he was going to say. I don't ask Yan to like me much. As long as you stop hating me, stop hiding from me, and stop ignoring me. Nan Yin didn't expect him to make such a request. After hesitating, she moved her lips and spoke. But don't you already have a lover? If you only want to be responsible for me because you are forced, I don't actually need. Zhao Xiuyan lowered his head and pondered for a while, and suddenly smiled at Nan Yin and asked softly, Does Yan care about me? My past? If you care, I will tell you slowly. When he said this, he had already sat down beside her. He was still much taller than Nan Yin when he sat down. He lowered his head and looked at her seriously. I won't play two women at the same time. It is true that I have a fiancé. It's just that it happened too suddenly, so I didn't have time to deal with these things after my death. I did agree to the engagement with Pian Pian 2 years ago. Pian Pian accidentally saved my mother once. Because of this life-saving grace, my mother liked her very much, so she often invited her to visit the house. After a long time, I got familiar with her. I liked her, but I know that kind of liking is different from the feeling I have for you. Zhao Xiuyan was silent for a moment. A trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes, and he continued, If I lied to you that I didn't fall in love with her just because I wanted to coax you into my hand, it would be too hypocritical and shameless. But I don't want to describe to you in detail how I liked other women. It's not that I'm afraid you don't like it, but I care a little. I care that the years can't go back. I couldn't meet you earlier, stand by your side with a legitimate and more qualified identity, protect you, and like you. I'm not saying this to defend anything. I just want you to see more clearly what kind of person I am. I am not as gentlemanly as others say. I have selfish motives. I will be jealous, and I will have despicable thoughts because I like you. I try to impress you with these words, hoping that you can give me a chance. Yan, are you willing to give me a chance? After Zhao Xiuyan finished speaking, he looked at Nan Yin in front of him with a focused gaze, and his hand holding her tightened unconsciously. His palms were sweating a little, and he was a little nervous and uneasy in his heart, worried that she would show disgust and disdain. Nan Yin was a little stunned, especially when she heard what he said. The emotions in her eyes seemed a little complicated. She lowered her eyes, not wanting him to see the expression on her face. But Zhao Xiuyan still saw it. He saw Yan Yan's entanglement and hesitation. She didn't seem to have no reaction to him at all. Maybe she didn't have a deep feeling, but she also had some strange emotions towards him. Otherwise she wouldn't be so reluctant to face him. Realizing this, Zhao Xiuyan's heartbeat suddenly slowed down. He exhaled lightly and held Nan Yan's fingers tighter. His long knuckles were slightly interlocked with hers, which reminded him of the situation that night. Yan, do you know? If it weren't for what happened that night, I might not be so aware that I have such thoughts about you. I will always restrain myself. Even if I have thoughts about you, I will not force you to do anything you don't want to do. Zhao Xiuyan looked down at her, his voice becoming more and more calm and serious. As for my marriage with Pian, the responsibility is naturally on me. After returning to Qingzhou, I will come to cancel the engagement. As compensation, I will do everything I can to rescue her and choose a good marriage for her in the future. At this point, Zhao Xiuyan paused. This matter will not become an obstacle between you and me. Yan, can you give me a chance to take care of you? At this point, I don't ask you to like me much. As long as you don't hate me, resist me, that's enough. Okay? Now that it's said so much, if she doesn't respond, it will be too much. So Nan Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her fingers slowly held the back of his hand back. But she didn't know what she was thinking of. There was still a trace of hesitation on her face. And then she looked up at him. But I am a married woman. I have a husband. I can't just... Before she finished her words, Zhao Xiuyan understood what she wanted to express. He knew that this kind of thing was a little difficult for a girl like her, who had been taught the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues since childhood to accept. But it was really the first time he felt that Yu Liyun was really not worth it. Not worthy of any of her love. Zhao Xiuyan reached out to brush the strand of hair on her cheek behind her ear, and then touched her face with his fingers. Then gently lifted it up and looked at him. Yan, I know that mentioning this matter will make you sad. But your husband is really not worth your efforts for him. He drove you out of Xuansong sect, and abandoned you when you were the most weak and helpless. He never fulfilled any responsibilities as a husband from beginning to end. Such a person is not worthy of your love. You don't have to feel guilty. This is not your fault. He didn't cherish you from beginning to end. Thinking of these things, Zhao Xiuyan felt extremely. He didn't know whether he was glad or resentful for the complex and difficult to distinguish emotions. If Yu Liyun hadn't treated her like this, he might not have had the chance to be with her in this life. But when he thought of what Yu Liyun had done to her, sending a weak woman like her who had no ability to protect herself away, he really felt hateful. Isn't this forcing her to die? How could a woman like her bear the mess that might happen? Zhao Xiuyan thought about it, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. But soon, he put aside all these complicated emotions, and looked at the person in front of him with concentration. I know that it's hard for you to let go of feelings completely at once. But let's take it slowly. Okay? I don't mind that you still have him in your heart at this moment. But as long as you are willing to slowly give up him, and accept me, it's enough. These words seemed to finally move Nan Yan. And she finally looked at him. And then under those gentle and calm eyes, she slowly clenched his fingers. The fragmented light covered her shoulders. Her hair was softly scattered on her shoulders, and her fair and radiant face was like a beautiful jade. Finally, she showed a faint smile as before, with a hint of discomfort in her gentleness, and her face was slightly red. Then you have to promise that you will never bully me like that night again. As soon as the voice fell, the whole person was directly hugged by the other party. Zhao Xiuyan clasped his hands on Nan Yan's waist and back, and his fingers gently stroked the thin and soft long hair scattered behind her. The soft and delicate touch made his whole chest seem to be filled with something in an instant. An inexplicable joy and pleasure filled his heart, making his heart tremble slightly. He couldn't hold back the joy in his heart. No, I will never bully you again. You can do whatever you want in the future. I will listen to you. Don't think she doesn't know that this person only says nice things. When the arrow is on the string and has to be shot, can he still care about what he promised before? Forget it. She won't lose anyway. Nan Yan then leaned her head gently on his shoulder. After that, the 3 of them fell into a state of calm again. On the night when the 2 talked, Zhao Xiuyan found Murong Tua and said something. Anyway, when Nan Yan saw him again the next day, Murong Tua's emotions were completely restrained, especially when he was facing his senior brother. His black eyes were deep, and he would unconsciously clench his fingers only when he saw the 2 of them getting close. Murong Tua lowered his eyes, and didn't look at the 2 people who were getting closer in the carriage, since he told Nan Yan that he would take her away last time. His senior brother has been watching her closely. He didn't know what his senior brother said to her that night, which made her seem to accept her fate and no longer resist his closeness. Whenever he saw his senior brother doing those intimate things to her, touching her head, brushing the hair off her cheeks, holding her in his arms, and declaring his sovereignty without paying attention to others. He could not suppress the resentment and anger in his heart. The senior brother told him that he and Yin Yin had completely untied their knots, and he would cancel the engagement and marry her in the future. Yin Yin also agreed. If he didn't want to make her sad and embarrassed, he shouldn't bother her again. But why? What qualifications does he have to stop him from bothering Yin Yin? Just based on the physical intimacy that night? Just based on an unclear love affair between a man and a woman? Does he want to imprison Yin Yin for life and take her for himself? The more Murong Tua thought about it, the more resentful he felt. Why can't it be him? Why must Yin Yin become his after having physical contact? He was unwilling. They were not husband and wife. Why couldn't he get close to Yin Yin? He didn't know how long he could endure it. He hadn't said a word to her in the past few days. Whenever he wanted to get close to her and say something to her, his senior brother would always appear from time to time, and Yin Yin would obediently follow him away. She became colder than before. Obviously. At the beginning, she would not give him a single glance when she was angry with him, disliked him, and quarreled with him. But now, after having a senior brother, she refused to even look at him again. And all this was because of his senior brother. Because of him, Yin Yin became like this. Murong Tua hid his hands in his sleeves, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. It was a pity that no one knew his mental journey. The three of them sat in a carriage, and they were so peaceful all the way, and finally arrived in Qingzhou City. Qingzhou City is indeed prosperous and lively, and the Zhao family is indeed a century-old family with many disciples. Such a family also pays the most attention to the family's style and atmosphere. If they knew that the younger generation they valued was hanging out with a woman from the demon sect, and that woman was a married woman, they probably wouldn't agree. However, let the other party worry about these things. Anyway, she is happy. Moreover, as a victim, it doesn't matter even if she doesn't admit it at that time. She is now thinking in her heart that Yu Liyun should be unable to bear it, and she doesn't know when that person will come. After entering the territory of Qingzhou, the three of them went to the nearby inn first. Here, they don't have to worry about the people of the Xuansong sect arresting and killing them at will. After all, it is the territory of the righteous, and there are fewer scams. Zhao Xiuyan was indeed very thoughtful in doing things. The night before he went back, he found Nan Yin and told her all the things at home. He also said to her, "I have many relatives and elders in my family. I have my own courtyard in Qingzhou. There are many rules in aristocratic families. Although most people in the martial arts world are not particular about trivial matters, sometimes the more self-respecting clansmen like to use these red tape to force others. Yin Yin, if you want to go back with me directly, I will take you to see my parents directly, and then report to them about what happened between us. If you are not ready for the time being, you can live in the courtyard where I usually live first. Everything is ready there, and there are servants in the mansion, so there won't be those messy people to disturb you. After I have dealt with everything, I will take you to see my parents. What do you think?" Nan Yin naturally chose to live directly in his courtyard. And let's forget about dealing with his parents. Given her current status, as the daughter of the former leader of Xuansong sect and the wife of the current leader, if she followed this man directly into the house, I'm afraid that within a day, the Zhao family would be in chaos. She wasn't here to cause trouble, so it's better to keep a low profile. Zhao Xiuyan sighed and touched her head, feeling a little sorry. I also guess that you definitely don't want to go back with me to see my parents. Although I also want to take you back to get married as soon as possible, and then stand by your side legitimately. It's obviously not the right time now. In that case, I'll take you to where I usually live first. That's where I used to get up early to learn martial arts and practice sword with a martial arts master. If you are bored, you can ask the maid to accompany you for a walk. But remember to bring a guard. Before leaving, Zhao Xiuyan gave Nan Yin another long-winded reminder, which made Nan Yan's head hurt. She didn't know that this gentle senior brother was actually a nanny in private. Even if others ignored him, he could talk for a long time. I don't know why he likes to nag so much. Nan Yin was really annoyed by the end, and directly covered his mouth with her hand. Zhao Xiuyan, my ears are about to be calloused. Why didn't I know you were so annoying before? Zhao Xiuyan reached out and grabbed her fingers, lowered his head and smiled at her. I thought you could ignore me all the time? When I was a child, I kept nagging in my master's ear, and he was much more patient than you. He listened to me nagging for 3 days, and finally left me alone and ran away. I have restrained myself a lot now. Hearing this, Nan Yin imagined that such a gentle young man was chasing after the old man and asking him about his moves. And she couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Xiuyan saw her smile. So he smiled too. Then he stretched out his hand to pinch her soft cheek. And said with a smile, "Then I will come later. You should have a good rest first." After settling Nan Yin, Zhao Xiuyan finally returned home. When his junior brother was with him in the beginning, they were like brothers. But now they hated each other. The coldness in their eyes was no longer concealed. And they were both thinking about how to make each other give up completely. Nan Yin stayed in the yard for a few days. And Zhao Xiuyan came almost every day during these days. He seemed to be very busy recently. So busy that there were bruises under his eyes. But he still came to see her on time. Perhaps because he was worried that she would be bored alone in the yard. He took the initiative to say to her in the evening, "There is a lantern festival tonight. Do you want me to go out with you?" Since the two of them talked it out a few days ago, their relationship has obviously become much closer than before. Zhao Xiuyan clearly felt that Yin Yin was no longer as resistant to him as before. Especially since the two of them had untied their knots. She seemed to have more smiles and small expressions on her face. When he held her hand, she would hold his hand back. Like to pinch his fingers to play. Would praise his fingers for being beautiful. Would smile at him. Would annoy him when she was unhappy. And would glare at him. Sometimes when he annoyed her, she would call him by his full name. And then stretch out her little hands to twist the soft flesh on his waist. Zhao Xiuyan felt pain and an indescribable joy. He just felt that Yin Yin liked him indescribably. He liked her to treat him without scruples, and liked her to be indistinguishable in front of him. Just like now. Zhao Xiuyan just asked her if she wanted to go out with him. But this person turned around with a suspicious expression and looked him up and down. Then he frowned and said with a strange expression, "Why are you different from what I imagined?" Zhao Xiuyan's eyebrows moved. And in order to accommodate her height, he bent down to let her look at him. His eyebrows and eyes were gentle. "What's different? Take a closer look?" Nan Yin pulled his face without any hesitation. "Where is your temperament? Where is your unattainable noble temperament? You are a noble with a great reputation in the world. I'm afraid it's not a rumor? Why haven't I seen you practicing swords since you came back? Staying with me all day. And thinking about going out to play every day. You are a martial arts master. I'm afraid you are not a real person. Right?" Zhao Xiuyan looked at her disgusted expression and couldn't help laughing. He was so busy these days. And this person actually disliked him for coming too often. What a heartless person. I'm just worried that you're not used to Qingzhou. If I don't teach you to have fun, what will happen if you don't like it in the future? You still look at me like that. As if I'm the kind of street dandy who's idle and has nothing to do all day. Do you dislike me so much? Nan Yin couldn't help laughing. And then grabbed his collar and pulled him down. Will you be angry if I say something disliked? Will you beat me and bully me? Zhao Xiuyan was pulled by her and leaned over. And the hair on his shoulders fell off. He couldn't help laughing. When have I ever beaten you or bullied you? What nonsense are you talking about? Nan Yin snorted twice, raised her eyes, and glared at him. You said you didn't bully me. But I cried and begged you to stop that night. But you refused. If that's not bullying, what is it? Are all the marks on my neck from dog bites? Hearing this, senior brother's face really turned red uncomfortably. And his jade-like earlobes were also stained with a little scarlet. That was indeed bullying. He probably thought of the scene of the desperate entanglement that night. And his palms felt a little hot for a while. But his expression on his face was still that serious and abstinent look. His hands tightly grasped Nan Yin's wrists. And he turned his face slightly away. And said in a low voice, "This kind of thing, how can we talk about it outside? Let's discuss it later. Let's not pursue it now." Then he changed the subject very abruptly. "Well, I heard that several clothing stores have opened in the south of the city. It seems that young women in the city like to go there. It seems that a group of gem merchants from the western regions have come and brought back a lot of exotic gems and spices, as well as various silverware. Can I take you to have a look?" Nan Yin went there, of course. After staying in the courtyard for a few days, it was time to go out for a run. By the way, she seemed to have not seen his junior brother in the past 2 days. I don't know what happened between the two of them. She thought it would be good to go out for a walk. Maybe she could encounter something good. The night in Qingzhou City is indeed prosperous. The land and water nurture the people. Qingzhou has outstanding people and beautiful scenery. The girls here are also very beautiful. There are many people outside. There are many women who travel around the world. But there are more men. Especially in the restaurant. There are many scenes of verbal arguments. Although Nanyan can't understand a word, there is also a ring competition not far away, which attracts many combative people. The crowd watching around is also very excited. Nanyan is not interested in those. So the two slowly walk forward. The further you go, the more shops you see. There are indeed many interesting and beautiful things. In addition to the rouge and powder that are popular among girls, there are more weapons of all kinds. Daggers inlaid with gems, as well as jewelry, jade, porcelain, and various commodities. It's dazzling to look at. Nanyan didn't like those, but she picked 2 painted Kunlun slave masks, handed one to him, put one on her face, and then knocked on the mask and laughed. Brother Zhao, can you still recognize me in this way? Zhao Xiuyan curled the corners of his lips, then nodded. Of course I can recognize me. After saying that, he also put on the mask like her. Nanyan chuckled. So the two of them continued to walk forward with the masks on. When they were tired, Nanyan smelled the fragrance of hibiscus in the air again. So she ordered this person to buy her food. The aroma of hibiscus cakes was indeed tempting. The shop was not far away. Zhao Xiuyan pinched her palm, then took off the mask and looked at her with a smile. Then you wait here for me. I will be back soon. Nanyan immediately nodded honestly, muttering, Go quickly. I am hungry. Zhao Xiuyan couldn't help rubbing her hair after hearing this, then turned and went to the hibiscus cake shop not far from the entrance of the alley, and quickly bought her a box of snacks, with a water bag in his hand, and then protected her and walked forward slowly. Nanyan held the box of cakes, eating it in small bites, and handed a piece to his mouth, but it was blocked by the mask. Zhao Xiuyan, do you want to eat it? The other party shook his head gently. His eyes fell on the beautiful and gentle face, and there seemed to be a long-lost smile in his eyes. And then he stretched out his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, and wiped the crumbs from the corners of her mouth for her. His fingertips were slightly cold, especially when he touched her. His fingertips gently rubbed the corners of her mouth, and his movements were more cautious than usual. The two walked forward, probably worried that there were too many people and they would be separated. So he took her hand without knowing when, held her hand tightly, and led her forward. He seemed to be much quieter tonight. Senior brother Zhao used to be very talkative. He would tell her about the customs of various places in Xinzhou, introduce her to various delicious foods, and tell her some very interesting things. But senior brother Zhao tonight didn't know what happened, and suddenly became silent. Nanyan vaguely sensed something, but didn't say it out loud. When she spoke, he listened quietly on the side, and occasionally hummed in response. His eyes looked very happy, full of tenderness. But it was a pity that the mask covered his face, and couldn't see his expression clearly. The two followed the crowd down, ate delicious glutinous rice balls, tasted delicious honey and flower wine, and watched an exciting competition. In the end, a flexible fat man won the first place and took away 50 taels of silver. Nanyan smiled and clapped her hands, praising the fat man for not having any extra meat on his body. And the people around him also laughed. Then he carefully protected her and didn't let the people next to him squeeze her. He held her hand and continued to walk forward. The two of them were like a normal couple, walking from the beginning to the end. At the end of the road was a calm river, and people on the other side of the river were still setting off lanterns. When they walked the last section of the road, Nanyan slowly pulled her hand out of his palm. Then he exhaled lightly, raised his eyes, and said calmly, Let's stop here. The leader doesn't need to see me off. I should go back. Otherwise someone will worry. Chapter 154. Yu Luyun watched Nanyan calmly pull out her palm, and instantly felt her heart tremble slightly, and her fingers suddenly trembled uncontrollably. His body was stiff for a long time before he finally regained some consciousness. Then slowly reached out and took off the Kunlun slave mask on his face. He looked at Nanyan in front of him with a slightly pale face. His lips moved slightly, and asked her in a hoarse voice, You recognized me? But he saw Nanyan in front of him suddenly smiled at him calmly. The smile seemed a little dull, revealing a sense of alienation and courtesy. I don't know if the leader still remembers that his little finger was injured, and then a small scar was left on the wound. Although the mark is very shallow, it still feels good to touch. When you held my hand, I felt it, and it was the same as before. So I knew it was you. Master, is there anything to do in Qingzhou? After saying that, Nan Yen raised her head and looked at him quietly, with no expression on her face. Seeing the other person's pale face, pale lips, and some dark blue eyes, she knew that this person should not have lived well during this period of time. Very good. Knowing that he was not living well, she was relieved. So she frowned slightly, but her voice became calmer and calmer, and asked again, "What you are holding is Brother Zhao's mask. What did you do to Brother Zhao?" Yu Luyun looked at his wife, who used to have the closest relationship with him, but now she called him master in a distant tone, as if she was not familiar with him at all, and openly cared about another man in front of him. Yu Luyun didn't know how to relieve the shock brought by this situation. For a moment, he felt a piercing cold wind blowing from nowhere, chilling his whole body. The piercing coldness went deep into his heart, making him colder and colder. It seemed that his whole body was stiff, and his fingers were trembling slightly. But he was still unwilling to give up. He stared at her stubbornly and suppressively, trying to see or find any trace of her concern and dependence on him from her face. But there was no emotion. No trace of emotion. The way she looked at him seemed to be when she looked at strangers in the past. There was no warmth in her eyes, and it might never appear again in the future. Thinking of this, Yu Luyun felt a kind of pain and bitterness in his chest that was hard to ignore. The pain and dryness kept rising from his chest, blocking his throat and making him feel a little tight and dry in his mouth. He pulled his lips and finally found his voice after a long while, then said hoarsely, "I didn't hurt him." After hearing this, Nan Yen said him softly, as if she didn't want to say anything more, and turned to leave. However, Yu Luyun subconsciously grabbed his wrist. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. He knew how bad he had done in the past, and how much he had gone too far. So he was so panicked and timid when facing her now. And he hurt her all over. His fingers became more and more stiff, and he didn't want to let go, nor did he want to just watch her leave. The sadness and regret in his heart could no longer be described in words. At this moment, no matter how much he refused to admit it, no matter how much he deceived himself, he realized that Yan Yan had completely given up and was disappointed in him. Thinking of this, Yu Luyun felt as if he couldn't bear it anymore, and his heart was in great pain. But he couldn't bear it. He held Nan Yan's wrist tighter. He held her tightly, like a drowning man holding on to his last straw, and refused to let go. Yu Luyun finally spoke. His voice was hoarse and dry, as if there was a handful of rough sand in his throat. And he said slowly, "Yan Yan, I'm here to take you home. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have treated you like that." Yu Luyun's voice trembled, cautious, and with a strong nasal tone. "I know I did something wrong. It was outrageous. I have never regretted it so much. I regret that I want to kill my former self with my own hands. Regret that everything was ruined by me, and I pushed away the only person who loves me in this world with my own hands. I really know I was wrong. Everything in the past was all my bastard. I was stupid. I only now realize how much I care about you. Yan Yan, you come home with me. I will take you home. Back to our own home, okay?" After saying this, Yu Luyun's tears instantly fell from his eyes uncontrollably. Nan Yen turned her head and looked at the painful and regretful expression in his eyes. Now she could clearly feel the sincerity of this man at the moment. But it was too late. What was the point of belated affection? The damage had already been done. Could a word of wrong erase everything that had happened? But since he was so regretful, what did it matter if he suffered a little more? Nan Yen turned her head and slowly pulled her hand out calmly. In almost an instant, her face turned pale, and her hair was a little messy in the night wind. The black hair made her face look even more pale and sad. She looked up at his eyes and said weakly, "But it's too late. I've lost my innocence. I can no longer be your wife. Nor can I go back with you. We can never go back to the way we were before." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Yu Luyun's body tremble suddenly, her fingers trembling and curling up, her eyes red, and her eyes were bloodshot. When she heard her calmly say that, Yu Luyun felt that his heart was stung by a poisonous bee several times, and a severe pain suffocated him, and his whole body began to tremble. He knew that this was his fault. He lost her and let her be bullied and insulted. He should have known it long ago, knew what a woman like her would encounter once she was stranded outside. It was not her fault. How could a weak woman like her who was powerless struggle? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's because I didn't protect you well. It's because I, as a bastard husband, let you suffer this humiliation and pain. In fact, most of the pain you suffered was caused by me. Yin Yin. Yin Yin. Yu Liuyun's lips trembled slightly, and tears seemed to flow out of his eyes uncontrollably. He tried to restrain the emotions deep in his heart, then walked in front of her and hugged her tightly and carefully. The force was so tight that it hurt, as if he was afraid that if he let go, the person in front of him would disappear. He hugged her in his arms and comforted her hoarsely. Don't be afraid. No one will dare to bully you in the future. I will help you kill him. I will not let anyone who bullies you go. Yin Yin. I will take you home. Let's go home. Okay? Nan Yin couldn't help laughing when she heard this. The corners of her eyes were slightly wet and red. Then she called him softly. Husband. This husband seemed to bring him back to the past. Yu Liuyun's eyes suddenly became sore and tears fell uncontrollably. He realized at this moment that he could ask for nothing, not demand anything, and not mind anything. But the woman in front of him, she was his wife. They were husband and wife. When Yu Liuyun heard her call him husband, he thought she agreed at that moment. But the person in his arms suddenly reached out and took advantage of the moment when he was stunned to push him away. Nan Yin raised her eyes and looked straight into his eyes. Her smile made her eyebrows and eyes more beautiful and sad, as if there was a pool of spring water in them. As she smiled, tears suddenly fell. There was a hint of red at the end of her eyes. She was smiling, but her eyes were cold, with a look of resentment and pain in her eyes. She smiled and said to her, Husband, do you know? It turns out that when I take off all my clothes, men will react to me. How ridiculous. You, as a husband, have no reaction to me at all. But other men are not like this. The blood on Yu Liuyun's face disappeared instantly. He clenched his fingers tightly. Veins on the back of his hands bulged. His lips trembled slightly, but his eyes looked at her with extreme sadness. Nan Yin smiled at him gently. Tears flashed in her eyes, and her voice suddenly carried a trace of sadness. Husband, do you want to know what happened that night? Yu Liuyun pursed his lips, unable to say a word. He just felt as if his heart was twisted back and forth by a sharp dagger, stabbing him with blood and shaking all over. But his eyes still refused to leave her for a moment. Seeing his expression, Nan Yin still felt that it was not enough, and her face suddenly changed. She stared at him coldly, her eyes suddenly resentful and painful, tears falling one by one. My husband? Do you know how I was forced that night? Do you know how he tore my dress? And how he pressed me under his body, so that I couldn't struggle and couldn't bear the humiliation? Thinking of such a scene, Yu Liuyun's chest ached. Blood surged in his throat, and he almost collapsed. He could even feel the faint rusty smell coming from his mouth, which made him extremely painful. Yin Yin, don't say it. Don't think about that painful thing. He stared at his wife in despair, wanting to reach out and hug her, wanting to comfort her, but she pushed him away. Nan Yin gently stroked her hair that was blown by the wind. The corners of her eyes were red from crying, and she looked pale, revealing a pitiful breath. And a desperate and sad pain was revealed all over her body. I was clearly begging him. I was crying and begging him to let me go. I said I was married. I had a husband. I cried so hard that my eyes hurt. But he still refused to let me go. He said my husband would not come to save me. No one would come to save me. He was right. Indeed, no one would come to save me. She turned her head and looked at the man in front of her. Her eyes were full of resentment and hatred, like a sharp dagger, wanting to torture him to death and let him not rest in peace. Husband, why don't you come to save me? You are obviously my husband. You should protect me for the rest of my life. We have worshipped heaven and earth together. We are a legitimate couple. I kept calling you. I begged you to save me. I begged until my voice was hoarse. But why? Why didn't you come to save me? Why did you let me suffer such humiliation? Why didn't anyone come to save me? What did I do wrong? Why did you treat me like this? Nan Yin looked at him with red eyes, her eyes full of hatred and despair. She seemed to think of that night again, and her emotions became more and more broken. Tears kept falling as if they were broken. It was true, but she was not that miserable. After all, she was really happy at that time. And the person who was tied was not her. However, He could not investigate such things in detail. After all, she was just a victim. She just wanted to tell the story of this process in a tragic way so that he would never forget it in his life. Whenever he thought of her in the future, he would remember that it was his fault that caused his wife to suffer the greatest insult and pain in this life, and taught him that he would never be able to live a peaceful life in the second half of his life. He would feel guilty until he died. Sure enough, when Yu Lian heard this, his chest rose and fell violently. At that moment, his internal organs seemed to be in great pain, and he could not bear it anymore. He coughed and spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were red, and his whole body began to tremble as he listened to what he said. He seemed to think of that night that made her suffer so much. In such a desperate situation, he closed his eyes, and a hopeless pain suddenly appeared on his face. He thought of such a scene in his mind in pain. She cried and called his name. She begged, struggled, and almost used up all her strength. But he was not by her side. What was he doing? He was angry. He was complaining about why she deceived him. Why she joined forces with outsiders to betray him. He didn't realize how stupid he was. He didn't know the pain she had suffered. And he, as a husband, didn't fulfill any responsibility. He didn't protect her well. It was his fault. It was his fault from beginning to end. Even because of him. Because he sent her away. It led to her. At that moment, endless regret and guilt were like a cold and piercing tide, almost drowning him, torturing him. Thinking of this, Yu Lian felt a dull pain in his chest again. Even breathing was an unbearable torture. And blood came out uncontrollably when he opened his mouth. He clenched his fingers tightly. So tight that his fingers were stiff and twisted and painful. And his palms were bleeding. But the pain was not as bad as the pain in his chest. He regretted it so much. Why? Why didn't he protect her by her side when she was most desperate? Let her suffer such pain and blow. Yu Lian couldn't bear it anymore. His breathing was heavy, and he couldn't control his emotions at all. The only thought left in his mind was to hold her. He walked forward stiffly, and with difficulty. He hugged his wife, who was already emotionally broken and trembling, into his arms. When he touched the slender and shallowly protruding shoulder blades on her back, he couldn't help but shed tears. He hugged her tightly, with scarlet light surging in his eyes, and a ferocious look in them. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all the emotions in his eyes were suppressed. And he asked her in a hoarse and difficult voice, "Who is it? Whoever bullied you. I will definitely help you kill him. Anyone who hurts you. I will never let him go in this life." Nan Yin stopped crying. She stretched out her hand and ruthlessly pushed away his arms, looking at him with a slightly desperate look. "What's the point of you saying this now? It's already happened. Can killing that person make it as if nothing happened? Can I regain my innocence by killing that person? Or, can we go back to the way we were before by killing that person?" Her voice became colder and colder, and finally she stared at him with resentment and anger, leaving no room for doubt. "What's more, aren't you the one who should be blamed the most?" She was extremely sad and angry, and every word was heartbreaking. "As my husband? He clearly said that he would protect me and love me for my whole life. But he ruthlessly abandoned me and trampled on me. If he is the one who ruined my innocence, he deserves death. What about you? My husband? As the culprit who threw me on that road of no return. Shouldn't you also be cut into pieces?" When she said it, she seemed to be unable to stand steadily, staggered back a step, weakly and stubbornly supporting the tree trunk beside her, refusing to let herself fall. The truth hidden between the two was torn open without hesitation, revealing the bloody appearance underneath. Yu Lian looked at her like this, and felt as if his heart was being tortured by someone. And the numb feeling spread from his chest to his limbs, and finally spread all over his body. In the end, he was numb with pain, and seemed to have lost consciousness. He was in a mess, but he stared into her eyes stubbornly, refusing to move an inch away. He knew that he deserved to die, and he was the culprit. If he was not stupid, she would not suffer such humiliation, let alone such trampling. Hearing what she said, he seemed to have returned to the painful scene when his martial arts were completely destroyed and his tendons and veins were broken. The true energy in his body was surging, and he coughed violently, and the whole person was in pain. No, it made him despair more than that kind of pain. His chest was tortured by endless pain. He was really about to lose control. But looking at Yan Yin in front of him, He didn't dare to show such emotions in front of her. So he stretched out his hand tremblingly, but didn't dare to touch her. In the end, he only carefully grabbed her sleeve, entangled humbly and pitifully, and refused to let go. Nan Yin pulled the sleeve out of his palm with a resolute attitude, paused, and then looked up at him. Husband, this is the end between us. Even if I love you again, I can't be with you again. From now on, we don't meet again. Yu Luyun was stunned. The mist in her eyes quickly spread. When she said the last sentence, her face was pale and somewhat transparent. There was resentment in her eyes, and there was also attachment in the past. But in the end, all disappeared one by one. There was a look of despair in his eyes, and the pain in his chest came again, making him entangle her fingertips reluctantly. No, I really know I was wrong. I will change. Please give me a chance. Please, please don't leave me. Okay? As soon as he opened his mouth, he was a little incoherent, and his face showed an extremely miserable look. Yen, don't go. Don't leave me. This world, there is only one you in this world. The person I care about most in this life. I really know I was wrong. Don't leave me. But Yin Yan's body paused for a moment, and finally reached out to push his fingers away, turned around and left without hesitation. Yu Luyun watched the thin sleeve being pulled away from his hand, and felt that his heart was pulled away together, and his whole heart was trembling, and tears were pouring out crazily. He really knew he was wrong. I'm sorry. Yin, he is the one who deserves to die the most. Looking at the figure walking farther and farther away, Yu Luyun felt that he could no longer support himself. His knees softened, and his body fell straight back. He fell heavily to the ground, turned his head, and spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. His face was pale, and he looked at the back with a longing and lingering look. He felt that his life was hopeless, as if he had lost everything and his heart was dead. I'm sorry. He hurt the person he cared about most in his life. Very good. After torturing the male protagonist who came to her door, Nan Yin suddenly felt refreshed, and even her mood was much better. After she walked a distance and completely walked out of the male protagonist's sight, the sad expression on her face was completely restrained, and she walked back in the direction of the courtyard in a good mood. I don't know what happened to her senior brother. Oh, he probably wasn't beaten to death by the male lead. But it doesn't matter if he's injured. It's fine as long as he's not dead. Compared to her calmness, Zhao Xiuyan's situation was not so good. He was surrounded by dozens of strange followers. They kept dragging him and besieged him for a whole night, not letting him leave. Zhao Xiuyan was so anxious that he had no patience at all. He had never been so anxious in his life. When Zhao Xiuyan finally got rid of the group of Xian Song followers, who kept pestering him, and searched the streets of Qizhou City, but couldn't find Nan Yin, he felt extremely panicked for a while. His first reaction was that she was taken away by Yu Luyun again. Why? Is Yu Luyun crazy? When he doesn't want her, he abandons her. When he wants her, he madly takes her away from him. He took Piampian away before, and now he wants to take Yinan away again? No, absolutely not. With the last glimmer of possible thought, Zhao Xiuyan returned to the courtyard. He held the last glimmer of possibility in his heart, hoping that Yin just played for a long time and came back by herself when she was tired. But he knew that this possibility was very small. If Yu Luyun really wanted to take her away, he would definitely take her away regardless of her wishes. Not to mention that they were husband and wife. This is what he is most worried about. Zhao Xiuyan was in a state of confusion at the moment. He didn't know what to do. If Yu Luyun took her away, what could he do? If Yin was really willing to leave with him, what qualifications did he have to compete with him? He could win over his junior brother and make him retreat. But could he also make Yu Luyun let go? After all, he was her husband. The husband she once loved and always relied on. Could he, the shameless man who forcibly destroyed her innocence, really win over him? The chaotic emotions made him uneasy. When Zhao Xiuyan finally came back from outside in a hurry, what he saw was the soft and slender figure reflected on the window paper. She was leaning slightly, holding a pair of small scissors in her hand to pick the wick on the candlestick. The candlelight swayed back and forth with the movement, and the firelight reflected the soft and fair face, which looked more and more quiet and gentle. At that moment, Zhao Xiuyan thought he had an illusion, and his eyes were a little sour for a while. I don't know why. The moment I saw her, all the anxiety, irritability and panic in my heart were quickly calmed by the person in front of me. He almost subconsciously rushed over, hugged her into his arms, and called her name with a slightly hoarse voice. Yen Yen. Yen Yen. You are still here. Still by my side. The satisfaction of being able to hold her in his arms made Zhao Xiuyan's heart palpitate. This time, he was really worried to death. He thought she was taken away by Yu Liyun. But unexpectedly, she was still here. I really thank God for letting her stay by his side. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't protect you well. Zhao Xiuyan hugged her very tightly. Maybe because he had been entangled all the way and chased her all the way. His whole breath was a little unstable, and his heartbeat was also very fast. Nan Yen was hugged by the other party before she could react. She was more than a head shorter than him. Being hugged like this, her head rubbed against his chin and was pressed tightly against his chest. You could almost hear the sound of the other person's heart beating. It seemed that the senior brother was also frightened this time. No wonder. The relationship between the two was fragile only because they slept together for one night. She was still Yu Liyun's legitimate wife. Even if she really went with him, the man in front of her had no qualifications and reasons to snatch her away. So she gave him some qualifications and reasons. Nan Yen reached out and patted his back gently, signaling him to relax a little, and waited until the man's body finally relaxed. Nan Yen withdrew from his arms, then rolled up her sleeves and gently wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. When she saw a trace of blood on his body, she showed some worry in her eyes. Brother Zhao, you're hurt. At this moment, Zhao Xiuyan finally calmed down. He kissed her fingers and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of his panic just now, he was afraid that the person in front of him would worry, and his face returned to the gentle expression of the past. Zhao Xiuyan unconsciously held the soft and delicate palm, and then rubbed it against his cheek gently, saying soothingly, I'm fine. Sorry. I made you worry. His fingers gently stroked her eyebrows, and the thin calluses on the palm of his hand rubbed the skin of her cheek very gently. Yen Yen, are you okay? Did he bully you? He asked the latter sentence with some hesitation. In fact, every time he faced this question, he felt endless uneasiness and anxiety in his heart, because the existence of that person always reminded him that he was just a despicable thief. Everything he had now was stolen from others. As long as she had a little disgust and rejection of him in her heart, he would not be able to force her regardless of her wishes. When Nan Yen heard this, her expression seemed to pause. You know I met him tonight. Perhaps thinking of what happened tonight. She slowly turned her face away. Her eyes were a little red and wet, obviously a sign of crying. Zhao Xiuyan held her fingers tighter. His voice was a little hoarse. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to control you. I'm just a little worried. Worried that he will hurt. Before she finished the rest of the words, she shook her head and said softly, I'm fine. I just made things clear to him. Brother Zhao, will you protect me forever? Will you always be by my side? She turned her head again when she said this. She looked at him hesitantly, with some unknown tenderness in her eyes. You know, my husband once said that he would protect me for the rest of his life. But he broke his promise. Nan Yen lowered her eyes slightly, with a sad expression on her face. It turns out that he never liked me from the beginning to the end. So he refused to sleep with me even after we got married. I always thought that husband and wife should be so respectful to each other. But until he sent me away without hesitation, I realized that he had never had a trace of sincerity towards me from the beginning to the end. She pursed her lips. Her lips were a little red. I'm not a fool. I can tell who treats me well and who treats me badly. Even on the night when senior brother Zhao was poisoned, he had always restrained himself from hurting me. If it weren't for the coincidence, such a thing would never have happened between us. Speaking of this, Nan Yan's expression was a little uncomfortable. She looked up at him. But since it has happened, it's useless to regret it. Besides, I didn't stick to the end that night. Maybe it's just like what senior brother Zhao said. I don't hate you in my heart. Zhao Xiuyan's expression was a little dazed for a while. He lowered his head and looked at the person in front of him in a trance. Nan Yen continued, I just haven't experienced this kind of thing. And I'm afraid in my heart. But I have never blamed you. Because if it weren't for you and junior brother protecting me all the way, I would have been living a life worse than death as early as the day I went down the mountain. Nan Yen slowly approached. She looked at the person in a daze in front of her. and suddenly leaned over and gently kissed the corner of his lips, like a dragonfly touching the water. Slightly moist. Zhao Xiuyan's body suddenly became a little stiff, but his breathing became slower and slower. This was the first time Yan Yan took the initiative to get close to him since that night. He knew that she was gentle and introverted, and she was always shy about love. Even when they were in bed last time, he knelt between her legs, kissed her again and again, and humbly begged her to give him some response. But she refused. But this time, she took the initiative to kiss him. Then she buried her head in his neck and gently hugged his waist with both hands. This was an attitude of attachment. How could he not know that from the beginning she promised him and was willing to give him a chance? But it was just a helpless act after her innocence was destroyed. She had never been moved by him in her heart. When she faced him, she was not as comfortable as when she faced her junior brother. She used to quarrel with his junior brother and make him jump in anger. But she was always gentle and polite when treating him. This kind of closeness and distance. He could feel it. If it weren't for that night, he might never have had the chance to touch her in his life. He had imagined many times in his heart that one day she would rely on him like this, and love him like she loved her husband. He had always thought that this was impossible. But now, she seemed to really like him. Zhao Xiuyan's hand holding Nan Yan tightened slightly, because of the great joy and a trace of disbelief. His heart also trembled slightly. This scene that only happened in dreams at midnight now really happened in front of him. She would love him. They would love each other in the future. And she would never leave him again. Zhao Xiuyan was filled with joy. He couldn't help but hug her tighter, rubbing his cheek against her hair, and whispering her name over and over again. Yan Yan. From now on, I will always be with you. Since that day, the relationship between the two has obviously become much closer than before. Yan Yan sometimes shyly avoids his kisses, but when he keeps pestering her, she will also take the initiative to respond awkwardly. He later discovered that Yan Yan seemed to like to see him being teased to the point of losing control, but had to endure and restrain himself, and liked to see him look embarrassed, as if she was deliberately teasing him. Zhao Xiuyan was also full of joy for his sweetheart's bad intentions, and their relationship warmed up a lot. After he settled all the things, he quickly told his parents about the relationship between the two. However, Zhao Xiuyan thought it was very beautiful. But the marriage between the two was still unanimously blocked by the elders in the family. First of all, Zhao Xiuyan was criticized for canceling the engagement. His family refused to let him cancel the engagement because they didn't want him to be ungrateful. Lin Pianran saved his mother's life, but now she was captured by the demon leader of Xuansong sect. His mother accused him. You bastard. When your fiancé was in trouble, you, as her fiancé, not only didn't think about saving her, but you also wanted to cancel the engagement. This kind of ruthless and ungrateful behavior. How can I be worthy of the Lin family? And how can the entire Zhao family gain a foothold in this world in the future? You said you ruined a woman's innocence. But that woman is a married woman. How can she be innocent? What's more, her husband is not dead yet. And she herself is a demon sect woman. You bastard. You abandoned your fiancé for a demon sect woman. You messed around with that unclear woman. How can you have the face to say such shameless words? Mother Zhao became more and more angry as she spoke. Her face turned pale, and she trembled with anger. Finally, she was so angry that she smashed a teacup on his shoulder, and the tea soaked his clothes. Zhao Xiuyan, have you forgotten the teachings of the elders in the clan? Have you forgotten your identity? And the ancestral precept that good and evil cannot coexist? How can you be worthy of the predecessors who died because of the demon cult? The atmosphere in the room was terribly frozen. Finally, Mother Zhao trembled and slapped the table hard. You rebellious son. You have completely ruined the innocent reputation of our Zhao family. Don't even think about it. We will not agree to this marriage. And you can't even think about marrying that woman. Zhao Xiuyan's eyebrows were light, and he raised his hand to brush his wet clothes. His eyes were calm, as if the person who had just been hit was not him. In fact, he had expected such a situation a long time ago. But perhaps all children in the world would think about telling their parents after they have a sweetheart, hoping to get their support and love. I just didn't expect them to be so opposed. But think about it carefully. This is normal. A martial arts family like them, because of their respected status and reputation in the world, should pay more attention to reputation than ordinary people. Zhao Xiuyan exhaled lightly, raised his eyes to look at his parents and elders, and replied calmly, Mother, I am not an ungrateful person. If I don't marry Yan Yan, I will be truly ungrateful and heartless. After Pian was captured, I have been looking for an opportunity to rescue her. If it weren't for Yan Yan helping us out, how could my junior brother and I have the opportunity to rescue Pian? When he said this, his expression was calm and his voice became more rational. I didn't know about the past between Pian and Yu Liyun before. After knowing this, I didn't give up on her. I wanted to cancel the engagement and didn't want to marry her. Not because of the past between her and Yu Liyun, but because I really loved another woman. When Zhao's mother heard this, her face turned pale with anger again. What kind of true love? It's just that he was dazzled by the beauty of the demon cult witch and was seduced for a while. There are countless such things in the world. Zhao Xiuyan's face showed no expression. Only when he mentioned his beloved, he softened a little. Now, Yan Yan is rejected and abandoned by her husband because of me, and I have ruined her innocence. If I can't take care of her, I will be the most heartless and ungrateful person in the world. Speaking of this, Zhao Xiuyan suddenly raised his eyes and looked directly at the elders in the main seat. What's more, I really love her. What's wrong with that? She is indeed a woman from the demon sect, but she has never set foot in the martial arts world. Her hands are cleaner than those of everyone present. Even my mother has beaten and killed disobedient maids, but Yan Yan has not. She has never, having hurt anyone. It actually helped us a lot. In this world, I don't need to be worthy of others. I just need to be worthy of her. I know that what I did was very selfish, ruining the Zhao family's century-old reputation. And it was not worthy of the teachings of my parents and elders. So I decided to take Yan Yan away. After I have dealt with all the things after my death, I will take Yan Yan to live in seclusion in the mountains. And from now on, I will no longer ask about the mundane things in the world. When he said this, Zhao Xiuyan's voice softened a lot. And in his calmness, there was a kind of decisiveness that could not be ignored. This is his nature. He may hesitate and forbear before making a decision. But once he is sure of what he wants, he will do it regardless of everything. Now, because his parents disagree, he can't give up Yan Yan. In fact, he didn't struggle much in his heart. In fact, he had expected this result. If he left his parents might resent him, be sad, and be disappointed. But if he left Yan Yan, she would have no other way to live except death. He also longed for the support of his parents and elders, and longed to be recognized. He wanted to bring his sweetheart back to see his parents, like all children, and happily tell his parents to let them see how good his vision was, and bring them back a daughter-in-law who was so lovable. But they disagreed. They minded her identity. If the two sides could not reconcile, he could only be the unfilial descendant. I'm sorry, but he really couldn't give up Yan Yan. Chapter 155. Although the Lin family tried their best to cover it up, the news that the Zhao family came to cancel the engagement was inevitably spread. Some people said that the eldest daughter of the Lin family had an unclear relationship with the leader of the demon cult. But the specific situation was unknown. And the fifth son of the Zhao family in Qingzhou City, who was bright and clear, also fell out with his family because he wanted to abandon his fiancée for a woman from the demon cult. This matter eventually caused a sensation in the city. Everyone didn't know the inside story of the incident, but only knew that the son of the Zhao family was just a figure with a false appearance. In the past, Zhao Xiuyan's reputation in the martial arts world was also very famous, and he was a benchmark for many young men and women in the martial arts world. This person was born in a martial arts family. He was noble and gentle, acted openly and honestly, and was a righteous person. He was often compared with the demon leader Yu Liyun of the demon cult. After this incident, the brilliant and famous fifth son of the Zhao family was completely ruined. He was known for being greedy for beauty, not knowing right from wrong, and not knowing the truth. He made himself so embarrassed for a demon cult witch. He was really ashamed of his ancestors and the word chivalry. People in the martial arts world pay the most attention to their reputation. Otherwise, why would they go around doing chivalry and promote their reputation as a noble family? Is it really for ideals and passion? But even if there is passion, it costs money. Without the support of the master, how can they help others unscrupulously? The Zhao family has a high reputation in the martial arts world. The higher they are, the more they worry about their reputation being ruined. If they are not careful, they will fall from the high platform. After being in a high position for a long time, the most intolerable thing is probably this matter. Now Zhao Xiuyan's reputation has been ruined by a demon cult which, naturally, the Zhao family will not agree. So Zhao Xiuyan has been very busy recently. Busy with breaking off the engagement with the Lin family and appeasing the elders in the clan to prevent them from attacking Yan Yan in private. Zhao Xiuyan is not stupid. There are few people in the world who are truly merciful and soft-hearted. Even he himself has personally killed many evil people. So he knows that for the elders in the family, sometimes the most effective way to solve the problem is the simplest one. So in the past few days, there have been a lot more people sent to protect Yan Yan. And he has also been dealing with Zhao's family to appease them. The Lin family has been appeased almost. Perhaps the Lin family itself is a little guilty. The fact that their daughter broke the engagement and married someone else has been known. Fortunately, Zhao Xiuyan did not publicize this matter, which can be regarded as preserving his daughter's reputation. This person later said that he was wrong first. So he came to break off the engagement. Therefore, the Lin family also took advantage of the situation and broke off the marriage. But there was only one request, which was what Zhao Xiuyan had promised himself. That he must do his best to rescue his daughter from the hands of the demon of Xuansong sect. Zhao Xiuyan naturally agreed to this. After dealing with this matter, Zhao Xiuyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was so busy these days that he only had a little time late at night. And then he took the time to go to the courtyard to take a look. But every time he went, Yan Yan had fallen asleep, and he didn't talk to her much. Zhao Xiuyan sometimes couldn't help staring at Yan Yan's sleeping appearance for a long time. He thought to himself that this person looked so soft when she was asleep, with eyelashes hanging on her eyelids and her moist lips slightly pursed, revealing a quiet and gentle appearance. She didn't even notice when he leaned over to kiss her. She slept very peacefully. Zhao Xiuyan raised his hand and carefully pushed aside her long hair that covered her cheeks, his fingers gently touching her face. It was a bit funny to see this person sleeping soundly. She didn't even know that her clothes were untied, revealing some white and soft skin on her chest. He was afraid that this person would catch a cold, so he reached out to take care of her. It was originally a good intention, but he saw that the red rope of the belly band wrapped around her thin neck had been loosened at some point. Two thin red straps slid down to her chest as she turned over, barely covering it. The white and smooth skin was wrapped in a thin layer of clothes, rising and falling slightly with the movement of breathing, vaguely revealing the secret and seductive scenery inside. Like some kind of taboo that knew that there was an endless abyss ahead, but was willing to move forward. Zhao Xiuyan's face flushed slightly for a moment. The originally calm gaze froze for a moment, as if it was burned. Some of the sensitive ones moved away uncomfortably, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help turning around. After taking a look, they moved away embarrassedly, struggling in their hearts. In the end, they couldn't help it. They pinched the small chin as white as jade with their fingers, lowered their heads, and kissed it regardless. He knew that he was a little too much, but he just couldn't forget it. He couldn't forget the coquettish and seductive look she had under him that night. He could still bear it before, but now that he knew that she had feelings for him, how could he still bear it? The breathing in the room suddenly became much slower. The lanterns on the copper platform sprinkled soft and dim warm light. Zhao Xiuyan kissed for a long time. At first, the people below didn't respond, but later, probably woke up, opened their eyes dazedly, and saw that it was him. Nan Yin was immediately disgusted. How could this man like to bite people like a dog? She raised her hand and slapped him, muttering, "Stop it. I'm sleepy." Zhao Xiuyan stopped making trouble, lowered his head, and breathed a little. The warm breath sprayed on Nan Yan's neck. He smelled the fragrance on her skin and felt extremely satisfied. His eyes showed a sentiment of attachment. He buried his head in her hair and whispered in her ear, "Yan Yan, when can I make trouble for you openly? I want to hear you call me husband. Yan Yan, please call me." The person below was breathing evenly and obviously fell asleep again. Zhao Xiuyan stroked his cheek and suddenly felt a little funny. He had been tossing himself and couldn't sleep well these days. But she was so heartless and slept particularly sweetly. Zhao Xiuyan pinched her pink cheek, then tilted his head and looked at the person on the bed all night, and left the courtyard until dawn. Nan Yin naturally didn't see Zhao Xiuyan, who had left when she woke up, but she saw a brocade box placed next to the pillow. After she opened the brocade box, she saw a jade hairpin inside. The green color was transparent and lustrous, elegant and not vulgar, and it was very suitable for her skin color. Nan Yin accepted the hairpin with satisfaction, and didn't pursue the matter of this person disturbing her sleep in the middle of the night. However, she hadn't seen Zhao Xiuyan for a few days. In fact, it was obvious that he must have been very busy during this period. In addition to facing rumors outside, he also had to withstand the pressure from the elders in the mansion. It was indeed not an easy thing for him to be with a demon cult girl like her regardless of his status. But she didn't have to worry about these things. After Nan Yin finished washing up, she stayed alone in the yard. This courtyard was Zhao Xiuyan's private residence. Every flower and grass in the yard was in accordance with his preferences. Looking at the elegant flowers and trees around, it seemed particularly consistent with his temperament and quite artistic. However, he had no time to play with her. So Nan Yin naturally had to find something interesting for herself. She was thinking in her heart, what did this guy say to his junior brother that day? Why hasn't that guy appeared since he came back? It's not good to ask her to take the initiative to find him. After all, she is so gentle that it's easy to collapse her character. She sat in the courtyard and thought a little absent-mindedly, and pulled a peony flower that was blooming vigorously in the flower bed in her hand. She pulled the petals one by one unconsciously, and the gorgeous peony flower was almost pulled bald by her. When Murong Tua finally came to this courtyard, he saw the scene. Nan Yin was wearing a light green dress. Her eyebrows and eyes were still the same, as calm and indifferent as usual. Sitting quietly and gently in the yard, she was staring at the flowers in the flower bed in a trance. Although she was here, her mind had flown away to who knows where. There seemed to be a trace of light sorrow in her eyes. Murong Tua felt a little dazed for a while, and even her flamboyant and gorgeous eyebrows and eyes seemed to be a little restrained. How long has he not seen this person? He has never spoken to her since he came back that day. Murong Tua recalled what happened during this period of time. He knew that his senior brother had not had a good time recently. He was busy dealing with rumors outside and withstanding the pressure from the clan. He had no time to care about Yin Yin. That's why he sneaked over to find her during this period when his senior brother was not able to take care of her. In fact, he himself had a hard time during this period because of his senior brother's affairs. The elders in the clan asked him many details, and the Lin family was also asking about the situation. He was asked to reveal Yin Yin's news openly and secretly, but he perfunctorily passed them all. In fact, these are nothing. What made him most angry and irritated was that his senior brother had been secretly blocking him and not letting him get close to Yin Yin. He used all kinds of things of the elders in the clan to pressure him and drag him down, making him anxious. Therefore, he had no chance to find Yin Yin during this period. But at this moment, when he saw Yin Yin, Murong Tua realized that his desire for Yin Yin and his hatred and jealousy for his senior brother became deeper in an instant. He couldn't forget Yin Yin at all, and he couldn't bear to see Yin Yin being imprisoned by his senior brother for the rest of his life. It would be fine if she was happy, but she was not happy at all these days. She didn't like her senior brother at all. If that's the case, why can't he snatch her away from his senior brother? If his senior brother could disregard her wishes and force her away from her husband, why can't he snatch her away from his senior brother? Moreover, if it wasn't for what happened that night, Yin Yin wouldn't have compromised and given herself to him. Thinking of this, Murong Tuo's eyes darkened. He has grown a lot in the past few days, and he is no longer as impulsive as usual when encountering things. He knows that it is definitely not that easy to take Yin Yin away, and he needs to think about it carefully. However, he came here today just to see her. He hasn't talked to her for a long time, and he hasn't seen her smile for a long time. Thinking of this, Murong Tua couldn't help it anymore. He climbed over the wall, stepped on the tree in the yard and jumped down. He flew directly in front of her, and then pulled out the small flower she was holding. Nan Yin was stunned for a moment when she saw Murong Tua, who fell from the sky. Her eyes were wide open, and she looked like she was frightened. She stared at the person in front of her blankly. She thought to herself, this person appeared too timely. She just muttered that she was bored and restless recently, and this person immediately came to entertain her? Murong Tua looked at her in a daze, like a silly goose, and suddenly couldn't help but smile. Why? You are mesmerized by my charming demeanor, right? You stare at me with such an obsessed and lingering look, and you still dare to say that you have no intention towards me? His eyebrows were relaxed and slightly raised, as if he had returned to the former unbridled and wanton Master Murong. He rested one hand on the stone table in front of him, and bent down as if to give her face, so that she could have a good look. Hearing this, Nan Yin finally came back to her senses. She looked at the thick face of this man, deliberately showing a slightly annoyed expression, and then reached out to snatch the flower that was snatched from his hand back. He turned his head and snorted, cursing with some disgust. How shameless. I was just frightened by your big face that fell from the sky, and I didn't come back to my senses for a while. So I looked at it for a while. Who has other intentions towards you? Don't you feel ashamed to say such things? Murong Tuo didn't feel angry when he saw the man's disgusted eyes, but smiled unconsciously. This young master relies on this handsome face to travel the world, and I am thick-skinned. What is this thing called shame? This young master has never seen it. How about you touch it, and see if you can feel it? He said that she also put the handsome face forward. His eyes were like stars, shining brightly, and the sharpness of his eyebrows was not as public as before. But this appearance was particularly eye-catching. Want to take advantage of me, and want to be a slap, right? Speaking of the cheapness, Murong Tuo's face was a little reddish instantly. He fell unconsciously on this bright lips, thinking that he had taken the same cheap ones. None of them were so miserable. He felt that Yin Yin had returned to her old self, quarreling with him. Not at all like the sullen look she had before. Master Murong turned his face away uncomfortably. His ears were a little red, and he snorted. Who took advantage of you? Didn't you bite me accidentally because you were so angry that day? Don't you think about how fierce you were that day? You usually look thin and thin. But that day, a tigress rushed up and pressed me to the ground. I didn't have the ability to resist at all, and could only lie flat and let you trample on me. Besides, if you are unhappy, can't I bite you back? It's up to you to bite anywhere. On the face or the mouth? Or bite the tongue. I'm not afraid of pain. And I drank flower tea on purpose this morning. It tastes sweet and fragrant. I guess you like it too. He spoke in a low voice, mumbling something, and Nan Yin didn't hear clearly, but saw his mouth opening and closing. His face was a little red, and turned his head to look at him in confusion. What are you mumbling over there? Are you saying bad things about me again? She had a suspicious look in her eyes. Master Murong took a deep breath, then turned his head and glared at her, and cursed. Who said bad things about you? You unromantic blockhead. Nan Yin. Stinky boy. She provoked him. Why did he say she was unromantic? She was romantic. Okay. Stinky boy. You have no eyes. Looking at the very disgusted look this man gave him, Murong Tuo felt as if an arrow had been shot in his chest for no reason, and he felt very aggrieved. Later, he thought about it and let it go. Why should he bother with her? This person finally talked and laughed with him, and he didn't want to see her look unhappy again. So Master Murong rubbed his face hard, adjusted his mood, turned around and showed a generous smile to people, with an attitude that a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Hey, how are you? After coming to Qizhou, do you think this place is full of outstanding people and beautiful scenery? Much more beautiful than the green mountain top of your Xuanzang sect? Nan Yin turned her head away and didn't want to pay attention to him. Murong Tuo didn't mind. As he spoke, he suddenly straightened up again. His eyes flashed slightly, and he suggested with interest, Can I take you out to play? You don't know yet. This master is a bully in Qingzhou City. Many delicious foods and drinks in Qingzhou City are different from those in your Xuanzang sect. Can I take you out to play? Hearing this, Nan Yin finally had some reaction. She turned her head to look at this person. Her eyes were watery, and there was obviously a hint of smile and novelty in them. But she thought of something in an instant, and the look in her eyes gradually subsided. After hesitating for a moment, she looked up at Murong Tuo in front of her and said, But senior brother Zhao said that things outside are a bit uneasy recently, and asked me to stay in the house honestly, and it's best not to go out. Hearing her mention senior brother, Murong Tuo's heart sank. He knew that senior brother had been imprisoning her. From childhood to adulthood, senior brother looked casual and indifferent, but he always had a strong desire to control the people and things he wanted. Ironically, he now treats Yin Yin like this. Does he think Yin Yin is his property? Why does he control her like this? Murong Tuo exhaled and tried his best to calm the confusion in his heart caused by the mention of senior brother. Then he reached out and grabbed Nan Yin's wrist, looked at her seriously with his black eyes and said, I'm here. What are you afraid of? What my senior brother said is not an imperial decree. Here, you can go anywhere you want. This is not your cage. And you are not a bird he keeps in a cage. Do you still want to obey him and be controlled by him for the rest of your life? After listening to this, Nan Yin stared at him blankly, as if she hadn't reacted yet. Seeing that she hadn't recovered yet, Murong Tuo directly grabbed her wrist that was resting on the soft stool. Ignoring the maids and servants who came around, he stretched out his hand to hold her waist, and then jumped with the person in his arms. Stepping on the tree of Albizia when he came in, he jumped directly outside the courtyard wall, completely getting rid of the obstruction of the group of people behind him. Nan Yin couldn't help but smile as she watched the man's smooth movements. She reached out and grabbed his clothes tightly on his chest. When she felt his obviously rising body temperature and rapid breathing, she couldn't help but tease him. Murong Tuo, you're so hot. Why do you have a fever? Murong Tuo felt embarrassed and annoyed when he heard this. He slipped and they almost fell down. So he reached out and hugged her tighter. Finally, he said with a red face, shut up. He became like this because he had never hugged a woman before and was a little uncomfortable for a while. When he didn't have any thoughts about her before, he just felt that she was soft and comfortable when hugging him. Now that he knows his thoughts, when he hugs his sweetheart, how can his body temperature not rise? How can his heartbeat not speed up? He is not a piece of wood. Especially when he looked down. His beloved was in his arms. Smiling, he touched her soft waist again, and his heart beat faster instantly. Okay. I don't know what he thought of. Murong Tuo's face turned redder, and he felt his heart burning and scalding. It seemed that something was about to burst out. Murong Tuo was indeed familiar with the fun places in Qingzhou City. He took Nan Yin to a nearby orchard. Now it was midsummer, and the water grass was lush by the stream. Several wild ducks paddled through the lake. The fruits in the orchard were ripe, and the juicy flesh was white and tender. The two of them were a little greedy for a while. And then, they looked at each other, and couldn't help smiling at each other. Finally, the greedy young master Murong climbed up the tree without hesitation. And Nan Yin was directing under the tree. Here. 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 This is bigger. You pick this. Oh. It's not this. Murong Tuo. You almost hit my head. Be careful. Did you see that? Murong Tuo. What's wrong with your eyes? I told you it's not this. Can you do it? When Murong Tuo heard the man below calling his name, there was always an indescribable tenderness. The voice was soft and tender, with some complaints, and his heart felt extremely soft. He glanced down and pretended to be indifferent and responded a few times. I know. I didn't look carefully just now. Can't you point it out to me again? Murong Tuo looked at the girl who was busy sweating, and couldn't help showing a happy smile on his face. He thought of the beginning. This person was still very principled, looking at him with disgust, saying that he would never eat stolen things. But in less than a moment, his true colors were revealed. And now, he was holding his skirt and picking up all the fruits he had knocked down one by one. Then she raised her head and gave orders excitedly, fearing that the fruit he hit was not big enough. If he hit the wrong one and didn't hit the one she liked, she would be scolded. Really? Her nature was exposed completely. He knew that this woman was the same as him. She was greedy and playful by nature. She had been restrained in Xuansong sect and could not go out. Now that she came to Qingzhou, she finally released her nature. It was great. He liked to see her smile like this. The two of them ate fruits for an afternoon, and gave all the uneaten ones to the nearby villagers. Before leaving, Murong Tuo tied a silver coin to the fruit tree that was the most severely damaged, and finally took people back with satisfaction. On the way back, both of them were reluctant to leave, especially when they saw the long-lost smile on the face of the girl next to them. Murong Tuo couldn't help but feel happy. He saw a thin layer of sweat on the man's forehead, so he subconsciously reached out to remove the hair stuck on her cheek. He didn't have any bad intentions, but when he saw the man's slightly pink cheeks, he felt a little itchy in his heart, especially when he saw the bright red lips. In the end, he couldn't help but lowered his head and kissed her secretly. As a result, just after the kiss, before he had time to savor it, the man next to him twisted his ears. Murong Tuo's face and neck were red immediately, and he deserved it. With such a good opportunity, could Nan Yin let him go? If she didn't teach him a lesson, did he really think she was the kind of girl who could be easily bullied? Nan Yin twisted the man's ear hard, her face showing a little blush, as if she was covered with a thin layer of rouge, and stared at the man in front of her with shame and anger. Lecher, you took advantage of me again. She increased the strength of her hands. And Murong Tuo screamed ouch. Ouch in pain. She deliberately said. Be gentle. Be gentle. You were not like this before. You used to slap him. Why do you twist his ears now? This young master knows that you are a woman with bad intentions. You used to pretend to be weak. But now you are touching me. You twisted my ears. Be gentle. Be gentle. Perhaps this man was deliberately playing tricks to make her happy. And it was too obvious that Nan Yen couldn't help it. Poochie. She laughed. Her eyebrows and eyes curved. Like a pear blossom. She had been deliberately keeping a straight face. But this smile made her expression lively. Her eyes moved. And Murong Tua couldn't help laughing. They finally returned to the way they were before. Murong Tua thought. He didn't like to see her frowning and looking unhappy every day. He liked to see her bickering with him. Full of vitality. Especially when she was not willing to forgive him when she was right. And she was not willing to forgive him when she was unreasonable. It doesn't matter if you beat him up. Anyway, he is thick-skinned and can withstand beatings. Nan Yen pinched his ear and pulled it hard. Her warm breath rising and falling slightly. And glared back at him. Who did it? Do you have any shame? You still call yourself a hero. But you are just a petty thief. A stinky thief who stole fruits. Do you think I can be easily bullied because I don't know martial arts? I'm telling you. If you dare to do this again, I will. Before Nan Yen finished speaking, Murong Tu immediately apologized honestly. I dare not. I dare not. I won't dare to do it again in the future. You are a magnanimous person. You don't care about the mistakes of the villain. Can't you forgive me this time? He lowered his head. His face was a little redder than hers. Probably because sometimes he was emotional and couldn't control himself for a while. He had only kissed her twice in total. And he had to count the time just now. He was very restrained. Maybe it was because the apology was too fast. So Nan Yen didn't have time to say what she wanted to say to others. And just stared at her with her eyes open. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was just right. Murong Tua held her little hand that was twisted around her ear without her knowing when. And with a little force, he held it firmly in his palm. Nan Yen raised her eyes and glared at the man. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, the man held it tightly. She was so angry that she subconsciously called out his name. Murong Tua. Yeah. I'm here. He looked a little strange. His eyes looked a little dark. And his hand holding Nan Yen's hand became tighter and tighter. Nan Yen felt a little uncomfortable with his strange eyes. So she subconsciously took a step back. But was pulled back again. She was a little depressed for a while. Why don't you let go? Are you bullying people with your high martial arts skills? She probably guessed what the man meant in her heart. But her face was still ashamed and depressed. After Murong Tua took a deep breath, he seemed to have something to say. He had been holding it in for a long time. In fact, he should have said it earlier. If he had said it earlier, he would not have let his senior brother get there first. He wanted to ask her if she was willing to leave with him. Are you willing to give him a chance? He might have a bad temper and be impulsive. But he would change. He would take good care of her in the future. Learn to grow up slowly. Grow into the way she likes. And then make her happy every day like today. He didn't want to care about too many things. He just wanted to make her laugh every day and let her be her true self. He might not be as thorough as his senior brother in doing things. And he was not mature enough in thinking. He was only full of courage and enthusiasm. He was not smart but very obedient. He would listen to her for the rest of his life. He would do whatever she asked him to do. Isn't there a good saying called the wife sings and the husband follows? He can do it too. In short, he would treat her well for the rest of his life. Just when Murong Tua let out a breath and was ready to say all the love and joy in his heart. Yen Yen, are you willing to follow me? But before she could finish her words, a slightly chilly voice suddenly came from the side, suddenly breaking the atmosphere between the two. Yen Yen, junior brother, you are here. When she heard this voice, Nan Yan's body stiffened for a moment, and she turned around and saw Zhao Xiuyan standing not far away. He looked at the two of them calmly, and his expression was still gentle, but a closer look revealed that he was obviously unhappy, and there was a chill in his eyes. Nan Yen pursed her lips, and her face seemed to be a little nervous. The fingers that were originally held in Murong Tuo's palm struggled hard for a few times, and finally broke free from the man's palm, and then turned around and looked at him a little unnaturally. Why are you here? Seeing her like this, Zhao Xiuyan was not angry. Instead, He walked towards her naturally, then held her fingers, and said in a low voice, "I'm here to take you home." He couldn't help but show a gentle smile on his face. "Don't you see what time it is now? You are bored in the yard. Why didn't you let someone come to tell me? I heard from the maid that you and your junior brother went out to relax, and I was a little worried. So I came directly to find you. Yan. Next time if you are bored, you can tell me directly. I will take you out to play." Nan Yen pursed her lips when she heard it, and a little hesitation flashed in her eyes. "But aren't you very busy these days?" Zhao Xiuyan pinched her palm. "I'm almost busy, and I will have more time to accompany you in the future, so you can always rest assured." Hearing him say this, Nan Yen also nodded to him, and then walked to his side obediently, and the whole person seemed to have returned to the quiet and gentle appearance of the past. Murong Tuo clenched his fingers unconsciously when he saw this. He knew that if it wasn't for his senior brother, doing that to her, if it wasn't for his senior brother controlling her with that matter, she wouldn't be with him at all. Zhao Xiuyan seemed not to notice his junior brother standing beside him. He took out a handkerchief from his arms and gently wiped the thin layer of sweat on Nan Yan's forehead, then smiled and said, "It seems that you had a lot of fun playing with your junior brother today." Nan Yan was about to nod and smile at him when she heard this. But then she thought of his words that he had told her not to go out these days, and the smile slowly disappeared from the corner of her mouth. The voice was muffled. "No." Zhao Xiuyan felt a little soft-hearted when he saw this, and couldn't help but touch her head. "Okay. I don't mean to blame you. I'm just worried that there are too many rumors in the city recently, and I'm afraid you will be sad after hearing them. So I stopped you from going out. But it doesn't matter if someone is protecting you. Okay. You get on the carriage first. I'll let the housekeeper take you back first. I have something to say to my junior brother. I may not be back until later. Remember to change your clothes when you go back. Your skirt is a little wet." Nan Yen naturally agreed after hearing this. She turned her head and glanced at Murong Tuo beside her. Her lips moved, but in the end, she didn't say anything. After Nan Yen got on the carriage, Zhao Xiuyan turned around and looked at the gloomy junior brother opposite with a slightly cold look. Murong Tuo sneered. He and his senior brother had completely fallen out. He confronted him directly. "Why, senior brother? You haven't married Yan yet, but you're already dreaming of controlling everything about her? You even want to control who she goes out with? So what?" He looked indifferent at the moment, without the gentleness and restraint he had when facing his beloved. He looked up at his junior brother's dark eyes without dodging. "Junior brother, I know what you are thinking, so I won't let you pester Yan anymore." Murong Tuo had tried his best to stay calm, but after hearing this, he still inevitably felt a surge of anger in his heart. He clenched his fingers tightly. His eyes suddenly darkened, staring at him gloomily. "Who is pestering her? Aren't my thoughts also my senior brother's thoughts? Why don't you allow me to get close to her? Is it because of your shameless behavior?" Zhao Xiuyan's eyes also turned cold, and he looked at the junior brother in front of him with annoyance. "Because I will marry Yan, and Yan has already agreed to marry me." He turned his head and looked at the junior brother in front of him. To be honest, the two grew up together, and he really treated this junior brother as a relative. But if he didn't know how to restrain himself and continue to covet and spy on his brother and sister-in-law in the future, he would not be able to tolerate it anyway. So he has issued an ultimatum at this moment. His eyebrows were cold and indifferent, and there was no smile on his face at this moment. "So, junior brother, put away your unruly little thoughts. I can forgive you for the small mistakes you made when you were ignorant once or twice. But if you touch my bottom line again and again, I will really be angry." After Zhao Xiuyan finished speaking, he was too lazy to argue with him anymore, and turned around and walked in the direction where the carriage left. He watched his senior brother catch up with the carriage, and then watched his senior brother take Yan away in front of him again. Murong Tuo had been holding back until now, and he could no longer bear it. He was so angry that he kicked a small tree on the side of the road and broke it. His face was as gloomy as water. He would not let go like this. How could a despicable villain who relied on robbing a woman's innocence be able to stand by her side? Was it because his means were shameless enough? Chapter 156. In fact, Murong Tuo has been paying attention to the movements in Qinzhou City recently. There are many rumors and many strangers in Qinzhou recently. The city is indeed not very peaceful. He knew that the demon Yuluyun from Xuansong sect had also come not long ago and had stayed in Qinzhou City without leaving. And it seems that he had fought with his senior brother during this period. The injuries on his senior brother some time ago should have been caused by that demon. Murong Tua didn't know what Yu Liyun was here for. But as long as he could free Yan Yan from his senior brother, he didn't mind cooperating with him. So Murong Tua found Yu Liyun in the dim and secluded room. The atmosphere seemed a little dull and depressing. The incense burner on the table was burning with wisps of black agarwood, and the smoke was lingering and misty, which made the person behind the screen look even more deep and cold. Yu Liyun sat on the chair with indifferent eyes, looking at the person in front of him expressionlessly. Since he learned about what Yan Yan had suffered last time, Yu Liyun's face has become paler and paler. His internal injuries have not healed yet, and he has suffered new injuries. In addition, the blow he suffered that day was too severe. Now he has no interest in anything, and there is no emotional fluctuation in his heart. Now, apart from Yan Yan, I am afraid that even if someone wants his life on the spot, Yu Liyun will not have any emotional fluctuations. Murong Tua stared at the man in front of him with a heavy look. If it is not necessary, he really doesn't want to have any contact with this devil. This man abandoned Yan Yan. In his opinion, what he did is more hateful than his senior brother. But as Yan Yan's former husband, he always has a little friendship with Yan Yan in his heart. Right? As long as there is this little bit of friendship, he can ask him to help and rescue Yan Yan from his senior brother. After all, this person is the only one who is qualified to take Yan Yan away. Murong Tua thought about it and continued. Do you want to know who bullied your wife and ruined her innocence? Yu Liyun's eyelashes trembled when he heard this, and there was a dark color in his eyes. He was not as angry as he imagined. His expression on his face hardly changed. But the pale palm fell on the hilt of the sword beside him and rubbed it slightly. This made Murong Tua feel a little uncertain for a while. And he didn't know what this person's attitude was. The former leader of the Xuansong sect was full of murderous intent when confronting others, and he looked difficult to provoke. And now Yu Liyun didn't know what he had experienced. His momentum became more and more calm and restrained, especially when he looked at people. His dark eyes slowly turned, and then looked over. The whole person felt lifeless. Yu Liyun's eyes were dark, and the corners of his mouth twitched, slightly raising a cold arc. Do you know who it is? This tone seemed to contain a bit of blood. Murong Tua sneered. He looked at the devil in front of him that he once despised the most. But now only he could deal with his senior brother. So the idea in his mind became clearer and more decisive. Murong Tua clenched his fingers. I know that he not only destroyed her innocence, but now he is using this as a threat to force her to be with him. So, can you just sit back and watch? On the other side, Zhao Xiuyan looked at the slightly sweaty forehead of his sweetheart, and thoughtfully asked the maids to get a basin of warm water, and then wiped her face gently and carefully with a handkerchief. After wiping her face, he took a clean dress from the cabinet for her to change. He is now very adept at doing these things. His fingers were stiff at the beginning, and he dared not touch her more than once. Now he has become more familiar and natural. Nan Yin just lets him serve her like this, enjoying the treatment of a local emperor. But her senior brother seems a little unhappy. Hey, this is how he is. He won't say it when he is unhappy, but will let you ask him yourself. So Nan Yin was served comfortably, and she stretched out her white claws to show respect, gently tugged at his sleeves, and asked softly, Brother, are you unhappy? Did she only see such an obvious problem now? Zhao Xiuyan held the little hand with his backhand, pulled the person into his arms, and then sat on the edge of the bed beside him, looking at him quietly. Yan Yan, why do you always call me brother? You call me brother like your junior brother. Is it because you always feel closer to him than to me in your heart? Zhao Xiuyan's hands tightened slightly, and his tone was still gentle. He was not angry about this matter, but he was just uneasy. As his junior brother said, he was indeed a shameless person who robbed the girl of her innocence. So he also despised himself a little. But since it has already happened, and he has understood his feelings, it is useless to blame himself and regret it blindly. Moreover, he will marry Yan Yan, so he will clear away any obstacles between them. Nan Yin couldn't help laughing when she heard this. It turned out that this person was so petty that he even cared about such things? But she also knew that what he cared about was not such a small matter, but that she went out to eat, drink and have fun with his good junior brother today. And they had a lot of fun. This person should really care about this matter. But if he didn't say it, she would pretend not to know. Anyway, she was not the one who was anxious. She leaned her whole body on him, pressing his body, and had to lean back. then raised her face slightly to look at her. Nan Yin patted his face and asked in confusion. But if I don't call you senior brother, what should I call you? Zhao Xiuyan frowned. Thought about it. And it seemed that there was no problem to call him senior brother, because she was indeed younger than him. And this person seemed to call him by his full name only when he was angry. What Zhao Xiuyan cared about was not a question of address, but her attitude towards junior brother in her heart. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuyan suddenly turned over and pressed the person down on the bed. Yan, if I hadn't done that to you that night, who would you choose between me and my junior brother? Nan Yan's whole body sank into the soft quilt, and her pair of dark and clear eyes tilted her head to look at him. After hearing this, a smile suddenly flashed in her eyes. It's a question of choosing one of two. Of course she wants both. Brother Zhao, you underestimate me too much. Can't I have both? One to serve me food, clothing, housing and transportation, and the other to serve me tea and water. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Zhao Xiuyan was slightly stunned when he heard this. And then, he couldn't help laughing, pursing his lips, and shaking his head. It seems that his yin has a bad temper. He reached out and touched her forehead, brushed her hair, and said in a gentle and intimate tone, Greedy, there is no such good thing in the world. I am letting you make a choice, not letting you take all of them. How about it? If you could only choose one between me and my junior brother, will you choose me? Hearing this question again, Nan Yin frowned in a pretentious way, and then looked around at the person who was pressing on her, and said in an awkward and distressed tone, If I don't choose you, will you be angry? Will you beat me if you are angry? When Zhao Xiuyan heard this, he seemed to have expected it, and his heart was slightly lonely, and his eyebrows and eyes were also much more lonely. But he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her thin neck, one by one, carefully and densely, with tenderness and moving, as if to imprint her in his heart. Finally, the voice was low. It doesn't matter if you don't choose me. I know that I am rigid and boring, and I won't please you. I don't have the knowledge and interest of my junior brother, and I have the same personality as you. You are playful and lively by nature. I know it in my heart. I am not deliberately restraining you. It's just that it is not safe outside these days. I am afraid that you will be in danger if you go out. However, I will try my best to accompany you to play in the future. Fortunately, there is no if in this world. You are mine now. I won't get angry because of something that has not happened. And I am not the kind of incompetent person who takes it out on women when I am angry. It's just that I still feel a little unwilling in my heart. So at this moment, I want to get this unwillingness back from Yin. Okay? As he said, he kissed harder, slowly with a moist and hot breath, and his palm slowly climbed up along the waist. Nan Yan's neck was itchy from the kiss. She dodged backwards while reaching out to push his shoulder. Her face flushed as she said, Okay. I'm wrong. Isn't that enough? Why are you like this? I just said one sentence and you threw paragraphs at me. Every word made it impossible for me to refute. She grabbed the man's face and immediately took over the host's position. She pulled him twice with grievance and resentment. Who said you are rigid and boring? You are obviously very interesting. I don't know where you learned those messy fancy postures. You are kind enough to say that you are boring. Tell me, have you been hanging out with those messy women in the past? So you were so skilled that night? Zhao Xiuyan felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. That night, he suppressed himself and just wanted to please her. How could he care about those messy things? He was afraid that he would be disliked by others. But he didn't expect that this person could do nothing. So he tried his best, and used all the methods he accidentally saw on a fire avoidance map. He was afraid that she would be dissatisfied. Didn't he expect that he performed too well? Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuyan's face turned slightly red, and his hand stopped unconsciously. As a result, he looked at the person, and saw that the other party was really looking at him suspiciously. The face showed an annoyed look, frowning and staring at him. Why do you still have such a weird expression? And your face is red? Tell me, are you guilty? Are you really with other women? Before he finished speaking, Zhao Xiuyan felt that his innocence was not protected. For a moment, he felt that his face was redder. He couldn't help but lean over and take a bite. What are you thinking about? How can you talk about such things? I have never been with other women. This kind of thing. Men are born with it. It would be strange if Nan Yin believed him. He was unreasonable and insisted on bullying people. I don't believe it. Tell the truth. Zhao Xiuyan immediately realized that if he didn't explain it clearly, he would have a hard time in the future. He could only tell the truth about the things that his senior brothers had fooled him in the past. Isn't it okay if I said it? Don't let your imagination run wild. You also know that people who practice martial arts have the most sensitive 5 senses and remember the techniques the most deeply. My senior brothers gave me a book of erotic paintings. At this point, the face of the senior brother suddenly became redder. It would be fine if they gave me the erotic paintings. But those guys took advantage of his young age and fooled him into thinking that it was a new book of peerless internal skills and asked him to learn it well. He didn't understand at that time, and really thought it was some rare and wonderful knowledge. He studied it carefully that night with a lamp. As you can imagine, he didn't sleep well all night after reading it. And those messy patterns were already memorized in his mind. It would have been fine if he didn't think about it. But that night with Yan Yan, he nodded. His voice was low and a little hoarse, but extremely gentle. Now you understand? I haven't messed around with others. If it wasn't with my sweetheart, how could I be so happy about this kind of thing? Nan Yin saw a trace of affection in this man's eyes. Then she smiled around his neck, then buried her head in his neck, and said compassionately in his ear that she was magnanimous and would not bother with him this time. After hearing this, senior brother Zhao felt relieved. But after a moment, he came to his senses. Thinking carefully, something seemed to be wrong. Especially her way of putting the blame on someone else made Zhao Xiuyan a little confused. It was obviously because he was in a bad mood tonight and wanted to ask her about her junior brother. But how come he ended up admitting his mistake? Zhao Xiuyan touched his beloved's waist and looked at her smiling face in his arms. He thought, forget it. Just admit it. It's not the first or second time to admit it to her. Anyway, as long as she is happy, he can do whatever he wants. The next day, July 19th, Zhao Xiuyan went out early. He went to the largest ready-made clothing shop in the city. The wedding dress he had ordered from the embroiderer should have been sewn. In fact, he had been preparing for their marriage since the day he came back. Especially after canceling the marriage with Lin Pianran. He can now be with Yan Yan legitimately. Zhao Xiuyan had always felt that he owed her for not letting her have sex with him on the wedding night. The first time with her was in a small courtyard that was not spacious. He knew that most women in the world cared about this kind of thing. Although his Yan Yan never said it, she should also care about it in her heart. So after the Qixi Lantern Festival, he asked the best embroiderer in the city to make a wedding dress for her, waiting for her to wear it on the wedding day. There may not be many guests attending this wedding banquet, and not many people will sincerely congratulate them. Even the elders of the clan do not agree. But it doesn't matter. He will be enough for everything in the future, and he will not let her suffer any more grievances. When Zhao Xiuyan entered the shop, the boss hurriedly greeted him with a smile, and then asked the servant to take out the wedding dress that several embroiderers had sewn overnight. Sir, you are finally here. This wedding dress was made by the embroiderers after you repeatedly urged them. The style is made according to your requirements. Do you think it is satisfactory? By the way, your fiancé has such a caring husband like you, and her future life can be considered perfect. The shop owner stroked his beard and said a lot of nice things. Zhao Xiuyan also smiled gently. His white knuckles set off the bright red wedding dress. His slender fingers gently stroked the wedding dress, which was embroidered with a pair of golden mandarin ducks embracing each other. He hoped that the two of them would be able to love each other in the future. Thank you. Zhao Xiuyan nodded to thank the boss, then paid the remaining silver, and finally smoothed and folded the wedding dress carefully, and finally went out with the package. He specifically told the store not to deliver it to the door, just so that he could come and pick it up in person. And then when he handed it to Yan Yan in person, she showed surprise and joy in her eyes. Zhao Xiuyan thought a lot about the joy she would show when she got the wedding dress. She might be impatient to put it on, or she might throw herself into his arms and ask him if it looked good. He thought a lot, but he didn't expect to meet Yu Liyun on the way back. And he didn't expect that man to be crazy, full of murderous aura. After meeting, he rushed up and hit him without saying a word. His moves were fierce and fierce, especially his eyes, as if full of deep hatred. Zhao Xiuyan didn't react at first, protecting the wedding dress in his arms and carefully avoiding it. But in the end, he was hit in the chest by him without paying attention. The whole person took a few steps back uncontrollably and hit the stone pier behind him. The collision made his chest bloody, and his back and head hit the stone pier behind him. He frowned unconsciously in pain and looked up at the man coldly. Yu Luyuan, what are you going to do? Zhao Xiuyan covered his chest tightly and suppressed the blood surging in his throat. He saw the man on the opposite side suddenly rushing over, his eyes full of hatred and terrifying momentum. The murderous intent in his eyes almost condensed into substance. Beast, you still have the nerve to ask me what I want to do? What you did to Yan Yan is enough for me to cut you into pieces. When he said this, he could hardly suppress his murderous intent and anger. As long as he thought of that day, when Yan Yan cried desperately and begged him, Yu Luyuan felt that he was on the verge of losing control. How dare he? Yu Luyuan's chest rose and fell, and his eyes were fixed on him. He raised his hand and grabbed the package on his chest. With a strong pull, the originally neatly wrapped fiery red wedding dress was instantly torn into pieces, and the bright red fabric was scattered all over the ground. Such a person still wanted to marry Yan Yan? Don't even think about it. The moment the wedding dress broke, Zhao Xiuyan's heart sank. His eyes became completely cold, and he raised his hand to fight back. The two men started fighting. Yu Luyuan's eyes were filled with hatred and darkness, and each move was fatal. Zhao Xiuyan frowned unconsciously because of his ruthlessness. Both of them were seriously injured and had not recovered. During the fight, the true energy swept through like a sharp blade, and the true energy was so sharp that it cut through clothes and flesh, and blood oozed out. In less than a moment, both of them were covered in blood. After the two sides hit each other with the palm, they each took several steps back, and a trace of blood flowed out of their mouths. If they continued to fight like this, both would still be injured. Zhao Xiuyan raised his eyes and stared at the man in front of him. His eyes became colder and colder. What qualifications do you have to say such things? The moment you abandoned her, didn't want her, and drove her out, you no longer had the right to say such things. When it came to this, Murong Tuo's eyes were filled with more resentment. His eyes were like a blood-quenched blade, staring at the man in front of him gloomily. I never let anyone drive her away. It was you. You took her away. If you hadn't deceived her and deceived me, and drugged me, how could I have completely lost control? It was you from the beginning to the end. It was you who caused me to lose her. Zhao Xiuyan just thought it was ridiculous, and his usually gentle and peaceful face was stained with a trace of cold sarcasm. It's ridiculous. It's obviously you who can't let go of the hatred in your heart, and you are entangled with Pian Ran. You act recklessly when Yan Yan loves you wholeheartedly. All this is the result of you. It's you who are blinded by hatred and overwhelmed by jealousy. It's obviously you who hurt her the most. It's you who let her be ruthlessly driven out by her dearest and most beloved husband. And she was almost trampled and humiliated along the way. You couldn't stay by her side when she needed you the most. All these actions are caused by you. You gave up on her. It was your own choice from beginning to end. No one forced you. And you can't blame anyone. That cold jade-like face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice, and the cold eyes looked straight at him. He had wanted to say this to him a long time ago. As a husband, he did not fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. How could such a person be qualified to stand beside Yan Yan? After he finished speaking, he looked at the other party's reaction, but saw that Yu Luyuan's eyes suddenly became much darker. Perhaps he was indeed touched by these words. The veins on the back of his hand emerged, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. But suddenly he seemed to think of something, and a strange smile suddenly flashed in his eyes. He raised his eyes, and the two of them met in the air. The atmosphere suddenly became terribly anxious. Yes, you are right. This is my own choice, so I will bear this bitter fruit myself. But what about you? I will give you two choices now. Yu Luyuan raised his fingertips and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the pale back of his hand, and the bright red blood set off a more and more strange atmosphere. He said, I once said that anyone who hurts my wife, I will retaliate 1,000 times, no matter what means. Zhao Xiuyan, you insulted my wife, so I have prepared a great gift for you, to treat him in his own way. Yu Luyuan showed a sneer on his face. On the pleasure boat in the center of the moat, your fiancée. I fed her a few pills with the same effect as the one you took. Calculate the time. The effect of the medicine should have started now. You only have one stick of incense to save her. If you don't save her, she will lose her innocence like Yan Yan that day. But if you save her, I will take the opportunity to take Yan Yan away. From now on, you will not be allowed to get close to her. Yu Luyuan raised his eyelids. His eyes were like deep pools. His tone was cold without any emotion. And when he said the following sentence, his voice was even colder. So what do you want to choose? Do you choose your fiancée who you have implicated? Or do you take Yin Yin with you regardless of anything? Hearing this, Zhao Xiuyan's face changed. After knowing what he meant by that, he clenched his fist suddenly, and his originally indifferent eyes were instantly gloomy. And he pursed his lips and stared at the person in front of him. You Luyuan, you are simply shameless. Zhao Xiuyan squeezed out such a sentence from his throat. Yu Luyuan pulled a sneer at the corner of his mouth. His emotions have calmed down now. He looked straight at the person opposite with a gloomy face, and said without guilt, So what? I have said it long ago. I have never been a good person. You hurt my wife, and I will naturally repay you in kind. But you have to know that everything your fiancé is going through is all because of you. It's because you forced Yin Yin, and because I was implicated by you. I will take revenge on her. All of this is because of you. Yu Luyuan pursed his lips and smiled softly. His handsome and pale face looked a little weird in the interweaving of light and shadow. But I'm not so heartless. Didn't I tell you the news now? It all depends on how you choose. He couldn't help but sneer as he said this. Zhao Xiuyan's eyes suddenly became obscure, and his fists clenched tighter and tighter. At this moment, his mind was in a mess. He had never made such a choice. How could he choose? Broken engagement was already his fault to the Lin family. If Pianran's life was ruined because of him again, how would he face her? If she was really, how could he forgive himself in this life? I'm afraid he would never have peace in this life. But what about Yin Yin? How could he watch Yin Yin being snatched away by him again? No. No. Zhao Xiuyan's body became more and more stiff. At this moment, anger, guilt, and panic were intertwined, making it seem as if countless blood vessels were constantly clamoring in his brain. He felt as if his brain was torn into two halves by someone. One half told him to save people quickly. If he didn't save people, Pianran's life would be ruined. The other half told him not to give up Yin Yin no matter what. But he was so confused that he couldn't make a choice at all. Zhao Xiuyan's eyes were slightly red. At this moment, he was so angry that he couldn't control himself at all. He raised his hand and attacked Yu Luyuan on the opposite side. It was all him. It was his shameless behavior that caused everyone to be so painful and desperate. Zhao Xiuyan attacked him hard. But at this moment, his emotions fluctuated too much. His mind was unstable, and his mind was full of Nan Yin and Pianran's figures. He was hit in the chest by the other party without paying attention. His whole body was like a kite with a broken string, and it hit the bamboo frame behind him heavily. The pain made his mind blank, and he was at a loss to the extreme. But the man opposite opened his thin lips and spit out a few cold words mercilessly. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you that there are still many men on that pleasure boat. If you delay any more and go too late, you may really be too late. The light tone was indifferent and almost cruel. At that moment, Zhao Xiuyan's whole brain seemed to be hit hard by a stick, and a dull pain came. His fingers were trembling, and the blood in his chest was surging. Because of the ruthless attack just now, he spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. Ahem. Yu Luyuan, you are so shameless. He obviously had some difficulty controlling his breath and coughed violently. He was caught off guard by this heart-piercing remark. Zhao Xiuyan was shocked and angry. He felt the pain in his chest becoming more and more violent, and his anger rose steadily, as if it had reached its peak. Finally, Zhao Xiuyan closed his eyes and clenched his palms tightly, so tightly that his nails almost sank into his flesh. His heart was almost trembling. His lips were trembling, and there was even a layer of hideous blood in his eyes. After struggling for a moment, he finally made a difficult decision. Yin Yin. Yes. I'm sorry. Wait for me. Wait for me to come back. I will definitely come back to take you away. I will never, never abandon you. When he opened his eyes again, his dark eyes seemed to be stained with a layer of clouds. He raised his sleeves and wiped the blood on his lips vigorously, then turned around and rushed quickly towards the direction of the moat he mentioned. Zhao Xiuyan's face was pale, and he felt a palpitation and panic in his chest. He didn't know what he was panicking about. He knew that this time he had implicated Lin Pianran, and he had accidentally provoked the madman Yu Luyuan, causing revenge. He owed her, and he had to pay it back. He saved her this time, and from now on, they were completely even. From now on, his life belonged to Yin Yin. But why? Why did the panic in his heart have a tendency to expand more and more? As if he missed this time? He would never be able to touch Yan Yan again in this life. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiuyan forced the panic and discomfort in his heart into the depths of his heart. No. He would not let this happen. After he rescued Lin Pianran, what happened to others in this life would no longer have anything to do with him. He would only care about Yan Yan in this life. Zhao Xiuyan rushed towards the moat quickly. In the time it takes to stick an incense stick, if Lin Pianran is really killed by someone, there will be no possibility for him and Yan Yan in this life. How can he repay the woman whose life was ruined because of his involvement? What is the difference between that bastard and a madman? If there is any hatred, he can directly direct it at him. He would rather that person accumulate all the hatred and vent it on him alone, rather than let her suffer such involvement and lead to such a result. Zhao Xiuyan panted violently. Because of the fast speed, his breathing became more and more rapid. He finally arrived at the edge of the moat in half an hour. From a distance, he saw a vermilion painting boat floating in the center of the lake, with tassels hanging from the four corners, swaying in the wind. Perhaps because of the distance, Zhao Xiuyan could not hear any movement from above. But at this moment, he had no time to think about anything else. He turned around and picked up a paddle and threw it into the lake, then took a breath and stepped on the floating paddle, and jumped directly onto the pleasure boat. After getting on the pleasure boat, he finally heard the movement in the house, and someone was banging on the door. The anger and rage in Zhao Xiuyan's heart surged up. But when he thought of something, he was even more angry. Because of the anger, the blue veins on his neck were faintly exposed. He found the room where the movement came from, banged hard, and rushed in almost subconsciously after pushing the door open. And the people in the house seemed to have accumulated enough strength and slammed towards the door. This time, it was a coincidence that she bumped into the arms of the stranger. Feeling the stranger approaching, Zhao Xiuyan subconsciously avoided him. But when he saw the figure clearly, he pulled the man hard, which saved her from falling to the ground. Pian? After Zhao Xiuyan panted and tried his best to calm the emotions in his chest, he finally saw who the woman in front of him was. And then, he couldn't help but look around. Lin Pianran's hands were tied up. Her cheeks were a little red, and her hair was messy. But her eyes were clear at the moment, and the blush on her face was caused by her constant banging on the door, not by being drugged. Zhao Xiuyan quickly glanced around the room, and the room was empty, without any messy men. Are you okay? When Lin Pianran heard Zhao Xiuyan's voice, she thought she had hallucinations for a while. When she realized that the person in front of her was not fake, a layer of mist suddenly condensed in her eyes, and she subconsciously wanted to throw herself into the other person's arms. Xiuyan, it's you. It's really you. You are here to save me. Right? I knew you would come to save me. Zhao Xiuyan straightened her body with force, noticed something was wrong, and suddenly raised his eyes, staring at the person in front of him. Are you really okay? Yu Luyun didn't drug you at all, right? Lin Pianran seemed to not understand what he was saying, but still shook her head and asked in confusion. What drug? Why did Yu Luyun drug me? He just had someone trap me on this pleasure boat, saying that he had made an appointment with someone these few days, and that someone would come to save me. I always thought he was crazy again, but I didn't expect it to be true this time. Xiuyan, you really came to save me. When she said the last sentence, the tears in Lin Pianran's eyes accumulated deeper and deeper, and she looked at him hesitantly. Zhao Xiuyan subconsciously let go of her. He clutched the front of his shirt tightly. His chest was inexplicably panicked, and cold sweat broke out on his back. If everything Yu Luyun said was false, then why did he do this? Why did he lie to him? Why did he lie to him that Pianran was in a very critical situation? In a flash, Zhao Xiuyan suddenly thought of Yan Yan, and his head felt a dull pain. His eyes went dark, and he was a little unstable for a while. He staggered back a step, covered his chest and twitched violently. And then he fell backward heavily. Lin Pianran beside him was so scared that her face turned pale. She rushed over to support him, not knowing what happened to him. Xiuyan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? But I only saw that his eyes were stiff and straight, with no warmth in his eyes, and his face was bloodless, and his flesh and blood lost temperature in an instant. At that moment, the whole person seemed to be poured with ice water from head to toe. His body was as cold as an ice man with cold air, and his heart was even colder. Zhao Xiuyan gasped in pain, and his chest could not help but feel a palpitation and fear. Yan. Lin Pianran held his palm against her cheek, and her tone was a little anxious and worried. What Yin Yin? Did Xiaoyan recognize the wrong person? I am Pianpian. You're Pianpian. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyan regained consciousness. He struggled to break free from Lin Pianran's palm, and his eyes finally had a trace of clarity. His head shook, as if he woke up. Then he looked up at Lin Pianran in front of him. We have broken off the engagement. I have my own fiancé. The person I like is Yin Yin. I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you anything. Yin Yin. I'm going to find Yin Yin. When Zhao Xiaoyan said this, his fingertips trembled. He resisted the physical and mental shock. At this moment, he almost couldn't stand, but he still supported himself and stood up. Lin Pianran looked at his abnormal trance and felt worried for a while. When she heard him talk about the breakup of the engagement, tears fell down. Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? Who can you go to in this state? Your hands are very cold. I'll take you back. Let's go find a doctor first. Okay? Zhao Xiaoyan didn't seem to hear her words. His face was as pale as the heavy fog that lingered in the mountains. He shook her palm away with force, turned his head, and shouted at her uncontrollably. Don't touch me. I said I don't owe you anything. He supported himself and stood up by holding the door frame. But he didn't know why. After the breath in his heart was released, the whole person seemed to be unable to support himself anymore. He wanted to see Yin Yin. Wanted to see her. On the other side, Nan Yan looked at the man in front of her, and saw that he wanted to reach out but didn't dare to touch her, and finally couldn't help crying. She heard him say in a low voice, You saw it all. He gave up on you. Yin Yin. Come back with me. Okay? His voice was low and became a little slow. Although Xuansong sect is not as prosperous as Qingzhou, it is our own home. If you like the hustle and bustle, I will accompany you in the future. Okay? Wherever you want to go, I will accompany you. Okay? Don't you like crab apples? I asked someone to transplant a newly grown weeping crab apple from Qingzhou. The flower has bloomed now. When the wind blows, the petals fall with the wind. The scene is beautiful. You will definitely like it. I also built a bamboo swing for you under the tree. From now on, I will stay with you for the rest of my life. Okay? Let's go home. Yin Yin? Chapter 157. Nan Yan looked at the man with pale lips in front of her, and her mind unconsciously recalled the incident 2 days ago when Yu Luyun suddenly came to her. He said in a hoarse and trembling voice that he already knew who bullied her, and said that he would help him get revenge, and said that people like Zhao Xiaoyan were not worthy of her marriage. Nan Yan was naturally unwilling, and the two of them entangled for a while. Yu Luyun refused to give up or leave, and finally he mentioned Zhao Xiaoyan's fiancée. Then he made a promise with her. He said that if Zhao Xiaoyan really cared about you and could abandon Lin Pianran for you, he would leave completely from now on and never disturb their peaceful life again. But if he could not let go of his fiancée, then he would take her away without hesitation and would never let Zhao Xiaoyan see her again. After hearing this, Nan Yan pretended to be helpless and agreed. And then, there was the current scene. Nan Yan came out of her memories, and her thoughts returned to reality. She knew that Yu Luyun would not sit idly by after he found out who had ruined her innocence. But she didn't expect Yu Luyun to be so decisive, almost cutting off all the escape routes for the two. If she was really just a weak woman like the original owner, anyone would feel wronged and disappointed when they saw that the man who was about to marry her finally abandoned her and chose his ex when faced with such a choice between two options, no matter how deep the other party's reasons were. So after hearing the news brought by Yu Luyun, Nan Yan's face immediately showed a look of loss and sadness, and tears slid down her face one by one like beads with broken strings. Yu Luyun looked at Nan Yan crying in front of him, and his heart was bitter. He didn't know. Did Yin Yan like Zhao Xiaoyan so much now? So she became so painful and sad because of his choice. His fingers trembled slightly, and he wanted to reach out and hold her in his arms, and wipe her tears for her. But after that hand stretched out, he hesitated to touch her. He really had no ability to treat her now. Yu Luyun's voice became more and more dry and hoarse, and he coaxed her in a low voice. Yin Yan, don't cry. Okay? Zhao Xiaoyan is not worth your tears. People like him have too much responsibility. He will give up you for Lin Pianran at this moment, but he doesn't know whether he will give up you for others in the future. Don't be sad for him. Okay, let's go back. After hearing this, Nan Yan's whole body shook as if she couldn't stand steadily. She supported the table with one hand to stabilize her body, and pushed away his subconsciously stretched out palm with the other hand. She pursed her lips, and her usual rosy lips were now so pale that only a little blood remained between her lips. She raised her eyes slightly, looked straight at him, and suddenly said loudly, "You don't have to fool me. If he is really the kind of heartless, irresponsible man, how could I be with him?" Yu Luyan felt pain in his heart, especially when he saw her crying so helplessly and aggrieved. He felt a little sore in his eyes. Yes, you know what kind of person he is. You understand his difficulties. Everyone in this world has their own difficulties and reasons. It all depends on their own choices. I know you understand his difficulties. But isn't this what you care about? Otherwise, why are you so sad? Why cry so sadly? Hearing this, Nan Yan's tears dripped down her face again. She closed her eyes. Yes, everyone in this world has their own difficulties and reasons. Just as he said, if someone can give up on you for this person today, why can't he give up on you for someone else tomorrow? So, understanding this truth is one thing, but feeling sad and conflicted because of his choice is another. However, she only saw Zhao Xiuyan's sense of responsibility. After all, people with too strong a sense of morality will definitely not be able to beat people without morality. In fact, if she were in his position, she would definitely choose to save people. But even if she did, she would have to bear the consequences of losing another person. Otherwise, how could there be such a good thing in this world that would allow you to have the best of both worlds? Yu Luyan looked at her and suddenly whispered, Yan, do you remember? You once asked me this question. If you and Lin Pianran were in danger at the same time, who would I choose to save? My words are never false. No matter what Lin Pianran is experiencing, no matter how critical her situation is, I will definitely choose to see you without hesitation. Yan, do you remember? After hearing this, Nan Yan couldn't help but raise her eyes again. Her eyes were still a little red after crying, and she looked even more weak and pitiful. She looked at him with red eyes, not knowing whether she was blaming or suffering. Yes, you will choose me without hesitation. But if you don't love me, you will be more cruel than anyone else. And you will leave no room for me when you abandon me. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have turned out like this. It's all you. Everything is because of you. Why? Why do you do this? When she said the last sentence, Nan Yan suddenly became excited, and she rushed over as if she had suffered some kind of shock. Yu Luyan, do you hate me so much? Can't you see me? I've already stayed far away. Why? Why do you still bother me? She clutched his collar tightly with both hands, and her tears soaked his collar. Before she finished speaking, she couldn't hold on any longer. Her face turned pale, and her body leaned back straight, completely falling into a coma. Yan, what's wrong with you? Yu Luyan was stunned by this sudden change. His face turned pale, and his body subconsciously reached out to hold the person in his arms, carefully protecting her head with his palm. He hurriedly grabbed the limp hand, slightly felt the pulse, and was relieved after confirming that the other party was just overstimulated and fell into a coma. Yu Luyan hugged the person in his arms tighter and tighter, tears sliding down his eyes. He knew it was all his fault. He was a bastard. He was stupid. He turned everything into what it is now, and made the only person who loved him in the world suffer such pain and blow. But he really couldn't bear to let go. Yan. Yu Luyan finally took Nan Yan away. When Zhao Xiuyan finally stumbled back from the moat, the courtyard was empty. The girl who usually sat in the yard waiting for him was gone. The girl who would happily rush over when he came back and pull his sleeves to call him senior brother was taken away. Yan. Zhao Xiuyan obviously couldn't control his emotions. He coughed violently and felt a severe pain in his chest. He staggered from house to look for her, but he couldn't find her. Yan was nowhere to be found. She was really gone. She was really taken away. At that moment, the stabbing pain in Zhao Xiuyan's chest became more and more intense. He was panicked, terrified, and regretful. He seemed to be trapped in a dilemma that he couldn't get out of. A chaotic dead end. He struggled and bumped around in it, but couldn't find any way out. But what to do? It was clearly his own choice. He chose to save Lin Pianran. It was he who let Yan go. Looking at the empty courtyard, Zhao Xiuyan gradually felt an endless despair in his heart, which was completely out of reach and could not be resolved. And this despair seemed to reach its peak when he saw the jade lock that was left on the stone road in the yard. Endless regret and pain crept into Zhao Xiuyan's heart, spreading from his limbs and bones, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his body crazily, making Zhao Xiuyan extremely painful. And he didn't know what to do. He was deceived. Yu Liyun deceived him. Lin Pianran was fine. He went to save her just to save her life. He just couldn't watch her being bullied. But he was deceived from beginning to end. Zhao Xiuyan rushed over trembling and picked up the love lock that was lost on the ground. It was the first token he gave to Yan Yan. He held the jade lock tightly in his palm, and tears rolled down from his eyes instantly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't protect you well. At first, Zhao Xiuyan was in pain and remorse, hating himself for being too stupid and being deceived. But later, he was disgusted and desperate. The emotion suppressed in his heart finally couldn't be controlled. He was about to be driven crazy. It was Yu Liyun who deceived him, and it was him who took Yan Yan away. All of this is caused by that madman. It's all Yu Liyun's fault. He went against him again and again. And he hurt Yan Yan again and again. When he wanted to force Pianran to marry him, he didn't care that Pianran was already engaged to him. He took Pianran away from him by any means, beat him, imprisoned Pianran, and ruthlessly abandoned Yan Yan, letting her be trampled and bullied at will. But now, he regrets it, and madly took Yan Yan away from him. It's him. It's that madman. It was his fault from beginning to end. He harmed everyone and ruined everything that could have been perfect. Yan Yan had clearly agreed to his request, and they were about to get married. His wedding dress had already been embroidered. But on this last day, everything was ruined by him. Zhao Xiuyan's eyes were filled with bloodshot, and his cold face was completely distorted. He no longer had the calmness and rationality of the past. His hands were clenched tightly in his sleeves, and the veins on the back of his hands were stretched straight. He was almost out of control. He was Yan Yan's husband. He was Yan Yan's husband. As a husband, how could he watch his beloved wife being taken away and remain indifferent? He could ignore everything in the past. But not Yan Yan. Only Yan Yan was his. He would not let her go. He would not let her go. After this day, the original peace of Qingzhou City seemed to be completely broken. The Zhao family had broken off the engagement with the Lin family and then married a woman from the demon sect, which had caused a lot of uproar in the city. But somehow, the news was suddenly suppressed. It was said that the young master of the Zhao family had changed his mind and finally recognized the facts. After understanding the truth, he completely drew a line with the woman from the demon sect. Not only did he cancel the marriage, but he also tried to win over various forces in the martial arts world, and was vaguely targeting the Xuansong sect. In just half a month, Zhao Xiuyan was like a long sword that had been sharpened by someone, becoming sharper and more upright. This young master of the Zhao family, who used to have the most gentle and peaceful temperament, now seemed to have changed into a different person. He became cold and indifferent, and his style of doing things became more and more inhumane, especially when dealing with people from the demon sect. His methods were even more cruel and ruthless. If they didn't know that this fifth master Zhao was a righteous man from a famous family, those who had seen him kill the demon sect man in the Jianghu would doubt that this man was a demon who killed people without blinking an eye. On the other side, the people of Xuansong sect didn't know these things yet. That day, Yu Liyun brought the unconscious Nan Yan back to Xuansong sect and returned to their home. But even if he brought her back, the two of them now seemed to never be able to return to the state of being close to nature before. Since returning that day, Nan Yan always liked to sit quietly in the yard alone. The yard was still the same as before, and the maids in the house were still the same people as before, with almost no changes. The only thing that was a little ominous was the crabapple tree in the yard, which was transplanted by Yu Liyun from Qingzhou. The crabapple was indeed blooming, and the petals sometimes fell on the newly built swing under the tree, which was really beautiful. The mottled shadows of the trees reflected the golden light, and the tiny shadows swayed back and forth with the leaves in the wind. The petals would slowly fall, sometimes falling on Nan Yan. She sat on a stone bench not far away, trying to find a good angle, waiting for Yu Liyun to come to her. In fact, Nan Yan didn't have much resistance to Yu Liyun bringing her back. Besides, she was indeed taken care of very well these days, especially when she saw the arrogant and fierce words in front of her before, and the arrogant leader was now cautious and humble in front of her. She felt comfortable, but she had to restrain herself a little, and couldn't let her identity as a victim seem indifferent. Although the fact was indeed so. She calculated in her heart that it was estimated that in these few days, the world would almost end. So when Yu Liyun came over, what he saw was Nan Yin sitting quietly in front of the stone table in the courtyard. And he didn't know what he was thinking. The black hair was slightly blown by the wind, and the face looked even whiter. She just sat there quietly. Her eyes were clear and light. Her eyebrows were slightly drooping, and she looked at the direction not far away in a trance, as if she was looking at the crabapple flower, and as if she was recalling something through that direction. The whole person seemed to be isolated from the world and everyone behind her. Seeing Yin Yan's eyes like this, Yu Liyun's heart tightened. He almost subconsciously took a step forward, fearing that if he blinked, the person in front of him would disappear. During this period, Yu Liyun had always asked the maid to pay close attention to Nan Yan's movements. He was afraid that she would suffer too much and would be unable to think clearly. But the news he got was always that the lady refused to say anything. Her appetite was not very good, and she sat alone in the yard quietly for a whole day. After learning that Nan Yin was sitting alone in the yard again, Yu Liyun had no intention to deal with the affairs of the church. But he couldn't help but go to see him. He knew who she was sad for. She had fallen in love with Zhao Xiuyan. But she was sad because of Zhao Xiuyan's choice. She said she didn't care, but she was still sad in her heart. He knew that Yin Yan seemed weak, but it was difficult to change after making up her mind. She understood Zhao Xiuyan's difficulties, but she still felt lost because of his difficulties. Yu Liyun looked at Yin Yan's appearance, watched her fingers gently stroke the petals, watched her seem to be closed up, and finally couldn't help it, took the cloak from the maid, and slowly walked behind her. Yu Liyun leaned forward, slightly lowered his waist, covered her with the cloak from behind, and moved his upper body closer, as if he wanted to hug her whole body in his arms. It was obviously just a simple action. But the moment he approached, Nan Yan's body suddenly tensed and stiffened, and she couldn't relax for a long time. She was resisting his approach. Yu Liyun noticed the stiffness of her body, and there seemed to be unstoppable bitterness in his heart. He was a little unwilling and a little desperate. She obviously liked him so much before. Why would she resist him uncontrollably when he approached her a little bit? But he couldn't force her to do anything without considering her wishes. He couldn't let her suffer any harm or coercion anymore. Yu Liyun took a deep breath and slowly let her go. He turned around to see her eyelashes drooping and her face slightly pale. He couldn't help but worry in his heart and asked softly, "You've been sitting outside for so long. Are you cold? Do you want to go back to the house and lie down for a while?" When Yu Liyun said this, he seemed to subconsciously reach out to hold her fingers to test the temperature of her hands. He knew that she had always been cold, especially during this period of time. Her body temperature would always be lower than usual. As a result, as soon as he reached out, Nan Yin subconsciously avoided him. This subconscious avoidance made Yu Liyun's fingers stiffen instantly. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two of them solidified and stagnated. Yu Liyun felt as if there was a big hole in his heart. An endless cold wind and chill kept pouring in, blowing cold wind, making his heart cold and painful. Nan Yin seemed to realize that something was wrong. She shook her head gently, as if she was not used to his approach, and whispered, "I'm fine. Don't worry." Yu Liyun's mouth twitched, and his fingers stopped stiffly in the air, and finally curled up and retracted. He tried his best to pretend that nothing had happened and smiled at her, but the bitterness in his heart almost overwhelmed him. How could he go back to the past? He really regretted it. It was his fault. He was a jerk and selfish, and everything had become what it is today. But he really couldn't let go. Yu Liyun took Nan Yin back to the house, because it was getting dark outside. The wind was blowing in the yard. The cool breeze in the evening still felt a little cool on people's faces. Seeing Nan Yan's face getting paler, Yu Liyun hesitated for a moment, but still carefully held her hand, and then stayed in the house with Yin Yin for the whole afternoon. In fact, Yin Yin didn't pay much attention to him. He seldom responded when he spoke, and Yu Liyun didn't mind. He just looked at her quietly, and he was satisfied just by looking at her. When it was time to rest at night, he looked at Nan Yin, who was leaning on the edge of the bed and was reluctant to rest. He felt a little bitter in his heart, but he couldn't help but touch her hair and comforted her softly. "Go to sleep. You have had abdominal pain these days, and you may not sleep well at night. I just want to warm your stomach. I won't do anything you don't want to do. Don't be afraid. Go to sleep." Hearing him say this, Nan Yin was slightly stunned for a moment. For a moment, she seemed to think of what happened in the past. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said softly, "Thank you." Yu Luyun said him softly. He didn't know why the two of them became so unfamiliar. They were so unfamiliar that she had to thank him when he helped her relieve the pain. But they were obviously husband and wife. And they should be the closest people in the world. After Nan Yin got his assurance, she lay quietly on the bed, then turned sideways, and fell asleep with her back to him. After her breathing became even, Yu Luyun carefully turned her over, looked at her slightly frowning face, and then carefully put his hand on her abdomen. At that moment, he felt that the two of them seemed to have returned to the past. Yu Luyun just looked at her quietly, watching her originally slightly frowned eyebrows slightly relax, and watching her body gradually relax. He gently reached over with his other hand, held her fingers, and held them tightly, as if those things had never happened between them. Looking at Nan Yin like this, Yu Luyun's eyes seemed to be filled with a layer of mist uncontrollably. He closed his eyes, then slowly lowered his head, and kissed his former wife's forehead lightly, and tears accidentally dripped onto her hair. Can't let go. Can't let go. It's like a thorn in the heart. It will be painful to remove it. If not remove it, let it slowly merge with the flesh, so that it won't be painful, he thought. If it can be like this, it doesn't matter if the two of them live a lifetime of respect for each other. He is willing to accompany her, guard him, and just watch her quietly for a lifetime, and she will never leave him again. It's a pity that things don't go as planned. Sometimes the more you want to do something well, the worse it is to do it. Reality always inadvertently gives people a fatal blow. Soon, the news that the Jianghu was going to attack the demon sect finally came out. Zhao Xiuyan gathered a lot of Jianghu heroes through some unknown means, preparing to attack the demon sect. Most of these people had a lot of grievances with the former Xiansong sect, and some messy new and old grudges were all counted against Xiansong sect. This is probably the first direct confrontation between the two forces. Some time ago, Xuansong sect was powerful, but it was just a small fight. Yu Luyun never fought against them directly, so the decent people tolerated it. In addition, Xuansong sect seemed to be more peaceful during this period. It has been a long time since the news of Yu Luyun making trouble was heard in the martial arts world. But now someone has completely torn his face with the demon sect. This happened suddenly, but it was inevitable. In fact, the two forces have been keeping to themselves recently. The decent people do not govern the sphere of influence of the demon sect, and the members of the demon sect have also restrained their actions and no longer interfere with the recuperation of the righteous. The two forces have been maintaining a certain superficial peace. But there are also people who stir up trouble and fish in troubled waters. Now this false image of peace has been completely broken. Although many of them are just people who join in the fun, the gathered heroes are enough to deal with the followers of the demon cult. What's more, Zhao Xiuyan has only one purpose in attacking the demon cult, which is to kill Yu Luyun completely and bring back his fiancée. He doesn't care whether those people are righteous or sincere. He only cares about his fiancée now. There are rumors and disputes in the world. People don't know the inside story and the private grievances between the two people. But it is still imperative to attack the demon cult. When the followers of Xiansong cult heard the news, they did cause some panic, but they were soon appeased. After all, they didn't know how many decent people had hunted down and besieged them in the past few years. But as long as the leader of Xiansong cult is not dead, those people will not invade and destroy Xiansong cult so easily. So Yu Luyun has been very busy recently, dealing with various matters in the sect, and suppressing the remnants of the old generation who took the opportunity to stir up trouble. However, it may not be so easy to overcome the difficulties this time, because his injuries have not been completely healed since he returned from Qingzhou City. Yu Luyun rubbed his eyebrows, but he couldn't tell his wife about these troubles. He protected Nan Yin very well, and no news from the martial arts world came in. But there was one thing that Nan Yin accidentally knew. In fact, Murong Tua also came back with him this time. Murong Tua didn't know what happened between Yu Luyun and his senior brother that day. He only knew that after his senior brother rescued Pianran, he learned that Yan Yin was taken back by Yu Luyun. After hearing this news, Murong Tua followed him without hesitation. He originally wanted to take Yan Yin away, but he was still defeated by Yu Luyun. He was discovered and arrested, and finally locked up in the underground palace of Xuansong sect. Nan Yin only found out about this matter later. That night, when Yu Luyun came to accompany her for dinner, she casually asked, "Did you lock up Murong Tua?" Yu Luyun chuckled, picked up some food for her, and explained in a low voice, "Don't worry. I don't plan to kill him. That kid is too stupid and impulsive. I'm afraid he will make trouble again and do some messy things at that time. So I locked him up in the underground palace to suppress his temper. After a while, I will let him out." Hearing this, Nan Yin didn't ask any more questions. She thought to herself that the boy was indeed impulsive, so it would be better to lock him up, lest he ruin her plans. So Nan Yin took the time to go to the underground palace again, and indeed saw Murong Tua, who was imprisoned. Except for his slightly pale face, everything else was fine, and he was not seriously injured. He was originally sitting in a corner in a daze, staring at the skylight above his head in a daze. When he saw her, he subconsciously rushed over, holding the iron door frame with both hands, looking at her with slightly red eyes, revealing some regret and grievance in his eyes, and he didn't know whether he was guilty or guilty. In the end, the two of them didn't say a word. When Nan Yin returned to the yard, she saw the leader who had been very busy recently, rolling up her sleeves with both hands, and who knew what she was busy with in her small kitchen. Thick smoke billowed from time to time, scaring the maids in her room to rush out one by one, fearing that the leader would kill them to cheer them up, and then make a plate of braised made meat for the leader's wife. Nan Yin saw the leader busy in the room, and finally couldn't help but go in and drag him out. When he was dragged out, he saw that the wise and powerful leader in the past was now in such a miserable and dusty state. Nan Yin was still brewing a sad mood and was ready to teach him a lesson. But when she looked up and saw the other party's appearance, she couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, she felt a little uncomfortable again, so she deliberately put on a stern face, loosened her sleeves, and asked him, "What are you doing? You scared my maids." The leader stared at her blankly, holding the bowl of steaming longevity noodles in his hand. For a moment, he was still a little stunned, looking at the long-lost smile she just showed. Suddenly, a shy smile appeared on his face, like a young boy who had just fallen in love, busy for a whole afternoon just to make a decent bowl of longevity noodles for his sweetheart. "Don't you remember? Today is your birthday. I've been thinking about what gift to give you for a long time. Then I remembered, when the master was still alive, he would personally make you a bowl of longevity soup every year on your birthday. I also want to learn how to make one for you. What do you think? Does it look very similar to what you've eaten before?" he said, as he handed the bowl of steaming noodles to her. The aroma of the broth was overflowing, and the bowl was still steaming. A few green cabbages were sprinkled on the milky white noodles, and a few green onion leaves next to them were carefully picked out by him. Nan Yin looked at the man's fingers that had been burned red, pulled him to sit aside, put the bowl of noodles on the table, and then asked in a low voice, "Are your hands not hot?" The other party seemed to react at this time, looked down at his palm that she was holding, and it was slightly red from the heat. He wanted to hold her hand with his backhand, but was worried about being rejected again, so he hesitated and curled his fingers twice, then smiled at her. "Such a small injury is nothing. It will heal soon." He picked up the chopsticks again. "By the way, this noodle will easily become lumps if it is left for a long time. You have to eat it while it is hot. I haven't cooked for a long time, and my cooking skills may not be as good as what Dad made for you in previous years. But I will practice diligently in the future and try to make it as good as Dad's. Don't be disgusted." "Okay." After he finished speaking, he didn't know what he remembered, and he started to talk to himself again. "Also, I heard from the maid last time that you wanted to eat the osmanthus cake at the foot of the mountain. I have asked someone to buy the craftsmanship of that shop. When I learn it, I will make it for you." A demon cult leader turned out to be her house husband. Nan Yin felt very accomplished, but she still looked uncomfortable. Her eyelashes trembled. "Aren't you very busy recently? Why do you still waste time doing these meaningless things?" Yu Luyun was slightly stunned, and then smiled dryly. "How can this be considered a meaningless thing? It's obviously your birthday. Do you think my craftsmanship is not as good as your father's? Then how about I make another one?" He was about to get up, and was really ready to make another one. But Nan Yin subconsciously pulled his sleeve. Yu Luyun looked down at her quietly. Nan Yin pursed her lips and looked at him as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to start. So her long eyelashes drooped slightly, and she didn't say the last word. She reached out and gently picked up the chopsticks he handed over, picked up the noodles, and began to eat them in small bites. The rich aroma of the soup spread in her mouth. After tasting a few mouthfuls, she glanced at him again. There seemed to be some surprise in her eyes. She lowered her head and drank another mouthful of soup. Her posture was delicate and beautiful. Seeing Nan Yin like this, Yu Luyun knew that his whole afternoon was not in vain. He unconsciously showed a satisfied smile on his face, and his heart seemed to be soaked in a pool of warm water, soft and numb. He knew she liked it. He had tasted the noodles made by the master for her before, and the taste was not as good as his. He raised his hand and poured her another cup of light osmanthus tea. When Nan Yin had almost finished eating, she drank some scented tea to relieve her greasiness, and then took a handkerchief from the maid beside her and gently wiped her cheek. When she was about to stand up, she didn't know what happened, but suddenly she felt that her consciousness became a little slow. She held her forehead and subconsciously turned her head to look at Yu Luyun beside her. Just as she was about to speak, her whole body suddenly fell back uncontrollably. Then he grabbed her into his arms. Yu Luyun looked down at his wife, who was still somewhat conscious in his arms, and suddenly couldn't help but smile. Although he was smiling, his eyes were uncontrollably red. He lowered his head and kissed her cheek, whispering to comfort her, "Don't be afraid. It's just some very common drugs. When the effect of the drugs wears off, you will recover." Nan Yan's eyes showed obvious confusion. Her eyes were a little wet, a little unbelievable, and a little aggrieved. She tried to stand up, but found that she was weak all over and had no strength to stand up. Yu Luyun held her in his arms, and his movements became more gentle. "Yan Yan, is my cooking skill okay? I haven't cooked for many years. When I was a child, I made longevity noodles for my mother. At that time, my mother joked that she was benefiting from her future daughter-in-law. Alas, I also want to cook for Yan Yan for the rest of my life, and want to accompany you on every birthday in the future. It's a pity that there are always people who disturb us." After he finished speaking, he sighed softly, and his eyes fell on her face with affection. "Yan Yan, Zhao Xiuyan brought a lot of people this time, come to attack our Xuansong sect. I know what he means, but I don't want to hand you over to him, because he also made you sad and cry, and he also disappointed you. That person has too much sense of responsibility. Zhao Xiuyan and I are not worthy of you. We have hurt you before, so I plan to let others take you away from here." When Yu Luyun said this, he held her tighter. A strand of hair on his shoulder slid down with the movement and fell on Nan Yan's eyelids. She weakly hooked her fingers on his collar and shook her head gently. "Don't." Zhao Xiuyan held her fingers, placed them on her lips, and kissed them gently. "Don't be afraid. I originally wanted to let the subordinates in the sect take you away, but it's better to be safe than sorry. This time, the two forces are confronting each other, and Zhao Xiuyan and I will definitely fight to the death. If I didn't die, the group of subordinates who took you away would naturally be honest and dare not commit crimes. But if I died, they would definitely not let you go, let alone protect you with all their heart. So I found another person." In fact, Yu Luyun was not sure about his chances of fighting against Zhao Xiuyan this time. His condition was not very good. His internal injuries had not healed. In addition to the severe blows he had suffered previously, he might really die in this battle. He pursed his lips and kissed the corner of her lips carefully. His voice was hoarse, containing endless reluctance and attachment. "The boy imprisoned in the dungeon is a little stupid, but he is very simple and full of enthusiasm. I know you don't like him, but you can control him. He will listen to you and won't bully you like me and Zhao Xiuyan. Yan Yan, I don't think I have ever told you that I like you. I'm sorry that I sent you away again regardless of your wishes. As a husband, I really didn't fulfill my responsibilities at all. I will apologize to you in the next life." "Okay." After saying the last sentence, Nan Yan's consciousness seemed to be unable to support it anymore. She seemed to feel a drop of warm tears dripping on her eyelids in a daze. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, but she finally lost consciousness completely. Chapter 158. When Nan Yan regained consciousness, she felt as if she was swaying, and she felt the urge to continue sleeping. She slowly opened her eyes and heard a familiar voice above her head. "Yan Yan, you finally woke up?" There was a hint of anxiety and joy in the voice, as if she was finally relieved. Nan Yan was very familiar with this person's voice. She raised her eyes slightly and saw Murong Tu outside the carriage. One hand lifted the curtain, and the other hand pulled the reins, as if he had noticed the slight movement in the carriage, and then looked back at her. His eyes were burning and surprised. Nan Yin stroked her swollen forehead and subconsciously asked, "Where is this place?" She shook her head vigorously to keep her consciousness clear, and then seemed to think of something. As soon as she sat up, she subconsciously reached out to lift the car curtain, but she saw a green forest and weeds outside. She had no idea where this place was. Nan Yin obviously hadn't reacted yet. There was a trace of confusion in her eyes, and her brows were slightly frowned. "Stop! Why am I here? And you? Why are you here too?" Murong Tuo looked at her. He could not even stand steadily, and almost knelt at the window. Hearing her anxious shout, he pulled the reins tightly, stopped the carriage, and then reached out to support her. He explained in a soothing tone, "Don't be afraid, Yan Yin. Don't worry. We have already left Xuansong sect. It was that demon. No. It was Yu Liyun who asked me to take you away. Now Xuansong sect is not peaceful, and there are constant disputes on the top of the mountain. Many people are taking advantage of the fire to rob. Can I take you away? Let's go to Jiangnan." "Okay. I heard that Jiangnan has beautiful scenery. I'm not going to Jiangnan." After hearing what Murong Tuo said, Nan Yin almost subconsciously shouted at him. She turned her head and took another look at the scene outside that was not familiar to her. A trace of panic and anxiety appeared in her eyes. She quickly remembered what happened yesterday evening. Her face, which was originally rosy due to deep sleep, turned pale almost instantly. It was Yu Liyun who drugged her and sent her away. But this time it was not abandoned, but because Xuansong sect was besieged by people brought by Zhao Xiuyan. Thinking of this, Nan Yan's memories became clearer and clearer. And then she suddenly rushed in front of Murong Tuo, holding his collar tightly with both hands, and asked anxiously, "Where are they? Why do you want to send me away alone again? Why you? Where is my husband? Take me back quickly. I want to go back." Murong Tuo subconsciously protected her body that rushed over to him. This was the first time that Yin Yin threw herself into his arms without caring about anything. But he wanted her to send her to another man. How could Murong Tuo be willing? He stretched out his hand and held her arm tightly. The warm body temperature came to each other through the clothes. Murong Tuo looked down at her eyes, then shook his head decisively. "No, you can't go back. Senior brother and Yu Liyun. The two of them are completely crazy. Now they are provoking a war between the two sides just to kill each other. It will be dangerous for you to go back. You can't go back." Yan Yin. Nan Yin couldn't control her emotions for a moment after hearing this. She was so angry that she yelled at him, and her nails almost sank into his flesh, causing a tingling pain. She shouted anxiously. Tears were about to fall out. "I want to go back. Xuansong sect is my home. One of them is my husband, and the other is the person I like. How can I watch them kill each other and do nothing? Take me back, Murong Tuo. Please, I beg you. I can't leave. I want to go back." "Yan Yin, don't do this." Murong Tuo's eyes instantly turned red when he saw her out of control. He held her wrist tightly, trying his best to calm her down, and coaxed her in a low voice. "Yan Yin, can you come with me? Can I? If you don't want to go to Jiangnan, I can take you to Saibei, and I can take you out to sea. Let's go to an island in the outer world. We'll find a beautiful place. Build a wooden house with 2 entrances. Raise a few chickens, ducks, cats and dogs, and plant some fruit trees in the yard. When the fruits are ripe, I'll climb up the tree to pick them, and you'll direct them from below. We can also row a boat together to pick lotus pods by the lake in midsummer. During the day, I'll go to work in the fields, and when we come back at night, we'll cool off under the trees and count the stars. Yan Yin, will you come with me? I'm no worse than my senior brother. In the future, I'll love you, take care of you, and stay with you forever. Please, come with me. Okay?" Murong Tuo lowered his head, and his clear eyes showed a look of hope, and his eyes were slightly moist. He held Nan Yan's hand tightly, and the temperature was so hot that it seemed to burn through people's skin. His eyes fell on the face of the person opposite him, unwilling to miss any expression on her face. This time, he finally spoke out all the thoughts that had been buried in his heart for a long time. No one interfered. He had never had the opportunity before, but now he could finally speak out. He offered his heart sincerely. without reservation, and handed it all over, just asking her to look down at him. After hearing those words, Nan Yin stared at the person in front of her, and the whole person seemed a little stunned, especially after seeing the sincere and unpretentious eyes in his eyes. A trace of guilt flashed in Nan Yin's eyes. She closed her eyes, and finally gently broke free from his palm, shook her head and whispered, "I'm sorry. I have someone I really like, and I have promised him my whole life, and I can't go with you anymore." Her fingertips curled up and slowly pulled away from his palm. Murong Tua felt as if his heart was also pulled out by her. His face turned pale inch by inch. He was a little unwilling, and chased after her tightly, holding her fingertips and entangled. "Yen Yen, I don't mind whether you have me in your heart, as long as you are willing to give me a chance. I don't mind anything. I will treat you very well. I will treat you better than my senior brother. I will listen to you. Never bully you for the rest of my life. I will change my temper. I will also become mature. You like someone like my senior brother. I will learn his temperament. I beg you. Give me a chance. Come with me. Okay?" He was a little anxious to speak incoherently, looking at her closely, with a pleading look in his eyes. But the person on the opposite side still pushed away his entangled hand. Not only that, Nan Yin mercilessly gave him another fatal blow. "I'm sorry. Even if you learn to be like him, you will not be his. And the person I like is not you." She shook her head. Her tone was more serious than ever. At this moment, Murong Tua suddenly felt a little pathetic. It turned out that all the things he had done were useless from beginning to end. The person she liked was never him. He calculated so much, did so many impulsive things, took her away from his senior brother, and caused her to be snatched away by Yu Luyun, which eventually led to the two of them completely tearing their faces apart. Now they are fighting on the top of the mountain. But in the end, it is all in vain. The person she likes has never been him. Murong Tuo's eyes seemed to have accumulated a layer of hazy mist, making his vision a little blurry. His eyes were astringent and sore, and he couldn't help but want to close his eyes. But he couldn't bear to let her out of his sight. He knew that the person she liked now was not him, but he still felt unwilling. He looked at her painfully and desperately, and asked her hoarsely, "Yen Yen, if, that night, the person with you was me, would you have liked me a little bit?" He wanted to know if it wasn't because of what his senior brother did to her. If he and his senior brother were on the same starting line, would she treat them the same way? Would he have been able to get a little bit of her favor? Nan Yen raised her face. Her eyes were slightly moist, and the corners of her eyes were slightly red. She shook her head at him. "Murong Tua, there is no if in this world, and I don't want to lie to you. From the beginning, the person I relied on to get close to was senior brother Zhao. If it wasn't him that night, I wouldn't agree." Nan Yen couldn't help but shed tears. She reached out and grabbed his wrist again, her eyes full of pleading and anxiety. "So, I beg you, take me back. I can't just watch them kill each other. I can't see either of them die. It's better to die together." Murong Tua finally understood now. It turned out that no matter what he did, the ending was doomed from the beginning. From the beginning, the person she relied on was her senior brother. Or perhaps it was doomed from the first time the three of them met. It was obviously him who grabbed her first. But in the end, she accidentally fell into her senior brother's arms. Probably from that moment on, he had already lost without knowing it. Murong Tua raised his hand to cover his eyes, and water dripped between his fingers. After a long while, he turned sideways, and his face looked dim and pathetic in the light and shadow. She heard him say in a hoarse voice, "Okay, I know. I'll take you back." On the other side, the Xian Songsek mountain was in chaos at this time. The two people fighting made a lot of noise, and both sides were merciless. Zhao Xiuyan had people search the entire Xuansong sect, but still couldn't find Nan Yen. From the initial forbearance and restraint to the current complete loss of control, the new and old hatreds can finally be completely settled today. Zhao Xiuyan clenched the hilt of the sword, staring at the person in front of him with a cold and murderous look. "Yu Luyun, you are seriously injured and have not recovered yet. Even if you fight hard, you can't hold out for long, and I will not let you leave alive today. I only ask you one question. Where did you hide Yen Yen? If you tell the truth, I can still leave you a whole body today. Otherwise, I will let you." Zhao Xiuyan stared at the obviously injured person not far away. His eyes became more and more cold and sarcastic. Zhao Xiuyan used to believe in forgiving others. But now, he just wants to cut the man in front of him into pieces. But it is difficult to relieve his resentment. Yu Liyun raised his fingertips and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked back at the man in front of him. And suddenly a sneer appeared in his eyes. Zhao Xiuyan, you and I are not worthy of mentioning Yanyan's name. We are all bastards. We have made her sad. So we are not worthy of being with her. You said you love her. But didn't you choose someone else in the end? How can you protect her for a lifetime? Hearing this, Zhao Xiuyan's eyes suddenly sank into a dark color. And it was obvious that he was out of control. His emotions became unstable again. His breathing became much faster. His usually cold eyes stared at the person in front of him. And a trace of resentment appeared in his eyes. Shut up. That's because you lied to me. What qualifications do you have to say such things? You have been deceiving me from the beginning to the end. You threatened Pianran. And you said you wanted to destroy her. All this is because of you. If it weren't for you, Yanyan and I would live happily together. We would get married soon. It's you who ruined everything for everyone. It's all because of your selfishness. He forced out a hoarse resentment from his throat. And endured the endless murderous intent surging in his chest. Yu Liyun raised his eyes. And a trace of sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. But you still chose someone else. Didn't you? You still disappointed her. Do you know that she cried so sadly that day? She was looking forward to you coming to take her away. But you turned around and looked for your fiancé without hesitation. You, like me, have made her sad and disappointed. His eyes were dark. But he couldn't help but smile. A weird smile. So, I let someone else take her away. And I will never see you again in this life. This is what Yanyan promised herself. In this life, you will be like me, forever sinking in guilt and regret. And don't even think about seeing her again. Hearing this, Zhao Xiuyan seemed to be unable to control his uncontrolled emotions anymore. His chest rose and fell violently. And he suddenly felt an endless panic in his heart. He stared at the person who was speaking in front of him. He clenched the hilt tightly with his fingers, and could no longer restrain the murderous intent and anger in his heart. You lied to me. You are talking nonsense. Yanyan can't leave with anyone else. She said that she would love me and marry me. Oh, do I have to lie to you? Yu Liyun raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth and looked at him coldly. Do you think everyone in this world will stay there and wait for you to regret it? Yanyan has a soft temperament, but a firm heart. You hurt her heart. Do you still think that she will wait for you forever? Shut up. It's you. You are the one who made trouble. You ruined our originally peaceful life. And you are the one who deserves to die the most from beginning to end. I will kill you and go find her. I want you to never disturb the peaceful life of Yanyan and me in this life. And you can't even think that I will give up Yanyan. There was a faint trace of blood in Zhao Xiuyan's eyes. He clenched the long sword in his hand and began to attack Yu Liyun frantically. He had always had the upper hand. Yu Liyun was seriously injured and exhausted. He could quickly deal with him. But just during the conversation, his mind was disturbed. His breath was unstable. And his emotions were in chaos. All he could think about was whether Yanyan really didn't want him anymore. Whether she really left with someone else and would never forgive him again. As soon as he was distracted, Yu Liyun on the opposite side saw his flaw. His palm was sharp and swift. With a murderous intent, he used almost all his strength to attack his chest. If this palm really hit him, Zhao Xiuyan would be injured if not dead. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from his side, trembling and calling his name, with a crying and begging tone. Husband, don't. Yu Liyun was distracted for a moment. He seemed to hear Yanyan's begging and crying. In fact, since she came back that day, she has never called him husband again. Now, in order to prevent him from hurting the person she likes, she called him husband again, still in that pleading tone. Yu Liyun glimpsed the pale figure beside him, who was rushing over from not far away regardless of anything. He was unwilling, but in the end, he couldn't bear to see her sad, and resisted the backlash of the palm force. The palm originally aimed at Zhao Xiuyan's chest slightly deviated and finally hit his shoulder. This time, he used less than 30% of his strength, and because he was unable to stop in time, his strength backfired, and his internal organs surged with blood, and he spit out blood uncontrollably. Yu Liyun's whole body retreated. His breath was unstable, but he didn't expect that the moment he stopped, Zhao Xiuyan on the opposite side had completely lost control. He gripped the hilt of the sword. His eyes were dark, and he stabbed at his heart without hesitation. Poochie. The sound of the long sword piercing the flesh sounded. The bright red blood splashed out, and the warm liquid splashed on Zhao Xiuyan's eyebrows, inadvertently dyeing his eyebrows red. Originally, the sword was stabbed into Yu Liuyan's heart, which could definitely take his life, but it was blocked by a soft and slender figure in the middle. Zhao Xiuyan was stunned for a moment. At that moment, it seemed as if all the blood in his body had solidified in an instant. He looked at the woman standing in front of Yu Liuyan. The long sword pierced her entire soft body, almost without any hindrance. The tip of the sword touched the chest of the man behind her, only piercing a layer of his flesh, and dyeing the color of his chest red. He lowered his head again, and looked at his palm. Cough, cough, cough. Nan Yan's coughing sounded lightly. Zhao Xiuyan finally reacted, and the blood on his face instantly faded away. He held the hilt of the sword in his hand, and the whole person seemed to be a little unstable. And the sword in his hand was also shaking. Yen. The hilt of the sword in his hand was shaking, and he almost didn't dare to look at his hand. Then he trembled and threw the long sword. With a clang, the sound of the weapon falling to the ground. He didn't know whether he was crying or regretting. He trembled all over and rushed towards the person on the ground regardless of anything. The whole person seemed to be crazy. At this moment, Zhao Xiuyan was completely panicked. He felt as if his heart had been pierced by the sword. He was so scared that his heart was about to stop. His emotions had completely collapsed. He tightly covered Nan Yan's wound with his fingers, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Yan. I'm sorry. Why? Why did you rush over? He didn't even know when she rushed out. She did it without hesitation and blocked the person opposite her. Why? Why did she do this? Why would she rather die than protect the person who had hurt her? Did she love her husband so deeply? Nan Yan finally recovered from her chaotic consciousness. The foot of the mountain of Xian Song sect was indeed besieged. As soon as she and Murong Tu came back, they dispersed in the chaos. She took the opportunity to find it, and saw that scene. Nan Yan felt a slight numbness in her chest, and blood kept flowing out. She leaned on the chest of the man behind her, and was hugged tightly by him. She seemed to feel his tears dripping on her face, then coughed a few times, and looked up at the pale Yu Liuyan in front of her. At this moment, Yu Liuyan could no longer care about other things. He mobilized all his strength to protect her heart, and called her name in a low and trembling voice. Yan. Hold on. But she gently held her fingers. She shook her head, swallowed a breath, and opened her mouth. But a lot of blood gushed out. No. Keep it for yourself. Seeing the blood flowing out of her mouth, Yu Liuyan almost collapsed. He held back the heartache in his chest, and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with trembling fingers. But the more he wiped, the more blood there was. Yu Liuyan held her fingers tightly. Tears fell heavily on her face. He hugged her shoulders tightly. Why? Didn't I ask someone to take you away? What are you doing back? Why did you rush over? Who told you to rush over? I deserve to die. But why did you block me? Don't you know you will die? Nan Yan groped and touched his face. Fingers raised with difficulty and powerlessness, wiped away the tears that seemed to flow endlessly. And her tone became a little sad. You also know that you will die. Why do you two have to fight to the death like this? You two, one is my former husband, and the other is the person I like. Do you know that if either of you is killed by the other, I will never feel at ease in my life? If I stay with the remaining person, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. When she said this, she took a breath and turned her head with difficulty. It took a lot of effort to finally see Zhao Xiuyan, who was panicking and completely out of control. His eyes were red, and he only knew to call her name over and over again. Fear, regret, and guilt almost overwhelmed him. He accidentally hurt the most important person in his life. He hurt his sweetheart, and hurt his Yan. Nan Yan reached out to touch his eyebrows. Her eyes drifted away, and she wanted to show him a gentle smile. But she accidentally coughed again, and the blood she coughed out almost soaked her dress. And the blood was getting more and more. Because of the pain, she grabbed his sleeves tightly. Tears slid down from her eyes, sank into her temples, and wet a strand of hair. I don't blame you. I have never blamed you, Senior Brother Zhao. I have waited for you for a long time. Zhao Xiuyan heard what she said. Tears kept falling like a broken string. He only felt pain in his heart. The pain was so severe that he almost stopped breathing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hurt you. I also made you sad. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Please hit me. You can punish me in any way. Nan Yin shook her head. She tried to reach out to touch his face. Tears overflowed from her eyes. No. I don't blame you. I have always known what kind of person senior brother is. So I like you. I just feel a little disappointed. I waited for you for so long that day. But, as long as you coax me, it will be fine. Nan Yin finally showed him a pale smile, and gently stroked his eyebrows with her fingers. I like the way senior brother Zhao smiles gently. Don't be sad. Look at you. What have you become now? Your eyebrows and eyes are much darker. You are not like the senior brother Zhao I liked before. I like you before. She tried to raise her head and kissed the corner of his lips. She tightly wrapped her hands around his neck and whispered in his ear intermittently. Do you remember that night? You said you would take me to Wuxian Mountain to see the crabapple flowers. When the flowers there bloom, they will be connected in pieces, looming in the clouds and mist. You promised to take me to see. Take me home. Xiao Yin. Her tears fell again. I want to go home with you. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and looked at Yu Liyun, who was still holding her, and refused to let go. A trace of hope slowly appeared in her eyes. She opened her lips slightly and said weakly, Let me go, husband. Yu Liyun almost lost all the ability to refuse. He just felt as if the piece of his heart was dug out by someone. Tears fell one by one. Facing Nan Yan's pleading look, he finally let go with trembling fingers. I'm sorry. It's all his fault. He is too selfish. He harmed everyone. But why? He is not the one who died? Obviously. He is the one who deserves to die the most. Nan Yin couldn't help but bend the corners of her mouth. She reached out her hand to the person opposite her, and Zhao Xiaoyan hugged her tightly into his arms, almost pressing her into the depths of his heart. He held her carefully. I'll take you home. We'll go to Wuxian Mountain to see the crabapple blossoms. I'll take you back to Qingzhou. We'll go home. Please hold on. Okay. I'll take you to see a doctor first. I'll find a miracle doctor to save you. Yan. Don't die. Please don't die. Zhao Xiaoyan didn't know what to say. He had never hated himself so much as he did at this moment. He actually hurt the most important person to him with his own hands. Nan Yin tried to climb his neck with both hands. She buried her head in his neck. The warm liquid overflowed into Zhao Xiaoyan's neck. Her lips opened and closed slightly, and her voice became weaker and weaker. Well, I won't die. I'm very happy. Xiaoyan, you finally came to take me home. I will hold on. But, Xiaoyan, please hold me tighter. I seem to be a little cold. Zhao Xiaoyan felt more and more painful as he listened. His heart was like a knife. Holding her body seemed to have exhausted all his life strength. Xiaoyan, I'm a little sleepy. Her eyelids became heavier and heavier. She tried to open her eyelids and wanted to open her eyes to see him. But she couldn't open them. Her voice became softer and softer. And in the end, she could hardly hear it. She said softly, Xiaoyan, I'll sleep for a while. Can you wake me up when we get home? She then said, Zhao Xiaoyan. Actually, Lin Pianran is also a good girl. Forgive me. The last sentence was said with some regret and hesitation, as if he was reluctant to give up. But he was forced to do so, and his voice was inaudible. Zhao Xiaoyan staggered while holding her. His knees bent, and he fell heavily to the ground. And he almost fell down. He carefully protected the person in his arms to prevent her from getting hurt. I don't want to. How could I forget you? Yan. Don't say that. Don't say that. I won't forget you. Don't push me to others. Please. Zhao Xiaoyan tried to explain. I just owe Lin Pianran. I just want to end the past between her and me. The person I like is you. The person I care about has always been you. Yan. Don't push me away. Don't leave me. It was a pity that the person in his arms could no longer hear. The fingers that had been clinging to his neck also slipped from his shoulders with the movement, and fell weakly at his side. Her eyes were completely closed, and even the blood on her lips seemed to have lost its luster and became dim. At this moment, his sweetheart completely disappeared, lying in his arms, killed by his own hands. Zhao Xiaoyan only felt the pain of his chest breaking, and countless needles piercing his head, making him feel like he was hit hard. And he almost wailed in pain uncontrollably, desperate and desolate. After that day, The melee on the mountain of Xuansong sect finally stopped. It didn't last long. And it stopped because of the truce between the leaders of both sides. After Zhao Xiuyan left, no one knew where he went. And no one knew what happened between him and the leader of Xuansong sect, Yu Luyuan. But that day, someone heard the sound of someone crying miserably on the mountainside. Crying blood? Like the cry of a trapped beast. Later, someone mentioned that he had been seen at the foot of the mountain. But he seemed to have suffered a serious injury. He was in a daze, talking to himself, and no one knew what he was saying. He was also seen holding a bloody woman in his arms and heading south, which seemed to be the direction back to Qingzhou City. After Yu Luyuan cleaned up the mess of Xuansong sect, he gave up the position of leader. On the day he left, he went to the yard where his wife used to live, took away all the things his wife used to use, and then disappeared completely. As time passed, the world returned to its former calm. It was unknown how long it had been. So long that the impression of the previous leader of the demon sect gradually faded in the minds of most people, and finally only existed in the mouths of some storytellers in the world, becoming a legendary story. And it was impossible to distinguish the truth from the false. On a winter day a few years later, a few young followers were playful and unwilling to practice swordsmanship diligently. They thought about exploring and searching for treasures every day, and went out to play snowballs in the middle of winter. As a result, a young man accidentally stepped on the air from the mountainside and rolled into the deep valley of the mountain stream like a snowball. Fortunately, the snow was thick and he was wearing a lot of clothes, except for a little pain in his buttocks. He was not seriously injured. Then a few people found a dilapidated wooden house in the deep valley. A few young people immediately became interested, thinking that some peerless masters were living in seclusion here. So after a hard search, they really found an unnamed corpse in the snow in the deep valley. The bones had long been rotten and could not be identified. However, next to the corpse stood a woman's tomb, and next to the tomb stood a small wooden house. In front of the wooden house was a crabapple tree. The crabapple tree was covered with heavy snow, and all the green leaves had fallen off, waiting to bloom again next year. Brother Yin, didn't you say that the masters of the martial arts world usually live in deep mountains and forests and cliffs and valleys like this? There is only a corpse and a cenotaph of an unknown woman here? There is no secret martial arts manual at all. Oh, I was just saying it. That's all on TV. Bah. It's all written in the storybooks. Look, what's written on this cenotaph? You something? Yin? I thought that my brother Yin was at least an excellent student in modern times. But in this evil ancient times, he became an illiterate who can't even recognize all the words. Alas, do you have any powerful people with the surname Yu here? The younger brother next to him scratched his head and thought, Brother Yin, you are talking nonsense again. It seems to be written on it as Yu's wife, and I can't recognize the last two words. I don't know who the powerful person is, but my father said that our former leader seemed to be surnamed Yu, but he had a bad temper. Brother Yin poked the pile of rotten bones with a branch. That's right. This pile of rotten bones is probably your leader surnamed Yu, and this cenotaph is probably his wife's. The younger brother scratched his head in thought, and then looked at him with question marks. Brother Yin, what is a wife? Wife means daughter-in-law, which means his wife. The younger brother slapped his head, his eyes full of light. Oh, now that you put it that way, we understand. My father also said that the leader's wife was very beautiful, kind and gentle, but it was a pity that she was short-lived and died in a battle to save the leader. Really? Then why is there only a cenotaph here, and not even a proper grave? Could it be that he was cuckolded? The same tragedy as Yang Dingtian? The younger brother had a bitter face and looked confused. Who is Yang Dingtian? Brother Yin, you are talking about something we don't understand again. Brother Yin looked at him with disdain, threw away the branch, clapped his hands, and then said with a heroic look on his face, Okay. Today's work is in vain. I didn't find the martial arts secrets, but I found a bunch of old things. Hey, those guys over there. Stop looking. Come together. Since we met, it means we are destined. Let's bury this pile of bones with his wife's grave. It's a good deed after all. Chapter 159. Returning to the system space. Nan Yin began to let herself go again. Following the system, she watched the final ending of the previous world. Zhao Xiuyan took her back to Qingzhou, and indeed took her to Wuxia Mountain to see the crabapple blossoms. But she had already died by then. After that, Zhao Xiuyan was like crazy, trapped in a morbid obsession. He didn't know what secret method he used to preserve her body in an ice coffin to prevent the body from decaying. Then he read countless ancient books and secret methods at home, combined with rumors in the martial arts world, and finally took the coffin to Tian Shan in the western regions, saying that he was going to the snow mountain to find the Tian Shan snow lotus that was rumored to be able to bring the dead back to life. But he never returned. And then he completely lost his trace, and his life or death was unknown. And Murong Tua was hit hard when he learned of her death that day. The whole person became confused and said that he shouldn't bring her back. If this was the result, he would rather she resent him for the rest of her life, and he would definitely take her away. It's a pity that there are no ifs in this world. He didn't even see his beloved for the last time. And from then on, he completely lost the person he loved deeply. As for Lin Pianran, she might be the one who lived the best among the few people, but her fiancé broke off the engagement and disappeared. After experiencing all these twists and turns, she finally grew up a lot, no longer thinking about going out to make a living, and no longer looking down on others and being arrogant. She lost her sharpness and was smoothed by those setbacks. She did do many wrong things. Or, if she hadn't been spoiled and willful at the beginning, it wouldn't have led to the subsequent results. So all this is retribution, under the arrangement of her parents. She got married and had children honestly. She married a man who was obsessed with fame and fortune, but had no bad intentions. The couple treated each other with respect and finally lived a dull life. But this life was regretful after all. Nan Yin in the system. Before she had rested for long this time, the system said that it would choose a simpler world for her to relax and take it as a vacation. Nan Yin was very satisfied with this. So Nan Yin wore it again. This time it was a world where the heroine who was disliked by everyone was reborn. However, she did not wear it as the heroine who was disliked by everyone. She wore the female supporting role in the control group of the heroine who was disliked by everyone. After learning this information, Nan Yin was full of joy. She had worked for so long and had worn so many female supporting roles with tragic fates who were disliked by others. This time she finally wore it as the control group of the heroine who was disliked by everyone. This time her life should not be so miserable. As for the heroine who is hated by everyone, she knows that the control group must be a group Love Mary Sue female supporting role. Well, not bad. Not bad. This world is indeed a vacation. The system is not lying. When Nan Yin went through the entire plotline, she instantly had the urge to die again. The dog system is not human, and there is no honest word in its mouth. In the beginning of this world, there was indeed a heroine who was hated by everyone, but she was a fake one. And after the rebirth of the hated, she naturally came to slap her in the face. If she didn't slap her in the face and abuse the scum, how could she highlight the significance of her awakening after rebirth? The plot of the original world is also very simple. It is probably that Lin Qingxuang in the previous life was infatuated with the male protagonist of the sect, Feng Jixue. But unfortunately, the eldest brother had someone in his heart and already had a lover. Feng Jixue is cold and aloof, with good talent and a cold temperament like the white snow on the top of a steep mountain, untainted by dust. The eldest brother is rude to everyone, but he is gentle and special to the scheming by Lian, little sister of the sect, who has a poor foundation, low talent, and is unwilling to work hard. He holds her in his palm and protects her. For this reason, Lin Qingxuang has done many wrong things. She always targeted the Bai Lian scheming little sister and bullied the lover of the eldest brother. She didn't want to do anything to her, but she couldn't suppress her impulse in a secret realm. She accidentally hurt Feng Jixue's lover. When the eldest brother knew about this, Feng Jixue did not hesitate to make a decision for his lover. He fought back in the sect competition and stabbed Lin Qingxuang's shoulder with a sword, causing her mind to suffer a severe blow, and her cultivation level directly regressed a realm. Lin Qingxuang was in disbelief and in great pain. At that moment, she felt as if the sky had fallen. She was disappointed and desperate. She was hurt all over by her lover. Later, when she was in seclusion for cultivation, she fell into the devil in her heart and could not extricate herself. In the last moment before her death, her soul flew out of her body. In the inner hall, she saw the ceremony of the eldest brother and the younger sister in bright red wedding clothes. Everyone was happy to congratulate them, but no one was thinking about her. No one cared about her. She looked back on her life and felt that she had lived in vain. She cried and laughed as if she had fallen into madness. She was angry and unwilling. Why was the world so unfair? Why did everyone like that hypocritical and pretentious younger sister? Was it because she was born weak and beautiful? Why did everyone hate her? What did she do wrong to be treated like this by all her fellow disciples? With such strong resentment, Lin Qingshuang felt that in the endless jealousy, pain and disappointment, her soul seemed to be pulled into a colorful tunnel by someone. Finally, a white light flashed above her head, and she was in a daze, and she completely lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, she found that she had returned to a year ago, back to the time when nothing had happened. She had not hurt her junior sister out of jealousy, and her senior brother had not hurt her. Although the people in this sect were indifferent, they had not yet disliked her, as in her previous life. So she still had time to change everything. To change her final tragedy of dying and disappearing without anyone caring. But now, she is no longer the Lin Qingshuang of the past. She is now Lin Qingshuang of the Nuhula clan. After her rebirth, Lin Qingshuang changed her past, and stayed away from her former scumbag senior brother Feng Jishue. Everything in her previous life was cleared by her saying that she made mistakes when she was young and ignorant. And all the damage caused was also written off. She repeatedly warned herself that she could never fall into such a desperate situation again, and warned herself that she could never fall in love with a cold-hearted senior brother Feng Jishue again. That man had no heart, and was not worthy of her love. But she appeared in front of the two people from time to time, and then stared at the former lover Feng Jishue with a look of being betrayed, unwilling, and resentful. When the other party looked at her, she turned away with a lonely and indifferent look, as if there was an endless past between the two. But now it has all disappeared, and it seems that Feng Jishue has done many things to let her down. In short, it makes people confused and very confused. Such a look finally attracted Feng Jishue's attention. At first, Feng Jishue just felt a little strange, but later he found that this junior sister Lin was really unique, and could know many unknown things in advance. Because of this curiosity, he also began to pay attention to this unpleasant junior sister Lin. In the end, he finally found out that he was in love. And the person he really cared about was actually the junior sister Lin, who entered the sect with him. In the end, Feng Jishue regretted it, and regretted it for the rest of his life. While the heroine fell into the arms of the mysterious boss, and both of them achieved success. And Nan Yan's identity this time is the fake group pet with low talent, poor foundation, and unwillingness to work hard. The real Balian junior sister, and the sweetheart of the so-called scumbag Feng Jishue. But the sweetheart is fake. Anyway, according to the original plot, the person Feng Jishue loved in both lives was actually Lin Qingshuang, and he had never been moved by anyone else. The reason why he was so gentle and special to the little junior sister was all because of the love poison. After the heroine died in the previous life, Feng Jishue really realized who he liked, and then began to retaliate against everyone quietly. So in the original plot, she was no longer a group favorite little junior sister. After Lin Qingshuang died, the love poison in Feng Jishue's body was finally removed. After it was removed, it was natural to take revenge. And the first to bear the brunt was her little junior sister, who caused Lin Qingshuang to die. In this life, Feng Jishue knew in advance that he was infected with the love poison, and the day of the contract was to get rid of the love poison. After telling the truth, Su Nanyu was completely abandoned by Feng Jishue. She was unwilling to accept this, and continued to pester him. However, the love poison had been removed, and her former lover was cold as ice when facing her, and was even more ruthless when hurting her. She had a low level of cultivation to begin with, and Feng Jishue almost took her life with a light palm. No matter how she lost her temper or cried and begged, the superior senior brother Feng would only glance at her, and then quietly say, "Junior sister, have you had enough of making trouble now? I said that everything I did before was not from my heart, and my liking for you was just due to the love poison. I don't love you, and I made a pact with you just to get rid of the poison. Why do you keep pestering me like this?" With just one sentence, everything in the past was wiped out. But is the effect of love poison really that great? Why did the senior brother who used to only smile at her, protect her, and even didn't want to kiss her too hard become so unkind after removing the love poison? Can love be controlled as well by a small insect? Even if it was because of the love poison that he had a good impression of her. But the long time they spent together was not fake. Could it be that all the past interactions could be wiped out with just one sentence, not from the heart? On the day of the contract, he was abandoned by his Taoist partner and became a joke for everyone in his sect. In addition, the cold and lonely senior brother actually said that the person he really liked was the senior sister. How could Su Nanyan accept all this? So when she was reckless and opposed the senior sister in the future, in a secret realm, she was killed by the mysterious plug-in of the heroine. And the mysterious big man shattered her soul with a palm. Nan Yin. Fuck him. What do you mean I've loved Lin Shuang for 2 lifetimes? What do you love? What do you love? What a bunch of wicked and nasty men. Nan Yin was really convinced. The original owner, Su Nanyan, didn't know what bad thing she had done? In the end, she had to die in such a tragic way. Her soul palace was smashed by a palm. Her body was thrown into the monster forest and was eaten by monsters. She really didn't understand what she had done wrong. Why did the brothers and sisters who liked her in the past slowly change their attitude after the eldest sister came back from the secret realm, saying that she was hypocritical, narrow-minded, and a real scheming White Lotus? Su Nanyan didn't understand. Although she was indeed a little scheming, and her heart was not broad, she would definitely bully back whoever bullied her. But she never used these scheming methods to actively hurt others. She had low talent and poor foundation. No matter how hard she tried, she could not soar to the sky like those geniuses. So she could only try her best to manage her good popularity. Because talent had divided batches of cultivators from the beginning. Everyone says that in the world of cultivation, the most important thing is to practice. And strength is the key to everyone's life and death. But her cultivation has long been nailed by her talent. And she will never be able to ascend to become an immortal in this life. What can she do about this? There are so many ordinary people in this world. Can't they live if they can't improve their cultivation? What's more, not everyone in this world has the opportunity to ascend to the upper realm. And not everyone has the protagonist's script. After the protagonist ascends, there are still many little cultivators who even find it difficult to break through. This is reality. Su Nanyan has long had a clear understanding of her cultivation talent. So is there anything wrong with making herself happy and happy within the scope of possible? In order to save her life and avoid being killed and robbed in the secret realm, she tried her best to make friends with every senior brother and sister in the same sect, hoping that when she was in danger, those senior brothers and sisters would help her out of their past friendship. So she would send them food, her own brewed spirit wine, some very common spirit plants and fruits, and help them with some small things within her ability. Relying on her good character and sweet mouth, she could say one thing to one person and another to another. So she coaxed those senior brothers and sisters around, and coaxed those big brothers and sisters to like her very much, and treated her as the most obedient little sister to be pampered and protected. What's wrong with this? Her popularity is unprecedentedly good. But this is not obtained for nothing. But she has cultivated it bit by bit, with her heart for heart. Even the high-handed and cold senior brother Feng is the same. In the past, senior brother Feng, who was indifferent to worldly affairs and devoted to cultivation, was finally moved by her. Only when senior brother Feng saw her, his face that looked like ice and snow would reveal a gentle smile. Senior brother Feng would dote on her face, touch her head and braid her hair, prepare various elixirs and talismans for her to save her life, and escort her, allowing her to stir up trouble on her own mountain, toss her spirit beasts and pets, and do whatever she wants, and spoil her to the bone. She can have no scruples in front of senior brother Feng. Dare to turn her face to him, lose her temper, dare to climb on his back and pull his hair, and dare to braid his hair. Who can imagine this? Senior brother Feng, who is unattainable, cold and abstinent in the eyes of others, is willing to crawl at her feet and let her play and bully at will. Originally, such a life was indeed very beautiful. But suddenly one day, everything changed, becoming absurd and weird. The brothers and sisters who used to love her said that they saw through her hypocritical and pretentious little White Lotus. Brother Feng, who used to love her, suddenly became clear-headed and said that he had never loved her. He said that he used to be good to her, protect her, and like her. But all of this was because of the love poison in the misty illusion. His words and deeds were not under his control. And the person he really loved was always the true nature sister. True nature. No matter what the sister does, she is true nature. She is talented, cold and selfish. She looks down on every fellow brother and sister in the sect who is weaker than her, and is unwilling to give them half a look and care. This is true nature. The senior sister was in a bad mood, and the junior brother outside the door accidentally spilled the tea. She whipped him so hard that his skin was torn, and he couldn't stand up for a long time. This is also her true nature. She saw that the junior brother was pitiful, so she gave him a small bottle of ordinary spiritual medicine, and then said a few words like, "How can senior sister do this? I'll tell senior brother. Let senior brother decide for you," etc. As a result, people said that she was hypocritical for fame. Otherwise, why didn't she give him her most precious spiritual medicine? It's really ridiculous. They didn't blame the person who hurt him, but in the end, they blamed the person who helped for being hypocritical. Don't say whether she was really hypocritical or not. Just pretending to be kind just to gain a good reputation. Even if she really had such thoughts, what would it matter? Does it mean that the good things she did are not good things if she has her own little thoughts? The wicked person only did one good thing, and was forgiven for all the mistakes he had made in the past. However, the good person only made a small mistake because of a momentary thought, and her mind became no longer pure and kind. Her previous kindness was all false benevolence and righteousness, and her heart became extremely dirty. This is really unreasonable. Lin Qingxuang didn't understand why she was hated by everyone in her previous life, but she knew it very well. That was because she was cold, weird and awkward. She only cared about the people she cared about. She was good to senior brother Feng. So good that she couldn't tolerate other people in her eyes. So good that she didn't hesitate to hurt his sweetheart. And she didn't even bother to look at the other junior brothers and sisters who were dying. In her eyes, the world of cultivation speaks with strength. So she never pays attention to these hypocritical and artificial interpersonal relationships. And she is too lazy to manage them. People with real strength don't need these cumbersome family relationships. So she has always been a cold and arrogant senior sister in the sect, without the sense of responsibility of a senior sister, but still holding the airs of a senior sister to teach the junior brothers and sisters. Who would care about you? It is true that the world of cultivation is based on strength, and it is true that no one will protect you for a lifetime, even your fellow disciples. But when Lin Qingxuang saw the junior brothers and sisters besieged by monsters in the secret realm, her first thought was to protect herself and stay away from them. After all, her own life is the most important, which is normal. But if that's the case, it's no wonder that the people in this sect dislike you. This world of cultivation is a deformed world. The high and mighty masters can crush people with low cultivation levels more easily than crushing an ant. If you don't manage your interpersonal relationships, why should others care about you? Why should they help you when you are in trouble? Are you bored? Everyone says that in the world of cultivation, strength is the most important thing, and the strong prey on the weak. But you think you are strong. But in front of the higher level masters, you are still just a grasshopper that can't jump a few times in autumn. And it is rare to be sincere in this world. As a senior sister of the same sect, if you don't treat your junior brothers and sisters with half of your heart, who will be willing to take care of you? You must know that everyone is in the same sect, and they are already protected by the sect masters. You are safe and sound now, only because the heads of various sects, uncles and elders are protecting you from the wind and rain outside. If the teachers of each sect think like the heroine, what is the difference between you and the casual cultivators who kill people for treasures? The sect emphasizes a legacy. You enjoy the protection of others. But when it is your turn to protect others, you are indifferent and put yourself first. Why is such a person called the eldest sister? You enjoy the protection of the sect. Receive the support of the sect. Take the high-grade elixirs and spiritual plants provided by the sect. Use the highest level of training secret realm for inner disciples during training. And improve your cultivation by relying on the powerful skills given by the sect. Then you are respected and loved by a group of junior brothers and sisters who have just emerged. You have the obligation to help your fellow junior brothers when they are in trouble. Not only did you not help, but you also accuse those fellow disciples of being lazy in their daily practice with the tone of a person who has experienced it. It is reasonable that you died in the mouth of monsters in the secret realm now. And you can't blame others. Why would anyone like such a person? But this is the heroine. After her rebirth, everything she did became her true nature. She went from being disliked by everyone to being a hidden charmer. It's really ridiculous. After her rebirth, senior sister Lin is still indifferent and still follows the principle of selfish behavior. However, she can always find treasures hidden everywhere. and with her various prophetic abilities, she seizes opportunities that originally belonged to others. Occasionally, she shows mercy and kindness, and gives away some opportunities casually. And then she becomes the hard-mouthed, soft-hearted, and hypocritical senior sister with true temperament in everyone's mouth. For example, senior sister's indifference is not really indifferent. She is just not good at socializing. The person that senior sister beat was the one who made the mistake first, because he accidentally spilled the tea. That's right. And junior sister. It's really too much. She even complained to senior brother about such a small matter, and let senior brother blame senior sister. Senior sister is really beautiful, strong and miserable. Is junior sister such a person? It has always been like this. She has poor talent and is unwilling to work hard. She sucks blood from senior brother like a leech. She only knows how to give small favors to others all day long. Do you treat others as beggars? If you really want to help, why don't you give the Guiyuan pill to the beaten junior brother? I didn't expect junior sister to be so hypocritical. Senior sister is still the best. Last time in Fujian Cave, senior sister actually gave half of the opportunity she found first to the junior brother as compensation. I saw it when I came out. If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have known. Senior sister is really hard on the outside but soft on the inside. A whip in exchange for an opportunity. Such a good thing. Please, senior sister, hit me a few times. I have thick skin and flesh, and I'm not afraid of pain. It doesn't matter if you hit me a few more times. Who says it's not? In fact, the eldest brother and the eldest sister are a perfect match. They entered the sect together. They are equally gifted, and they have practiced together since childhood. It's all because of the little sister who suddenly appeared and interfered. That's right. After rebirth, the once disliked one became the favorite of all. The brothers and juniors all started to burn to the ground, despised the once hypocritical little sister, and began to follow the eldest sister to make a fortune together. It's really ridiculous. Nan Yen really doesn't understand this wave of operations, relying on the prophetic ability of rebirth. He robbed others of their opportunities, and then pretended to be generous and gave a small half to others. Does this make him a generous and selfless person? You know, if the heroine didn't go with him to hunt for treasure, the opportunity should have belonged to the little brother alone. And the plug-in after the heroine was reborn. A wisp of the mysterious boss's consciousness was attached to the Qianquan bracelet given to her by the senior brother. The Qianquan bracelet is naturally not an ordinary thing, but a divine artifact accidentally lost in the upper world. The bracelet was indeed from Lin Qingshuang. She bought it accidentally from a small stall because it looked good. Later, she found out that it was just an ordinary storage bag. She lost interest and gave it away, until the time when Lin Qingshuang died. Her soul drifted to the cave of the junior sister in a daze. In the water curtain, she saw the junior sister angrily scolding the broken bracelet for being useless. The countless treasures inside could only be seen but not used. It was really hateful. Lin Qingshuang finally knew that the bracelet was not just an ordinary storage bracelet, but a divine artifact. And she gave the bracelet to the senior brother accidentally. So after rebirth, Lin Qingshuang was completely awake. How could the treasure that originally belonged to her fall into the hands of others? So she went to find the man she had been crazy about without any guilt, and asked senior brother Feng to return the Lingji grass, Yangqi pill, Peiyuan pill, and the most important Qianquan bracelet that he owed her in the past. Those were all things she had given him. Perhaps even the heroine herself forgot that these things were all forced upon the senior brother by her. When he refused to accept them, she was still angry, wondering if he looked down on her, a fellow junior sister. Otherwise, why did he only accept the spiritual plants given by the junior sister, but refuse to accept the pill she gave? In the end, Feng Jishue was forced to frown and accepted it, and then compensated it with spiritual stones of the same price. Now the other party inexplicably asked him to return them, which was also very strange. At first, Feng Jishue naturally went to find those pills and return them to her. After all, they were very common spiritual plant pills in the market at the foot of the mountain. He had countless of them in his bag. He accepted them at the beginning just because he didn't want the relationship between the two sides to become too awkward. But the others were nothing. There was only one thing that could not be taken back. That Qianquan bracelet was given to his junior sister because it was exquisitely made and beautiful. Who would have thought that the things given away were made up with spiritual stones? And one day someone would point at her nose and say that she had cheated her of her things, and then ask for them back? And when it was given away, no one knew that the bracelet would be a magic weapon. Only after the magic weapon dripped blood to recognize its owner would you find that there was a different world inside. A small secret realm for cultivation was built inside the Qianquan bracelet using an ancient spirit gathering formation. Spirit veins, a spirit pool, and a spirit marrow spring were placed inside. A drop of spirit marrow fluid gushed out every 3 years. There were also many extremely rare spiritual plants and herbs, elixir recipes, and some miscellaneous secrets of martial arts. The seal inside was a wisp of spiritual consciousness from a mysterious boss. But it was so outrageous. In her previous life, Su Nanyan's finger was accidentally cut and blood dripped onto the jade bracelet. But this picky artifact refused to recognize her as its master. Even the mark of her blood dripping to recognize the master could be wiped away by the mysterious boss without any scruples. Just because the mysterious boss felt that her character was not firm enough. And she was not the real destined owner of the bracelet. So the artifact refused to recognize her as its master. Nenyan almost wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. What is this about not being firm enough in character? Not being destined? It was obvious that she was just despised for her poor spiritual roots and low talent. And she would never achieve anything in her life. The bracelet did not recognize her as its owner. And it even tried its best to hold its owner back. It swallowed up tens of thousands of spiritual stones that she had saved with great difficulty, and never spit them out again. Is it so outrageous? This damn thing. Schrodinger's artifact. Right. After the heroine was reborn, the bracelet was naturally taken back by force. She was also labeled as a shameless person who robbed others' things, which made Xiao Balian so angry that her character almost collapsed. Anyway, all the rare treasures and artifacts in the world. If the heroine picked up others, it would be natural, deserved, and it should be so. But if someone else picked up something that originally belonged to the heroine, then it would be a crime of death, a thief, and shameless. And it must be returned no matter what. Anyway, it's just so double standard and unreasonable. The broken bracelet that originally took in, but never gave out, swallowed up a lot of spiritual stones, and was not even wanted by dogs, became a unique plug-in in the hands of the heroine, with a spiritual pool and spiritual essence inside, and she could choose any kind of skills. The boss helped her make a comprehensive analysis and choose the most suitable method to practice. In the end, under the protection of the mysterious boss, she fought monsters, collected spirit pets, and collected fans, looking for various opportunities, and finally ascended to the upper realm, successfully reunited with the boss, and became a pair of gods and goddesses that everyone envied. Everyone is not really hated by everyone, but has been an undiscovered fan from the beginning. Everyone loves Lin Qingxuang, including her former senior brothers and a group of fans. Su Nanyan used some tricks to exclude her, but was seen by Lin Qingxuang's admirers, who covered the sky with one hand. Wouldn't she have to pay back double? In Su Nanyan's final ending, she was covered in blood and lay in the dirty mud. A large amount of blood gushed out of her mouth. She lost consciousness due to pain. In the end, she only had one breath left. Looking at the black-haired man hugging Lin Qingxuang across the fuzzy barrier. The man was tall, handsome, with dark eyes and a very cold expression. He protected the person in his arms with both hands. When he saw Su Nanyan, he frowned in annoyance, obviously not caring at all, as if he had crushed a small ant to death. Some people are not people you can easily provoke. This mysterious cultivator looked down at her with a calm expression and said lightly, "You are not worthy." Su Nanyan had never seen this strange man before, and she had no impression of this person in her memory. But she might not have guessed that it was probably a wisp of consciousness left in the Qianquan bracelet, the mysterious plug-in behind Lin Qingxuang. So, the control group really has no human rights. She died so easily under the palm of that man. In the end, even her body was not saved, and was eaten by monsters. Only the bag that the senior brother had given her was left on the ground, stained with large pieces of blood, and was later picked up by someone. She was not the heroine. No one would help her to be reborn. She was dead. Before she died, she still missed her former senior brother. Maybe she was just so useless. She didn't hate him particularly. She just wanted to ask him, without the love goo, did he really have no love for her at all? He clearly loved her so much and promised to protect her for the rest of her life. Why can a love goo cover up everything in the past? It's really sad. Chapter 160. After watching the whole story, Nan Yin was really speechless. And only Haha was left. The original owner was never a bad person. She was just an ordinary female cultivator in the cultivation world. She had no outstanding talents, was a little scheming, and would use some tricks to please others. She would also work hard to cultivate on weekdays. But not that hard. She did not regard cultivation as the most important goal in life. She would be ungrateful when she got an advantage, and would share any good things. She was not a fool. Of course, she had her own purpose in doing her own things. Sometimes she was selfish, and sometimes she pretended to be generous. There was definitely hypocrisy. But did hypocrisy necessarily mean she was a bad person? She hoped to live happily, and hoped that everyone would like her. But all her good luck and good relationships were earned through her own hard work. Not for no reason. Especially in the sect. No matter what the real thoughts are, she must respect and love the brothers and sisters on the surface. Isn't it normal for such a beautiful little sister, who smiles at everyone, and is sweet-mouthed, to be liked by others? How many people in this world can really say what they mean? Of course, those cold-hearted and selfish people can definitely do it. Isn't it normal for those ordinary people who are not good but not bad to do these things? But why did the heroine become a scheming and hypocritical act as soon as she was reborn? Was everything she did a fake act to gain a good reputation? Even if it was true, weren't those things she did good things? It's really strange. These people said that they would survive by their own strength. But why did she become a flatterer and a bloodsucker when she could walk sideways in the world of cultivation with the help of her own strength? Isn't everyone in the world of cultivation sucking other people's blood? You refine the formation to accumulate spiritual energy, and rob others of their spiritual energy. Isn't this plundering other people's resources? Why is the strength of others strength? But her strength becomes relying on men and shameless? Isn't good luck and good popularity a kind of strength? Such a little sister, who was originally loved by everyone in the sect, was squeezed out by the reborn elder sister, and was eventually beaten to death in the secret realm and buried in the mouth of the monster. After that, the elder sister's inner demon finally disappeared. Even her good senior brother said coldly when he heard the news, "Life and death are common in the world of cultivation." She should have expected this result long ago, when she wanted to enter the secret realm alone without enough cultivation. Yes, the little junior sister did expect this result. When she sneaked into the secret realm with the senior sister, she had no intention of living. She wanted to end it. The original owner had a very strange and outrageous feeling in the dark, as if this senior sister was born to oppose her. No matter what she did, this senior sister could predict it in advance, and then expose her tricks on the spot, tear off her face and dignity, and then trample her into the mud. Let her true face be exposed in front of many fellow disciples, so that others can thoroughly see her inner essence. She didn't target you directly, but just gave you some pointers from time to time. And then those senior brothers and sisters, who originally supported you and stood on your side, would doubt you because of her calm and appropriate words, thinking that you had ulterior motives. But they were all trivial matters, such as borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha, taking the things of the senior brother as a favor, hiding behind many senior brothers when dealing with monsters, and sharing the spiritual plants and herbs with everyone because of her favor. It's really funny. Even the parties involved didn't say that she was too much. But this senior sister, who couldn't stand it, brought it up inadvertently. It's just that some words. It's okay if she doesn't say them. But as long as she deliberately provokes, both sides turn around and think carefully. It seems that it's really the case. And then, they will be dissatisfied with her. And then, they will think that this junior sister is indeed like this. Over time, no matter how good the relationship was, it gradually became distant and separated. There is such a person who will press on your head for a lifetime. And when you have a little sign of breaking out of the cage, she will give you a fatal blow. It seems that you can't get rid of her shackles and shadows no matter what, and she will be entangled by her. There are always some people who advise her not to go against the senior sister. The senior sister is just hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. In fact, she is very kind. Don't you see that the senior sister is very good to other junior sisters? And everyone has the opportunity to share it. The senior sister is a little different to you. Isn't it that you have a problem yourself? It's ridiculous. Her reputation was completely ruined by the exclusion of the reborn senior sister. I don't know how she promoted criticism. In short, under the manipulation of her followers, the reputation of the little junior sister as a scheming white lotus was completely spread. Later, because of the Qianquan bracelet, she was thick-skinned and secretly kept the senior sister's artifact. It was also spread. And the senior brother disliked her because of the love goo. She has lost everything in the entire sect, and has become a rat crossing the street, with everyone shouting and beating her. No one will believe what she says. And everything she does is also for ulterior motives. How could she not take revenge? She also didn't know what those people who told her to restrain her temper, leave the sect and live a peaceful life, and give up fighting against the elder sister were thinking? If you put yourself in their shoes and imagine that it was you who encountered these things, could they be so generous and let bygones be bygones? Giving up is not easy. And you will feel sad and regretful if you give up an opportunity that is within your reach. What's more, the sect is her home. Where else can she go if she leaves the sect? Do you really think everyone in this world is the protagonist? If the righteous sect doesn't accept you, will you be spoiled by everyone like a treasure if you turn around and join the rival sect? Can you have an adventure wherever you go, and then be loved and taken care of, and spoiled like a guest of honor? She doesn't have a golden finger, and she doesn't have a heaven-defying plug-in. I'm afraid that before she leaves the sect, she will be robbed clean by a group of casual cultivators and demon cultivators who kill people and steal treasures, and die. Everything she had worked so hard to build up in the sect was destroyed just like that. How could she not feel resentment? She followed the senior sister into the secret realm just for revenge, originally wanting to settle the feud between her and the senior sister. But in the end, she didn't even touch the corner of her clothes, and finally died in the hands of that powerful and mysterious man. The man who was so high and mighty looked down at her as if he was looking at an ant, careless and indifferent. She was unwilling to accept it, but she was powerless, because she had no talent. She was not chosen by that damn artifact from the beginning, and her mark was erased from the beginning. So from the beginning, she had never seen the true face of this person. It was really ridiculous and hateful. I have to say that the existence of the control group is really tragic. The original owner is indeed not a pure person. She can see the big and small things clearly. She has no big evils, but she has a lot of small thoughts. But she has never used these small thoughts to harm others. Her only fault is probably that after her senior brother, who had a crush on her, was infected with the love goo, the person she fell in love with again was her. And then she was targeted by the senior sister in the previous life. But the original owner is not a soft persimmon. If she is targeted, she will naturally seek compensation. If she can't beat him, then she will naturally rely on her lover to seek justice. Others can rely on their own strength to bully the weak. So why can't she rely on the strength of her senior brother to retaliate? It is precisely because of this that she was regarded as a demon by the reborn senior sister, and was completely obsessed with her. What a pity. Nan Yin entered this world not long after the story began. Of course, Lin Qingxuang had been reborn, with the memories before rebirth. She got a lot of spiritual herbs and medicines in the Qingqiu secret realm this time. She also shared half of the opportunity with the junior brother who had beaten her with a whip, which made her reputation of being cold and indifferent change a little. It seems that everything is slowly changing, now that the Qingqiu secret realm is about to close. These disciples have also gained a lot, and came out under the leadership of their senior brothers and sisters. The risk is great, and the gain is naturally great. The fellow disciples who came out are naturally full of joy, and exchange their spiritual herbs and experiences. But many of the fellow disciples' soul lamps have been extinguished, and have never been seen since then. As for the secret realm this time, the original owner knew that her strength was low, so she did not go on the expedition together. Su Nanyan knew that the risk of this secret realm was not small, and it was a trial place for many disciples in the Jinden stage. So she did not go to the Qingqiu secret realm this time. Although the medicinal herbs and spiritual plants in the Qingqiu secret realm are extremely rich, there are also many disciples from other sects who went there this time, including demon cultivators and scattered cultivators, and each of them has a cultivation level above the Jinden stage. She is a small foundation cultivator, without the luck and strength, and if she insists on coveting that resource, it is likely to be a dead end. The cultivation principle she has always adhered to is that opportunities can be found slowly. But there is only one life. Even if she gets a great opportunity, it is a waste of time if she has no life to enjoy it. This is exactly the opposite of the cultivation concept of the eldest brother. The eldest brother was born with a sword bone, and cultivated the way of killing and killing. The sword cultivator emphasizes moving forward without hesitation, and never bending, no matter how big the obstacles are ahead. The sword cultivator can cut everything with his sword. The cultivation principle followed by the sword cultivators is to never bend. And never regret even if they die. Although the cultivation philosophy is different. This does not prevent him from caring for the little junior sister. Feng Jishua also knows that the little junior sister is not talented. So he never forces her to do anything difficult. Besides, the little junior sister is really good-natured. Anyway, no matter where she is, with him protecting her, no one dares to bully her at will. But because of this time in the secret realm, and some abnormalities of junior sister Lin, Feng Jishua gradually realized that something was wrong. After returning from the secret realm, he went to Tianqi to soak his whole body, and then found that there was indeed a double-petal flower mark on his chest. Then he went to the library to read the classics, and finally figured it out. It turned out that it was the mark of the love goo. So he was infected with the love poison without knowing it. Love poison, as the name suggests, is something that a certain demon cultivator has specially cultivated in order to control his beloved. Feng Jishua's heart is now conflicted and complicated. He no longer knows whether his love and care for his junior sister is genuine or caused by the control of the love poison. If it is the control of the love poison, then he, a cultivator, is controlled by a small poisonous insect. How terrible is this? It is simply disgusting. If you really want to calculate, the fact that he was infected with the love poison can be traced back to more than half a year ago. At that time, he was leading many of his fellow disciples to chase a phantom demon in the misty fantasy, but was accidentally led into a cave. The cave was the home of a demon cultivator who had died. There were some messy misformations set up in the cave. He killed the demon with a sword, and the sword energy pierced an ash jar in the cave, and a group of small flies the size of mosquitoes, and flies flew out of it. Feng Jishua used the fire talisman to burn them all, but accidentally missed one. In the end, he was bitten by the small fly, and a slight itchy pain came from his neck. He didn't feel anything serious at the time, and even felt that it was no different from an ordinary mosquito bite. But later, Feng Jishua swallowed a detoxification pill for safety reasons, and after the spiritual energy swept his body to confirm that there was nothing serious, he left the demon cultivator's cave. After coming out, he returned to the jungle he had been in before. The first woman he saw happened to be his junior sister, who was climbing on the tree to pick fruits. The junior sister climbed up and down, and picked a lot of bright red spiritual fruits. She smiled and distributed them to many of her fellow junior brothers. Finally, she held the washed fruits and handed them to him. He remembered very clearly that he didn't want to eat at that time, but he looked at the joyful and expectant eyes on the face of the junior sister, and for some reason, the refusal on his lips turned into thank you. It was from that time that he cared more and more about the junior sister, and he became more and more soft-hearted, patient, and indulgent towards her. He wanted to see the junior sister all the time, and when he saw her, he would feel a kind of unconscious softness and joy in his heart. But he didn't have this mentality towards other people. Later, that kind of care probably turned into love. But now, reality tells him that all this is all an illusion. He doesn't really like the junior sister at all. He just got the love poison. Even he himself didn't realize that this change was wrong. If it weren't for the words that junior sister Lin reminded him in the Qingqiu's secret realm this time, and the things he found when he came back to look through the classics, he might never know these things in his life. He was like a puppet, controlled by a weak insect, and his emotions and reason were controlled by a weak insect. He couldn't help but feel happy every time he saw his junior sister. This feeling was very beautiful when he didn't know he was infected with a love insect. But once he knew that he was just the puppet on the puppet, this feeling of being controlled and unable to control himself, he only had one thought in his mind. That is, it was too disgusting. He knew that this love insect had nothing to do with the junior sister, and he was infected by it inadvertently. But now, he still couldn't help but vent his anger. His reason told him that the junior sister was not the person he liked at all, but because of the effect of the love insect. He felt a kind of care and softness for that person for no reason. He sorted out his emotions and thoughts over and over again, and vaguely remembered that before he was infected with the love insect, the person he cared about in his heart was actually junior sister Lin. They entered the sect together to practice magic, entered the secret realm together to gain opportunities, and practiced Taoism together to exchange experiences. The person he cared about in his heart was obviously junior sister Lin. Why did it become junior sister for no reason? No one would be willing to be controlled and restrained by a poisonous insect. His current love for junior sister is not from his heart. but the influence of the poisonous insect. Thinking of this, Feng Jishua felt even colder in his heart, and he didn't know whether it was ridicule or disgust. In short, there was even a trace of inexplicable annoyance in his heart towards his current sweetheart, and the emotions in his mind were extremely complex and contradictory. He even thought in his heart, if the junior sister died like this, would his love Gu still be under control? At the same time, on the other side, Nan Yen thought in her heart, calculating the time, Feng Jishua should have discovered that she was infected with love Gu under Lin Qingshuang's reminder. This group of people had just come out of the Qingshu secret realm and had no time to do other things, such as the broken bracelet on her wrist. After Lin Qingshuang came out of the secret realm, her state of mind was unstable, and she got an opportunity again. So she was temporarily busy consolidating her cultivation. So she didn't have time to ask her to take the bracelet back. But this broken bracelet doesn't want her to be the owner. And she doesn't want it either. Since the heroine wants this thing so much, she will return it to her when the time comes. But before returning it, she has to let this dog thing return all the spirit stones it swallowed. And that arrogant dog man, she doesn't believe it. There is no way to force him to show up automatically. After adjusting her mood, Nan Yen went to her senior brother's courtyard. Senior brother Go was obviously not in a good condition these 2 days. He was probably tortured by the love poison. It was estimated that the two villains in his heart were fighting. Anyway, let him fight. It was not her who was tormented. Moreover, under the influence of the love poison, Feng Jishua might not be able to care about her now. But it was not certain. After all, most sword cultivators were mentally firm and able to endure. He might be able to control his emotions. So from a distance, the servants in the courtyard could hear the sweet and obedient voice of the little junior sister outside. The voices of senior brother came from there, and the people who called him felt soft in their hearts. Senior brother, big brother, my good senior brother, I came to see you. Feng Jishua frowned slightly when he heard the voice. He was in a very complicated mood at the moment. Reason told him not to see her, and he was vaguely happy in his heart. Finally, the joy in his heart was forcibly suppressed by him. Feng Jishua was about to find a reason to deal with the person. But as soon as he turned around, a warm body rushed into his arms. The soft body carried the unique sweet fruit fragrance of his junior sister. All the spiritual fruits on his mountain were brewed into spiritual wine by her. After a long time, the fragrance on her body remained. The force of this person rushing over was not small, causing Feng Jishua to take a step back uncontrollably, and then stabilized his body. He breathed a sigh of relief, suppressed the soft emotions in his heart, frowned and scolded. Why are you so reckless? Junior sister, you are not young anymore. You can't be so careless. When Feng Jishua said this, he stretched out his hand to push the person in his arms away. But the other party was a little tight, and he didn't have time to avoid it at first. Now he wanted to push it away again, which was obviously a bit uncomfortable. Ever since the senior brother came out of the secret realm that day, he has been distancing himself from her. The original owner did not fail to feel it, but she thought that the senior brother had just come out of the secret realm and might be unwell. So she did not come to disturb him. But she was not going to care about him. She just wanted to go over and make trouble to show her presence. When I like her, I can protect my junior sister. So I can do anything. When I don't care about her anymore, she will do anything without any care. Okay. She has seen through these dogs. Nan Yen was thick-skinned anyway, so this little blow didn't matter. She stayed in her senior brother's arms and refused to get up. Then she raised her head and looked at him with her glass-like black eyes, with a slightly depressed expression. What's the big deal? Wasn't it always like this before? Besides, senior brother, why didn't you come to see me after you left the secret realm? You don't even know that I couldn't eat or drink without seeing you during this period of time. You can touch my little face. I've lost a lot of weight due to hunger, and I don't look as good as before. Nan Yen grabbed the other person's palm and put it on her face. She felt that the man's fingers seemed to pinch twice subconsciously, and suddenly smiled at him with curved eyebrows. Then he stretched out his hands, directly wrapped his arms around the other's neck, and threw his whole body over. Also, why don't you hug me? In the past, when I threw myself at you, you would subconsciously hug me. Senior brother, tell me the truth. Do you have another junior sister outside? Anyway, Nan Yen would hit the snake with a stick, especially when she felt that Feng Jishua was not so repulsive and restrained towards her at the moment. so she naturally took advantage of this stage to make his presence felt. It would be better to pester him and torture him to death, so that he would no longer have the energy to think about those messy things. Feng Jishue was really entangled and lost his temper. Perhaps it was because of the influence of the love goo that he had an inexplicable desire to indulge the little junior sister in front of him. After hearing these words, the chaotic and complicated emotions in his mind were thrown away. He paused for a moment, then lowered his head and stared at the little junior sister in front of him, raised his hand, and knocked on the man's forehead twice. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He frowned again, and subconsciously pinched the soft flesh on his chin with his fingers. "You have become thinner due to hunger. All the senior brothers and sisters in this sect have gone to the secret realm. You are the oldest in the entire inner sect, and you have become thinner due to hunger. I see that you have gained a lot of weight. Hurry up. What's the point of hugging like this?" Senior brother Feng was cold and indifferent in front of others. Only in front of the little junior sister. This ice sculpture-like senior brother had a little bit of human nature, with a bit of fireworks. Like all ordinary men, he would frown and scold when he was angry, and would compromise helplessly when he was annoyed. Hearing this, Nan Yan's face wrinkled, and she let go immediately. Her white and tender hands were busy gesturing at her waist, and she said with a depressed expression, "Is it really heavy? No wonder. I was wondering why I couldn't turn over as smoothly as before when I was practicing sword in Ziju Forest recently. And it's also a lot bigger." Feng Jishue saw her frowning face and couldn't help but ask subconsciously, "What's a lot bigger?" Hearing this, Nan Yan couldn't help but smile at him. When no one was paying attention, she grabbed his palm and pressed it against her chest. "It's right here. It's obviously a lot bigger. Isn't it? Senior brother? Does it feel different from before?" Feng Jishue felt the soft touch of his palm. The white jade-like palm was pressed against the chest of the little sister. For a moment, the whole palm was a little numb. He and the little sister were indeed closer than others, but not to this extent, because he was introverted and restrained. The most intimate time was just a slightly restrained kiss and hug. If it were not for the practice of the Hahuan sect, most cultivators would abstain from sex. Just because Yuanong is also a must-keep method for cultivators. Feng Jishue's eyes followed her line of sight down, and his lips were instantly pursed straight, the thin two petals of pale lips. Looking at it for a long time, it is easy to make people have the urge to bite. But the man below was quite proud, blinking and smiling at him with curved eyebrows. "Big brother, you are shy. Your palms seem to be burning. Your ears are red. But why are you still so serious?" Big brother had never encountered such a posture, and now was the most chaotic and complicated moment in his heart. Even if he was calm, there were ripples in his heart now, probably due to shame, which made him more uncomfortable, and his jade-like earlobes were slightly flushed. Feng Jishue moved his lips, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and almost subconsciously pulled his hand out, then turned his hands behind his back and scolded with a little annoyance. "Don't be silly. Yan Yan. When have you ever become so shameless?" Sure enough, sword cultivators are all a bunch of stinky stones who don't understand romance. Nan Yan turned her face away and snorted twice, her fingers entwined with his sleeves again. "When did I become shameless? Obviously, senior brother is the most shameless. Don't think I don't know that my most beautiful little belly band was torn by you and then secretly hidden away." Hearing this, Feng Jishue paused. Then he thought of something, and his jade-like face turned slightly red. But it was because he was angry. "I didn't tear it. It was the snow wolf that accidentally scratched it." He was a little anxious for a moment, and the senior brother's airs that he had just put on were completely gone. The snow wolf was a 4th-level beast pet he raised. When it was born, it was only the size of 2 palms. Silver white, round and soft. The little junior sister liked this little demon beast very much, so she often stayed in his bedroom to meditate and cultivate. But she was very impatient, and often in the middle of meditation, she and the snow wolf hugged each other and slept very sweetly. When the snow wolf grew up, he liked to bite things and grind his teeth. The cushions, table legs and clothes in the house were all bitten. As a result, no one knew what happened that time. While the little junior sister was asleep, the snow wolf bit open her collar and took away her bellyband, and then happily took it and covered his scabbard. Feng Jishue still felt hot when she thought of that scene. She was even more embarrassed and angry when she brought it up without any scruples. Nan Yan knew that it was the snow wolf that had bitten it. She was not a fool. How could she not feel anything when the snow wolf took it away? But she had to act her part. She wanted to put the blame on him, and she couldn't get rid of it. So Nan Yin raised her eyes and glared at him. Her watery eyes were full of accusations. And she obviously didn't believe it. You still slander the snow wolf. How big is the snow wolf? It's only the size of 2 palms. What bad things can it do? Besides, the snow wolf is your pet, and is in tune with you. Even if the snow wolf did something bad. Wasn't it you? My senior brother? Who ordered it? Feng Jishua. He was speechless for a moment. Who told her that it could be calculated like this? And how could a person and a pet animal communicate with each other? Before he could explain, the man opposite pursed his lips, and his eyes suddenly swept towards him, with some emotions in his eyes, and the red mark on my chest when I got up that morning. Could it be that it was also bitten by the snow wolf? Senior brother, I really misjudged you. You still want to deny it? When did he deny it? It was clearly not his doing. This was the first time that Feng Jishua was speechless. He usually didn't want to talk to other people. But he was so accused by his junior sister that he couldn't speak. But he was not good at speaking. Especially for such things that could not be explained clearly. So he could only turn his head away, and didn't want to pay attention to her at all. Nan Yin saw Feng Jishua like this, and continued to toss. Oh! Senior brother. Why don't you dare to turn around and look at me? Nan Yin laughed secretly. I guess you're embarrassed because I hit the nail on the head. Right? I've heard that there are many men in the cultivation world who like to collect women's belly bands. Could it be that senior brother is the same? She nodded thoughtfully, then looked him up and down and smiled. Now it seems possible. Senior brother, why don't you let me take a look at the storage bag on your waist? Senior brother usually only cares about the sword anyway. And there's nothing else in the storage bag except spirit stones, spirit plants and elixirs. She smiled at him. Her eyes curved into crescents. I'll take a look and see if there's my stolen belly band in there. And then I'll know the truth. As she spoke, she reached out to touch his waist, and really touched the storage bag. Just as she was about to take it off, the senior brother held her hand. She looked up and blinked twice. It was as pure as a spring water. Then she saw the senior brother, who was usually cold and desireless, turn around uncomfortably and stared at her. After their eyes met for a moment, a blush appeared on his icy face. Stop it. His voice was obviously a little lacking in confidence. Now Nan Yin was very confident and even more unreasonable. Okay. Senior brother really hid my things. Didn't he? Feng Jishua was even more annoyed. The torn belly band was indeed put into the storage bag by him. When he finished meditating, he opened his eyes and saw the snow wolf lying on his legs with a proud look on his face. When he turned his head again, he saw that scene. The cold sword covered with a bright red belly band. The hardest and the softest. 2 completely opposite things in the world. When put together, they are particularly harmonious. Later, after hearing the noise coming from the inner room, he didn't know what happened. And he hid the belly band for some reason. And has kept it hidden until now. He thought no one would know about it. And that thing had been completely buried by him as time passed. But he never thought that it would be mentioned again by his junior sister today. And he suddenly felt a little embarrassed, as if he had returned to the beginning. Chapter 161. It was obvious that Feng Jishua would never admit this matter. So Nan Yin would not let him go. She was not asking him to admit it. She just wanted to play a trick on him. So she looked up at the eldest brother and suddenly smiled. She was originally pursing her lips. But this smile made her originally tilted head and thoughtful expression quickly become lively. Her eyes were like autumn water, rippling a little. She reached out and pulled his collar, and simply struck while the iron was hot, saying with pride, "Oh, I heard that only when a man treats a girl he really likes, he can't control his instincts and turns into a shameful thief, often secretly collecting some things used by beautiful girls." She grabbed his collar and smiled at him. So, it seems that senior brother has secretly collected a lot of things I have used, such as the glass cups I used, the hair bands I used to tie my pigtails, the cakes I left over, and the storybooks I collected. From this point of view, senior brother has fallen in love with me and can't control his emotions? She laughed, her face as thick as a city wall. Feng Jishua was getting a headache from being pestered by her. The things that the junior sister said were indeed true. But they were not as shocking as she said. They were all things that the junior sister had thrown away randomly in his bedroom when she was resting. If he didn't clean them up for her, she and Xuelong would tear down his courtyard the next time she couldn't find what she wanted. Who knew that she would think of such messy things as something that she did casually? Oh my. Good senior brother. Why do you have such an expression? Nanyan pursed her lips and smiled softly. She was in a good mood. She liked to see this person showing a headache that he wanted to say something but couldn't. I said what I was thinking. You are embarrassed. Right? Look. You don't even dare to look up and look at me? She said, and rushed towards him again. Her soft body fell directly into his arms, wrapped her hands around his neck, pulled him down, and then kissed his cheek. This made Feng Jishue fall into a very contradictory, conflicting, and slightly pleasant complex emotion. The little junior sister used to be very proactive, with a hint of flattery in her initiative, and she would be a little reserved when she was proactive. How could she tease people like today? Feng Jishue couldn't tell whether he liked it or not for a while. Maybe it was because he stayed in the secret realm for too long this time, and the two were separated for too long. So even the little junior sister became particularly entangled and clingy, which made people a little overwhelmed. This also made the idea of keeping a distance from the junior sister in his mind instantly squeezed into a remote corner, and he couldn't even think about it. His hands subconsciously hugged the junior sister's waist, holding her steadily. Nanyan saw that the atmosphere was almost there, so she stopped while she was ahead. Anyway, she had tasted the sweetness, and the next step was to make a fuss, to deal with such a high-handed person who had never been rejected. You can't just give in blindly. He will think that you can't live without him. Relaxing and easing is the way to win his heart. Nanyan smiled and rubbed his face in the arms of her senior brother, pinching and touching here and there with her fingers. Feng Jishue frowned slightly, but didn't reject it. So Nanyan pulled his hair and started to braid it for him, and then looked at him with a smile. Senior brother, there is an auction at the market at the foot of the mountain today. I heard that there are many new things. Can you accompany me to take a look? Feng Jishue was still immersed in the conflicting and chaotic emotions just now. When he heard this, he suddenly became more sober. He looked down at the little junior sister in his arms, who was smiling with gentle eyes. His subconscious thought was to agree, but he thought of the fact that he was now in the love poison. Feng Jishue frowned instantly. As long as he thought of it, the joy and happiness he felt when facing the little junior sister was not from his heart, but was controlled and manipulated by a poisonous insect. This made Feng Jishue's rationality recover a lot, and he suddenly had a thought of fighting against it. He didn't want to be controlled by this kind of vague emotion, nor did he want to be a puppet of the poisonous insect. Thinking of this, Feng Jishue suddenly felt an unspeakable annoyance in his chest. So the word okay that was about to come out of his mouth was swallowed back for no reason, turned around in his throat, and finally became, I have to practice sword today. I don't have time to accompany you. Nanyan didn't care. She knew that this senior brother was devoted to swordsmanship. No matter how much he liked her, she had to stand aside compared to his sword. So she continued, it doesn't matter. Tomorrow is also fine. The auction lasts for 3 days, and the good things are usually at the back. It's the same if we go later. As soon as the voice fell, the person opposite frowned slightly, then turned his head and said, sorry, I have to practice swordsmanship tomorrow, so I don't have time to accompany you. Hearing this, Nanyan seemed a little stunned. She stopped her hand movements at some point and looked at the face of the senior brother in front of her. After confirming that the expression on his face was not joking but serious, she looked a little unhappy, but she couldn't help but ask, what about the day after tomorrow? Feng Jishue continued to frown. Not even the day after tomorrow. At this point, Nanyan's face had completely changed. Her lips were tightly pursed, but there was still some reluctance in her eyes. So she asked again, if not even the day after tomorrow, what about the day after tomorrow? You will have time the day after tomorrow, right? Feng Jishue ignored the discomfort in his heart. He now found that the effect of the love goo was getting deeper and deeper with the boredom in his heart. All kinds of complex and strange emotions surged into his heart, making him feel even more upset. Finally, he replied directly, no, I don't have time to accompany you recently. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Jishue looked down and saw the depressed expression of the junior sister who was about to cry, and suddenly felt a slight discomfort in his heart. A little uncomfortable, but at this moment, it was obviously bearable, and he seemed to be able to control this inexplicable feeling by himself. You are bullying me. Hearing this, Nan Yin could no longer see that this person was rejecting her. Her eyes instantly turned red, and she looked at him with a face full of grievance and accusation. You lied to me. If you don't have time to accompany me recently, why do you have time to go to the attic with senior sister to discuss Taoism and talk about everything? Tell me, did senior sister say something to you again? You know that senior sister doesn't like me and has disliked me from the beginning. So why do you still believe her words? Now that you have listened to her words, do you start to dislike me? This statement is obviously a bit unreasonable. But at this moment, Nan Yin just wants to put her disagreement with senior sister on the surface. Even if senior sister accuses her of something in the future, it is a personal grudge between the two parties and has nothing to do with other things. Because the two of them dislike each other and their auras are incompatible from beginning to end. After Feng Jishua rejected her, he was originally a little upset and apologetic. But when he heard her accusing him of being with junior sister Lin, he immediately felt that junior sister Lin was making trouble for no reason. He argued with junior sister Lin that Taoism was just a matter of cultivation, although there were some disagreements between the two of them before. It was obvious that junior sister Lin's temperament had changed a lot after the secret realm. Junior sister Lin did not say bad things about her as junior sister said, but kindly reminded him of his own abnormality at the moment. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would discover that he was infected with a love poison. Thinking of this, Feng Jishua's eyes faded. He looked at Nan Yin, who was unhappy at his arms, and his tone instantly carried some light teachings. Junior sister, stop making trouble. It's not what you said. It's my own problem. I really don't have time to accompany you recently. Nan Yan's eyes were redder. She grabbed his collar and insisted on pestering him. What's your problem? Is your problem that you have time to accompany the senior sister, but not to accompany me? Obviously we are the closer ones. You know that the senior sister and I are not on good terms. Why do you still do this? Feng Jishua frowned even tighter. Yin. Don't go too far. Senior sister Lin is also your senior sister. No matter what, you, as a junior sister, shouldn't blame her behind her back. Don't forget, you and I are from the same school. But Qingxuang and I are also from the same school. Although we are closer on weekdays, Qingxuang and I are not enemies. Even if I discuss Taoism with her and go to the attic to read books together, it is a very common thing, and there is no need to explain anything to anyone. Feng Jishua thought about what happened in the secret realm, and then thought about what junior sister Lin had done recently. He felt more and more that he might have been blinded by the love poison in the past, and was not fair and comprehensive in his view of the problem. What's more, she is the senior sister. Those words she said to you in the past may have been for your cultivation. It was just that she was anxious and used the wrong method. Besides, she didn't do anything too extreme except that she was a little cold and unsociable. Why did you bring her up for no reason? Nan Yin was indeed making random accusations. After all, Lin Qingxuang hadn't hurt her yet, and the previous targeting was only on the issue of cultivation. People who didn't know the truth would indeed think that this was the special care that the senior sister had for the junior sister of the sect. But she is not a fool. So many fellow disciples gathered together to discuss cultivation. She, a gifted elder sister of the sect, had to compete with her, the last one in the sect. She could always knock down her sword in front of so many fellow disciples. If this is not intentional bullying, what is it? Finally, she had to teach her a lesson in a tone of instruction for being lazy and inactive, accusing her of being spoiled by the elder brother, and asking her to seize the time to practice in seclusion and not focus on those messy things. On the surface, these words do sound fine, and they really have an attitude of earnestly persuading her to do good for others. But if she really has good intentions, why hasn't she been so kind to other fellow disciples? Besides, what era is this? She still teaches people a lesson in a tone of beating you for your own good. Does she really think everyone is a fool? Besides, does she care about her instructions? Originally, she was just taking the opportunity to vent her anger. After all, this person's rejection was too obvious. She had to find a reason to vent her dissatisfaction. But she couldn't be unreasonable. She had to make him realize that it was his own problem. Thinking of this, Nan Yan's expression instantly became more indignant. She stared at him with red eyes and deliberately misinterpreted his meaning. So you mean that the senior sister is not good at socializing? There is no problem. And it was my own problem that she targeted me in the past? Feng Jishua obviously didn't mean this. He didn't know that the words he just explained for Qingxuang could be understood by her as this meaning. So his brows frowned even tighter. It's not what you think. I didn't mean that, Nan Yen retorted immediately. Her tone was very willful, but her eyes looked a little aggrieved. That's not what I meant. What do you mean? This was the first time that the eldest brother felt that women were difficult to deal with. He was not good at speaking, especially for these things. He didn't know how to explain them. In the end, he could only frown and look at the youngest sister in front of him quietly. Yen, stop being unreasonable. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his scalp. It was obvious that someone was pulling his hair. Feng Jishue frowned. But before he could say anything, he saw the man below forcefully pulling the hair in his palm and throwing it towards his chest. I'm being unreasonable? It's obvious that you guys teamed up to bully people. You became strange after you came out of the secret realm. It would be fine if you didn't come to find me. But why did you refuse to pay attention to me when I came to find you? You clearly said that you would accompany me down the mountain after the secret realm ended. Now you say I'm being unreasonable. You said all the good things. Right? Feng Jishue. You bastard senior brother. If you despise me and don't like me, just say it directly. If you don't want to accompany me, there are many good senior brothers who are willing to accompany me. I don't want you anymore. After Nan Yen finished speaking, she pushed the man's chest hard with red eyes, pushed him down on the chair, turned around and pretended to leave. But she looked at him with resentment and grievance in her eyes. Feng Jishue saw her crying and subconsciously wanted to comfort her. But when he heard her say go find other good senior brothers, he suddenly felt endless irritation in his heart. They had never quarreled like this before. And the little junior sister had never been so unreasonable. Even if she was angry and turned her face away, she would never be so unreasonable, let alone say these messy words in front of him. But now, seeing her stubborn head and turning around to leave, without even looking at him, her actions were actually without hesitation. He was instantly upset and extremely depressed. An emotion that he had never had before surged in his heart. But Feng Jishue was obviously able to control himself at this moment, especially as soon as he thought that those emotions were all caused by the love poison. His mind suddenly became much clearer, and his face turned cold. He looked up at the person who had already walked to the door, suppressed his slight anger, pursed his thin lips, and finally said coldly, "It's up to you. Go if you want to. I forgot that you still have many good brothers. And I am not a big deal." This was said in a weird tone, and no one knew what he meant. Then the next second, he saw the light green figure kicking the door of the hall very willfully, probably because he was really angry, turned around and left without hesitation, without even looking back, and didn't take his words to heart at all. The noise of kicking the door was so loud that it startled many servants who were sweeping the courtyard. They all turned their heads to look at the movement in the hall, thinking to themselves, "The little sister is really brave. She dared to turn her face to the eldest brother and kick the door in his hall. Only the little sister dared to do this in the entire sect. How could others dare to be so presumptuous?" With the eldest brother's cold temper, if he was really annoyed, he might just take a sword and flatten the mountain top. Who could dare to provoke him? But what happened this time? When the junior sister came, she was so happy that she could smile from a distance. Why did she have red eyes when she left? Why did they quarrel for no reason? Could it be that the senior brother bullied the junior sister? This is not impossible, everyone thought in their hearts. Anyway, it must not be the junior sister's problem. The junior sister has a good temper, is well-behaved and sweet-mouthed. She smiles at everyone. When she smiles, her eyebrows and eyes are curved like two crescents, which makes people love her. It must be the senior brother's cold temper that makes the junior sister unhappy again. Feng Jishue in the hall didn't know what outsiders thought, but he felt that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He clenched his palms tightly, and forcibly resisted the urge to rush up and grab the person back, and then slap the palm of his hand. His temper is really getting worse and worse. Feng Jishue stared at the direction the man left in annoyance for a long time. The more he looked, the more he felt his chest was blocked. There was an uncontrollable annoyance brewing in his heart, almost ready to vent. After a long while, he turned his head and exhaled lightly. No, the love goo matter had to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he was controlled like this, he would definitely not be able to help but go to find his junior sister again. After kicking the door of the male protagonist's house, Nan Yen took the opportunity to vent the accumulated emotions in her heart. She felt much better, especially when she saw the dog man upset and headache. She felt particularly happy. After all, This senior brother was used to being high and mighty. It has been a long time since he was contradicted by others. On weekdays, the relationship between him and the junior sister is mostly compromised by the junior sister. But this is normal. Feng Jishue is talented and has sword bones. He was brought back from the aristocratic family by the elders of the sect since he was born. Until now, his life has been smooth sailing. He is also a highly respected senior brother in the sect. On weekdays, he doesn't care about other mundane things except cultivation. Because of his strong strength, he doesn't need to give face to others. He always picks up the sword to deal with people and things he doesn't like. Although she occasionally turned her face and lost her temper with this senior brother, it was all within a certain controllable range. Once the senior brother was really angry, the junior sister would still subconsciously bow her head and admit her mistakes no matter how difficult it was. After all, in the entire sect, the biggest reliance of her, the junior sister, was the senior brother, and she also truly admired him. It was okay to be accommodating to her lover. But now, she would do whatever she wanted, especially when his resistance to the love goo was not so obvious. It would be best to torture him to death. So Nan Yen left with red eyes and pretended to be angry. Many people in the courtyard saw the junior sister who loved to laugh the most on weekdays came out of the senior brother's room with red eyes. And her red nose was so pitiful. The same thought came to their minds at the same time. The senior brother still didn't know how to be gentle with women. The female cultivator, with such a good temper, as the junior sister could be bullied and cry. It can be seen that the sword cultivators are a group of stones in the toilet. And their tempers are stinky and hard. Nan Yen, who returned to her own courtyard, was not idle. She began to study the bracelet on her hand. This broken bracelet has swallowed up a lot of her spirit stones. According to the original plot, the divine consciousness in the bracelet can actually sense everything that happens in the outside world. But that person looks down on her, so he has never appeared in front of her. However, during this period of time, Nan Yen has been carefully maintaining her character, for fear that she will accidentally reveal her true colors, which would be bad. She raised her hand and took off the bracelet, and slammed it hard on the stone bench in the yard as if to vent her anger. The stone bench was smashed with an obvious white mark, but the bracelet was still intact. Nan Yen knew that the consciousness in the bracelet could hear what she said. But the most important thing now was to force the dog man out of the bracelet. She took out a piece of fire talisman paper from her bosom, recited the formula, and began to burn it, cursing while burning it. Broken bracelet. Spit it out. Spit out all my spiritual stones. If you don't spit it out, I will burn you to death. When the talisman paper was burned out, the bracelet still had no reaction. But it was not completely unresponsive. At least a glimmer of silver light flashed across the green ring, making it look more crystal clear. And there was not even a bit of paper ash around it. The glimmer of silver light seemed to be mocking her. A little cultivator? For not overestimating her abilities. Nan Yen gritted her teeth in anger. You are still laughing at me, right? I don't believe there is no way to cure you. It's just a broken bracelet. I will just tear it apart. As she spoke, she simply took out a small hammer from her storage bag and started hitting the broken bracelet. In the end, the stone bench was cracked. Nan Yen threw it on the ground and stepped on it for a long time. When she picked it up, the bracelet was still intact, without a speck of dust on it. It seems that this artifact is a divine artifact, and it is not something that a low-level cultivator like her can damage. However, Nan Yen was just pretending, because she knew that the divine consciousness inside should have sensed the reaction outside. Nan Yen saw that the bracelet still had no reaction. It swallowed up her belongings that she had saved for almost 18 years, and all the 180,000 spirit stones were gone. She was so angry that she grabbed the bracelet and threatened. Broken bracelet. I don't care what kind of treasure you are. If you don't spit out the spirit stones you swallowed, I will throw you into the manure pit of the spirit beast garden and soak you for 100 or 80 years. Even if you are a divine weapon or a treasure, you can only become a divine weapon soaked in animal feces in the future. Let's see if anyone dares to take you. Bracelet. Perhaps the people in the bracelet didn't expect the woman outside to use this trick. Most people can't think of this method, especially after picking up a divine weapon and finding that it is full of treasures. Even if it is a treasure that can only be seen but not used, they will only think of taking it for themselves instead of soaking it in the manure pit. This idea gave the bracelet a headache for a while. After a while, The bracelet hesitated and finally spit out a small piece of spirit stone the size of a palm. Nan Yan's eyes lit up when she saw it, and she immediately ran over to pick up the spirit stone. Then started knocking the bracelet on the ground again, saying angrily, "What else is there? How come there is only one piece left? How could this be the only piece left of all the property I have saved for 18 years? Spit it out. Spit it all out." Nan Yan knocked the broken bracelet until it clanged loudly. However, no matter how fierce the threat was this time, the bracelet remained silent, without any reaction at all. It seems that all the remaining spirit stones have been used up. Finally, Nan Yan was so angry that she rushed to the nearest spirit beast garden with the bracelet. The beast pets here are also taken care of by servants. The feces of monsters are usually used to irrigate the spirit plant and medicine garden. It does not need to be managed carefully on weekdays. It only needs to ensure that these monsters do not attack and hurt people. Nan Yan looked at the collected snow wolf feces and did not hesitate. She raised the bracelet and prepared to throw it in. At this time, the bracelet in her hand suddenly became hot, and then a green light flashed, and a black-haired man in a black robe had to reveal his figure from inside. No matter how high you are still forced out by her. Nan Yan seemed to be shocked by the sudden scene in front of her. Her eyes were fixed on the man who suddenly appeared in front of her, full of anger and vigilance. The man's appearance was even more gorgeous than the woman's. He wore a dark black robe that spread out gorgeously like the night. His long black hair was as soft and gorgeous as satin. When the wind blew over it, one could smell the faint fragrance of wood. His face was as bright as jade. When the man came out, one hand was still holding Nan Yan's wrist. His eyes were dark, and he stared at her intently. "Little girl, you are not old, but you are mean. Do you know that the bracelet in your hand is a rare artifact that others covet? Are you sure you want to throw it away? In fact, it doesn't matter if he throws it away. He can naturally find a more suitable owner for the bracelet. But if he really lets this mean little girl soak in a cesspool for 100 or 80 years. The scene. He felt quite disgusted when he thought about it. How could he really let her do such a thing? Nan Yan looked at the hand that was holding her wrist. That hand seemed to be favored by the Creator, with slender and white fingers and pale blue veins on the back of the hand, which made it look even more noble. That person was born with a pair of phoenix eyes, with narrow tails and a blue teardrop mole at the corner of the eye. When looking at people, the eyes were slightly raised, especially when looking at her. There was obviously a hint of interest in the eyes. Jing Wuyan looked down at the female cultivator. He had already felt it when the female cultivator burned the talisman paper before. But since this bracelet is a divine weapon, how could it be easily burned and damaged? When the Qianquan bracelet was forged, the molten tooth refining fire was used. What kind of noise could she make with a small fire talisman paper? So he still ignored it. However, this is not the first time that the female cultivator has tossed the bracelet. In fact, since the female cultivator accidentally dripped blood to recognize the master, the small secret realm of cultivation in the bracelet has been accidentally opened. When she first saw the small secret realm of cultivation in the bracelet, she tried to extract the spiritual essence liquid in the spiritual pool, as well as those spiritual plants and elixirs. However, the mark of the female cultivator's recognition of the master was deliberately erased by him. Without his permission, she naturally could not enter this secret realm, let alone use the things in this secret realm at will. After many unsuccessful attempts, the female cultivator became furious and occasionally knocked the bracelet on the ground, cursing while knocking. But he never paid attention to it. And the spiritual stones she collected were automatically filled with spiritual energy because of the opening of the formation. So the disappearance of the spiritual stones could not be blamed on others. But I don't know what happened today. Maybe he quarreled too much with his senior brother, so he used such a naughty method to threaten people, and also forced him to show up. Hearing what this person said, Nan Yan was obviously even more angry. She broke free from this person's palm with her backhand, grabbed his collar, and pulled him forward. "Okay. I was wondering how a broken bracelet could steal other people's things. Did you do it? You are the spirit of this broken bracelet. Right? Thief. You stole my things. Come back with the spirit stones. You swallowed so many of my spirit stones. If you don't spit them out today, I will throw you into this spirit beast garden and let you taste my power." Nan Yan fed the spirit stones deliberately. Otherwise, how could she have a reason to continue to pester him? The reason why she dared to be so arrogant and willful now was mainly because the Qianquan bracelet was still in her hand. even if the mark of recognition was erased by this person. As long as the bracelet was still in her hand, and there was no new mark covering it, she was still half the owner of the bracelet. Since she was the owner, it would not be so easy for this wisp of consciousness to kill her at present. So she had to take advantage of the opportunity to trick him. Jing Wuyan hadn't reacted yet, and someone grabbed his shirt by the chest. His whole body subconsciously leaned forward. His eyelids drooped slightly, and his eyes unconsciously fell on the face of the female cultivator. Her cheeks seemed to be stained with a thin layer of rouge, as bright as clouds. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her eyes seemed to be as lively as a layer of flames. Jing Wuyan stared at the female cultivator in a strange way. It must be said that he was a little curious now. The main reason was that her reaction was a little different from that of ordinary cultivators who saw the artifact. Jing Wuyan had been in the lower world for so long, and he had seen hundreds of cultivators, if not thousands. You have to know that when those cultivators learned that this Qingquan bracelet was a rare artifact, which one of them didn't fight to the death? When the female cultivator learned the news, she didn't show greed in her eyes, but anger. It was the first time he saw a little girl who didn't care about those treasures, but only cared about those low-level spirit stones. It was inevitable that he was a little surprised. Jing Wuyan was not angry about the female cultivator's offense. Perhaps it was unnecessary, or perhaps the disappearance of the spirit stone was indeed related to him. He raised his hand and waved, and his whole body suddenly flashed, and the collar that was originally tightly held by Nan Yin was instantly detached. Nan Yin was stunned, looked at her palm, and when she looked up again, the other party was already 3 steps away from her. Jing Wuyan's eyebrows moved slightly, probably because he found her stunned reaction a little funny. His face still had that high and calm expression. I am not the spirit of the Qingquan bracelet. I am just a wisp of consciousness attached to the bracelet, equivalent to a certain spirit. Also, I didn't steal your spirit stone. Nan Yin couldn't catch him, and her eyes became more and more angry. She just felt that this person relied on his ability to bully others. Not only did he steal her things and refuse to admit it, but he also mocked her ignorance. How could she tolerate this? A faint red appeared at the corner of her eyes, and her eyes stared at him. I don't care what you are. Anyway, you are in the same group with this bracelet. You have swallowed my spirit stones, so you have to return them all to me. Otherwise, I will throw it in now. She raised the bracelet and pretended to throw it into the spirit beast garden. Jing Wuyan subconsciously flashed in front of her, startling Nan Yin so much that she leaned back and raised her hand to throw her away. But someone grabbed her clothes by the back of her neck and pulled her back with the bracelet. Chapter 162. Nan Yin reacted and immediately began to struggle. Let go. Let go. Let go. Who told you to touch me? I don't know what method this person used to suppress her so tightly that she couldn't use her cultivation. But the fact that she couldn't use her cultivation didn't mean that she couldn't move. Nan Yin looked at the man's raised eyebrows and calm appearance. Could she still endure it? Seeing that she couldn't struggle free, she hesitated for a moment, and simply raised her head and hit his chin directly with her head. Now it's good. Head hitting chin. The result is conceivable. It is definitely a lose-lose situation. She was hurt, and he must have been hurt too. In fact, cultivators are also very fragile to each other. After all, when everyone is a cultivator, the copper skin and iron bones for mortals are actually the same among cultivators. Nan Yin was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. The moment she was hit, her collar was loosened and she sat on the ground, which caused her great pain. Jing Wuyan's chin was numb from the collision. He wanted to speak, but when he was hit, he accidentally bit his tongue. He hadn't felt such a sour taste in his nose for a long time, which made him frown unconsciously. After being in the lower world for so long, this was the first time he felt this way when a female cultivator with a very low cultivation level hit his head. When he wiped off the mark of recognition of the master before, his consciousness was already unstable. If he forcefully devoured the master again, he would probably fall into a deep sleep for a period of time. Jing Wuyan stared at the female cultivator who was sitting on the ground, holding her head tightly, and suppressed the thought that flashed through his mind. Forget it. It's not worth it to do this. A small cultivator with a foundation building cultivation level is not worth his means and cost. Nan Yin regretted it after she smashed it. She covered her head with her hands and cried in pain. However, she was in pain and was determined to put the bad debt on the head of the person in front of her. So she started to blame him again. You stinky thief. Stonehead. What method did you use to imprison my cultivation? You bullied people in my territory. You stole my spirit stone. And you still don't admit it. Her eyes were red with pain, and her voice became more aggrieved. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you think you are a divine weapon? I don't want your broken bracelet. If you don't return it to me, sooner or later, I will throw you into the spirit beast garden and let you taste the taste of Snow Wolf. Jing Wuyan looked at the unreasonable appearance of the female cultivator, and gently rubbed his slightly numb chin with his slender fingers twice, and stared at him with his dark eyes. He has been practicing until now, and no matter how high his cultivation is, he can only be called a cultivator. A cultivator is a human being, and a human being cannot get rid of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. For example, at this moment, although he is only a clone created by a wisp of consciousness, the clone is also a part of the main body, especially when the main body falls into a deep sleep. He is no different from the main body. He will frown unconsciously when in pain. Even the calmest and most rational people will feel irritated when facing endless troubles. Jing Wuyan frowned and looked at her, especially listening to the words thief, stinky thief that kept popping out of her mouth. He restrained himself and explained, Your spirit stone is not taken by me. It was automatically absorbed after the spirit gathering formation was opened. He woke up because of this. Otherwise he didn't know how long he would sleep. And those low-level spirit stones, he used to have piles higher than a mountain in his storage ring, and even had several spirit veins. But now that it was sealed, those things were all lost in the cave. He really didn't care about her belongings at all, which were not enough for his beast pet to fill the gap. Nanyan wiped her tears immediately after hearing this. Her eyes turned red, and she stared at him with misty eyes. What array or not? Do you think I'm stupid? You said it was absorbed by the array. So it absorbed it? Then why can't my consciousness enter the bracelet at all? What's the use of this broken bracelet? It swallowed so many of my spirit stones. But the treasure inside can only be seen, but not used. Are you the one who is playing tricks? Jing Wuyan lowered his head and looked at her steadily after hearing this. He really couldn't say that this matter had nothing to do with him. But it was hard to say it. If she really knew that the mark of her recognition of the master was erased by him, I'm afraid she would have to go through a lot again. Jing Wuyan dropped his hands behind his back. He looked mysterious in his light black clothes. He picked out some unimportant points to explain. Your finger was accidentally cut that day, and the blood on your hand accidentally stained the bracelet, which automatically opened the spirit gathering array in the Qianquan bracelet. The spirit stone was automatically converted into the spiritual energy that supports the array and then absorbed. This has nothing to do with me. However, because your cultivation is too low now, the bracelet refuses to recognize you as the master. So you can't use the things inside. Hearing what he said, Nanyan suddenly became more angry, and the redness at the end of her eyes became more obvious, as if stained with a thin layer of clouds. How can this be justified? Is it worthy of being called a divine weapon? If it doesn't want to recognize me as the master, why does it use my blood to open the array and steal my spirit stone? Do you think I'm blind? It's obviously you who is playing tricks. Jing Wuyan just looked at her without saying a word. What if he was really playing tricks? She couldn't do anything to him. Some strong people with a bottom line may talk to you about the rules. But if he doesn't, what can you do? This is how the world is. It's based on strength. Since you don't have enough cultivation, you can only be bullied. This is not only the case in the cultivation world, but the cultivation world has magnified this rule several times. So everyone has found a reasonable excuse for their own unruly and greedy selfishness. The more she talked, the angrier she became, and the more aggrieved she became. She looked pitiful and bullied, and her expression was very sad. Nanyan was also very good at using her advantages. She was still young now, especially in the eyes of some sect teachers and seniors. A female cultivator who had built a foundation in her early 20s was not much different from an underage girl in the mortal world. In addition, she was the little sister who was spoiled by the sect, and everyone gave in to her. So she was directly angry, and cried under Jing Wuyan's slightly opened eyes. The tears fell one by one along her fair and soft face like beads that had broken off the string. She knew that these high-ranking monks had never been wary of some low-level, harmless-looking female cultivators. But they were not completely without any wariness. Rather, they were proud of their talents and advantages, and thought they were in control of everything. So when a weak female cultivator like her provoked and accused them, they seemed to be indifferent, but somewhat interested. When they were in the mood, they might talk to her about fairness instead of lowering their status to argue with her. They disdained to argue about these things. Nan Yin liked their conceited and proud nature. Otherwise, how could she have the opportunity to take advantage of the loophole? After all, this was the world of cultivation. And the cultivators always had only one solution to troublesome things. Either to kill the other party, or to be killed by the other party. This man's strength seems to be unfathomable. It will only take a few minutes to kill her. Now he has been fighting with her for so long but still hasn't killed her. A foundation-building cultivator. With one palm. It is probably because he is restricted by the restriction of the Qingquan bracelet. If that's the case, then she is really bold. Take advantage of the opportunity to do something while you can. And Jing Wuyan in front of him really thinks so. In his eyes, the crying female cultivator on the ground is too weak and not worth his effort. It wasn't a big deal that she cried. She actually pulled the bracelet off her wrist and smashed it hard on his chest. This helpless way of venting looked fierce and pitiful. And there was no threat at all. You bully others by relying on your high cultivation level. I have saved up spiritual stones for a long time, and now they are gone. I don't care if you are a divine weapon or not. I don't want your broken bracelet anymore. And I don't want the treasure inside. You return my spiritual stones, and the things you stole from me. This is no different from a child throwing a tantrum. Jing Wuyan looked at the female cultivator in a rather strange way. Perhaps the girl was too young for him. Perhaps not even a fraction of his. And he did erase the mark of her recognition of the master, making the bracelet useless to her, which made him feel inexplicably like bullying a little girl. Jing Wuyan had never seen such a scene before. In the past, when he encountered these messy entanglements, he would just kill them directly. But this female cultivator was completely different from the ones he had seen before, who fought each other to the point of bloodshed and stabbed each other in the back for some spiritual treasure opportunities. Maybe because she was protected too well by the sect. She had never seen any dangers in the world of cultivation. But it did give him a headache, because the spirit stones had all been transformed into spiritual energy. If he was asked to compensate her, where could he find it to compensate her? His spiritual power was unstable now. After sleeping for so many years, his cultivation had regressed to the lowest level. Now, he could not be 100 meters away from the bracelet. Once he was too far away, he would be forced to be recalled to the bracelet. He could not do anything at all. And this female cultivator was still half the owner of the bracelet. Before there was a new mark covering it. He could not be too far away from her. He could not kill her or leave her. Jing Wuyan felt a very troublesome and difficult feeling for the first time. This kind of trouble was different from the practical difficulties he encountered in the past. He could decisively solve those practical obstacles. But he could not solve this female cultivator for the time being. Jing Wuyan frowned, feeling a sense of being out of control. After thinking for a while, he finally said, "Okay, stop crying. Your spirit stones are really not coming back." He looked at the female cultivator, with obvious disdain in his eyes. "Your current cultivation is too low. And the spirit marrow liquid in the spirit pool is too pure and powerful. With your unrefined physique, if you rashly swallow the spirit marrow liquid, you will only explode and die, which will do you no good. Otherwise, I will give you some rare spirit plants, and you can sell them at the market at the foot of the mountain. This should be able to offset the spirit stones you lost. What do you think?" Hearing this, Nan Yin stopped crying immediately. She looked up at the man opposite her, with a row of black and thick eyelashes still hanging on a few crystal-clear tears, and then asked him doubtfully, "Are you serious? Don't regret it. You owe me a lot of spirit stones. Are some spirit plants enough? Can you give me more?" Jing Wuyan saw the female cultivator's eyes light up, wiped her tears instantly, then got up quickly, ran to his side in 3 or 2 steps, and picked up the Qingquan bracelet that was thrown on the ground. There was no trace of the previous grievance and accusation on her face, and her eyebrows were jumping up and down. She scanned the inside with her spiritual sense, and looked up at him again. Her eyes, washed by tears, were crystal clear, black and clear, but her voice was a little disgusted. "That's all? Is this enough? Can't you give me a few more?" As she spoke, she grabbed the robe on the ground beside her, and wiped her face to wipe away her tears. Then she began to knock the bracelet tirelessly, muttering, "It's a divine weapon after all. It's too low to be so stingy. Spit out more. 2 more. Jing Wuyan, He was now wondering if this girl was deliberately tricking him. She was waiting for him to say this. Right? Otherwise, she wouldn't have used such a naughty method to force him out. Jing Wuyan frowned, looked down at the wet tears on the hem of the dress, and his eyebrows suddenly jumped uncontrollably. He always felt that the days ahead would be very troublesome. He took a deep breath, then suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and pulled the robe out of her hand. He hadn't had this kind of impulsive thought for a long time. But now, he had an inexplicable urge to beat someone up. But looking at her small body, he might beat her to death if he wasn't careful. Forget it. He endured it now. When he found the person he was looking for, he would definitely slap her to death without hesitation. Nan Yen pursed her lips as she looked at the various spiritual plants and herbs she had obtained. And finally she couldn't help laughing. If she could get these in return after crying twice, she could cry a few more times. This person is quite generous. And what he gave are some rare spiritual plants in the world of cultivation. No wonder in the original plot, the heroine got rich so quickly. Not only did her cultivation level rise rapidly, but also her followers could share a lot of benefits. After all, in this world of cultivation, everything needs spiritual stones. And spiritual stones can buy various resources. Several spiritual veins in the world of cultivation are tightly controlled by major sects. If you want to ascend successfully, buy various elixirs, spiritual swords and weapons, and talisman arrays. You must have spiritual stones. And spiritual stones can only be obtained by breaking into secret realms and completing tasks. Otherwise, no matter how good your talent is, you can't ascend to the upper realm alone. Now she enjoys the treatment of the heroine. Alas, this is really not easy. Nan Yen took the spiritual plants to the medicine shop at the foot of the Sek Mountain. These spiritual plants were useless in her hands. Only the alchemists and medicine practitioners could maximize their use. Nan Yen put on a cloak to hide her true identity and sold all the spiritual plants she had obtained from the Qingquan bracelet. In the end, she sold 72 spiritual plants, 33 of which were relatively common spiritual plants in the cultivation world. The rest were relatively rare and hard to find, so the price was not low. In the end, she got about 20 high-quality spiritual stones and 400 medium-quality spiritual stones. Nan Yen excitedly touched the storage bag on the cabinet. Although she would leave here sooner or later, no one would dislike that her property was not enough. With a sweep of her spiritual sense, she saw the neatly stacked spiritual stone boxes inside. Now, the dog bracelet swallowed up her spiritual stones, and almost all of them were returned. But how to continue to pester him? Jing Wuyan looked at the female cultivator holding the bag of spirit stones with an unpresentable look, and he glanced at her. It was hard to describe how happy she was with just a few spirit stones. He released his spiritual sense and accidentally scanned the market outside, and saw the half-grown Qianqiu vine. Qianqiu vine is not a rare thing, but it is difficult to obtain, because Qianqiu vine is the favorite vine of the red flame snake. Although the red flame snake is a low-level monster, it is also a headache when it gathers together. Ordinary cultivators with low cultivation will not easily provoke it, and those with high cultivation will look down on it. In the past, he would not look down on it, but he has the dual spiritual roots of gold and fire, and the fire element is pure. Now that his spiritual sense has just awakened from a deep sleep, his soul power is unstable. The inner elixir of the red flame snake king is fire, which helps him stabilize his soul power. If he hadn't seen it, it would be fine. But now that he has seen this opportunity, he naturally wants to find a way to get it. Otherwise, with this unstable soul body, who knows when he can recover his cultivation? The most troublesome thing is that if he is not careful, he may fall into a deep sleep again. Even dealing with a small foundation cultivator has to look back and forth, which is really difficult. Then, his shadow flashed, and he landed behind Nan Yen, patting her shoulder. Did you see the Qianqiu vine sold on that stall? Qianqiu vine is not common. Ask him where he found it. I need to find something to stabilize my soul power. Nan Yen's eyebrows moved slightly. It was really a pillow when she was sleepy, but it was not so easy to ask her for help. She tilted her head to look at the man beside her, snorted, "Why should I help you? Can't you go by yourself?" Jing Wuyan also looked down at her with a calm expression. "Showing my body will waste spiritual power. My cultivation is not enough now, so I can't waste spiritual power. For now, I can only show myself in front of you. Also, I can't leave the bracelet too far now. Otherwise, I will be forced to come back." Can you ask for me? I will give you 10 spiritual plants as a reward? Hearing this, the female cultivator opposite her eyes suddenly lit up, like two shallow moons, looking at him with watery eyes. Okay, this is what you said. You are not allowed to regret it. The female cultivator grabbed his palm and slapped it hard, like the mortal world, making 3 rules, which made Jing Wuyan feel a little weird, and then happily let go, as if afraid that he would regret it. Jing Wuyan calmly said him, and then saw the female cultivator trotting all the way to the stall, patting the male cultivator on the shoulder and chatting for a while, with a kind smile on her face, coaxing the fat old man's face full of wrinkles, and finally came back triumphantly with the news. That old man who was building the foundation said that it was found in Baiwu Mountain. He also said that there were many snakes, insects, rats and ants there. It's best for a beautiful female cultivator like me not to go there, lest I run into danger. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 soft and white little hands stretched out in front of him, which were quite similar to the spiritual pet he had raised before, especially the posture when asking for things, which was exactly the same. Give it to me. Jing Wuyan took out the spiritual plant from his sleeve and handed it over. Before he could finish his words, he looked down and saw that the female cultivator smiled as if she had got a treasure. She really looked like she had never seen the world. Jing Wuyan paused for a long time, and then said, "Then let's go. Baiwu Mountain should not be far from here. It won't take much time to go back and forth. This is also your opportunity." Nan Yin looked at the man's posture of moving forward without hesitation, but suddenly stopped, then snorted at him, and stared at him unceremoniously. "Why are you leaving? When did I say I was going to Baiwu Mountain? What does it have to do with me if you want to find something to stabilize your soul power? Why should I go with you?" Jing Wuyan paused, turned his head and stared at her. "Don't you want the opportunity? Although Qianqiu vine is common, the price in the market is not low. And now is the season when Qianqiu fruit is ripe. You are so short of spiritual stones. These are all resources. Don't you want them?" Speaking of this, Nan Yin couldn't help laughing, patting her storage bag, obviously very satisfied. "Thanks to you, I just made a lot of money. These spiritual stones are enough for me to use for a long time. I don't want those opportunities that require adventure. Anyway, you go alone. I won't accompany you." As he said, he turned his head back to count the spiritual plants he had just got, and put them into the storage bag. Jing Wuyan looked at the man's unwillingness to cooperate, and his brows tightened instantly. If he could leave alone, he would definitely not care about this little foundation building cultivator. Unfortunately, his current movements were restricted by the Qianquan bracelet, so he couldn't leave at all. "You don't want a free opportunity? You have been stuck in the early stage of foundation building for a long time, and you don't have any idea of fighting and taking risks. You will never break through the golden elixir in your life." Nan Yin laughed in her heart. Did this man think she was stupid? Can't you see that his needs at the moment are obviously more urgent than hers? In this case, how can I be worthy of my compromise if I don't trick him? Hearing this, Nan Yin turned her head to look at him, and then said without any guilt, "It doesn't matter if I can't break through. I have food and drink in the sect, and the eldest brother will protect me for the rest of my life. Why should I work so hard to tie my life to my belt? What if I encounter danger? I only have one life." That was true, but Jing Wuyan's brows were obviously knitted tighter. He had lived for so many years, and he had never seen such a cowardly foundation-building cultivator. She was timid even when given a chance for nothing. She deserved her low cultivation level, and would never be able to break through in her life. He took a deep breath, fearing that he would kill her. Jing Wuyan was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, "Are you so afraid of death? Isn't it for the breakthrough and longevity that you practice so hard? I can guarantee that this opportunity will be very generous. Are you really not going?" It was hard not to see what he was thinking about this question, but Nan Yin was going against him. The blackhead nodded. "Of course I am afraid of death. I practice to make myself happy. I can live for 200 years after I have built my foundation. It is enough for now. After all, in the original plot, the original owner did not even live to the age of 50. 200 years is too long." Jing Wuyan was quite unwilling. He couldn't hold on for long. With the inner elixir of the red flame snake, he would be much more stable. He asked again, "Are you really not going?" Nan Yin smiled at him, then shook her head decisively. "Whoever wants to go can go. Anyway, I'm not going." Jing Wuyan. Jing Wuyan looked down at the weak female cultivator with black hair. For the first time, he felt a sense of trouble and had no idea where to start. How could there be such a cultivator who was afraid of death? Even the cheer fighting cultivators, who had not yet established their foundation, were bolder than her. Especially with the rich resources at her fingertips. She really didn't care about it at all? She didn't want to do this experience earning thing? Then why did she practice so hard? If she didn't care, he wouldn't be able to get the inner elixir of the red flame snake. And he wouldn't be able to stabilize his soul power. And he wouldn't be able to recover his cultivation and practice again. This was a vicious cycle. It was all because he was still asleep when she recognized the bracelet as her master. Otherwise, he would have killed her with a palm, and would not have let her recognize the bracelet as her master so confusedly, causing the headache of being controlled by others. Jing Wuyan rubbed his eyebrows, and finally had no way to compromise. I beg you. Tell me. What do you want? Just think of it as accompanying me. I will give you a reward. Okay. Nan Yan's mouth curved. Wouldn't it be better if she had been so smart earlier? It must be forced by others to open up. Is there such a good thing in the world? Fortunately, she still has bargaining chips now. And the situation of being controlled by others has not been resolved, giving her a chance to take advantage of the loophole. Hearing this, Nan Yan suddenly turned her head and smiled. Her pupils were black, like two black and moist pearls, revealing a ray of clear light. Are you serious? Can you give me whatever you want? Jing Wuyan paused, feeling that something bad was going to happen. But the current situation did not allow him to hesitate any longer. So he said, It's just something within my power. Nan Yan pursed her lips and smiled. And her charming and refined little face suddenly came over, pulling his robe with one hand, and then stretched out 3 white jade fingers. 3 requests. You have to agree to 3 things, and I will accompany you to find Qianqiu Tung. How about it? Jing Wuyan lowered his head and looked at her steadily. So this girl had planned it long ago. Right? Jing Wuyan felt his chest churning slightly. And for the first time in his life, he had an indescribable feeling of frustration. But he couldn't do anything with her. He pondered in his mind. And after thinking carefully, it would be okay to agree to her. With the cowardly nature of this female cultivator, she probably wouldn't make any too difficult requests. I promise you. What do you want me to do? He suppressed his irritation and wanted to see what she could say. Hearing this, Nan Yan couldn't help laughing, and then bent the first finger. Don't think I can't see that you are extremely impatient with me. And you have repeatedly lied to me with that kind of straight eyes. I want you to promise me that you will never bully me again in the future, let alone do anything to hurt me. This is the first request. Do you agree? Perhaps people who are afraid of death have a natural intuition about danger. But she never thought that she could also feel his previous murderous intent. Jing Wuyan looked down at the other party, and then responded, I promise that I will not take the initiative to hurt your life in the future. After that, he exhaled lightly. What about the second thing? Nan Yan knocked on the Qianqiu bracelet in her hand, staring at him with a smile as if her conspiracy had succeeded, and then stretched out 5 fingers. 500 rare spiritual plants. Will you give it to me? Jing Wuyan looked at the smile in the female cultivator's eyes, pursed his lips, and suddenly wanted to regret the first request he had just agreed to. He stared at her with deep black eyes. 500 rare spiritual plants are too many. I'll give you a compromise. 300 rare spiritual plants, plus 200 common spiritual plants. Is that okay? Nan Yan didn't expect to get so much, but since this person was generous, she would definitely accept it without hesitation. So she nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, fearing that the other party would regret it if she was late. Okay. Okay. I'm not picky. Seeing the female cultivator nodding hurriedly, Jing Wuyan was also slightly relieved. Just some spiritual plants are fine. The small cultivation secret realm has been open for a short time, and the spiritual plants will be cultivated. It's okay to give them to her. When he finds the real owner of the bracelet, he will find an opportunity to help her ascend to the upper realm. Okay. What is the third thing? He just wants to get rid of this foundation building cultivator as soon as possible. Nan Yan pursed her lips and smiled, and suddenly waved at him. The third request is not too much. Please stand a little closer. I'm afraid you can't hear it. Jing Wuyan frowned. What tricks are they doing? He hesitated for a moment, and then looked at the female cultivator with a very low cultivation level. If it were in the upper realm before, he might be able to kill her with one hand. now that his cultivation level has regressed to the starting point. It is not something that this female cultivator can sneak attack. Thinking this way, he took a step forward. Okay. Go ahead. I can hear you. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the female cultivator opposite him with dark eyes, slowly approaching, her warm breath rising and falling, with a faint fruity fragrance. The third request is that you have to agree to 3 more requests from me. Hearing this, even though Jing Wuyan was too lazy to argue with her, he couldn't help but twitch his forehead twice at this moment. He subconsciously reached out to the other party, wanting to catch the person back and teach him a lesson. But the other party was well prepared and slipped away very quickly. So he only caught a handful of soft hair. The hair is so soft, but the heart is quite black. This is the first time that Jing Wuyan was angry because of someone. He hasn't lost his temper for many years. He has been asleep for so long that his understanding of the outside world has become shallow. Does this stinky girl think that he has a good temper and has to agree to her 3 more requests? How can there be such unreasonable things? It's simply unreasonable and unreasonable. In the end, Nan Yin was caught by this man. He grabbed her collar and pulled her back with force. Then he whispered in her ear, "You're playing with me, you little bitch. Do you really think I have a good temper? How dare you tease me like this?" Nan Yan's head was pressed against his chest. She was suppressed and couldn't move. In the end, she could only struggle with a face full of accusations and tears in her eyes. "Liar! You are also a divine weapon. Why do you care about me? A small foundation building cultivator? Besides, have you forgotten what you just promised me? You said you wouldn't hurt me actively. And now you're locking my throat." Nan Yin is now as thick-skinned as possible. "Oh, it hurts. It hurts. My head hurts. My hair is pressed. My throat can't breathe. I'm going to be strangled to death by you." In fact, it didn't hurt much. The man's force was not strong. He just pressed her so that she couldn't move. However, she acted out the discomfort as much as she could, and she looked aggrieved. Jing Wuyan sneered. It was the first time he had seen such a shameless female cultivator. He put his arm around the man's neck and pulled him back. "Be honest. The third request doesn't count. You can ask again. I have already agreed to the first 2 requests. Now you have to accompany me to Baiwu Mountain." Nan Yin immediately showed a look of compromise. Okay. I promised you. Why don't you let go?" After saying that, she couldn't help but add, "The third request I haven't thought about yet. Can I ask later?" Jing Wuyan looked at the pitiful appearance of the female cultivator, who turned her face away. Her eyes were red like a rabbit, and snorted coldly, then let go of her. After letting go, Nan Yin coughed a few times while holding her chest, and raised her eyes to glare at her from time to time, which made Jing Wuyan want to catch her back and teach her a lesson. The 2 finally went to Baiwu Mountain together. As the name suggests, the mountain is surrounded by fog all year round. Even if the cultivators let go of their spiritual sense, they can only see a distance of more than 10 meters at most. Moreover, there are many poisonous insects and strange beasts on the mountain, especially when it is foggy. The monsters hide in the fog and attack the cultivators, which makes it easy for people to be caught off guard. Ordinary foundation building cultivators rarely come to such places to look for opportunities. The 2 followed the teleportation formation to the foot of the mountain. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain and passed through the transparent barrier, they felt a layer of white fog wrapped around their spiritual sense. Even if the spiritual sense was released farther, they still saw a thick fog. This situation is no different from a blind person for cultivators. Nan Yin put away the magic weapon and jumped directly to the bottom of the mountain on foot. Jing Wuyan beside her followed the bracelet all the time. Nan Yin hesitated and refused to go in. Seeing her cowardly and fearful appearance, Jing Wuyan felt disgusted again and was annoyed again. How could the Qianquan bracelet be recognized as the master by such a cultivator? He raised his hand and put his palm directly on her shoulder. While pushing her, he pressed against her back to prevent her from retreating. "Okay. Just go in. Don't be afraid of anything. Leave the rest to me." Hearing this promise, Nan Yin immediately relaxed. This is the result she wanted. After the 2 entered the mountain, they found that there was a dense forest on the White Mist Mountain. The various trees in the forest were towering into the clouds. If it wasn't so high that you couldn't see the top, you would really think it was just an ordinary forest. Nan Yin looked at the vast expanse of white beside her. It was probably because of her low cultivation level. When she released her spiritual sense, She saw the white mist and forest around her. Jing Wuyan was looking for the 1,000 autumn vine. She heard from the old man, who was building the foundation, that the 1,000 autumn vine was near the mountainside. Nan Yen looked at the various green vines and trees around. The two of them searched for a long time, but did not find the 1,000 autumn vine. Instead, they were harassed by a few flying mosquitoes from time to time. Going forward, Jing Wuyan stopped. Nan Yen was also forced to stop. She touched her head and felt the finger of the person behind her suddenly slide across her neck. It was cold and a little creepy. She turned her head and stared at him. "Why are you touching my neck?" Jing Wuyan felt puzzled. He looked at her calmly, and his eyes fell on the 1,000 autumn vine opposite. And then he casually replied, "It's not me. I didn't touch you." As soon as the voice fell, the little finger brushed her head again. Nan Yen grabbed the man's sneak attack with his backhand. "You said you didn't touch it. If it wasn't you, could it be a ghost?" Nan Yen grabbed the man back, and the cold touch was close to the palm of her hand, which made her feel slippery for some reason. She looked closely, and it turned out to be a colorful snake. Nan Yan's scalp suddenly went numb, and for a moment she wanted to throw the snake at the face of the man opposite her. But suddenly she thought of her current status as a cultivator, and it was just a low-level little spirit snake that didn't even bite through her spirit shield. So it seemed that there was nothing to be afraid of. So she pinched the tail of the little snake and threw it back in front of Jing Wuyan, smiling coldly and imposingly. "Hee hee. It's just a little snake. There's nothing to be afraid of." Hearing this, the man opposite also smiled easily and nodded at her. "Well, it's good that you're not afraid. Then let's start." "Start? Start what?" Nan Yen was about to ask him what to start, but she heard a sudden ups and downs of hissing from behind her. She turned her head and saw countless green vines climbing on the towering chinchou tree. And there were dense snakes on the green vines. The colorful soft bodies intertwined together, piled up in a ball, rolling forward, and the hissing sound kept rising and falling. At that moment, Nan Yen wanted to beat the man opposite her. Anyway, she couldn't help it. She had forgotten her identity as a monk of her sect. She pounced on Jing Wuyan beside her and hugged him tightly. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She cried and questioned him in a trembling voice. "You bastard. Didn't you say you came to find vines? Why are there so many snakes?" She was afraid, but she didn't forget to hug the task object. She was really dedicated to her job. Jing Wuyan was caught off guard and hugged by someone. He didn't have time to dodge for a while. But looking at the man's pale face, he was obviously in a very good mood. "I'm here to find vines. The favorite plant of the red flame snake is the 1,000 autumn vine. Now, you take the 1,000 autumn vine, and I take the inner elixir of the red flame snake king. We can have the best of both worlds and have both things." He patted the man on the back again and said coldly, "Okay, come down quickly. Didn't you say you are not afraid of snakes? These are some low-level monsters with little power. It's easy to deal with them with half each." Nan Yen finally got hold of this man. How could she let go easily? She buried her whole head in the other's chest and cried pitifully. "I won't come down. I won't come down. I won't come down even if I die. You can solve it by yourself. I have a headache and eyes hurt just looking at it. I'm not afraid of a small snake. But there must be at least tens of thousands of them. The snakes are coming. Coming! They are coming from behind. Get out of the way." Jing Wuyan was entangled by this dogskin plaster-like female cultivator, and he couldn't pull away for a while, so he could only dodge with her. The cultivator's breath alarmed the Snake King on the vine tree. After the Snake King woke up, he pointed at the low-level spirit snakes and started to attack. The best opportunity for a sneak attack was missed, and Jing Wuyan was also annoyed. But he was entangled by this person again and couldn't move his hands and feet. He didn't expect this female cultivator to be so incompetent that she couldn't even deal with a low-level monster. He was so angry that he couldn't help but grit his teeth and ask her, "Why is your cultivation so bad? Why do you fish in troubled waters all day long? I thought your spiritual shield could hold on for a while." Nan Yen lay on his chest and cried, her tears smearing on his clothes. "You are mean to me? You are still mean to me. I said I wouldn't come, but you insisted that I come. Now it's over. We have poked the snake's nest. We are going to be buried alive by the snake pile. It's all your fault. Woo woo. Hurry up. The left. The one on the left is flying over. The one on the right. Pinch it to death quickly. There is another one on the top." She cried and asked him to hide. for fear that she would be bitten. Even her fingers were retracted into her sleeves. Hiding tightly, Jing Wein took a deep breath. Shut up. Your senior brother has made you too weak. You are a cultivator. And cultivators should experience wind and rain and grow up on their own. If you don't even have the ability to face these small setbacks, you will die sooner or later. The female cultivator curled up in his arms, sobbing and spitting. I will grow up on my own next time. This time I leave it to you. You move quickly. Help. My senior brother never let me do this. You move quickly. Pinch it to death. Quickly pinch it to death. Move faster. If you don't hurry up, the Snake King will have a hot dinner. And we too will probably be able to feed it for a long time. Jing Wein. I really can't rely on you at all. Chapter 163. Jing Wein was annoyed by the sobbing and crying. This female cultivator really completely changed his understanding of cultivators. He has been practicing and living for so long. But he has never seen such a cowardly and unambitious female cultivator. She can't do anything except eating, drinking and having fun. What's the point of him bringing her here? Is she here to hold him back? Jing Wein looked at the man crying with tears all over his face. When he lowered his head, the tears all rubbed on his chest. His temples suddenly throbbed twice. He suppressed a rare trace of annoyance that surged in his heart. Forget it. He can't kill her. He can't kill her. It's too low for him to care about a small foundation-building cultivator. What's more, he just agreed to her request. Killing her now will cause trouble. Jing Wein watched the snake tides gathering around him become more and more fierce. And the dense attack venom kept spitting on his condensed spiritual shield. And a trace of irritation flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the person in his arms was like a rabbit, desperately grabbing his collar and drilling into it, burying his head in his robe, and his hands tightly wrapped around his neck. There was no part of her body, from head to toe, that was not hanging on him. She was so afraid of death that it was outrageous. That was not all. She occasionally looked up and started crying again. Woo woo. Help. It's over. It's all your fault. I told you I wouldn't come. Now I'll have a psychological trauma for the rest of my life. I won't dare eat snakes again. Hurry up. It's flying over again. Chop off its head. Chop off that one too. She was crying while directing, complaining from time to time. You are too cruel. It's unrecognizable. And the blood is gushing onto my hands. This robe was just given to me by my senior brother. It's very expensive. You have to pay for it. Jing Wein took a deep breath. He was able to control himself when he heard the first few words. But when he heard the last sentence, veins on his forehead instantly emerged. His chest was suddenly in a tight spot, and the spiritual power of his whole body was scattered. Without noticing, the spiritual shield that was condensed around him was instantly cracked by the red flame Snake King. Jing Wein gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from his throat, saying in a sinister and threatening tone, "Shut up. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I will throw you into the snake pit now." Nan Yin started to cry again when she heard this. She had a bottom line when she was acting. Seeing that this person was really angry, she bit his shoulder. It didn't hurt. It was like venting. And she made a sobbing sound in her mouth. Jing Wein condensed his spiritual energy again. Now he didn't want to argue with her. Otherwise he would really have the urge to chop her off with those densely packed snake heads. Seeing the snake tide becoming more and more turbulent, Jing Wein frowned unconsciously. He had thought carefully before coming here. Originally, 2 people were enough to deal with these spirit snakes. But the Red Flame Snake King should have broken through not long ago and should be a 4th level monster now. If he were to follow his previous cultivation level, he could kill them all with one palm. And it would only take a blink of an eye to solve these troubles. He had been sleeping for too long. And now his cultivation level had regressed to the lowest level. In addition, the one in his arms was either a hindrance, and was useless at all. He never thought that one day, he, the dignified Qingyu Star Lord, would fall into such a predicament. It was really embarrassing. Jing Wein raised his hand and condensed a flying blade to sweep across the dense snake tide, forcing back some of the attacks. But this was not a solution, as he did not have enough spiritual power. Suddenly he thought of something, looked down at the female cultivator who was curled up in his arms like a quail, and suddenly got a headache again. "Where is your storage bag?" Jing Wein had the urge to grit his teeth. He had never been so aggrieved in his life. The Qianquan bracelet was really blind. Being relied on by such a female cultivator, This person looked like a kind of frustration that could not be helped. Have all these years of cultivation been in vain? You also avoid this kind of experience accumulating thing. How did you fool people with your secret realm mission? Why don't you use your ice talisman and golden arrow talisman quickly? Don't use them now. And save them for others to make a fortune when they touch the corpse in the future? Nan Yan's mouth twitched, and she found that this person's mouth was also poisonous. No wonder he was a black belly. She pretended to move her head an inch away from his arms, and then said, "In my arms?" Hearing this, Jing Weyan subconsciously reached out to take it. But halfway through, he thought of something. He lowered his head and glared at her angrily. "Hurry up and get it yourself." Nan Yin shook her head like a rattle after hearing this, and hugged him tighter instantly, and kept muttering, "Don't think I don't know your conspiracy. Don't even think about me letting go. I'm holding you now. How can I take it? If I let go, I will fall. And you took the opportunity to throw me into the snake pit as a stepping stone for you. I won't let go. I won't let go even if I die. Don't even think about bluffing me." Jing Weyan took a deep breath again after hearing this. And then he still found that he was so angry that his chest was stuffy. How afraid of death is this female cultivator? Such a cowardly and disgusting woman. Why did she practice? And how could she survive in the cultivation world until now? What did she rely on? Could it be that she was afraid of death by nature? For a moment, he really wanted to throw her into the snake pile to kill her. But thinking about the red flame snake king's inner elixir that was so close, and then thinking about the consequences of killing this female cultivator, Jing Weyan was quite unwilling. Thinking about the price of falling asleep again. He couldn't afford it now. Not to mention that if he woke up again after 100 years, if he met someone like this who he didn't like, wouldn't it be a waste of the price? So he raised his hand. His arm directly embraced the soft waist of the female cultivator, and the other hand supported her legs, holding her firmly in his arms. And then he said coldly, "Hurry up and take it. If you keep talking nonsense, I will really throw you in to feed the snakes." Nan Yin felt the touch of being held in someone's arms. The person's body temperature was obviously low. Perhaps he was not used to it, and his thin, but powerful arms were tense. Nan Yin couldn't help but curl her lips. Then she took out her storage bag from her bosom, and stuffed it into the other's chest with the warmth in her bosom, muttering, "Here, here, here, all for you. Use it sparingly. I spent a lot of money to buy it. Don't waste it. Just think of it as me lending it to you. You have to pay me back in the future." Jing Weyan really wanted to cover the mouth that kept opening and closing with his hands. Before, he only thought that she was greedy for life and afraid of death, and had no ambitions. But now she has another shortcoming of being nagging and stingy. When she encounters danger, she can only cry like a ghost and howl like a wolf. Apart from eating, drinking and having fun, she fishes in troubled waters. She has no ambitions and is thick-skinned. She has also been raised by her good senior brother to be a blatant waste. She can't even deal with such low-level monsters. She is weak and incompetent. The most important thing is that she is content and unwilling to make any changes. How can such a person survive in the world of cultivation? It can be said that this female cultivator has all the shortcomings that he dislikes and hates, which is very troublesome. Finally, Jing Weyan used the fire talisman to burn, and then used the ice talisman to freeze the snake tide instantly, and finally used the spiritual energy to condense the flying blades to attack and destroy them one by one. After a struggle, he finally succeeded in killing the Red Flame Snake King and successfully obtained the Snake King's inner elixir. The Red Flame Snake King died, and the snake tide lost its leader. So the snake group on the Qianqiu vine began to slowly retreat. At the same time, the remaining spiritual energy in Jing Weyan's body was almost exhausted. If it were not for stabilizing his soul power, he would not have entangled with such a low-level little spirit snake. It was really embarrassing. At this time, he turned his head and saw the female cultivator. When the snake tide began to slowly retreat, the female cultivator decisively got off him. But she still refused to stop. She cried pitifully while pulling his sleeves and began to pick up the corpse. These red flame snakes were all first and second level spirit snake monsters, and some were third level or above if they were lucky. She picked up all the snake corpses on the ground, leaving no one behind. He worked hard to drive back the snake tide in front, and she followed behind him to pick up the good stuff, not doing any hard work, and looked like she had suffered a great injustice. She cried in his ear from time to time, pulling his sleeve to wipe her tears while crying. Wow. You don't know. I was really scared today. I have never seen such a disgusting scene. My senior brother would always protect me in the past. It's all your fault. I really thought I was going to die this time. Nan Yin pretended to be a weak little white lotus to him, while accusing him of the cruelty of his methods today. I thought I would never see my kind-hearted fellow disciples again in this life. This one is too chopped up. It can't be sold at a good price. She took out a storage bag from her bosom and stuffed it into his hand, saying in a good tone, "You should at least make some effort. There are so many corpses. Let's pick them up together and make a fortune. Didn't you say that the formation in the Qianquan bracelet has been activated and needs to replenish spiritual energy? After picking them up, we can sell the spiritual stones and share them equally." Jing Wuyan clenched his palms instantly and had the urge to squeeze her to death. Nan Yin didn't care what he thought in his heart, as long as she could benefit. Oh my! I'm rich. I'm rich. Another huge fortune. And I didn't even have to work hard. Especially when she saw the man opposite her turn pale after his spiritual power was exhausted, and finally turned blue in anger at her words. Nan Yin felt very happy and picked up corpses faster. Jing Wuyan really felt that his bottom line was once again pulled to the lowest by this female cultivator. He never felt that he could endure so much. He turned his head expressionlessly, and the black Shen's eyes stared at her deeply. "Heh. Stinky girl." She said she was scared, but she picked up the corpse so skillfully. Did she think he was easy to fool? Wasn't this female cultivator deliberately trying to trick him from the beginning? Finally, Jing Wuyan exhaled a breath of turbid air and suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Then he picked up the corpse with her, but not to help her, but to clear a place. After the monster's blood was scattered, it would be easy to attract some other ferocious monsters. His spiritual energy was exhausted now, and it was impossible to expect the female cultivator over there to resist. So he could only rely on himself. After the surroundings were cleaned up, Jing Wuyan threw the bag in his hand directly at the female cultivator, and the bulging bag hit her on the forehead. The female cultivator said ouch, then turned around and stared at him angrily, her eyes wide open. "What are you doing?" Before she finished speaking, when she looked down and saw the full bag on the ground, her eyes that were originally wide open curved again, and instantly turned into two crescents. "You smash it. You smash it. It doesn't matter if your hands are sore from smashing it." As he said this, he stuffed the bag into his arms. Jing Wuyan sneered, as if he looked down on her greedy and stingy appearance, turned his head and stopped looking at her, exhaled lightly, restrained his emotions, and then took out a walnut-like Qinji house from his sleeve. With the activation of spiritual power, the house opened like a formation and landed on the open ground. After doing all this, he turned his head and looked at Nan Yin again. "There is not enough time today. Spend the night here first. You should be alert at night. I want to refine the inner elixir." Nan Yin said him twice honestly this time. Then she followed him into the 1,000-machine house with great interest, and came in with a look of curiosity and surprise on her face, touching and rubbing everywhere, exuding a sense of stupidity that had never seen the world. Jing Wuyan took a look and moved his eyes away with disdain to prevent himself from feeling more and more embarrassed the more he looked. Nan Yin looked around. This 1,000-machine house was a house about the same size as her bedroom, but it was refined into a small walnut-sized ball using formation talismans, which was probably the ability of a weapon refiner. The most powerful weapon refiner in their sect should not have this skill. And perhaps not only their sect, but the entire cultivation world could not create such a 1,000-machine house. Nan Yin couldn't help but move closer and began to show her presence. It was a good opportunity for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room. It would be a miracle if he could meditate peacefully. She wanted to torture him to death. Jing Wuyan sat on the spiritual stone jade bed and began to refine the inner elixir of the red flame snake. Nan Yin saw the jade bed he used for meditation. The spiritual stones he used were taken from her storage bag. She moved closer and patted his thigh, with a face full of attentiveness and flattery. "Boss, from now on I am your little brother and sister. I will follow you through fire and water, and make a fortune with you quietly. But I don't know your name yet." "Boss?" I don't know who she learned the shameless and kinship-seeking look from. Jing Wuyan lifted his eyelids and saw the female cultivator stretching her white and soft claws to wipe the small round ball hanging on his waist, her eyes full of curiosity and concern. He raised his hand, and without thinking, he slapped the back of the hand with a slap sound. And a fresh red mark immediately appeared on the fair and smooth skin. The female cultivator raised her eyes, and stared at him with watery eyes. You hit me again? Jing Wuyan was harassed by her, and couldn't calm down. He didn't have the slightest thought of meditation. Who is your boss? When did I say that I would take you as my younger brother? Who told you to touch me casually? If you do it again, I will chop off your fingers. Nan Yen seemed to be frightened when she heard it, and her fingers shrank instantly. I don't know if it was because she thought of his decisiveness when chopping off the snake's head. Her fair and charming little face immediately turned a little pale. Nan Yen is not a fool, and she can naturally see that this person has no intention of killing her at the moment. This person is probably a contradictory personality of saying one thing and thinking another. That is, the kind of contradictory type who says no with his mouth, but actually wants it very much with his body. Well, after thoroughly understanding this man's character, Nan Yen felt that she was more stable in her actions. Her hypocritical and pretentious character was just the right counter to this man. Very good. Nan Yen accused him in a low voice, looking aggrieved. You used my spirit stone. I recognized you as the boss. And you still despise me? What's wrong with me touching you? And what's wrong with you showing me your little walnut? I don't despise you. Don't forget. You still have my blood in your body. Jing Wuyan was so angry at these words that he was out of breath, and his forehead and temples twitched uncontrollably. It was true that he woke up because of her blood. But how did this mean that he had her blood in his body? It was just nonsense. Jing Wuyan sneered, frowned, turned his head, stared at her with dark eyes. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will really throw you out. The 1,000 machine house is of no use to you. You are lazy and stay in the sect all day long. You are scared to death when fighting a low-level monster. You will never use my 1,000 machine house in this life. If you want something, go to your good senior brother. Nan Yan's fingers grabbed his robe again. Jing Wuyan saw it but didn't bother to care about her. He scolded her, but didn't listen. This person has no shame at all. Her face is as thick as a city wall. If an ordinary cultivator was accused like this, he would have been ashamed and embarrassed. But she is not ashamed. But proud? Nan Yan glared at him sullenly. And seeing that he didn't stop her, she quietly touched his waist again. My senior brother doesn't have it. If he had it, I would have gotten it long ago. I'm just taking a look. Can you lend it to me for a few days? We've been together for so long. You see how hard I tried to pick up the corpse for you just now. I'll give you a few more spirit stones when the time comes. Okay. As she spoke, her fingertips also touched the walnut-sized Qinji hut. Just as she was about to smile, and was about to continue touching the hanging knot, her wrist was grabbed with a snap. At least he didn't hit her hand this time, and his slender white fingers tightly pinched her wrist. The slightly cool temperature came through the thin clothes. The slender knuckles were tightly pressed against her skin. Nan Yen raised her head and looked at this person. Her beautiful and charming little face raised. A few strands of soft hair fell on her cheeks. Her eyes were black and round, and there was a hint of expectation and curiosity, obviously wanting what he had in his arms. Jing Wuyan also stared at her. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, staring at her intently. His mouth curled up, and suddenly chuckled. You really want it, right? Nan Yen also smiled and nodded with him, looking particularly happy. Yeah, I just want to take a look. As soon as the voice fell, his wrist suddenly tightened, and Nan Yen was dragged forward by this person, and the other hand just happened to be supported on his leg. As soon as she raised her head, she heard the man's tone suddenly become gloomy and slightly threatening. Hee. You are not afraid of death, right? Do you really think I am joking with you? He has never seen such a cowardly and daring female cultivator. Does she think that if he doesn't kill her, there is no other way to deal with her? She is so bold that she touches his bottom line again and again. He raised his other hand, and the nun subconsciously held his palm, her face full of anxiety and compromise. Hey, stop hitting me. It will swell up if you hit me again. I just want to take a look at your little walnut. Right? Are you so stingy? You know our sect is very poor. I have never seen the world, so I must be very curious when I see something new. Your treasure looks extraordinary. If you care so much about it, can't I just not look at it? Nan Yen pursed her lips slightly. She was the best at pretending to be good and deceiving people. She looked up at him aggrievedly. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Okay? The claw that was doing wrong was also held in his hand, and dared not struggle. Jing Weyan felt that he was holding a ball of cotton wool in his hand, which was soft and boneless, soft and slippery. It looked like it had no attacking ability, which made people particularly disgusted. He stared at this person deeply for a while, feeling inexplicably irritated. He felt that if he let her disturb him like this, he didn't know when he could recover his spiritual power. Thinking of this, Jing Weyan's brows instantly frowned tighter. Then he snorted coldly, untied the Thousand Machines house from his waist, and threw it heavily at her head. "Take it, and get out of here. If you delay me from refining the inner elixir, I will refine you as well." After saying that, he threw her away, looking like he didn't want to bother with her. Nan Yin cried ouch and leaned back without any defense. She almost fell down, but she managed to hold on at the last moment. She looked at the man opposite her and looked away with disdain. Nan Yin smiled at him without any care, and then held the Thousand Machines house and began to study it. She was naturally content to get the little walnut. Nan Yin thought to herself, "It seems that she has touched this man's bottom line again." Although he said he would throw her out to feed the snakes. He said it so many times, but he never actually did it once. Sure enough, he is a person who says one thing and thinks another. Seeing Jing Weyan on the opposite side close his eyes and start to meditate again, Nan Yin leaned on the other side and took out various soft and comfortable mattresses and quilts from her storage bag. A very comfortable soft couch was laid on the spacious jade bed. The cushions on the couch were made of fox rabbit fur, and there was also this soft pillow, all prepared by her senior brother. It must be said that the senior brother, who was infected with love goo, was very considerate at the beginning. I don't know if that person missed her. Anyway, this long night is long, and she has some thoughts. Her senior brother's waist is thin and strong. It is very comfortable to hug him when warming the quilt, and it is also very suitable to use him as a pillow. Nan Yin made the bed, turned over neatly, picked and chose from the storage bag, and took out a piece of plump and spiritual snake meat. He condensed a flying blade on his fingertips to clean up the spirit snake meat, and then took out various earthenware pots and pots from the storage bag, and then stewed them with spiritual spring water, while boiling with spiritual fire. He put various spiritual plants and mushrooms in it. After a while, a strong fragrance came out of the earthenware pot, and the fragrance full of spiritual energy instantly filled the entire Qinji hut. Jing Weyan opened his eyes at some point, and his dark eyes stared at the busy female cultivator below. He was probably so angry with this person that he had no temper. In the past, he might have been slapped to death by a palm when this female cultivator entangled him for the first time. But now he was powerless. As soon as he closed his eyes, he heard the sound of the female cultivator cooking below. He didn't want to pay attention to it at first, and continued to concentrate on meditation. As a result, it didn't take a moment, and he smelled the fragrance in the room. He has never been a person who pays attention to the desire for food, but he has been asleep for nearly 100 years, and has just woken up. He has not tasted anything. His stomach has been empty for 100 years. Now he has no intention of meditating because of this annoying smell. Jing Weyan looked at her expressionlessly, and couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "As a cultivator, you should focus on cultivation and improving your cultivation. But you are not only lazy and enjoy pleasure, but also pay attention to the desire for food. How can such a cultivator break through and ascend?" He said again, "If you can use your attention to enjoyment to cultivation, why worry about not being able to break through the initial stage of foundation building and ascend to another realm?" Oh, this person finally couldn't help it, and took the initiative to talk to her. This is really strange, Nan Yin thought. Although this person always said that he disliked her low cultivation and disliked her lack of progress, he didn't have much bad feelings towards her in his heart. This is probably due to the reasons of the entire cultivation world. The more people who do whatever it takes to cultivate and pursue progress, the more they are wary and fearful. After all, in this world of cultivation, even the closest Taoist partners will have their own backup plans, and it is impossible for them to tell all their cards, so as not to die when betrayed. There are also advantages to not striving for progress. A cultivator who eats and drinks all day and enjoys himself is at least less feared and more likely to be trusted. Nan Yin turned her head and stared at him when she heard the voice. She had a good temper, and she was not angry after hearing these words. She snorted twice and turned her head away. "I practice to make myself live a better life. If I only pursue the realm and ignore the process, Then the meaning of my practice is not the cart before the horse? Jing Wuyan looked down on her, thinking that such words were just self-consolation because she lacked talent. He snorted coldly, changed the subject, and asked, "You live such a lazy life in the sect, and your senior brother doesn't care about you? Huh? What does this change of topic have to do with her senior brother?" Nan Yen raised her head and glared at him angrily. "What's wrong with me? Isn't it good like this? I have food and drink. I live very comfortably. Why does my senior brother care about me?" Jing Wuyan was silent for a moment, and continued, "You are now cultivating, because your senior brother is 2 or 3 realms higher than you. Don't you worry that your senior brother will abandon you? When he ascends to the upper realm, you may still be a low-level cultivator, and will never catch up with him in your life. Don't you feel ashamed?" Nan Yen ignored him and treated his words as wind in one ear and out the other. Humph. So what? Everyone has their own aspirations. Anyway, my pursuit is to enjoy life in time and make myself happy. After saying that, she pinched the spoon and stirred the fragrant snake soup. The milky white soup was full of spiritual fragrance. But her indifferent look made Jing Wuyan look like a rotten wood that could not be carved. He was silent for a moment, then looked away, and then stated a fact, calmly saying, "You will only hinder your senior brother by doing this." Nan Yen was very unhappy when she heard this, as if she was just causing trouble and doing nothing. She could also go into the secret realm to complete the mission. So she turned around and stared at him coldly. Her black eyes were round and round. "What does it have to do with you? My senior brother is willing to hinder me, and I don't care if others want to hinder me." Jing Wuyan also stared back, saying disdainfully, "How shameless. No one in the cultivation world will always like a female cultivator who holds them back. Even if he is your senior brother, he has no obligation to always take care of you and pamper you. Sooner or later, he will get tired of you and abandon you to ascend alone." Nan Yen was very dissatisfied when she heard this. Although this was indeed the truth, she was now her senior brother's little fangirl. How could she tolerate others slandering her senior brother? So she looked around at the person opposite her, and her eyes looked around, and finally drifted with some disgust, and said with disdain, "You are so disappointed now, that you are so jealous that you are unrecognizable." She shook her head as she spoke, looking disgusted. "Do you think I don't understand when you say that? Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. My sweetheart will always be my senior brother. I tell you, even if you try your best to slander him in front of me, the fact that I like my senior brother will never change. I won't believe you." Hum. After a hum, she turned her head away angrily, looking quite disgusted with him. Jing Wuyan. Did she misunderstand something? Jing Wuyan looked at the subtle glances that person cast from time to time, and instantly felt a tightness in his chest. He really wanted to knock open the head of this female cultivator to see if it was filled with grass. Otherwise, how could he have such an outrageous idea? There were countless beautiful female cultivators in the spirit realm of the upper realm who threw themselves into his arms. All of them were beautiful goddesses with various styles in the cultivation world. This stinky girl looked underdeveloped, and she dared to despise him for plotting against him. Where did she get the confidence to think so? The most important thing is, which eye of hers saw that he had such thoughts about her? He clearly despised her for not being enterprising and making progress. And she only knew how to eat and drink all day long, and spent her days in idleness, which was simply unbearable to look at. Jing Wuyan was very angry, and really wanted to catch him and teach him a lesson. But he probably got used to being angry, and finally his expression slowly restrained, sneered, and closed his eyes again. And it was better to just ignore it and not be annoyed. When his cultivation level recovered by 10%, he would be able to leave this stupid woman. He didn't need to pay attention to her at all, and there was no need to care about her. If it wasn't by chance, they would never have the chance to contact a female cultivator with low cultivation like her in this life. When he found the real owner of the bracelet, he wouldn't care whether she lived or died. Nan Yen on the other side didn't care how angry he was. Seeing him close his eyes and enter a state of meditation again, she snorted lightly, and it would be better to piss him off to death. She estimated the time and saw that the fire was almost ready. She opened the lid and felt that the snake soup in the earthenware pot with various spiritual plants became more fragrant. It was just right for eating and drinking. She ate most of it by herself and kept the rest warm on the table with spiritual stones. After she had eaten and drunk enough, she simply washed herself with spiritual spring water and climbed back onto his jade bed. This was the good thing about being a cultivator. The spiritual beast meat in her stomach could be converted into spiritual energy to replenish her spirit. She saw that Jing Wuyan beside her seemed to have entered a deep meditation, with spiritual energy emanating from his body. So she also imitated him, and began to meditate and practice. At first, it was indeed in the same form, but probably because she was not used to this hard bed. Although it was covered with a layer of cushions, it was still not as soft as sleeping in a room. In the second half of the night, she naturally shifted her head and rested it on Jing Wuyan's thigh. The man didn't notice it and continued to sit. She turned over again, with the back of her head facing his waist and abdomen, wrapped the quilt, and slept very sweetly. On the second day, Jing Wuyan's inner elixir was finally refined and his soul was slightly more stable. He restrained the spiritual energy overflowing around his body, and those invisible spiritual energy turned into fireflies and penetrated into his body. Jing Wuyan's breathing became long and steady, and his consciousness gradually recovered. When he opened his eyes, he felt something seemed to be pressing on his thigh. Jing Wuyan frowned, looked down, and saw that the female cultivator was sleeping very peacefully with her head on his thigh. The originally fair and rosy little face was particularly rosy when she slept, revealing a healthy pink, and the row of black and thick eyelashes drooped slightly, casting a faint shadow on the pink eyelids. Because the distance was too close, he could almost feel the warm breath exhaled by the female cultivator. She was totally defenseless and so brave. Wasn't she afraid that he would slap her to death? Jing Wuyan narrowed his eyes, seeing the female cultivator sleeping so soundly. He couldn't help getting angry. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the soft flesh on the female cultivator's cheeks. He pinched and rubbed it subconsciously, and finally threw her off his legs by pinching her cheeks. Have you slept enough? This made Nan Yan's head hit the jade bed directly. Nan Yan cried out in pain and woke up instantly. She raised her head and glared at him. Her eyes were misty because she had just woken up. She looked like a sweet little sister. Even if she was angry, she didn't have that aura and didn't scare anyone at all. Perhaps because she was hurt. She got up and subconsciously cursed. Dog, do you want to rebel? She woke up completely after she finished cursing. Then I saw Jing Wuyan's eyes narrowed even more sinisterly. He turned around and pulled Nan Yan, who was still not quite awake, over to me, with a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. You bastard? Uh-huh. Very good. You are quite courageous. Who are you scolding? I'm scolding you. I'm scolding you. You bastard. Are your legs made of gold? What's wrong with them being so long and being used as a pillow for her? Will they break or fracture? Chapter 164. After being threatened by the other party, Nan Yan obviously woke up. She looked up and glared at him, very dissatisfied. You hit me? You hit me again. I was sleeping well. Did I provoke you? Do you dare to say that you are not waiting for an opportunity to take revenge? You like me. And now you hit me when you see that I don't obey? She stretched out her hand to rub her aching head, and it hurt more when she pressed it. I really didn't expect you to be so cruel and brutal. Even hitting a delicate woman like me? Jing Wuyan listened to her nonsense. The look of just waking up, and a red mark on the right cheek. The whole person stared with eyes straight, obviously looking angry. Really? Not very capable, but very courageous. Jing Wuyan suddenly lowered his head, and the light black robe outlined the straight and broad shoulders with the movement. He raised his hand, and the slender finger reached out again, then pinched the chubby face of the female cultivator who had just woken up, pulled the soft flesh and squeezed harder, then narrowed his eyes, with a murderous look. So what? Not only will I beat a delicate female cultivator like you, if you make me angry, I will also cut you into pieces, peel off your skin and pull out your tendons, and then throw you into a wine jar to soak for 3 days and 3 nights. Now that my soul power has stabilized. You little girl. Those things you fooled me before. Shouldn't we settle them properly? Huh? After he finished speaking, he also revealed a sneer. His eyes were dark, and the corners of his flat and thin, but deep red mouth stretched out, cold and chilly, with a bit of murderous intent. When the white face was lowered, it was like a layer of shadow, and it looked not easy to provoke. There is no way. The strength is not enough. At the critical moment, you can only pretend to be obedient and admit your weakness, and behave yourself with your tail between your legs. Nan Yan is flexible, and after being naughty, she is a hero again. She subconsciously reached out to hold the noble hand. And the bastard's strength was so strong that her face was almost numb. She gritted her teeth, then stretched out the other side of her face, and said to him sincerely and aggressively, "Boss, can you pinch the other side a few times? You are a magnanimous person, and you don't care about the mistakes of a villain. Why bother with a small fish like me?" Jing Weyan looked at her and really pinched the other side. Nan Yin continued to lie with her eyes open. "Your temperament is incomparable. Your appearance is stunning. And your heart must be compassionate and amiable. Anyway, you are very good. Incomparably good. So don't mind my unintentional behavior the other day. Okay, boss?" Nan Yin flattered him as much as she could. She thought to herself, "It seems that this person is in a good mood. He actually came to scare her early in the morning. If he really did what he said, he would cut her into pieces and kill her if he was angry. Which means that he is not angry now. He was not angry, and said these scary words to her. It was obvious that he was teasing her. If she didn't hurry up to leave a deep impression on such a good opportunity, when would she do it? So Nan Yin was also very sensible. She immediately took out the walnut house from her arms, and presented it with both hands. Her eyes were very sincere. "Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was careless and offended you. I didn't know you were so noble. Please forgive me for the fact that we have lived and died together, and slept in the same bed these days." Okay. Sure enough. There is no one in this world who doesn't like to hear good words. Anyway, just praise the person as much as you can. He will be happy with the praise, and will not care about the previous trivial matters. So, Jing Weyan mercifully withdrew his hand, and then asked her casually, "Really? So I am so good in the eyes of a female cultivator like you? Then how do I compare with your good senior brother?" He originally thought that this person would be in a dilemma. As a result, this stinky girl did not hesitate, without even thinking, and raised her thumb to him. "It's you. Definitely you. You are the best. How can my senior brother compare with you? You are definitely the best in my heart." Jing Weyan looked at her flattering and shameless appearance, snorted coldly, and heard her say it without hesitation. And for some reason, he didn't believe it at all. Perhaps the hypocrisy was too obvious. Jing Weyan sneered. He had already figured out the character of this stinky girl. She was afraid of death. But she was also born with the nature of saying one thing to one person and another to another. She was full of sweet words to make the good brothers in the sect go around in circles. I'm afraid this stinky girl said the same thing in front of her senior brother. Thinking of this, Jing Weyan felt even more disgusted. He withdrew his hand, and the soft touch made him wipe it on the hem of his clothes with disgust. Perhaps it was because he hadn't met such a nice guy for a long time. And suddenly, he didn't want to let him go so easily. He turned his head, looked calm, and said lightly, I'm not in a good mood right now. You slept with your head resting on my legs last night, and now your legs seem to be a little numb. Nan Yin heard this, and immediately said pooh without hesitation. Who wouldn't understand? We are all cultivators. Once the spiritual energy is flowing smoothly and spread throughout the body, even numb legs and feet can run 2 laps without stopping. But this cannot be said to her face. This person is petty, and when he really cares about it, no matter whether you are a female cultivator or not, he will probably have many tricks to fight back. At this moment, this person is obviously teasing her. I don't know what he is thinking. Jing Weyan also told her tactfully, you have to find something to make me feel better. Otherwise, if I am unhappy, there will be a lot of trouble. The meaning is quite obvious. It's time for Nan Yin, the new little brother, to show his ability. Nan Yin immediately reached out to massage his legs and shoulders. Like serving the emperor. The fair and soft little face showed a pleasing smile. And in his heart, he kindly greeted his uncle. Sooner or later, he will have to return him intact. Jing Weyan's mood was indeed much better after she showed her courtesy and pounded her legs. He looked down at the little girl, who was unwilling but had to restrain her nature and compromise to please. The more he looked at her, the more interesting she felt. No wonder she could coax her senior brother to spoil her lawless. This little girl's temperament is really likable. And she doesn't have any bad intentions or aggression. She just doesn't make progress all day long and is too lazy. But it's quite interesting to raise her like this. Jing Weyan suddenly remembered that he had raised many monsters and spirit pets in the past, all of which were ferocious and domineering. He raised an 8th level black python and a 7th level golden eagle. The 2 monsters were incompatible with each other and fought all day long. In the end, they fought to the death, and both were injured. Jing Wuyan's eyes fell on the girl opposite again. And suddenly, there was some inexplicable interest in his eyes. He had never kept a woman before. And keeping such a greedy and lovable lackey. It should be quite fun to take out such a greedy and lovable lackey to relieve his boredom when he was in a bad mood. Jing Wuyan thought. His eyes fell on the girl's face again. But this thought only flashed through his mind. He had more important things to do now. And he didn't have the heart to do it for the time being. The master was served comfortably. And then he told her his name with great mercy. If Nan Yen knew that this man treated her as a lackey in his heart, and wanted to keep her with the monster pet, she would definitely use the big iron hammer in her bag to knock off his legs first. The dog man? He thought it was beautiful. But he didn't see if she would agree to let him keep it. The inner elixir of the Red Flame Snake King was obtained. And the trip to Baiwu Mountain was completely over. Jing Wuyan raised his hand and waved to put away the Qianji hut. I don't know if he forgot to take the small walnut, or he was really generous. So he kept it in Nan Yan's arms. The two packed up and prepared to return to the sect. But before returning, Nan Yen went to the market at the foot of the mountain and sold all the corpses of the spirit snakes and the Qianqiu vines she had obtained in the past 2 days, making a fortune. In the end, Nan Yen patted her bulging bag and went back very satisfied. Alas! In fact, what's the harm in having such good things happen more times? After returning to the sect, she didn't find anything unusual. Usually, the senior brothers and sisters in the sect would go out for 10 days or half a month when they went out to take tasks. She was only out for 2 or 3 days now, so the time was not long. But when she entered the courtyard and opened the door, she saw the senior brother sitting on the chair. His whole body was cold and clear, like the ice and snow on the mountain top that never melted all year round. Such a cold look, especially the glances that swept over, almost froze people to death. Nan Yen patted the bracelet with her fingers, and Jing Wuyan, who was standing aside, sneered and turned into a stream of light and flashed into the bracelet. The two had already agreed on it at the foot of the mountain. Nan Yen must not tell the sect about the Qianquan bracelet, and cannot disclose his existence at will. In contrast, Jing Wuyan will not disturb her and the sect brothers, and will not hurt the people of their sect. The two reached an agreement and compromised with each other. In the end, the black-hearted dog man was very picky and took away half of the spirit stone that belonged to him. Don't think she didn't know that this dog man just wanted to see her in pain, but couldn't resist. The dog thing. Sooner or later, he would be in trouble. When Nan Yen saw the figure of the eldest brother sitting upright for the first time, she subconsciously grinned, showing a happy smile and rushing over to throw herself into the other's arms. But just as she took a step forward, she suddenly thought of the quarrel between the two of them 2 days ago, which ended up with a bad break. She stopped like a break. She raised her eyes, and the joyful expression on her little face instantly subsided. Then she turned her head away, snorted angrily, and finally walked to the opposite side of her senior brother, sat down on the stool, and refused to pay attention to him. Of course, she was deliberately acting like this. After she sat on the stool, she glanced at the cold and lonely senior brother opposite and began to remain silent. She looked obviously still angry. Nan Yen glanced at him calmly, raised her hand, and poured herself a cup of warm spiritual tea. While drinking tea, she fiddled with a bracelet on her wrist. The green color was very bright, like a clear small lake, which contrasted with her fair and smooth wrist, making it look particularly beautiful. Feng Jishua saw that she had been absent-minded since she came back, and she didn't rush towards him like before. Even though he knew that his love and care now was due to the effect of the love coup, he couldn't control himself at the moment. He looked up and looked straight at her, and suddenly asked in a cold voice, "Why don't you come over? Where have you been these 2 days?" Feng Jishua stared at her. In fact, since the quarrel that day, he had been trying to ignore his thoughts and not care about the other party's movements. But he found that it was impossible. In the end, even when he was sitting in meditation, his mind was filled with the look of this person leaving angrily that day. And she also said that she was going to find another senior brother. Feng Jishua became more and more angry as he thought about it. And in the end, he had no mood to meditate. So he pretended to ask the disciples on duty a few questions casually, but was told. The little junior sister went down the mountain alone after she got angry that day, and she didn't know where she went. It has been 2 or 3 days. And she hasn't come back at night. If it was other disciples of the sect who went out on missions and travels, Feng Jishua would naturally not care. But he had raised his junior sister for so long. How could he not know her ability and courage? With her timid personality, she would only hide when encountering troubles. But she dared to sneak down the mountain alone? Seeing that she still hung her head and refused to say a word. His eyes were cold, and he couldn't even suppress the emotions in his heart. His tone was obviously heavier. Didn't you hear what I asked? I'm asking you. Where have you been these 2 days? Nan Yin still refused to speak. No matter how he asked, she refused to answer. And this attitude of being unyielding would definitely make people irritated and angry. So Feng Jishua's face instantly became uglier, and his expression became colder. He stretched out a hand and directly pulled the person on the chair over, and looked at him. Speak. What? Do you already have another good senior brother? So you want to kick me aside? And now you don't even want to look at me straight in the eye? Huh? Feng Jishua heard that she had gone down the mountain that day, so he ordered a few outer disciples to think about it. But the news he got was that the junior sister left the mountain with a male cultivator in a black robe. When he heard the news, Feng Jishua's face sank uncontrollably. And then he waited for her to come back in her room. After waiting for 2 days, this person finally came back. Nan Yin raised her eyes and finally looked at him. But her eyes were red and her tone was colder. Yes, that's what you said. I went out to spend the night with other good brothers. Why can you chat and talk about love with other good sisters? But I can't go out to practice with other good brothers? You are too much. She deliberately said this to mislead him. It was too troublesome to coax such a cold and lonely person. It was better to have a quarrel directly. Feng Jishua was even angrier when she heard this. She was more angry than ever. She laughed in anger and pinched her wrist more tightly. Going out to spend the night with other male cultivators? Such shameless words are also something you, a female cultivator, can say? What do you think you are? Those female cultivators of the Huan sect? How dare you be so presumptuous? Am I too indulgent to you? I indulge you so much that you are so ignorant of the world and the dangers of the world. How dare you talk to me like this? Nan Yin couldn't help but glare at him. Her tone became more and more aggrieved. She squeezed his fingers hard and cried at him. I dare. I just don't know how high the sky is. Let go. You pinched me and hurt me. It was obviously you who didn't want me first. Why do you control me now? I just want to practice dual cultivation with others. And we will love each other in the future. What do you care about it? The elder brother, who was cold by nature, was so angry for the first time. Even the servants who were sweeping outside could sense the overflowing and entangled aura in the house. And the momentum was obviously different. How dare ordinary people provoke him like this? Everyone knows that the elder brother has a cold and bad temper. Even if he doesn't say anything, when he stares at you with those cold eyes, you know that something big is wrong. The younger sister has never been treated like this. Feng Jishua held the man down. His eyes were so cold that it made people feel cold all over. He sneered and chuckled. Do I care? I have been in charge for so many years. Do you think I can do anything? Dual cultivation? You are very capable. And you dare to have a double rest with other wild men. With your physical condition and cultivation. You are not afraid of being used as a furnace and picked clean. Are you not afraid of death? Nan Yin wanted to provoke him, kicking his calf with red eyes. What does it have to do with you? I am not afraid of death. I just want to have dual cultivation with other wild men. What's wrong? He is old and can care for people. He is more handsome than you and has stronger abilities than you. I just want to take yin and yang from him. I will not let you take it even if he dies. I will piss you off to death. Nan Yin looked up at the man. Her eyes were red from crying, and even her eyelashes were covered with a layer of wet mist. She stared at him with an unrepentant look. I have to say, although I know that what she said was all in anger, Feng Jishua was still angry about it. She had never been so angry before. The anger that had not been vented for decades was vented all at once today. And she was so angry that her usually calm and rational face could not control it. This outspoken bastard. She dared to take yin and yang from other wild men. With such a low level of cultivation, she would die if he took it once. She dared to be so shameless, and refused to let him take it even if she died? Feng Jishua clenched her knuckles, narrowed her eyes, and her tone became colder. So, you want to leave me? Nan Yan's eyes were filled with tears. Without thinking, she immediately replied stubbornly. So what? I didn't know there were so many good brothers out there. They are all more knowledgeable, gentle and considerate than you. And they are strong and good at doing things. I just want to. Before she finished speaking, the stone bench that was originally placed there was swept by the spiritual energy. And instantly bang, it broke into pieces. And the fragments fell to the ground, bouncing a burst of powder. Nan Yin seemed to be frightened and was stunned. Before she could come to her senses, the eldest brother, who was pinching her wrist, suddenly exerted force, pulled her into his arms, and then pressed her shoulders and directly put her down on his legs. Nan Yin was not careful for a moment, and her whole body was forced to lie on his thighs. And then she struggled hard regardless of anything. This time she also reacted, and when she turned her head, she saw that the man had taken out a cane in his hand. Was he going to beat her up like a disobedient child? Seeing this, Nan Yin immediately resisted even more fiercely. Her cheeks flushed with anger, and even her breathing became rapid. She was not afraid of death, and called him by his name. Feng Jishue. How dare you? You bastard. How old am I? And you still want to beat me with a cane? She cried so hard that her tears all smeared on his clothes, and his snow-white robe was covered with traces of tears. Feng Jishue. Let me go. Let me go quickly. I'm not a child anymore. I'm already a junior sister in the outer sect. If you really dare to hit me with a cane, I will never talk to you again. Feng Jishue. Feng Jishue sneered, and his cold eyes swept across her back. His eyes became colder and colder. You're still a junior sister. Look at yourself now. Do you have the aura of a senior sister? You're full of nonsense, disrespecting your teachers, and now you dare to do whatever you want. If I don't teach you a lesson today, do you still have me, your senior brother, in your eyes? You are really brave. Who taught you how to practice? You want to practice with a wild man overnight. Where did you learn these messy things? You don't want to practice honestly, but study these crooked ways all day long. Well, don't you want to practice with others? Today I will teach you what is double cultivation. Feng Jishue couldn't help but want to teach her a lesson after hearing this. He hadn't lost his temper for many years, but she made him angry like this with just a few words. This little sister entered the sect when she was 10 years old. She lived on his mountain when she was a child. At first, she was shy and a little shy. Later, after getting familiar with him, she completely let go of her nature and became the king of his mountain, tossing a group of spirit beasts and spirit pets. He raised her for so long, watching her grow from a well-behaved and docile little girl into a graceful young lady, watching her build her foundation, helping her consolidate her cultivation. Although they didn't spend much time together in the past, he sincerely took care of her as a fellow apprentice sister. He has a cold personality, and over the years, the only one who is willing to persevere and approach him is this little apprentice sister. After being poisoned by the love poison, he developed an unprecedented charming feeling for this junior sister. The more he tried to control this feeling, the more he couldn't control himself. And now he just relaxed a little. She dared to turn the world upside down, and even found a wild man to practice dual cultivation, who gave her the courage to be so willful. So he raised his hand, and the cane whipped her back without hesitation, and controlled the strength when whipping. Seeing that the other party continued to move, Nan Yin panicked and turned her head, struggling desperately to get up. In the end, her throat was full of sobs, and she began to beg for mercy. Is it not okay that I was wrong? I don't dare anymore. Let me go. I won't spend the night with a wild man. As soon as the voice fell, the cane slapped her butt again, and Nan Yan's tears came out instantly. It didn't hurt, but it was a bit embarrassing. This noise was probably heard by the brothers outside. Tomorrow morning, all the disciples on the mountain would know that she, the junior sister, was beaten up by the senior brother again. This was really embarrassing. So she stopped struggling. Her face was red and aggrieved, and she finally bit his thigh and cried. I told you I was wrong, but you still hit me. Just beat me to death. You don't want me anyway. You've long disliked me for being an eyesore and causing trouble. You don't like me. You want to beat me to death so that you can make room for your junior sister Lin. Go ahead and beat me. As she spoke, tears dripped down her face. She cried and felt wronged. Her eyes were red from crying. It was you who didn't want me first, and you made me leave. You've been wronged since you came out of the secret realm. You've been distancing yourself from me. You blamed me for senior sister Lin, and you were unhappy when I went down the mountain with others. Why don't you think about it? I would also be unhappy when you have time to spend with other junior sisters, but are unwilling to spend time with me. You might as well beat me to death. From now on, just treat me as a junior sister who doesn't exist in this sect. Feng Jishua stopped after hitting her twice. He threw the cane to the ground. He looked down at her crying on his lap, as if the sky was falling. He felt pity for her. His anger just now was all caused by her refusal to repent. The anger rushed to his head at that moment. Now he saw her crying so pitifully, and thought about the fact that he had rejected her a few days ago. His love and pity in his heart instantly became deeper. Feng Jishua had gradually calmed down at this time. To be honest, if she hadn't been so stubborn and insisted on saying those words to provoke him today, he wouldn't have been so cruel to teach her a lesson. In his heart, he never had the concept of forcing anything except sword practice. If it was in the past, if the junior sister was with another man, then they were together. This was the other party's choice. He couldn't decide or interfere, so he would just let it go. But this time was different. He was so angry with her that he felt dizzy, and then regretted it after beating her. Feng Jishua thought of this, and his emotions had completely calmed down. He looked at the little junior sister, who was still lying on his legs and refused to move, picked her up, sat on his legs, and then hugged her in his arms. Why do you think I beat you? The eldest brother's voice was cold, and there was an indescribable sense of seriousness when he lowered his voice. He began to scold people. You just went down the mountain to play with other male cultivators just to be angry with me. Have you ever thought that the man might have bad intentions towards you? If the other person's cultivation is higher than yours, and you accidentally annoy him, he will not be as accommodating to you as the senior brothers in the same sect. You don't know how you died at that time. Do you still dare to be so willful and naughty? Feng Jishua's eyes darkened. Do you know what it means to replenish yang with yin? How dare you talk nonsense about such things? If that person really cares about your cultivation and treats you as a female cultivator, you will be sucked clean by then, and only a pile of dry skin will be left. Do you want to let others collect it like this? You are simply ignorant of the depths of the world. At this point, the tone of the eldest brother gradually eased, and his eyes were not as cold as before. Yen, don't think too well of this cultivation world. Before you know the other party's details, you will only be used by others if you get close to them casually. After speaking, Feng Jishua reached out again, and his slightly cold fingers touched her cheek, wiping away the tears that were about to dry up. Nan Yin still looked like she was unwilling to speak. Feng Jishua pursed his lips, revealing a bit of helplessness in his heart. Seeing her hanging her head like a quail, he couldn't help but ask, "Does it hurt so much?" He frowned. "I should have hit you lightly. You didn't cry when you were a child, but now you're crying like this when you grow up. And you still say you're a little sister. It's clear that you're going backwards as you grow older." Nan Yin saw his slightly frowned brows, thinking that this little conflict should be completely resolved. But it's not her principle to hit her and not hit her back. So Nan Yin pursed her lips, looked up and looked at him with grievance and accusation. "Why doesn't it hurt? Besides, isn't it a matter of pain? Don't you think about how old I am now? You still beat me like I did when I was a child. Don't I have any face? Tomorrow morning, everyone in the mountain will know that I, the little sister, got into trouble again, and was spanked by the eldest brother. How can I face people in the future?" After she finished speaking, she raised her sleeves again, buried her head in her arms and cried, crying and feeling sad, thinking that her face was more serious than the pain of her flesh. Feng Jishua looked at her like that, and felt inexplicably funny in his heart. He stretched out his fingers to push away the hair that was stuck on her face, and then rolled up his sleeves to wipe it gently. "Okay, this time it's my fault. I didn't take your face into consideration. So how can you completely calm down now?" Hearing this, the little sister was still sobbing, looking pitiful and accusing, then raised her eyes and glared at people fiercely. "You hit me, so I will hit you too." Feng Jishua was a little amused when he heard this, and then picked up the cane and handed it to her. "Okay, if you are unhappy, you can hit me, but after hitting me, you are not allowed to say those nonsense again." Before he finished speaking, the cane in his hand was slapped away by someone. The junior sister rushed towards him and pressed him down on the bed behind him. Then she bit his neck, mumbling, "Who said I was going to hit you with a cane? I'm going to bite you back. You hit me a few times, and I'm going to bite you back 10 times or 100 times." Feng Jishua obviously didn't expect the junior sister to do this, and subconsciously reached out to push her away. As soon as he struggled, the person on him began to cry again, crying and rubbing like a spoiled child, not allowing him to move, let alone resist, saying that this was what he deserved. He clearly said that he would make amends. But what did this mean? Feng Jishua was a cultivator but not a monk. Whether it was a love poison or it was against his will, the person on him at the moment was his sweetheart. So even if he restrained himself, there was still a trace of desire to indulge in his heart. In just a moment of distraction, the person on his body took out a rope from somewhere and tied his hands. Nan Yen thought, this is the good thing about being a cultivator. You can solve many problems by reciting a spell. She licked the place where she bit, with a triumphant smile on her face, and finally arrogantly tore open his collar, and even tore off his belt. Nan Yen rode on the waist of this senior brother, extremely arrogant. The senior brother below frowned. His eyes were cold and restrained, but his breathing was slightly unstable, staring straight at her. Yen, enough? She glared back. Not enough. Her beautiful senior brother's clothes were half open, and his broad chest was a strong and powerful line. His chest was slightly up and down, and the look in his eyes when he looked at her also had some strange emotions. Where did you learn these stupid tricks? Nan Yen couldn't help but smile with narrowed eyes. Storybooks. There are a lot of pictures in the storybooks, and the details are very detailed. Second brother's cabinet is full of new products from the market. I have peeked at many of them. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. Feng Jishua got a headache when he heard this, and a wave of shame surged on his cold and white face. Su Nan Yen. Stop it. Are you really not afraid of death? You peeked at these messy things, and dared to use them on me. Did I teach you too little before, so that you dared to do this? Nan Yen snorted twice, ignoring his words, and first bit the other's chest. Feng Jishua groaned slightly, not knowing whether it was painful or itchy, and felt that row of small teeth slowly rubbing against his skin. Finally, the feeling of biting and biting was a bit wrong, like a cat eating fish, biting and licking, all the way to his throat. Feng Jishua couldn't help it any longer. He clenched his fingers and tried to suppress the muffled groan in his throat. Then, he recited a spell and untied his hands from the rope. He pressed down the finger that sneaked into the hem of his clothes and acted recklessly. His voice was slightly hoarse. Enough. Hiss, stop biting. Yen, stop making trouble. His eyes were so cold and deep, but the tail of his eyes was stained with a touch of red, like a layer of rouge, revealing a glamorous color after being moved. But Nan Yen was not afraid of him at all now. She lowered her head. Her fair little face was as delicate as jade porcelain. Her eyebrows and eyes revealed a charming charm, and her black braids fell from her shoulders to his chest. Her hands were still messing around, with a hint of smile on her face. Feng Jishua clamped her waist with one hand and pressed the little hand below her waist with the other hand, pressing harder and harder. His breathing was a little rapid, and he felt the itchiness of his chest rubbing against his chest, and his Adam's apple moved unconsciously. He felt that the little sister who was doing evil on him was like a seductive spirit. He knew that there was a quagmire ahead, and he couldn't sink into it, but he was still tempted by her. Finally, he tightly grasped her fingers, and his voice was trembling and coaxing. Gently, more gently. The little sister smiled and pressed down on him. Finally, while kissing, this evil little sister actually fell asleep on his chest. Feng Jishua didn't know what to say. He just wanted to wake her up and beat her up. Just leave her alone after making her like this? This evil little sister dared to do such a bastard thing to him after being out for 2 days. If she goes out with others again in the future, what will happen? When Feng Jishua finally calmed down the restlessness in his chest, he looked down at the person in his arms. The more he looked, the more irritated and angry he felt. He stood up and picked her up. Then he gently put her on the bed and covered her with the blanket. Finally, he twisted a Jingchenju to clean up the traces on his body, and then turned around and left in embarrassment. At the same time, Lin Qingshuang on the other side finally successfully integrated half of the opportunity she had obtained in the Qingshu secret realm last time. Her cultivation level was improved by 1 realm, and now she is only 2 small realms lower than Feng Jishua. The memories of her previous life have been engulfing her, making her extremely confused during this period. While in pain, she also remembered a very important thing. That is the bracelet she accidentally gave to her senior brother in her previous life. That Qianquan bracelet is not an ordinary bracelet, but a rare artifact. She didn't get what belonged to her in her previous life. In this life, no matter what, she can't miss it again. Chapter 165. The disciples who were sweeping outside only saw the bedroom of the junior sister. As soon as the door was opened, the spiritual energy inside leaked out, mixed with a sweet and beautiful smell of fruit. Before everyone could wonder why the smell was so strange, they looked up and saw the cold and lonely face of the eldest brother. Everyone guessed in their hearts that it seemed that the eldest brother was very angry this time. Look at the eldest brother's jade-like face, which was usually expressionless. But today they saw a trace of embarrassment on the eldest brother's face, and his face was red with anger, and his clothes seemed to be a little messy. Several disciples who were cleaning subconsciously wanted to look inside the house, originally wanting to see how badly the little sister was beaten. But they were swept by the cold eyes of the eldest brother, which seemed to carry murderous intent. Whoever he saw would be in trouble. Several disciples quickly lowered their heads and dared not easily provoke the angry eldest brother. In fact, there were few brothers in this sect who had not been beaten by the eldest brother. They were all beaten by the eldest brother with swords since they were young. Although the eldest brother was a little cold, he was still very responsible to his fellow brothers. The eldest brother was stronger and older than them, especially when facing this group of junior brothers. He was more like a qualified teacher. Sometimes his teachings were even more majestic than those of a master, who dared to provoke him easily. But this time was different. The junior sister was taught such a bad lesson by him. Although the eldest brother treated the female disciples equally, it was obvious that he was not as wanton as he treated the male disciples. Few junior sisters had been taught such a shameless lesson. Only the junior sister dared to confront him like this. But this time, the junior sister was really in trouble. Didn't the junior sister just spend a few nights with other male cultivators outside? Why do you have to control her so tightly? The child is grown up, and it is normal for her to have some messy little thoughts. Alas, the eldest brother is unwilling to satisfy her, and he doesn't allow the junior sister to seek external help. This is really overbearing and willful. But the eldest brother is obviously angry and jealous this time. Just now, the spiritual power in the spiritual shield was entangled and fluctuated. For a moment, they clearly heard the voice of the junior sister crying and begging for mercy in the barrier. That voice was so wronged and pitiful. I didn't expect that the eldest brother was still so cruel. Really, too cruel. Why would they mess with the eldest brother when there are so many people to mess with? However, when they saw the red mark on the eldest brother's neck, they felt something was wrong. Why was the eldest brother's neck injured? Did the little sister really fight with him just now? Will the little sister be okay this time? When several people thought about it, they immediately looked up and wanted to take a closer look at the house. In an instant, they felt that the air around them became colder, especially the eldest brother's icy face. Without saying a word, they also gave everyone a sense of pressure that something bad was going to happen. Then, they saw the eldest brother close the door tightly. At first, he wanted to close it heavily, but then he didn't know what he thought of, and the force was much lighter. Finally, he turned around and walked away quickly. After leaving, Feng Jishua went directly to his own courtyard. Outsiders could not see the confusion and unbearableness in his heart, but he knew that his footsteps looked like a sense of embarrassment of fleeing in a panic. On the other side, in the originally quiet and silent house, a flash of light appeared, and a figure in a black robe flashed out from the Qianquan bracelet on Nan Yan's wrist. Jing Wuyan looked coldly at Nan Yan, who was sleeping particularly sweetly on the bed. Huh? It seems that you didn't sleep well last night? You didn't sleep well even after sleeping on his thigh all night? She still wants to find a wild man to practice dual cultivation. She is really bold. If he is her senior brother, he will peel off a layer of her skin, let her recognize what is the reality, and then teach her a lesson. See if she dares to rely on her favor to be lawless in the future? Jing Wuyan narrowed his eyes, and there was no joy or anger on his face. It was as calm as a deep pool. He did not fail to notice what happened outside just now. But what made him a little unhappy was that this stinky girl really cared about her senior brother. Look! This comparison can show how hypocritical this stinky girl is when facing him. Her smile is so hypocritical and artificial. And she is smiling on the surface, but not on the inside. It is possible that she is still scolding him in her heart. Thinking of this, Jing Wuyan's mood obviously became worse. His eyes were half closed, and his pupils were dark, especially when he looked at the stinky girl who was sleeping very peacefully on the couch. He felt more and more unhappy. when he was in a bad mood. He couldn't bear to see others being happy beside him without a heart. So he had to torment them. So he decisively reached out and pinched the soft cheek and twisted it hard, pinching the cheek as if it were dough. Finally, seeing that the stinky girl below was still not awake, he increased the strength of his hands and pinched the pretty face red, which also made Nan Yen, who was sleeping, feel a slight pain. After pinching a few times, he heard the person below moan softly, as if impatient, and with a bit of grievance. Feeling that his face was still being rubbed, he finally said in a daze, "It hurts." Seeing that the other party still refused to stop, she turned over in a daze, then grabbed his palm, put it to her mouth and bit it gently, and hummed a few times in her mouth. "Good brother. Stop making trouble. I was wrong. I dare to do it again next time. Rub it gently." The two pearly white little teeth bit on his fingers, and the soft tip of the tongue inside accidentally swept across his fingers. The red lips were slightly open, with a little moist and hot breath, as if she had tasted something delicious. And she really bit it twice. Jing Wuyan watched coldly. Watching this stinky girl not only recognize the wrong person, but also think he is her good brother, and dare to hold his fingers so arrogantly. But she didn't bite hard, like some kind of animal grinding teeth. Grinding and grinding with those two small teeth. Jing Wuyan didn't know what was going on with him. Feeling the soft and harmless touch, his fingers moved subconsciously, gently rubbing her lips and the tip of his tongue inside. The touch was a little strange, but not unpleasant. The lips were slightly red and softer than her cheeks. Jing Wuyan lowered his head and stared at the female cultivator for a moment. His eyes hesitantly fell on the two thin, bright red lips, and his fingertips rubbed and kneaded them, and the movements became more and more gentle. She looked really obedient and harmless. When she was awake, she was full of sweet words, and when she was asleep, she was particularly quiet and docile, which really made people feel no need to be annoyed. For some reason, he suddenly bent down, moved closer, lowered his head and sniffed, and vaguely smelled a sweet fruity scent on the soft lips, which slowly sprayed over with her breathing. Jing Wuyan's eyes were a little dark, and a strange emotion was rarely revealed in his eyes. He didn't know what he wanted to do. At that moment, a trace of chaos flashed through his head, and some thoughts and emotions that he had never had before flashed out, making him stare at the lips of the female cultivator and lose his mind a little. It took him a while to react. And then Jing Wuyan's face suddenly turned cold, and he pulled his fingers back abruptly. A trace of anger and impatience rarely appeared in his eyes. And finally he snorted coldly, turned around and sat on the chair opposite. Jing Wuyan pursed his thin lips, staring at the female cultivator on the bed with a heavy look in his eyes. And he was puzzled in his heart. How could he be moved by a yellow-haired girl with no flesh and blood? On the other side, Feng Jishue was now in a more contradictory and chaotic mood. He didn't know whether those shameful things just now were from his heart or because of the control of the love goo. He was a little overwhelmed, and it was even more difficult for him to imagine that he would become such a cultivator who lost control and was not calm. In that instant, he even had an unprecedented desire in his heart, longing for the little sister to be closer to him, to do more intimate things, and even to be a little too much. He was ashamed of his secret and strange thoughts. As a cultivator, he should not be so sentimental. As long as he thought of those things, Feng Jishue's emotions became more and more struggling and tangled. That snow-like face also surged with a cloud-like red tide, as if drunk, and the skin was faintly red. He subconsciously lowered his head and looked below his waist and abdomen. With just one glance, those annoying scenes just now suddenly flooded into his mind like spring water. Her palms were so soft and delicate, white like jade, and warm. How could a little girl, who was usually so obedient in front of him, dare to be so presumptuous? The senior brother, who was usually cold as frost and had a look of embarrassment on his face. This evil creature, how dare she? Who taught her these messed up things? The more Feng Jishue thought about it, the more headache he felt. He rubbed his aching eyebrows and suppressed all the chaotic emotions deep in his mind. This bastard little junior sister really disrupted all his restraint and forbearance, leaving him no way to deal with her. No, this can't go on. He can't immerse himself in this illusory feeling, no matter how good it feels to be with a little junior sister. That feeling is not real. It was the love goo that controlled him. It was the love goo that controlled him to fall in love with a little junior sister. Those reactions were also caused by the control of the love goo. Feng Jishue clenched his palms tightly, and a trace of clarity finally returned to his red eyes. He exhaled heavily. No matter what, he had to remove the love poison. It was impossible for him to be with her without any gap under the control of something. And it was even more impossible for him to become a puppet of a weak poisonous insect. Just when Feng Jishue made up his mind and decided to find a way to remove the love poison, a familiar figure suddenly walked into the courtyard. Lin Qingxuang's eyes unconsciously fell on the cold and jade-like face of his senior brother. Seeing that he frowned slightly, it seemed that he had encountered some troubles. His waist, which was usually straight, was now leaning on the back of the chair behind him. He lowered his head and didn't know what he was looking at. His body was relaxed and unguarded, and he didn't even notice that she walked into his side. During the trip to the secret realm, she did not compete with his beloved as she did in her previous life. So the eldest brother's resistance to her also became much less. In the past, this eldest brother was obviously the purest person. So pure that he only practiced swordsmanship and didn't bother to care about anything outside. His cold temperament made people dare not approach him, let alone approach him, until he fell in love with the little junior sister. Lin Qingxuang really didn't understand. It was obviously her who entered the sect with him to practice. And it was also her who went down the mountain with him to experience and fight side by side. But why? Why did he finally fall in love with a little junior sister with low cultivation, who was useless, and could only make trouble and drag him down? Was it because she could cry, act coquettishly, and please everyone? She was really unwilling to accept that she was not as good as a little junior sister who could only act cute and please others when encountering problems. But what she was most unwilling to accept was the person in front of her. In her previous life, during the sect competition, the senior brother she had loved for decades stabbed her shoulder without hesitation. And that sword was to avenge his lover. But in the end, it caused her to be unstable. Her cultivation level regressed, and she was trapped by her inner demons bit by bit, and finally died. At the moment of her death, her senior brother was holding a bond ceremony with his good junior sister. Thinking of the scene she saw when her soul was floating in the hall, Lin Qingxuang's face turned cold instantly, and even the momentum around her became much colder and sharper. She walked up directly, interrupted Feng Jishue's meditation, and shouted in a cold and restrained voice, "Senior brother Feng." This sudden voice made Feng Jishue, who was originally immersed in his thoughts, sober up instantly. He turned around and saw Lin Qingxuang standing beside him. The struggling and annoyed look in his eyes was completely restrained, and those annoying emotions and pictures were also suppressed deep in his heart. Feng Jishue raised his eyes. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he soon regained his composure and looked at her calmly. "Junior sister Lin, what do you want to talk to me about?" When he said this, he suddenly thought of what the junior sister had said in the house just now. He didn't know that the junior sister was so angry, and he didn't know that the girl was so narrow-minded. So when facing Lin Qingxuang, his attitude became much calmer than before. And when Lin Qingxuang saw his cold look, the entanglement and hesitation when she came here disappeared instantly. She raised her eyes and looked directly at Feng Jishue sitting on the stone bench. Her senior brother was still the same as before, cold and lonely, and people could not feel the slightest warmth and care. She felt a trace of uncontrollable pain in her heart, as if she was pricked by a needle, and felt uncomfortable and painful. She knew that she had not let it go completely. How could she let it go easily? She had liked the senior brother for so many years. If she could really let it go, she would not be trapped to death by her own inner demons in the end. When she faced him, she still had some emotional ups and downs in her heart, but now she could control it. After all, she was a person who had died once, so she could no longer be as stupid as before, and she could no longer put all her thoughts on him as before. Otherwise she would always be the only one who got hurt. This person has no heart. Thinking of this, Lin Qingxuang's eyes became colder. She exhaled lightly and said directly, "Brother Feng, I have nothing else to do today. I just want to put an end to the matter between you and me." Hearing this, Feng Jishue frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand what junior sister Lin meant by this, and still looked at her in confusion. "What are you talking about? Junior sister Lin, has anything happened to you recently?" Lin Qingxuang chuckled, but the smile didn't reach the bottom of her eyes, and she looked a little cold. "No, I'm fine. I just saw some facts clearly. I just think that I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a caring junior sister in the past. I also know that some of my past behaviors have troubled senior brother Feng. But I won't do that again in the future. Senior brother Feng. From now on, we are just fellow disciples. And everything in the past has disappeared. I won't entangle with you anymore. And I won't discipline your little junior sister anymore. From now on, let's draw a clear line between us. This made people even more confused. Feng Jishue frowned. He had a lot of troubles recently, which made him a little impatient. His eyes fell on junior sister Lin, who had a gloomy face, and he was silent for a moment before he started to explain. I don't know how I offended junior sister Lin, and I don't know what you mean by saying this. But junior sister Lin, haven't we always been brothers and sisters from the same sect? I have never treated you as a junior sister. So why are you so angry with me? Lin Qingchuan snorted lightly, as if she was annoyed by his cold tone. She raised her eyelids slightly and looked at him steadily. If that's the case, then I am being sentimental. At this point, Lin Qingchuan's tone became colder. Since there is no relationship between us, then please return to me the spiritual plants, elixirs, talismans, and the Qianquan bracelet that I gave you before, so that we can make a complete break between us. Hearing this, Feng Jishue's brows furrowed even tighter. Even if he was slow-witted at this moment, he could understand why junior sister Lin came to him this time. It turned out that she wanted to ask him to take back the elixir and talisman that he had given her before. But those things were not precious and hard to find. Could it be that junior sister Lin was short of money recently, so she came to him to ask for those things without caring about her face? Thinking of this, Feng Jishue suddenly had a question in his mind. He turned his head and looked at junior sister Lin beside him, and found that this junior sister's cultivation seemed to have improved a little. It stands to reason that junior sister Lin just came out of the secret realm, so she should not be short of these things. But it is not necessarily the case. After the cultivation is improved, it does need a lot of spiritual plants and elixirs to stabilize. Thinking of this, he suddenly said, if junior sister Lin is short of some elixirs and spiritual plants to stabilize her cultivation recently, I can give you some. After all, we grew up together, and there is no need to make such a fuss over such a small matter. As he said this, he reached out to his waist and took off the bag, worried that the other party would think too much. He added casually, I practice sword more often on weekdays, and these elixirs and spiritual plants are not useful. If junior sister doesn't mind, you can. Before he finished speaking, he was decisively interrupted by the other party. Lin Qingchuan looked at the bag with a trace of irritation in her eyes. She subconsciously replied, junior sister appreciates senior brother Feng's kindness. But I don't need these things. I just want to take back what once belonged to me. And senior brother, there is no need to make excuses. What I want most is the Qianquan bracelet that I once gave you. As for the other spiritual plants and elixirs, senior brother, just return them to me at will. At this point, Feng Jishue understood it completely. It turned out that junior sister Lin was not in need of these things. She just wanted to take back the item she had given him. Although he didn't know why she had such a strange idea, Feng Jishue didn't bother with her. Thinking of this, Feng Jishue stopped moving his hands. His expression didn't change much. He still looked calm. In fact, for him, it didn't make much difference whether to take or return. He took the initiative to accept those things in order to avoid embarrassment and quarrels. Since she wanted to take them back so much now, then just return them. After all, he didn't need those things. It's just that she mentioned the bracelet. Feng Jishue's thoughts turned over in his mind. He didn't know what he thought of. His long eyebrows suddenly twisted unconsciously. The others were nothing. They were all ordinary spiritual plants and elixirs that were not difficult to find. The only thing was that the Qianquan bracelet that junior sister Lin mentioned had been given to junior sister by him. It was a jade green bracelet with some silver ornaments wrapped around it. The bracelet was not a very important treasure. Just an ordinary storage device. Not much bigger than the storage bags sold in the market. When junior sister Lin gave it to him, he exchanged it with a few talismans engraved with his sword energy. Later, junior sister accidentally saw that the bracelet was beautiful, so he gave it to her. Now hearing junior sister Lin's strong desire to take back the bracelet, Feng Jishue was a little embarrassed for a while. Fortunately, he has always been introverted and indifferent, so it is difficult for people to see anything wrong even if he is embarrassed. Feng Jishue collected his thoughts and looked at junior sister Lin opposite him. He took out the elixir and some spiritual plants from the bag with one hand, and then explained, "Junior Sister Lin, I am not greedy for your things and refuse to return them. But the bracelet you mentioned has been given away by me, and I can't return it to you. Sorry. If Junior Sister doesn't mind, I can give you a few more sword talismans I recently carved as compensation. Is that okay?" In his opinion, it was just a storage device, and it was not worth it for him to go to Junior Sister to ask for it back regardless of his face, so as not to make her unhappy. I was afraid that she would do something stupid again. He didn't want to see her now, evil. Hearing this, Lin Qingshuang subconsciously pursed her lips, and a trace of anxiety appeared on her face. She knew that the bracelet must have been given to Su Nanyan by him. After she died in her previous life, her soul was in a daze. She floated to the cave of the junior sister and looked for a long time. She saw the junior sister holding the bracelet and stamping her feet in anger, cursing that the bracelet was good-looking but useless. The bracelet was clearly a divine tool, full of spiritual essence and various spiritual plants and herbs. It was not an ordinary container at all. It was originally hers, but she accidentally missed it. Now that she has been reborn, how could she watch others take away her things again? Not to mention that it was a divine tool. This time, she would never let it go. Thinking of this, Lin Qingshuang's eyes also flashed a trace of anxiety, and she almost blurted out, "No, Senior Brother Feng. I only want that bracelet." When she saw Senior Brother Feng's embarrassed look, she knew that he would not be willing to offend the junior sister for her. But if he didn't go to get it back, how could she get the divine tool back? After struggling for a moment, she could only grit her teeth and tell a lie, with a sad look in her eyes. "Brother Feng, you don't know. That was a relic left to me by my mother before I joined the sect, and I gave it away in a moment of confusion. Now I think about it carefully. That bracelet is very important to me." She raised her eyes and looked over seriously. "I can't lose it. Please ask the person to return it to me. I am willing to exchange it for the same price of spiritual stones. Is this okay?" Lin Qingshuang is really a little anxious now. Although she knows that the little sister can't use the things in the bracelet, it is inevitable that she will tell others about this. If the whole sect knows about this, will the elders take away the artifact? After saying this, the atmosphere suddenly became solidified. Feng Jishua looked up at junior sister Lin opposite him. He was not a fool. This reason sounded quite poor. However, since she insisted, he had no choice. After all, it was indeed a gift from her. Although it was the spiritual stones he compensated, junior sister Lin would rather return the spiritual stones to get the bracelet back. He could only respond, "I will try. The bracelet has been given to junior sister by me. She wanted to pawn it as an ordinary jewelry because she thought it was beautiful. I saw that she seemed to like the bracelet very much. I don't know if she can get it back." After saying this, Feng Jishua's expression returned to normal. He was still calm and indifferent. Outsiders could not see any abnormality, but he was inexplicably upset in his heart. "Now I am afraid that junior sister will be unhappy again." Feng Jishua pinched his fingers, thinking of the obsessed junior sister. His fingertips felt a little hot. On the other side, Nan Yin woke up from her sleep and saw Jing Wuyan sitting on her chair. The man was half leaning on the back of the chair like a big boss, with his long legs crossed. His back was cushioned by a soft rabbit fur pillow that she usually held in her arms. He looked lazy and quite contented. Nan Yin rubbed her eyes, half asleep, and was about to ask him, "Why did you come out? Didn't you just promise me that you would try not to come out in the sect?" As a result, when she raised her eyes and saw the illustrated Huan sect secretary in his hand, she rushed up to grab it without even putting on her shoes. Her little face flushed with anxiety, and she gritted her teeth and glared at him in shame and anger. "Who told you to peek at my secret book? Where did you find it? I clearly hid it all." Jing Wuyan's face did not change. He stopped him with one hand and sneered. "Hiding it under the floor is considered hiding. Can this little trick stop me? Also, little girl, how old are you to start studying these unorthodox ways of the Huan sect? Don't you know that you can't waste your primordial yin before the golden elixir is formed? If I were your senior brother, you would be soaking in the wine jar right now." Nan Yin gritted her teeth in anger and rushed up to tangle with him. "It's none of your business. Can I just take a look? I didn't really practice with them. These are the most popular ones sold in the market. Can't I buy them secretly to broaden my horizons?" Jing Wuyan sneered. "If you didn't practice, Then where did you get those tricks from yesterday? Hearing this, Nan Yen seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then her fair little face suddenly turned redder. She stared at this man with a hint of shame and anger in her eyes. You are shameless. You peeked at me and my senior brother getting close. You are shameless. She must have been so angry that her ears were dyed red, as if she had put on a layer of rouge. She was obviously ashamed to death. But she just stared at him with those eyes. Jing Wuyan heard this, but turned his head and sneered, saying disdainfully, Who would peek at you doing those messy things? It's obviously because your spiritual energy in your body is unstable, and your mind and thoughts are accidentally introduced into the bracelet. I can't help but feel annoyed. After saying that, he narrowed his eyes again, with a kind of rotten wood that cannot be carved. Stinky girl. You are quite capable. You spend all day studying these crooked ways, and don't use your mind on the right path. No wonder your realm will never improve. You bastard. You are not my senior brother. Why do you control me? If I can't improve, it's my own business. What does it have to do with you? And who asked you to rummage through my things? Jing Wuyan pressed her with one hand, and a strange look gradually emerged in his eyes. He sneered. Asshole? Very good. Little girl. You praised me yesterday as the first person in your heart. A better person than your senior brother. But today you called me a bastard. It can be seen that you, a little girl, don't say a word of truth. Not a bit of sincerity. Nan Yen grabbed his hand that was blocking her and fluttered hard, stamping her feet in anger at his words. How can I have nothing? It was obviously you who broke your promise and peeked at my things first. Jing Wuyan nodded and snorted coldly. So this is really yours. Very good. The cultivation technique of the Hehuan sect is obviously inconsistent with the cultivation method of your sect. In this case, I will give it to your good senior brother to see how he will teach you a lesson. Hey. Don't. No. Nan Yan's eyes were red with anxiety. She was about to reach out to grab it, but was suppressed by this person. As a result, she used too much force and accidentally buried her head in his arms. This collision was so painful that she couldn't help crying. She raised her hand angrily, slapped him on the chest, and then bit him hard, sobbing and muttering, You dare! I will bite you to death. Jing Wuyan looked at him. Heh! You dare to threaten me? Nan Yen immediately felt more wrong. I was just taught a lesson by the senior brother. Why are you teaching me a lesson too? Do you think I'm a soft persimmon, so I'm easy to bully? She bit for a long time, but didn't break a piece of skin. But her teeth were sore. Jing Wuyan thought that the stinky girl's sobbing was a bit troublesome at first. But as she bit, he couldn't help but think of the scene when she bit his finger when she fell asleep just now. That soft and delicate touch. There was an inexplicable strange emotion in his heart, feeling the wetness in his chest. He subconsciously looked down at the place where she bit his collarbone. Suddenly, he felt a subtle itch in his heart. This strange emotion made him subconsciously stop, and the black head was against his chest for a long time. After realizing that he did not push her away, she opened her mouth and let go. Then she looked up again, and the pair of black and round eyes looked over. Those eyes were so clear that people could even see his figure reflected in her eyes. For a while, there was no sound in the room. All around was silent. The aura between the two people entangled and merged with each other, and the air seemed to solidify. Nan Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her breathing became a little slower, and her whole body fell into the other's arms. The distance between the two people was very close. So close that Jing Wuyan could almost feel the hot and humid breath sprayed from the corners of her lips, with a faint fragrance and moisture. Jing Wuyan looked at her, and at this moment, he seemed to have a strange feeling in his heart. His eyes unconsciously fell into her eyes, which were cautious and uneasy, and seemed to be a little entangled, but finally slowly approached him. He didn't know what she was going to do, but he didn't stop her. Then, the eyes fell on the pair of bright red lips that kept approaching him, and Jing Wuyan's breathing slowed down for a moment, and he unconsciously lowered his head. Just when the two were about to touch each other, a slap fell from the sky, and he woke up instantly. The slap did not fall on his face or chest, but a solid slap on his forehead. It hurt him a little, but he was more confused. Then he saw the stinky girl standing on tiptoe, pressing his shoulder with one hand, and snatched the secret book that was originally in his hand back. The moment she got it, she smiled arrogantly at him. How is it? I got it. After saying that, she stuffed it into her arms like a treasure. as if she was afraid that he would snatch it away again. Jing Wuyan stared at her expressionlessly. His eyes became deeper and deeper. He raised his hand and touched his forehead that was hurt by the slap. His thin lips suddenly opened and revealed a sinister smile. Uh-huh. Very good. How long has it been since he tasted this kind of anger? This stinky girl is really bold. Now even he dares to tease her like this? Chapter 166. Nan Yin was originally patting her slightly bulging chest with pride, showing off to him that she had snatched something from him. As a result, when she turned her head, she saw that the other party's face was a little strange. The smile seemed gloomy, and there seemed to be a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. She immediately realized that something was wrong. Stepped back, turned around and wanted to run away quickly. But before she could run a step, she was caught by the other party with a big hand. Nan Yin struggled subconsciously, but this man was not her beautiful senior brother, who was hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. He was a real murderer when he was fierce, especially this time when she was teased by him without any defense. And his eyes were much darker. He stretched out his hand and pressed her into his arms. The whole process was smooth and did not even give her any time to react. Nan Yin was about to beg for mercy and say something, but she was knocked down by this man. Her whole body fell backwards on his arm, and he held her tightly. Then he made a gesture, and a golden rope tied her tightly. Now she couldn't struggle. I don't know if it was because his cultivation was much higher than hers. She recited the rope untying spell several times in a row, but couldn't untie the ropes on her body. She was so angry that she could only stare blankly. In the end, she had no choice but to raise her head and stare at him again. You have no martial ethics and bully weak women. Do you have any shame? Jing Wuyan's expression did not change at all, but he stared at her, with a hint of sneer in his dark eyes. Do you know it now? Stinky girl. You are really brave. You dare to use those methods of the Hawan sect on me? What? Didn't I tell you that I have a bad temper? You still dare to play with me? Very good. Don't you want to play? I will play with you today. You little bitch. His two slender white fingers pressed on her cheeks, slowly moved down, and finally stopped at her lips, pressing and fiddling with them with his fingertips. The force was not light, but not too heavy either. But Nan Yan's lips were soft and delicate. And Sue? Those thin, rosy lips were rubbed red by him. Nan Yin was embarrassed and angry by his deliberate approach, but her body was controlled so tightly that she couldn't struggle at all. She was probably so angry that her eyes were uncontrollably filled with a layer of mist, and the corners of her eyes were slightly red. Seeing that the man's fingers were getting more and more excessive, Nan Yin couldn't help it. She just wanted to speak. But as soon as she opened her mouth, the other party's two slightly cool fingers poked into her mouth. Nan Yin said pooh and quickly spat him out. Her face was red with anger. The blush spread from her face to her ears like clouds, and she began to struggle and twist again. You have no shame. You old monster. You are already very old, but you rely on your high cultivation level to bully a weak little girl like me. Do you still have any shame? Nan Yin gritted her teeth and started to scold him again. Jing Wuyan was obviously not affected by her. He even pinched her face hard in a good mood and smiled at her. He just wanted to see the true face of this stinky girl after she jumped off the wall. Isn't it much more pleasing to the eye than the previous appearance of pretending to be good and clever in front of him? This little girl was full of evil ideas and had a bad heart. She used the Qianquan bracelet to force him to show up at the beginning, and then deliberately fooled him during the trip to Baiwu Mountain. Now she even dared to use the Hawan sect's seductive method on him? He just wanted to teach this ignorant little girl a lesson, to see how she could make trouble again? She is not very capable, has a bad temper, is not pretty, and is not a charming female cultivator. How could she have the courage to seduce him? She is really bold. Jing Wuyan was not angry when he heard this, but he still narrowed his eyes, pinched Nan Yan's cheek and pulled it hard, and said in a sinister tone, Hee hee. You think I am too old now. But didn't you tell your senior brother very firmly yesterday that I will be more caring when I am old? Not only do you look good, but you are also good at physical work. Why don't you want to practice dual cultivation with me now? Nan Yan's face turned red instantly after hearing these words. Feeling ashamed and angry, she struggled hard to kick him away, but was pressed down by his knee. The whole person was completely held in his arms, and she looked up at him angrily with her thin red face. I was just saying it in anger. How can you take it seriously? Besides, don't you look down on me? Don't you despise me for being a skinny girl? You also despise me for not being as beautiful as the female cultivators of the Hwan sect. Why are you holding me now? Are you horny and want to do anything to me? Jing Wuyan sneered when he heard this. Especially when he saw that this stinky girl was still so stubborn. He was probably confused and said in a grim tone. You are talking nonsense and still so stubborn. Are you really not afraid of death? You want to know why I am holding you, right? A strange smile suddenly appeared in his eyes. And he pinched her cheek and dragged her in front of him. Of course, I have to continue what I didn't finish just now. Stinky girl. You don't think you can leave safely after teasing me, right? As he spoke, he lowered his head and deliberately moved closer to her. He didn't really want to do anything. But seeing her frustrated and helpless look, he found it particularly interesting. Do you dare? Nan Yin seemed to be about to cry. But the man on her body was not affected by her threat at all. He even smiled at her. And his smile was also provocative. Do you think I dare? So Nan Yin started to scold him again and started to struggle. This man was not angry. And there seemed to be no anger in his eyes. He watched her dying struggle steadily. You, don't do this. Seeing that this person was serious, Nan Yin immediately became timid. And she showed that pitiful look of begging for mercy again. I was wrong. Boss, I won't dare to do it next time. Can you let me go? My hands hurt. I can't breathe because of being pressed. I'm going to be strangled to death. Seeing that she was powerless to struggle, just lying obediently in his arms, Jing Wuyan suddenly felt that his mood had improved a lot. He looked at the cheeks and lips that were rubbed red by him. And they were flushed like blood. Originally, he just wanted to scare this girl. But seeing her lips opening and closing to beg for mercy, with fine white teeth inside and a faint glimpse of pink, he felt a little impulsive in his heart, and really had some inexplicable thoughts. He was not the kind of person who would restrain himself. Since he had this idea, he naturally leaned down, and the tip of his nose almost touched her face. So he bit it without thinking, and the soft lips made him sink for a while. Well, you. The person below didn't seem to expect that he would really kiss her, and was stunned for a moment. When she reacted, she almost immediately began to struggle. She was so angry that her cheeks turned red. Her hands were bound and tied behind her back, so she couldn't dodge at all. As soon as she started to speak, the man on her body took advantage of the situation and bit the soft tip of her tongue. At first, it was an extremely domineering and arrogant kiss. Maybe he was not very good at it. So he bit her lips and hurt them by instinct. Finally, Nan Yin couldn't help it anymore, and bit him hard when he was not paying attention. The intense pain made Jing Wuyan completely sober up, and Nan Yin pushed the man away. After waking up, Jing Wuyan was also a little stiff. He looked at the stinky girl with watery eyes and a trace of blood on her lips, staring at him with grievance and defense. Jing Wuyan frowned, and his brain was a little confused for a while, and he subconsciously untied the rope on her body. After Nan Yin untied the restraints, she immediately jumped away from his arms, and then pushed the man on her body hard. You bastard. You are shameless. You are a shameless person. A pervert who specializes in bullying women. Who are you scolding? Jing Wuyan's face changed slightly, and his voice became cold. But the person opposite was still angry, crying fiercely. I just scolded you. What's wrong? Who told you to bully me? It's so disgusting. She wiped her mouth with disgust, gargled and spit. Her lips were wiped red, and the thin lip showed a trace of blood. Jing Wuyan listened to the words she scolded. His brows tightened instantly, looking at this person coldly. To be honest, he didn't know why he did such a thing just now. Maybe he was really confused, seduced by a little girl, and his mind was hot. And he actually had such a charming thought about a little girl. He originally thought that he just didn't hate this girl. But now it seems that something is obviously wrong. And the emotions in his chest are a little unsettled at this moment. Especially when he saw the girl opposite him wiping her lips vigorously and looking angry and disgusted. He felt inexplicably unhappy. He tried hard to restrain the strange emotion in his heart. When had he ever been despised like this? Then he sneered. Stinky girl. You are just like this. Not as charming as those beautiful female cultivators of the Hwan sect. If you dare to use those unorthodox methods on me in the future, you will end up like this. If you annoy me, I will not care whether you are a woman or not, and I will still bully you without any ability to fight back. His words were obviously a bit angry. Perhaps the disgust in the eyes of the stinky girl was too glaring, which inexplicably damaged his dignity. Nan Yen thought. This man is really hypocritical. If he thinks she is just like this, why did he kiss her for so long? He kissed her until her lips were numb. If he hadn't bitten him, he would probably have kissed her lips and broken them. And he bit them so hard. But Nan Yen was stunned when she heard this. As if her eyes were redder because of his words. You are shameless. Who used those unorthodox methods on you? It's obviously you who is shameless. She wiped her tears and gritted her teeth. Now that the two of them have torn their faces, she was even more unwilling to lose her aura in words. You are just SOSO. Since I can't compare with the charming female cultivators of the Huan sect. Why did you kiss me? And you kissed for so long. Who cares about you kissing me? I don't dislike you yet. Why do you dislike me? She kept wiping her mouth, her eyes full of annoyance and grievance. You are not as good as my senior brother. You bullied me from the beginning, relying on your own cultivation to bully the weak. You are a despicable and shameless villain. What I hate most is people like you, who only bully women like me, who are below the cultivation level. You robbed my spirit stones and peeked at my secret book. She listed his evil deeds one by one, and became more and more angry. In the end, she couldn't control her tears. In anger, she took off the bracelet on her wrist, and then threw it at him angrily, crying and complaining. Who cares about your broken bracelet? Take your things and get out of here. Get out of here. And it's better not to appear in front of me forever. Jing Wuyan's chest hurt when she hit him, especially when he heard what she said. He looked at her coldly, but he saw that her eyes were full of disgust and hatred, and his chest was inexplicably blocked. But he has always been a character who doesn't show weakness in front of others, especially when this stinky girl climbed over his head and acted arrogantly again and again, which made Jing Wuyan feel a little cold in his heart. He sneered, then put the bracelet into his palm, then walked over, looking straight at her, his tone full of contempt. Had you forgotten, little girl? This bracelet was not yours from the beginning. If you hadn't accidentally recognized it as your master, do you think I would follow you? He stretched out his hands to pinch her cheeks, lifted her face in a condescending manner, and looked at him. The tails of those narrow eyes were slightly cold, and at this time the tails of the eyes were slightly raised, reflecting the light corners of the lips. And he said word by word, don't be too self-indulgent. I am only interested in you for a while. Do you really think I would have any thoughts about a yellow-haired girl like you? It's ridiculous. These words were said without any warmth. It was obvious that Jing Wuyan was also a little angry at this time. I used to just joke with her. After all, life in the past was too boring. Now I finally met such an interesting and cowardly little girl, who is full of sweet words and makes me feel extremely comfortable. It did make him want to keep her like this. But now, not only was he despised by this stinky girl, but she also pointed at his nose and scolded him, which was too rare for him. What was even rarer was that he didn't slap her to death, and let her cry so recklessly. Even Jing Wuyan himself felt it was extremely weird. Hearing this, Nan Yen slapped his hand away again, and she cried aggrievedly and angrily. You don't care about me, and I don't care about you either. Before she finished speaking, she heard a knock on the door outside, and the voice of her senior brother. When Nan Yen heard this, she stopped crying and quickly wiped her tears. Her expression was like a child who had been wronged outside and met her own adults. She turned around and rushed over to open the door, then buried her head in the other's arms, her hand still tightly wrapped around her senior brother's waist, her head buried in his neck, and cried sadly and aggrievedly in his ear. Senior brother? Senior brother? When she rushed over, the senior brother's body stiffened slightly for a moment, but soon relaxed. In the past, this little junior sister was also close to him, but not to the point of being so indifferent to others, especially now that junior sister Lin was still behind. This made Feng Jishue feel a little uncomfortable, but he didn't push her away directly. Instead, he patted her on the back, signaling her to be more restrained. Yen Yen? Nan Yen refused to let go, still burying her head in his neck, looking extremely aggrieved, as if she was bullied. This look also made the eldest brother see that there was something wrong with this little sister. He reached out and pushed her away, and saw that her eyes were slightly red. Obviously she had just cried. He subconsciously raised his eyes and looked inside the house. The house was empty, and no outsiders had been there. He didn't know why she looked so sad. Feng Jishue frowned and looked at the person. He thought that maybe he had taught her too much yesterday, which made her so sad. He relaxed his brows and subconsciously patted her shoulder to comfort her. What's wrong? Are you still angry? But didn't I apologize to you yesterday? Speaking of apology, the eldest brother's face even blushed slightly. Fortunately, his expression did not change, making him look no different from usual. The few people who heard this had different expressions, and their eyes fell on different people in the room. Especially Jing Wuyan, who was sitting on the chair at the side, was silent and even expressionless. His eyes were indifferent, and stared at the person who threw himself into Feng Jishua's arms. And when Lin Qingxuang looked at the person who was always cold in front of others, but was particularly gentle in front of this little sister, and had never been gentle before, she inevitably felt a sour feeling in her heart. Nan Yin seemed to have just recovered after hearing this. She turned her head and glanced at Jing Wuyan, who was sitting motionless on the chair. She pursed her lips, then looked up at the senior brother beside her. Her eyes clearly aggrieved. It's all your fault. You taught me too harshly, causing me to have a nightmare at night and get bit by a dog. A ferocious, brutal, annoying black dog. As soon as the voice fell, Nan Yin clearly felt that the breath behind her instantly became much colder. He even sneered, and his cold eyes swept over with a bit of murderous intent. Nan Yin shrank her head in a pretentious manner, but she was not afraid of him now. After all, his cultivation had not fully recovered, and he dared not show it in front of people at will. If she, the senior brother who protected his cubs, found his trace, they would inevitably have to fight. Feng Jishua found it funny to hear the little junior sister's childish reason, but seeing her crying with red eyes, he couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. He reached out and touched her head to comfort her. Okay, it's just a nightmare. When did you become so timid? Feng Jishua looked at the little junior sister who was nestling in his arms and refused to get up. He wanted to comfort her a few more words, but a light cough suddenly came from behind and interrupted the two people's voices. Nan Yin then saw Lin Qingxuang standing behind him. He looked a little cold and impatient. When he met her eyes, he looked at her with a hint of contempt, and finally looked away. Nan Yin realized that the two came together. She also knew what the two were probably here for. So her jealous little junior sister immediately went online. Her fingers immediately stretched out from her sleeves, pinched the soft flesh on the waist of the senior brother, and then turned her face and snorted softly, obviously looking petty. Anyway, if you can't torment the heroine, it's the same to torment the hero. The eldest brother's eyebrows twisted visibly, and he soon realized that this person might have misunderstood again. He felt helpless, but also secretly happy, probably because she cared about him. But in a flash, he remembered what he was here for. So he patted the little sister on the back, pulled her aside, and then explained in a low voice, "Okay, stop making trouble. It's not what you think. I came here this time to tell you something." Feng Jishua actually found it difficult to speak. It was indeed embarrassing to ask for something back without regard for his face after giving it away. But Sister Lin insisted on returning it, so he could only. So when the junior sister heard what he said, the look she gave him immediately became one of resentment and resignation. "Why? I won't give it to you. This is clearly a token of love you gave me. Why should I give it back to someone else?" The elder brother subconsciously pinched her palm. His cold face flushed slightly, with a hint of annoyance in his eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about? When did it become a token of love? It's just an ordinary bracelet. If you want a token of love, I will give you 100 times better than this in the future." Nan Yin pursed her lips and looked at him. Anyway, she was a stingy person. "I won't. Is it because you care more about Senior Sister Lin that you treat me like this? You have already given me something. But because Senior Sister Lin didn't want it, you want to take it back again. You clearly don't care about me. How can this be justified? You are ganging up to bully me again." Nan Yin felt that she had to let this person know what made her angry. Of course, the bracelet could be returned. But didn't it seem that she was too easy to talk to if she returned it so easily? So the pair of eyes that had just cried looked at him, with eyelashes still a little wet. "Tell me yourself. Do you think I care about you and like you? So it doesn't matter if you suffer a little grievance? You asked me to return it because I'm easy to bully, right?" Hearing this, the eldest brother was obviously silent. He didn't know why she thought so, which made him a little embarrassed. If there was no other way, he would never think of asking her to return the bracelet. Feng Jishua's eyes fell on the sulking little sister beside him, feeling a little helpless. Finally, he gently touched her cheek with his fingers and comforted her. It's not what you think. I don't care more about Sister Lin in my heart. And I don't want to bully you. It's just that junior Sister Lin keeps forcing it. If we continue to entangle like this, it will only hurt the friendship between us. Yen, that bracelet is not an important treasure. I will find a better piece of jewelry for you in the future. What do you want to do to make you willing to give it up? Nan Yen snorted, obviously not wanting to pay attention to him. She reached out and grabbed the gold thread embroidered on his collar. After a long silence, she asked, "Then will you agree to any request I make?" She was waiting for him to say this. Of course. It's okay to let her take things. But there must be appropriate compensation. This bracelet is really not a treasure. Anyway, Jing Wuyan has almost hooked up with her. Just waiting for her to get rid of it now. The eldest brother was relieved and rubbed her head soothingly. When he was about to say a few words of comfort, he heard her say, "Then, I want you to wash yourself and accompany me for one night. If you agree to me, I will return the bracelet to senior Sister Lin. Otherwise I won't give it to you." Hearing this, the eldest brother was obviously stunned for a moment. He looked down at the junior sister beside him, pinching her fingers tighter. His ears were slightly red, and there was a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Don't mess around. This won't work. How could this be allowed? The junior sister at the bottom had an expression of taking advantage of the situation. And the words "if you don't agree, I won't return it" were clearly written on her face. The performance of a villain who succeeded was particularly accurate. Nan Yen glanced at him with a vague look, her face slightly red. She felt that her intentions were not particularly obvious, so she pretended to be indifferent and said, "Oh, it's just a bracelet anyway. If you don't agree, then forget it. Go talk to senior Sister Lin yourself. It's none of my business. It's not that I don't want to pay it back. It's you who can't do it." Feng Jishua frowned helplessly, staring at her with an awkward look. Yen, no. People who practice cultivation should not be too greedy. Otherwise it will be useless for cultivation. You are still young. You can't do this kind of thing. Not too early. It will hurt your body. He was a little embarrassed to say this. The little sister below was still looking at him seriously, looking him up and down, staring at him so hard that he felt uncomfortable all over. He almost thought that there was something wrong with him. And then the girl below couldn't help laughing. "Oh, senior brother. What are you thinking about? I didn't ask for anything. I just wanted you to let Xuelong sleep with me like before. Why did you blush suddenly? What kind of messy things are you thinking about all day long? Could it be that those—" Before he could finish his words, the person opposite him covered his lips with his hands. Nan Yen burst out laughing. Feng Jishua looked down at the little junior sister who was deliberately doing bad things. The veins on his forehead jumped. He suddenly had the urge to catch her and teach her a lesson. This stinky girl is so bold because she is favored. Now she even dares to tease him. Okay. Feng Jishua was a little annoyed. But he didn't know what was going on. Maybe it was because they were intimate. Especially when facing her. Even if he was angry, he couldn't vent his anger. He could only bear it himself. So he said, "I promised. I will accompany you for one night." Ah. Senior brother really agreed? Nan Yen pursed her lips and smiled for 2 seconds before pretending to save face. Her voice was soft, harmless and gentle. "I didn't force you to do this. I'm just a junior sister who has just established her foundation. How could I force you to do such a thing? Look at you. If you want to sleep with me, just say it directly. Why do you have to find a reason to make me ask?" After Nan Yen said this, she let go of his wrist, looking like she was taking advantage of him, and was hesitant to say, "To be honest, whether senior brother agrees or not, I will return it to senior Sister Lin. I'm not the kind of bad woman who takes advantage of others." Feng Jishua. It was not until today that he realized that this junior sister's usual appearance of being so well-behaved and docile in front of him was all fake. In fact, she was wicked and full of bad water. She took advantage of him, and was a master at pretending. Anyway, no matter what, with the guarantee of her senior brother, Nan Yen finally agreed. She told Feng Jishua to wait for a moment, and she would go back to the house to find where the bracelet was, and bring it to him when she found it. When Nan Yen returned to the house, she saw Jing Wuyan sitting on the chair as soon as she entered the door. He was still the same as when he went out, expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. The bracelet was on the table next to him. Just now, she was angry and subconsciously took off the bracelet to hit him. And now it happened to hit him. Nan Yan's mouth curved. as if she thought of getting rid of this person soon. And she was in a good mood. She walked up directly and picked up the bracelet. The man next to her suddenly grabbed her wrist. Jing Wuyan grabbed her with one hand. Not too tight, but making it impossible to break free. He leaned forward, staring at her deeply. Why? Didn't you say you didn't want this bracelet? What's the point of taking it back now? Nan Yen didn't believe that this man didn't hear what she said to the senior brother just now. Since he heard it, he asked knowingly. Did he want her to confirm it again? She snorted at him twice, and then showed a false smile. Didn't you say that the owner of this bracelet is not me? Well now, I found a new owner for you. Are you satisfied now? Anyway, you despise me so much, and you don't want to let me use the things in the bracelet. In this case, I don't want to use your things. I will give you to someone else. Nan Yen raised her eyes and looked straight at him, and then showed a smug smile again. From now on, you don't have to look at my face anymore, and I don't have to see you anymore. Anyway, we hate each other, and it's just right that we don't have to meet again in the future. She snorted at him after she finished speaking. Jing Wuyan's face darkened when he heard this. His eyes were slightly cold. He looked down at the little face that seemed to be relieved, and suddenly asked, Are you really so generous that you don't want anything in the bracelet? Nan Yan's mouth curved, and just wanted to say, Before she finished her words, she heard the other party's calm voice. His eyes were deep and cold, and he sneered. You are right. The owner of this bracelet is indeed not you. Even if you want it, I will not give it to you. There was a strange emotion in his eyes, as if he was disdainful. But you said something wrong. It's not the new owner you found for me, but the new owner was originally chosen by me. You just picked up some bargains. Chapter 167. Nan Yen likes to see his stubborn attitude, saying that the grapes are sour even though he can't eat them. Doesn't this give her a particularly satisfying sense of accomplishment? Isn't he very capable? Doesn't he want her to be the owner of the bracelet? Doesn't he want her to use the things inside? Then can't she just give it up? But what does this guy mean now? He said that she was a bargain hunter. So why did he hold her wrist so tightly? He stared at her intently, afraid that others wouldn't see that he was unhappy at the moment. His whole body was filled with the unpleasant aura of being unapproachable. Even if Nan Yen saw it, she pretended not to know. But after hearing his cold tone of reply, she was obviously unhappy at the moment, staring at him angrily, and then raised her wrist. Since you dislike me so much, why do you still hold on to me? Why don't you let go? Jing Wuyan didn't let go, but when he looked up at her impatient look, he inevitably felt a bit strange in his heart. Jing Wuyan narrowed his eyes and opened his thin lips slightly. Are you so anxious? Nan Yen pursed her lips and didn't want to pay attention to him. Seeing that he refused to let go, she reached out and used her fingers to pry his fingers apart. Thinking about how to pry them apart, she pried for a long time, but the other party still held tightly, without a gap. Just when Nan Yen was furious and about to lose patience, the man opposite suddenly tightened his strength, pulled the man in front of her, and then looked straight into the slightly surprised eyes. Jing Wuyan looked down at her. His dark eyes were as calm as a deep pool, and his tone was not emotional. He asked her, If I give you another chance to choose and let this bracelet recognize you as its master, can you refuse without hesitation? Will you give up the things inside? Hearing this, Nan Yen was slightly stunned. Then she raised her eyes to meet the calm gaze of the man. The man was clearly asking questions, but his tone was so cold and indifferent that she thought he was mocking him. This also reminded Nan Yen of the other party's arrogant attitude when they first met, and the pair of eyes without any emotion. Nan Yen didn't know if this man was deliberately deceiving her. Logically, according to his arrogant and conceited temperament, how could he give a second chance if someone rejected him once? This person is inherently conceited. He usually thinks that no matter what he does, the other party should accept it with gratitude. Otherwise he will be unhappy. What Nan Yen wanted was to make him unhappy. If he was unhappy, she would be happy. So the surprise in her eyes slowly subsided. She turned her head and snorted at him twice, and rejected him with a particularly disgusted tone. Don't think I don't know your bad intentions. Don't you just want to see me hesitate and greedy, and then deliberately reject me when I agree, and laugh at me? Well, it's good that you know. I really have such thoughts. Jing Wuyan lowered his eyes and sneered. Nan Yen raised her eyes and looked directly at him, her tone full of resentment. I won't be fooled by you. And I don't want your things. From the beginning, you dislike me and dislike my lack of cultivation. Now I also start to dislike you. Hurry up and let go. She started to struggle again, staring at him fiercely, threatening, if you don't let go, I'll call my senior brother in. As soon as the words fell, a hint of coldness appeared in Jing Wuyan's eyes. He suddenly let go, and threw the wrist that had been clasped in his palm to the side, with a rare hint of sarcasm on his face. And then his whole body instantly turned into a stream of light, and completely disappeared in front of Nan Yin. At the moment of disappearance, Nan Yin also heard a cold voice from her ear. Very good. Stinky girl. You'd better never regret what you said today. Hearing this tone, Nan Yin pinched the bracelet and continued to speak shamelessly, even harder and more ruthless than him. I won't regret it. Why should I regret it? You bully me all day long, despise me, rob my spiritual stones, and just took advantage of me. You are old and still care about a little girl like me. I hate you so much that I can't wait. How can I regret it? As soon as she finished speaking, Nan Yin felt the bracelet in her hand getting hot, and the temperature was so high that it almost burned her palm red. Nan Yin was so angry that she threw the bracelet to the ground and stepped on it a few times before she stopped. This petty dogman is really not easy to provoke. Even in this way, there is still a way to deal with her. Very good. I won't regret it. I won't regret it in this life. She is just waiting for the day when he admits his mistake and apologizes. When Nan Yin's bracelets were taken out, Lin Qingshuang, who was standing in the yard, subconsciously took a few steps forward. She saw the bracelet on Nan Yan's hand at a glance. It was exactly the same as the one in the previous life. The Qianquan bracelet was green and decorated with silver ornaments. It looked like an ordinary bracelet from the outside, but it was actually a divine weapon. Lin Qingshuang was a little anxious, seeing that junior sister Su was holding the bracelet tightly. She was a little worried that she would not return it, so she subconsciously reached out to take the bracelet first. As long as it was in her hand, she would not let anyone take it away. Lin Qingshuang took another step forward and wanted to reach out to grab it, but Nan Yin subconsciously dodged it. Lin Qingshuang's eyes were a little anxious, and her tone was also a little blaming. Junior sister Su, what do you mean? I think you should know very well that this bracelet originally belonged to me. You have occupied it for so long. It's time to return it. Nan Yin looked at her and knew what she was thinking. Wasn't she worried that she would covet the treasure and refuse to return it? This is normal. After all, this is a magic weapon. Even if the magic weapon is in her hands, she can't just give it to someone else for free. What's more, this bracelet has swallowed up a lot of her spirit stones before, although she got a sum of money from Jing Wuyan. Why should she let go of the senior sister in front of her? Nan Yin narrowed her eyes and smiled. It is said that you should not hit a smiling person. She smiled so gently and considerately. This big sister. Senior sister. Don't you understand what she means? Senior sister. What you said is too hurtful to my self-esteem. What do you mean by occupying your things? This is clearly a token of love given to me by my senior brother. Just because you are unhappy, my senior brother has wronged me to return the bracelet to you. Of course you can take it back. I wonder how many spirit stones I want to exchange for it. After she finished speaking, she tilted her head again, relying on her thick skin. She asked for spirit stones without any guilt, and even had a considerate smile on her face. And senior brother was afraid that I would suffer a loss, so he gave me the sword talisman as compensation. Originally, these were just trivial matters, but since I care so much about this bracelet, I am willing to spend a lot of spirit stones to buy it back. It can be seen that this bracelet is very important to me. Since that's the case, why don't you return the sword talisman to me, so as to avoid future gossip and unnecessary trouble? I don't think you'll be reluctant to part with this little thing. Right? Nan Yin was ruthless when it came to cheating people. In her previous life, Su Nan Yin really cared about that senior brother, so she would not disobey him even if she was angry. She had her bracelet taken away, and her reputation was tarnished. Although she herself felt guilty, the other party was shameless, and could take back the things he had given away. Why should she care about this little friendship between fellow disciples? She was already in a good temper if she didn't scold him a few times. Anyway, she was not that easy to mess with. However, in Lin Qingshuang's view, her remarks were just quibbling. It was clear that senior brother Feng had already compromised. But this stinky girl was holding on to this little thing and refused to let go. In her opinion, This little sister was always hesitating and unwilling to return the Qianquan bracelet to her, because she felt guilty, and couldn't bear to part with it. In her last life, she saw clearly in the water curtain that this little sister was furious and scolded the bracelet for being useless. If she didn't care, how could she say such words to deliberately make things difficult for her as a sister? She was simply disrespectful to her elders. Only Feng Jishue was blind, so she couldn't see the hypocritical nature of this stinky girl. Lin Qingshuang sneered, and she didn't hesitate. The most important thing now was to get back the Qianquan bracelet, which originally belonged to her. She could almost feel that the bracelet had an inexplicable attraction to her. Lin Qingshuang quickly touched her waist, took off a bulging storage bag, and handed it to Nan Yin in front of her, with a hint of contempt in her eyes. You want spirit stones? Right? I don't know when the little sister can be the master of Brother Feng? These are almost the amount of spirit stones that senior Brother Feng gave me at the time. Since junior sister is so fussy and refuses to return the bracelet to me, then as a senior sister, I can only use the spirit stones to buy back my own things. Is this okay? Junior sister Sue? Can I have my bracelet back? Hearing this, Feng Jishue frowned slightly. This was not his original intention, and he did not want the two junior sisters to argue over such a small matter. He would handle the matter of compensating junior sister himself, and he did not need junior sister Lin to return the spirit stones. After all, it was only a small amount, and fellow disciples did not need to be so fussy about it. Feng Jishue was thinking like this, and just when he was about to say something to ease the atmosphere, the little sister next to him raised her eyes and glared at him. Her dark and clear eyes were slightly annoyed, and there was also a hint of unwillingness and provocation. The meaning was very clear, as if to say, if you dare to speak, try it. The eldest brother's expression paused slightly, as if he was choked by something. The words that were about to stop him hesitated for a moment, and were swallowed back into his stomach. He frowned, feeling a little annoyed, but soon relaxed. Forget it. When the female cultivators quarrel in the future, he'd better not join in the fun. Otherwise he might be the one who suffers. After thinking about it, the eldest brother felt something was wrong. When did his little sister become so ferocious and arrogant? A glance could make him shut up, and he didn't even have the thought of refutation. Wasn't this development a bit wrong? The eldest brother looked at the little sister, who was taking advantage of him and acting cute. The more he looked at her, the weirder it felt. This girl was getting bolder and bolder. Nan Yin took the bag from Lin Qingshuang, and was naturally very satisfied. This was the result she wanted. In fact, the spirit stones were not that important to her, but seeing others in pain did give her a pleasant feeling. Now, not only did she kick the bastard away, but she could also get compensation for the loss. Why wouldn't she do it? The moment Nan Yin accepted the bag, Lin Qingshuang snatched the bracelet back from her hands almost at the same time. The joy and determination in her eyes were too obvious. It was so obvious that it made people suspect that she had other purposes. But she pretended to be calm, and tried to restrain the ecstasy in her heart, with an expression on her face that she had suffered a loss. She raised her head, and sneered at Nan Yin and the others, and finally turned to look at Feng Jishue beside her. After looking at him deeply, she turned around and left. When Lin Qingshuang's figure completely disappeared, Nan Yin was obviously unhappy. She pursed her lips, and looked at the spiritual stones in the bag. She put the bag away, turned around and threw it at her senior brother's chest, and began to find fault. What's that look in your eyes? Are you angry with me? Do you also think that I am selfish and greedy, and shouldn't take senior sister Lin's things? She became more and more angry as she spoke, with red eyes, looking particularly aggrieved. But I suffered a loss. Why shouldn't I take it? Were you coming to help senior sister Lin just now? Who taught you to show me this expression? Do you regret it? Feng Jishue. He just felt that he had suffered an unprovoked disaster. He didn't know what he had done, and this girl scolded him all over. Was it just a wrong look, and she was blaming him now? When did this girl become so angry? Feng Jishue frowned, picked up the bag on the ground, and then walked over to hold her hand. Don't make trouble. Don't throw things around. I didn't say anything. Why are you so angry with me? The eldest brother put on the airs of a brother again, and began to teach people seriously. If you want spirit stones, you can tell me. I can give you my things. I just don't want you to argue with junior sister Lin. Her cultivation is higher than yours, and she is older than you. When you enter the secret realm again in the future, you will always meet. What if she remembers this dispute and refuses to lend a hand to help you when you are in danger? He reached out and rubbed the little junior sister's head and touched her soft hair. It felt very comfortable, and he couldn't help rubbing it again. You usually act cute and flattering in front of all the senior sisters and brothers, and smile at everyone you meet. Why are you different when you are with junior sister Lynn? Also, since you have already got the spirit stone, why are you angry and throwing it away? I don't think you are greedy. I just think it's unnecessary. Also, you are not old now, but you have a bad temper. Who taught you to talk to me like this? I didn't know you were so petty before. Do you have to quarrel with everyone? If it were in the past, the junior sister would be sad and admit her mistakes after being taught like this, and would show a good attitude of admitting mistakes. But Nan Yen didn't buy it. Even if she was wrong, she would make trouble unreasonably. Not to mention that she was not wrong this time. Nan Yen was even more unhappy when she heard this. She slapped the man's palm away with a slap, and her eyes were obviously more aggrieved. You teach me. You only teach me. You think I am making a fuss. But what am I making a fuss about? It is obviously something you gave me. Why do you want me to take it out and give it back to others? How can this be justified? Even if it is a senior sister. Can she bully me like this? The eldest brother frowned in distress. He has never been good at speaking, and didn't know how to comfort people, especially in this matter. He just didn't want the two of them to quarrel. But he never thought that the junior sister would be so angry and concerned. He exhaled lightly, pursed his thin lips, and finally had no choice but to explain in a slow voice. It's not what you think. And I'm not teaching you a lesson. I just think that our relationship is closer. So I said this to you. If you are really unhappy, I will not say these words to you in the future. Do you think this is okay? Nan Yen reached out and grabbed his sleeve again, her eyes getting redder and redder. No. You said you would control me. What do you mean by saying this now? Do you think you have seen my true nature? Feel that you don't like me now, and start to let me go again? The eldest brother rubbed his swollen eyebrows. He was really tormented by this girl. This is really... It is not right to say a few words to her. And it is not right not to say anything. This girl is deliberately tormenting people. Right? Feng Jishua let out a sigh of relief, and suddenly felt helpless. Yen, stop it. I never said it was your fault. Nor did I blame you. What happened to you today? Why are you so angry with me? Nan Yen pursed her lips, tears welling up in her eyes, and was about to argue with him. Because I was wronged and I was unhappy. You didn't even hug me and comfort me. Do you still think this is just a small matter, and that I am making a fuss? Well, if that's the case, then quickly return the little bellyband I gave you. I won't give it to you anymore. The eldest senior brother frowned, and was silent for a moment. He had a bad feeling. What do you mean by saying this? Nan Yen raised her eyes, and stared at him with resentment, and replied without hesitation. What else can it mean? I don't want to give you the bellyband anymore. I want to give it to other good senior brothers. Can you only ask for the things you gave me back? But I can't ask you to give back the things I gave you before? Since you don't care about me so much. Don't keep my things. I'll give them all to others. I want to see if you can be indifferent, and can stand this kind of thing. After she said that, she turned around and was about to leave. But someone grabbed her wrist and squeezed it tightly, refusing to let go. At that moment, the air around suddenly became cold. Feng Jishua's eyes also became cold. He didn't expect that she actually had such thoughts. Can this underwear be given to other men casually? This girl is really getting bolder and bolder. Feng Jishua's eyes also darkened a lot, and her face was cold as if she had returned to the way she was when she taught her a lesson that day. He stretched out his hand and pinched the soft flesh on the girl's cheek, obviously a little angry. Okay. Which good senior brother do you want to give it to? Who dares to accept it? Do you think I will break their legs tomorrow? The voice of the senior brother seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. A little low, clear and cold, and a certain cold breath was emanating from his body, which showed that he was really angry. But Nan Yen became even more annoyed after hearing it, and her eyes became more and more angry. She had to go against him. Why? Is it because you are the senior brother? Why can you be angry? But I can't be angry? Isn't this just allowing the state officials to set fires, but not allowing the people to light lamps? How can this be justified? This made Feng Jishua pause, and she pursed her lips and looked at her. This is different. Don't confuse people. This is the same. When the junior sister is arguing with people, She has a set of reasons. And she is sharp-tongued, and never lets anyone off. Feng Jishue just feels a headache. This girl is entangled for such a small matter for so long. As she said, the corners of her eyes were red. And the voice in her throat was a little hoarse. Look at what you said. Aren't they too much? You only bully my good temper. If you dare to look at me with that kind of eyes in the future, I don't care if you are my senior brother or not. If I say I will ignore you, I will really ignore you. The senior brother finally understood where the resentment of the junior sister came from. Maybe he felt that he stood on the side of junior sister Lin this time, and helped junior sister Lin get things back from her. So he felt that he was wronged. This matter was indeed wrong for him. But the real situation was not what she thought. So Feng Jishue frowned and looked around to see that there was no one. Suddenly he reached out and hugged the little junior sister into his arms, patting her back with his palm, coaxing her helplessly. Okay. It's my fault. I shouldn't have made you angry. I didn't make it clear. I never stood with junior sister Lin to bully you. You say, what do you want? I will do it. The little junior sister saw that he finally realized his mistake, and the expression on her face eased a little. She raised her eyes, and there seemed to be a layer of water vapor in her eyes, and there were a few tears hanging on her black eyelashes, about to fall, angry and sad, but also looking for benefits for herself. Then you are not allowed to wear clothes when you have sex at night. The tone was fierce and particularly arrogant and willful. The elder brother's face turned red and then white and then red. And finally the blush spread to his neck, and then from his neck to his ears. And his jade-like face was full of gorgeous red. He really couldn't help but scold it in a low voice. Yen Yen, don't make trouble. The younger sister turned her head and snorted, looking unwilling to cooperate, which made the elder brother so angry that he wanted to catch her and beat her up again. This stinky girl is now full of shameless thoughts. I don't know who led her astray. It's simply unbearable. The two of them finally reconciled. And Lin Qingxuan on the other side couldn't wait to return to her yard after getting the bracelet. When she held the bracelet in her hand, she felt a cool feeling in her bones. She just felt that the bracelet seemed to have a kind of attraction to her, which was obviously not there when she bought it back at the beginning. At the beginning, it was just an ordinary bracelet, and the green color was not as bright as it is now. I think this bracelet has really changed a lot in Su Nanyan's hands. Lin Qingxuan recalled the memories of her previous life. She had heard her junior sister accidentally reveal that this bracelet recognized the master by dripping blood. But the artifact was still an artifact after all, and it had its own pride and self-esteem. The Qianquan bracelet refused to recognize the junior sister as the master. Thinking of this, Lin Qingxuan did not hesitate. She cut her finger almost instantly, and dripped the bright red blood onto the green bracelet. But in a moment, the bright red blood merged into the bracelet and disappeared. Lin Qingxuan touched the bracelet, and didn't even feel a trace. She subconsciously released her spiritual sense, and wanted to take a good look. But she saw that the whole body of the bracelet suddenly glowed with green light, followed by a flash of silver light. And a mysterious man in a dark black robe suddenly flashed out of the bracelet. This scene made Lin Qingxuan a little frozen for a while, and she couldn't even recover for a long time. She had never seen such a scene in the water curtain, and she didn't expect that there was a living being living in this Qianquan bracelet. Thinking of this, Lin Qingxuan suddenly came back to her senses. She stared at the handsome man in front of her with burning eyes, and her eyes were full of unstoppable surprise and desire. Lin Qingxuan couldn't hold back the excitement in her heart at this moment. She almost subconsciously took a step forward, and the distance was closer to Jing Wuyan in an instant. Then she stared at the man in front of her and blurted out, "You are the spirit of this bracelet, right?" If it weren't for the indifference and rejection in that man's eyes, she would almost go forward to touch him to see if he really existed. Lin Qingxuan had never seen a living artifact spirit. It is said that everything in the world has spirits, but in the world of cultivation, it is very difficult for a divine artifact to give birth to a divine artifact spirit. If everyone in the world of cultivation really knew the true use of this Qianquan bracelet, I am afraid that it would set off another bloody storm. Such a divine artifact. She missed it in her previous life, and let that little junior sister take advantage of it. But it seems that she did not take full advantage of it. Otherwise she would not be willing to return a bracelet that has given birth to a divine artifact spirit to her. Fortunately, she caught up in this life. Jing Wuyan glanced at the bracelet on her hand, raised his eyelids slightly, and his eyes slowly moved up and slowly fell on the woman's face. He looked at the desire and enthusiasm in the woman's eyes with indifference. Device spirit? Jing Weyan opened his thin lips slightly, as if a certain stinky girl had asked the same question when she threatened him to show up at the beginning. To be honest, this is the look that every normal cultivator in the world of cultivation would show when they saw him. He always thought that he didn't hate this kind of cultivator who would do anything to cultivate, pursue power, and whose eyes were full of interests and desires. After all, such people are the most suitable to survive in the world of cultivation. But at this moment, another pair of black and round eyes appeared in his mind. Those eyes were particularly arrogant when they glared at people. There was never any big ambition in his head. He pursued eating, drinking, and pleasure all day long, and did not seek to make progress. He quarreled with him for a few spiritual plants and made a mess. Although he occasionally had some greed, the most greedy time was just greed for a few low-level spiritual stones. Really, blind and stupid. Thinking of this, Jing Weyan's eyes leaped a trace of coldness. When he met the woman's gaze, he frowned unconsciously. Perhaps it was because he had been staring at her for too long. Suddenly, he was stared at by someone with such a determined look, which inevitably made him a little impatient. So the look in his eyes became colder. Jing Weyan glanced at Lin Qingxuang, his face expressionless, but the coldness emanating from his body made it difficult for people to approach him. Although he did not hate this kind of lustful and covetous look, he hated that this look was directed at him. Heh. Put away those stupid thoughts in your heart that want me to recognize you as the master. You are not qualified. I am not helping you to be reborn to let you do stupid things. I need you to make good use of all the resources in the Qianquan bracelet and ascend to the upper realm as soon as possible. At this point, Jing Weyan's eyes became colder. His thin lips slightly opened, and there was a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. If it weren't for your mutant ice spirit root that was really special and one in a million, do you think I would waste my soul power to help you be reborn again? As soon as the words fell, Lin Qingxuang's face really changed. After Jing Weyan finished speaking, he looked at her reaction, and his eyes became more and more cold and indifferent. If it wasn't for the need of spiritual roots, he wouldn't care about this idiot who had been doing stupid things in the previous life. For a man, she was trapped by her own inner demons and finally died. It can be seen that her character is bad. It was because of her death that he had to draw out half of his own soul power to help her stabilize her soul, and finally get reborn. As for the things in the previous life, because of time going back, his memory only remembered until the day she died. What happened afterwards also returned to the beginning with the death of that woman. However, perhaps he changed the past and violated the law of the self-operation of the heavenly way. So many things also changed accordingly. If it weren't for the interference with the operation of the lower world's heavenly way this time, and the exhaustion of soul power, he wouldn't be unable to deal with the low-level monsters in Baiwu Mountain. And that stinky girl, from the beginning when she threatened him, he couldn't get rid of her, for fear that after the backlash, his consciousness would fall into a deep sleep. When Lin Qingxuang heard this, she took a step back almost instantly. Her face turned pale uncontrollably, and there was even a trace of panic in her eyes. To be honest, since her rebirth, she has gained a lot of benefits with the memory of her previous life, and she has found a lot of opportunities that did not belong to her in the Qingxiu secret realm. Rebirth is her greatest reliance, and it is also the trump card and secret in the deepest part of her heart. But now, the secret of her rebirth was suddenly exposed without hesitation. She never thought that this person would know about this matter, and she never thought that her rebirth was artificial. Can anyone really be so powerful? She always thought that her rebirth was a compensation from God after he treated her wrongly, and let her be reborn to seek justice. But now, this mysterious man in front of her told her that the reason she could be reborn was because of him? Who is this person? Can a weapon spirit really have such great ability? And why did he help her to be reborn? Does Junior Sister Su know about this? Lin Qingxuang panicked and her mind suddenly became confused. But she calmed down soon. No. Junior Sister Su would definitely not know. From the memory of the previous life, this person did not appear in front of Junior Sister Su at all. And it must be the same in this life. This person clearly looked down on Junior Sister Su because of her poor talent. So he refused to appear in front of her. But what did this man mean by saying these things? Is he a friend or an enemy? Since he has already helped her, why is he so resistant and rejecting towards her? She could clearly feel that this man was emitting a sense of impatience towards her. Chapter 168. But until the end, Lin Qingxuang did not wait for that person's explanation. She didn't know who that person was. What was his identity? What was his name? She didn't even know if he was a human or a ghost, let alone whether he was an enemy or a friend. She was very panicked, worried that this man would reveal her rebirth. But soon she found out that this man didn't care about her at all. He just told her that if she wanted to improve her cultivation and ascend to the upper realm in the shortest time, she must listen to him honestly. Otherwise he could choose her to be the owner of the bracelet. And naturally he could also change another new owner. The only one who was recognized as the master was this bracelet, not him. It's just that because of the seal, his consciousness can only rely on the power of the bracelet to stay in the lower realm for the time being. Lin Qingxuang still felt unwilling when she heard these words. She didn't understand why this person was willing to spend so much effort to save her and teach her, and why he had such an indescribable hostility towards her. Under normal circumstances, Lin Qingxuang might not be so passive. But at this moment, her mind was very confused, and she couldn't analyze any important clues at all. And now she was caught off guard by the news that person suddenly told her, and the other party's cold and bored attitude. All made her usual calmness and rationality have long gone. At this moment, there was only one most important thought in her mind. That is, who is this person? Originally, she thought that she had received the mercy of God and finally got the artifact. But she didn't expect that God played a joke on her, and she had been under the control of this man from the beginning. This person must have a purpose in helping her to be reborn. She is not a fool, but she has no way of knowing that purpose. Now she only knows that the person is mysterious and powerful, and can even go back in time, which shows his extraordinary strength. She may not be able to resist that person at all, so she can only rely on him. And in front of this mysterious man who helped her return to the past, her memories and advantages in her previous life have all become useless, which makes her feel uneasy all over her body, making her extremely panic. On the other side, Feng Jishue constantly flipped through ancient books to find clues, and finally found a bamboo book engraved with the seal of the demon cultivation record in the library to find a way to get rid of the love goo. The method of getting rid of the goo is actually not difficult. It only requires that when the man and woman form a Taoist contract, they have a mutual understanding, and each other fills the body with spiritual power. And then a drop of blood between the eyebrows of the sweetheart lures out the goo worm in the heart. The method is not difficult. But the difficult part is that they need to be able to communicate with each other when they make the Tao Companion Covenant. He can do this. He is infected with the love goo. Whether he knows whether the contract is true or not, he will communicate with Yan Yan. But if he tells Yan Yan about this matter in advance, she will definitely make a fuss, especially since their relationship has become close. He also knows that this little sister is the most unreasonable when she makes a fuss. At that time, let alone removing the goo, maybe in the end, she will not even want to see him. This makes Feng Jishue struggle and entangle in his heart for a while. If he wants to remove the goo, he must hide it from her. But why must it be when the two parties make the contract? Making a contract is not a trivial matter. If on the day of the contract, the little sister finds out that his kindness to her is all due to the love goo, will she be sad and cry? Thinking of this, Feng Jishue had an unprecedented aversion to the matter of removing the goo. He didn't know if it was the goo that was affecting him. But this matter obviously couldn't wait much longer. And it couldn't be delayed any longer. The main reason was that Feng Jishue had found that the influence of the love goo on him had become more and more profound in recent times. The longer he delayed, the weaker his desire to remove the goo became. Sometimes he even felt that it was okay to be controlled by the love goo. Whenever it was late at night and no one was around, Feng Jishue would be awakened by this nod in his mind. And then it would be difficult for him to concentrate, and his mind would be completely focused on this matter. He was struggling and confused in his heart, and even couldn't control himself. And this situation was especially serious when he was with Yan Yan. Every time she touched him without scruples, he had the thought of pestering her without a care in the world. He was increasingly eager to get close to his junior sister, to touch her skin. All kinds of thoughts would appear in his mind. Those images that made people imagine. And those shameful things. And even his thoughts gradually became chaotic. Even when he was practicing sword on weekdays, he couldn't concentrate. However, after one day of not seeing her, his mind was full of the smile and figure of his junior sister, leaving him with no ability to resist. No, I really can't go on like this. If the love goo is not untied, he is afraid that he will do more irrational things because of his junior sister in the future. The original double petal flower mark on his chest has now become 6 petals. The love goo is moved by love, and the pattern rarely appears normally. But if he is with Yin Yin, when his emotions fluctuate slightly, the mark will appear on the skin of his chest, and the color will become more and more red. In fact, by now, he had long been unable to tell whether his feelings for his junior sister were influenced by the love goo or came from his true heart. But if he did not remove this puppet-like control, he would be unwilling in his life. And how could he be with his junior sister without any grudges? So even though his heart was extremely complicated, Feng Jishua finally chose to remove the goo, which meant that he would deceive Yin Yin. Thinking of this result, his heart trembled slightly. He did not know what his state would be like after removing the goo, and he did not know what Yin Yin would react if she knew that he had made a pact with her just to get rid of the feelings controlled by the love goo. He did not even dare to think about it. But he could make it up to her. Even after removing the love goo, he would stay by her side like before, and would not let anyone bully her. Thinking of this, Feng Jishua finally made this decision in his heart. Perhaps because he felt guilty. This also made him more and more doting on his junior sister. As if to compensate for what would happen later, he indulged her almost without any bottom line. Nan Yin was puzzled by this level of indulgence without any bottom line. She felt that her senior brother seemed to have become more sensible recently. He would say some nice words to coax her, and no longer like to scold her with a stern face like before. Sometimes he would even take her to the market at the foot of the mountain to play, buy her all kinds of robes and hair accessories, and buy her all kinds of colorful hairbands, and then braid her hair in a different color every day, which made Nan Yin very happy. So she became more enthusiastic when tormenting her senior brother. But there were also strange times. When her senior brother stared at her, he would occasionally be absent-minded. Sometimes he would look at her with an unnatural gaze, and then when she looked over, he would pretend to be calm and look away. Nan Yin teased him at first, pretending to turn her head away, and then turned her head quickly when he wasn't paying attention, catching him in the act. Then she threw herself into his arms with a smile, mocking her senior brother for being so old and still peeking at people like those young people in the mortal world. If he wanted to look, he could look openly. She wouldn't mind. Her senior brother shook his head and laughed, but he hugged him tightly. So tightly that Nan Yin couldn't breathe several times. And then he stretched out his hand to pinch his white jade earlobe and whispered those shameless words in his ear. Her senior brother, who was as cold and beautiful as the snow on the top of the mountain, blushed all of a sudden. His eyelashes trembled, and a trace of annoyance appeared in his eyes. But he had no way to deal with her. Finally, he could only lower his head and actively kiss her cheek. His slightly cold lips bit her neck heavily with a sense of punishment, slowly moving upwards, finally and densely. It seemed that he wanted to completely block her red mouth that kept opening and closing, so that she couldn't say a word, and finally could only make a few fragmented sounds. However, it must be said that as time passed, her senior brother's kissing skills also improved a lot. Maybe people with high talents can learn anything quickly. In fact, Nan Yin also saw this person's abnormality. Nan Yin didn't care about this. She even wondered in her heart without any fluctuations, whether this person had found a way to get rid of the love goo. Otherwise, why would he feel guilty when facing her? Nan Yin didn't think too much about it. Sooner or later, that day would come. She wasn't in a hurry. And recently, some things happened in the sect. First, the outer disciple who was accidentally whipped by the eldest sister got half of the opportunity from the Qingxiu secret realm. After cleansing his bones and marrow, he finally changed. Finally, he was accepted as an inner disciple by Elder Qi Feng. He suddenly became a core member of the inner sect from an outer disciple. There was also the eldest sister whose cultivation suddenly increased sharply. This was really amazing. The eldest sister, whose cultivation had stagnated, finally broke through her own confinement for many years some time ago. She rose 2 realms in 2 months and is now in the middle stage of the golden core, only 1 small realm away from the eldest brother. When everyone heard the news, they were amazed and sighed. How could ordinary people reach such a talent, breaking through 2 realms in 2 months? This kind of cultivation speed they had only seen in storybooks. To be honest, even the rarest genius in the cultivation world can hardly achieve a rapid breakthrough in such a short time, and at the same time stabilize the cultivation without regression. This is really not an easy thing. So everyone was amazed and confused at the same time. How did the elder sister do it? Others wanted to ask. But the elder sister just said that hard work is enough. All the improvement of cultivation is the result of accumulation. If you are lazy and unwilling to work hard, you will not be able to break through even if the opportunity is good. That's true. But there are many people who practice hard in this sect, who can achieve such a speed of cultivation. But when they wanted to ask more, the elder sister refused to answer. In the end, everyone came to a conclusion that talent might be the most important thing. Since the eldest sister broke through 2 realms in succession, everyone can clearly feel that their eldest sister's temperament seems to have changed a little, becoming more and more indifferent. In the past, no matter how cold the eldest sister's temperament was, she would not turn a blind eye to her fellow disciples. Sometimes when she was in the mood, she would go on missions with the sect's junior brothers. But now, the eldest sister always has a sense of superiority and alienation when facing them. Especially after the sect mission 2 days ago. The eldest sister actually brought back a male cultivator from outside. A black-robed man with gorgeous and outstanding appearance, indifferent temperament, and mysterious identity. According to the eldest sister, she was besieged by demon cultivators when she was dealing with monsters at the foot of the mountain. It was this fellow Taoist who appeared in front of her and saved her in time. In the end, he generously pointed out the inappropriateness of her cultivation method. So the eldest sister brought this person back to the sect, hoping that the other party could stay in the sect for a while. Naturally, everyone had no doubts about this explanation. After all, although the male cultivator's identity was mysterious, he did not have any trace of demonic aura on him, and he had no reaction when he entered the sect's formation. So he was definitely not a demon cultivator. And the male cultivator did not do anything else after entering the sect. He was inseparable from the eldest sister all day long, and did not wander around in the sect. He was quiet like an ice sculpture. Unlike the eldest brother's coldness, the male cultivator's indifference carried a kind of contempt from a high position. Perhaps all cultivators with high cultivation had this kind of momentum. He hardly spoke to anyone in the sect, and was too lazy to look at people directly. He had an expressionless look all day long, and exuded a cold aura that made people feel that he was not easy to provoke. Now that person claimed to be the companion of the eldest sister, and temporarily lived in the courtyard next to the eldest sister. However, the sect also spread the news quietly, saying that the man might be the Taoist partner chosen by the eldest sister after she came down the mountain. Others didn't know who that person was, so how could Nan Yin not know? But she really didn't know what Jing Huiyan meant by suddenly showing up in the sect as the eldest sister's Taoist friend. After all, she was busy cultivating feelings with her beautiful eldest brother recently, and didn't care about the things circulating in the sect. But the world is so unpredictable. She honestly didn't cause trouble, but some troubles fell on her head uncontrollably. The cause of the incident was a mature red sun eye silk grass. Junior sister and senior sister Lin both took a fancy to the red sun grass. Junior sister took a fancy to it first, but senior sister paid the spiritual stone first. In the end, neither of them was willing to give in, and a dispute broke out. Later, junior sister was quick to grab the red sun eye silk grass, but accidentally broke the rhizome. The eye silk melted, and the red sun grass lost its effect. This really stirred up a hornet's nest. The two of them had a complete falling out because of this matter. Not only that, junior sister somehow offended the Taoist friend next to senior sister, and now she was detained by the other party, who refused to let her go easily. When Feng Jishua heard the news, he had almost no time to deal with the matters at hand, and immediately turned around and rushed to the market at the foot of the mountain. As soon as he arrived, he saw his junior sister, who was usually lively and energetic in front of him, being bullied and crying. Her face was slightly red, and she looked extremely aggrieved. But she was stubborn and refused to let the tears fall. Her eyes were fixed on the black-robed monk in front of her. The atmosphere between the two seemed a little strange. Feng Jishua could clearly feel that the male cultivator had no ill will towards the junior sister. He even felt that the junior sister was more hostile to the male cultivator. Although the male cultivator held Yin Yin's wrist tightly, his strength was not tight, and the aura around him was gentle and gentle. There was no murderous aura between his eyebrows. He just looked at the person in front of him coldly, as if he was saying something. The male cultivator was a fellow Taoist that junior sister Lin met when she was on a mission at the foot of the mountain. Logically, the junior sister had nothing to do with him, and it was unknown why the two had a dispute. Feng Jishua felt that something was wrong when he saw this scene. He frowned slightly, and he subconsciously walked towards the two people and interrupted the confrontation between them. Yin Yin, he shouted directly to Nan Yin. When they heard the voice, they turned their heads at the same time. Seeing the person coming, Nan Yan's expression was obviously more aggrieved. If her wrist hadn't been held by someone, she might have immediately dived into the other person's arms. Feng Jishua didn't feel any murderous intent from the male cultivator at first. But when he walked over, the aura emanating from the male cultivator's body instantly became much colder. This made Feng Jishua frown without making a sound. His eyes met the male cultivator's cold gaze, and he asked calmly, "I don't know how my little sister offended you, fellow Taoist. If there is anything, I will take the responsibility. Please let her go first, fellow Taoist. You have been holding her for a long time." Jing Wuyan snorted lightly, looking coldly at the pretentious girl in front of him. His voice became colder. "Take the responsibility? Can you afford it? The red sun grass that I finally found was almost broken by the little girl of your sect, who didn't know the height of the world. This made it impossible for me to cure my old illness. Shouldn't I ask her for justice?" When he said this, he loosened his grip on her wrist, but just shook it off. Nan Yan was so angry that her breath was unstable, and her chest was heaving slightly. In her heart, she was thinking that this man said such high-sounding words. But in fact, he just disliked her, and wanted to find a legitimate excuse to punish her. When she was at the foot of the mountain before, she couldn't resist. Now that she had a backer, Nan Yan's expression immediately became more aggrieved. She turned around and plunged into the broad chest of her senior brother, looking pitiful and bullied. He quietly fanned the flames. "Senior brother, they teamed up to bully me. I was obviously the first to see the red sun grass, but I was a step late. So they snatched it away, and later they wanted to teach me a lesson." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Jing Wuyan on the opposite side glanced at her expressionlessly. His eyes were calm, but very cold. Nan Yan felt a chill on the back of her neck for no reason. In fact, this person really didn't bully her. When she and Senior Sister Lin had an argument, Senior Sister Lin was annoyed by her sharp words and subconsciously raised her sword to teach her a lesson. But it was that person who suddenly came out to stop her. But so what? Who made this person draw a clear line between them now? Jing Wuyan sneered, as if disdainful. "If I really wanted to bully you, do you think you would still be alive now?" He didn't know what was wrong with him today. Why did he have to tangle with this person? Maybe he just didn't like that girl. When this stinky girl saw him in the market just now, she pretended not to know him. Not only did she steal his red sun grass, but she also broke the rhizome and refused to admit her mistake. He lifted his eyelids lightly, and his eyes swept indifferently across the black back of the stinky girl's head. When facing him, she looked cold and arrogant. But in her senior brother's arms, she was particularly obedient, and pretended to complain about his evil deeds with resentment, as if he had done something terrible to her. If he really did something bad to her, would she dare to be so arrogant and willful in front of him? The stinky girl who didn't know how to live or die. Thinking of this, Jing Wuyan's mood, which had originally been calm, became a little turbulent. On the other side, Feng Jishua didn't listen to the one-sided words of the little junior sister in his arms. He knew that his little junior sister rarely suffered losses. This girl was sometimes too willful. Although he indulged her, he would not protect her indiscriminately. If there was any mistake, he would naturally apologize. So Feng Jishua asked other disciples present in detail about what happened. And then he learned that the little sister saw the red sun grass first. But she was hesitant and had not made up her mind. It was at this time that the fellow Taoist entrusted the little sister Lin to pay the spiritual stone first. After that, the little sister rushed to grab it in anger, but accidentally destroyed the red sun grass. When he heard this, Feng Jishua had already frowned unconsciously. The red sun grass was not precious. But that was not an ordinary red sun grass, but a mutated red sun ice silk grass. The stall owner who didn't know the goods mixed it with a pile of red sun grass and sold it as an ordinary spiritual plant, which caused the dispute. Now the red sun grass has been destroyed by the little sister. After the rhizome was broken, the ice silk melted, and the mutated ice silk grass lost its effectiveness. Now it is useless to worry about who came first and who came later. So Feng Jishua was silent for a moment. And then he held the person in his arms, and then calmly said, "I'm sorry. My sister is young and ignorant, and I apologize to you today on her behalf for offending you. But since the red sun grass has been destroyed, it is useless to care about it. Although the red sun grass is hard to find, it is not as precious as the fire stone. Since you have an old illness, I will use this fire stone as compensation. What do you think?" The fire stone has the same properties as the red sun grass, and it is even more precious and rare. Such compensation is definitely not a loss. This should have been the best solution. But Jing Wuyan's eyes swept coldly over the two close friends, and saw that the girl was lying quietly in her brother's arms. And she looked up and glared at him from time to time. Jing Wuyan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the aura around him instantly became much colder. And then he said lightly, "It's nothing." The cold and indifferent voice instantly made the surrounding movement quieter. Jing Wuyan raised his eyelids and opened his thin lips. "Since she broke it, let her come here and kowtow and admit her fault. Who do you think she is? Why do you have to apologize on her behalf?" Nan Yin couldn't help but grit her teeth when she heard this. It's fine if she admitted her fault, but he also wanted her to kowtow and admit her fault. This dogman is clearly taking revenge on her. Nan Yin gritted her teeth in hatred, but her face was more angry and aggrieved. She just nestled in her senior brother's arms and pretended to be pitiful, trying to gain sympathy and fanning the flames. "Senior brother, I'm not wrong. It's their fault." Feng Jishua's eyes instantly turned colder when he heard this. He didn't know if this man was targeting him deliberately or was really angry. Otherwise, how could he not even take the fire essence stone? But insisted that Yin Yin kowtow and admit his fault. Why do you have to be so aggressive, fellow Taoist? The other party was wearing a dark black robe, with cold eyes and eyebrows. Hearing his words, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of sneer. "You are good at pampering her. Pampering her so much that she is so lawless and daring. She has no guilt when she makes mistakes. And she doesn't even have the courage to kowtow and admit her mistakes. You can protect her for a while. But in the future, if you are not by her side, who can protect her like this for a lifetime?" The last few words were unclear, and the voice was low, and it was unclear whether it was mocking or angry. The eldest brother didn't think deeply, and directly ignored the weirdness in his tone. There was a shallow mark between his eyebrows, and he looked at the man with a slightly cold look. "So, fellow Taoist must pester me today?" Jing Wuyan's eyes were dim. "So what?" As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere around them instantly became depressed and solidified. The two people were obviously confronting each other. In the past, Jing Wuyan's cultivation had not recovered, so he could only show his figure in front of Nan Yin. Now, with the improvement of Lin Qingxuang's cultivation, the Qianquan bracelet was nourished by her spiritual energy, and his strength was slowly recovering. Now, his cultivation has also recovered 2 or 3 levels. Although it is not as good as when he was in the upper realm, it is much better than when he just woke up from the Qianquan bracelet. He could have hidden in the Qianquan bracelet with a secret identity, but he didn't know why he asked Lin Qingxuang to get a proper cultivator identity for her, and finally pretended to be a fellow Taoist and lived in their sect openly. He thought that the girl would be a little surprised and curious when she heard the news, and maybe she would come to him to ask clearly whether he had other purposes for entering their sect. But after such a long time, the stinky girl never came to find her once. Even if they met on weekdays, they would pretend not to see it. He didn't know why he was so abnormal today, especially when he saw the girl joking around with others for a few spirit stones in the market just now. And he couldn't help but think of the scene when she cheated him. He asked Lin Qingxuang to buy the red sun grass, but he didn't know that the stinky girl also took a fancy to it, and was too bold to argue with others without knowing the sky and the earth. A little foundation building cultivator dared to confront the senior sister in the middle stage of the golden elixir, and finally dared to reach out to grab it directly. If he hadn't appeared in time to protect her, the girl might have had her arm cut off in half. But what was the result? He didn't wait for a word of thanks, but was slapped away by the other party, and then watched the stinky girl turn around and throw herself into the arms of her senior brother without hesitation, still complaining about his bad behavior, accusing him of bullying her with others. Heh. This stinky girl is simply a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. There is no conscience towards him, especially when she threw herself into her senior brother's arms without hesitation. Jing Wuyan clearly felt a strange emotion surge in his chest, as if he was stabbed by something, making him unable to control the breath around him, and wanting to rush up and catch him back. At this moment, Feng Jishua also clearly felt the murderous intention of the man opposite, not against others, nor against Yan Yan, but obviously against him. But when did he provoke him? Feng Jishua frowned, then turned around, let go of Nan Yan in his arms, and turned to look at the other party. The eldest brother raised his hand and drew out the long sword from his waist. His temperament became more and more cold. He was dressed in snow-white clothes and black hair, and he looked like a fairy. He was not inferior to Shang Jinghuiyan in terms of momentum. I can protect my people for the rest of my life. Don't worry about this kind of thing, fellow Taoist. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the man opposite him had collected his mind, and the smile on his face became more and more cold. Really? Then why not give it a try and see if you can protect her from me today? Chapter 169. Speaking of which, this should be the first confrontation between the two in their 2 lives combined. Jinghuiyan couldn't help but think of the things in his previous life. His memory was almost the same as what Lin Qingxuang saw, only until the day when the two of them formed a bond, thinking of what would happen in the future. A strange and unwilling emotion spread in his heart that was difficult to suppress. This girl disliked and annoyed him in every way. But why was she so different from her senior brother? She was not as harsh to other senior brothers as she was to him. He didn't understand why. But this did not prevent him from being full of malice towards the person in front of him. Now he even wondered if he would let the senior brother, who was high and mighty in the girl's mind, get hurt. And wondered if the girl would give in to him. Or would she beg for mercy from him like before? Jinghuiyan thought so. And the aura emanating from his body became colder and deeper. And he stretched out his hand and raised it vaguely. No one else saw what weapon he used. But suddenly they felt the spiritual energy around them surging. And the powerful means twisted the air around them. And the clouds in the sky gathered without knowing when. In an instant, the wind rose and the clouds surged. Thick clouds piled up. And even the sky instantly became dark and oppressive. This scene was quite a big deal. And the young monks watching were terrified. And all of them changed their faces. This might be the confrontation between the monks with deep cultivation, which could change the color of the world. The young monks watching the excitement rushed to erect the barrier. But they were worried that it was not enough. So they quickly retreated a distance, fearing that they would be affected by the momentum of the two people. The momentum of the spiritual energy fluctuations scraped on people's bodies like a flying blade. And it was easy to cut the skin if you were not careful. Nanyan also quickly erected a barrier around her body. On the other side, Feng Jishue drew out his long sword. His eyes became colder, but his face was not panicked at all. Instead, his eyes were full of burning fighting spirit of meeting a worthy opponent. He could even feel the long sword in his hand trembling slightly, and he gave an instinctive command to fight against him. This opponent was very strong. He could not see the cultivation level of the man opposite him, which meant that the other party's cultivation level was higher than his. But the sword of a sword cultivator has always been brave and forward, challenging a higher level. It is also a kind of honor and enjoyment to fight with a strong man. It just so happens that the bottleneck in cultivation recently can be broken through from this challenge. The two of them met each other's eyes, and they were entangled in an instant. The spiritual power around them tore and entangled, and the violent sword energy scraped in the air, and finally condensed into countless wind blades, sweeping across the stalls in the market, making a sharp whistle. Everyone only saw the light and shadow interlaced and flashing in the barrier covered by white mist, and they could not see the figures of the two people at all. In fact, Feng Jishue's talent and cultivation are unique among his peers in the world of cultivation. Feng Jishue learned swordsmanship at the age of 7, and cultivated the supreme swordsmanship. The sword master kills, and stops killing with killing, but does not kill indiscriminately. At the beginning of the confrontation, both sides had their own strengths, and Feng Jishue's comprehension ability was indeed rare and strong, and his moves changed with the changes of the opponent. But Jinghuiyan is a person from the upper realm after all, even if his cultivation has not been fully restored now. It is not something that ordinary swordsmanship cultivators can suppress. What's more, his body movements are weird and domineering. No one in the world of cultivation can fight against him. The moves he really used are only 2 or 3 palms. The two fought for less than 2/4 of an hour, and the murderous intent suddenly appeared, and finally attacked Feng Jishue on the opposite side with unstoppable pressure. This also caused the spiritual power to tear the barrier around Feng Jishue to pieces. If he wanted to avoid it, he would have had time. Feng Jishue caught a glimpse of his junior sister behind him. The distance was too close. If he dodged, his junior sister behind him would definitely be affected. So Feng Jishue turned from attack to defense and blocked the overwhelming murderous intent. The attack was not weak. Under the pressure, he couldn't help but feel the blood and chi in his chest surging. He took a step back and spit out blood uncontrollably. Master, senior brother, Nanyan, who was standing aside, saw this scene and was a little stunned for a while. She seemed to have never seen her senior brother get so seriously injured. Her eyes almost instantly turned red, and her face turned pale with fear. Especially when she saw Jing Wuyan on the opposite side, had no intention of stopping. She subconsciously rushed between the two of them. "Don't hurt my senior brother." The moment she rushed forward was naturally intentional. Nan Yin thought about it carefully. The two men had been confronting each other for such a long time. It was obvious that neither of them had the intention to kill the other. She would only be slightly injured if she blocked the blow. It should be fine. So she rushed forward with her weapon raised and blocked her senior brother. This caught both of them off guard. Jing Wuyan had almost no time to react. He had never thought that the stinky girl was so fearless. However, she dared to block the fight between the Jindan cultivators with her foundation building cultivation. Did she want to die? Jing Wuyan forcibly retracted more than half of his palm power. There was a surge of pain in his chest. But he still couldn't retract all his spiritual power. The palm hit Nan Yan's spiritual palace. And a fierce force hit and spread. Nan Yan's breath suddenly became unstable. Her cultivation was still too weak. Although Jing Wuyan's power was quickly retracted, she was still under great pressure because of the palm that was facing her. Puff. This blow seemed to overwhelm her. Her body was like a kite with a broken string. Because of the scattered impact force, she crashed directly into a stall beside her. The stall also suffered an unexpected disaster. There were even many spiritual plants on it. And the stall owner had already avoided it when the two were fighting. Now the stall was crushed by her heavy pressure and completely broke into two halves. Nan Yin fell to the ground, her face pale, and she spit out blood uncontrollably. The pain made her tears come out. Yin Yin! Feng Jishua's pupil shrank, and her blood surged. He didn't expect the situation to develop in this way. And he didn't expect the girl to be so bold. He could hardly control his emotions. He gripped the hilt tightly, and the veins on the back of his hand emerged. At that moment, he had the urge to kill. Jing Wuyan on the other side was even more stunned. He really didn't expect that the stinky girl would rush over regardless of anything. And he didn't think that he would hurt her. For a moment, he was a little confused. It's not that he hasn't killed female cultivators before. And there have been more serious cases than this. But now looking at Nan Yin, who was pale and spitting blood not far away, she was very different from the intact appearance in front of him just now. Not only did he not feel happy in his heart, but he felt as if his chest was hit hard by something. And a dull and suppressed pain instantly spread in his heart. This made him subconsciously look down at his pale palms. And his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. He didn't even know why he felt so bad. Jing Wuyan's heart was beating fast. His lips were pale, and the blood between his lips slowly lost its original color. He was tightly pressed and looked pale. He felt an indescribable panic in his chest, especially when he saw her pale face and the blood spilling from the corner of her lips. His heart trembled slightly. He seemed to understand what he had been entangled with for so many days. But now, Jing Wuyan's eyes fell on Nan Yan's face again, and he couldn't care about anything else at this moment. He almost followed his instinct and rushed towards the injured Nan Yin subconsciously. He really hurt her, even if he didn't mean to. But that palm hit her hard. And this sudden action also shocked the people around, especially Feng Jishua. When he saw Jing Wuyan rushing towards Nan Yin, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes were sharp, and the sword in his hand was subconsciously raised. He thought Jing Wuyan was going to hurt Yin Yin. But the man rushed over and picked up Yin Yin, who was lying on the ground. This made Feng Jishua stunned for a moment. And the sword in his hand also stopped. I don't know why he did this. Jing Wuyan hugged Nan Yin into his arms, holding her shoulders with guilt and care. Yin. Yin. How are you? Is it painful? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, he said, and hurriedly took out a white jade porcelain bottle from his sleeve. Hurriedly poured out a white pill from the bottle, and handed it to Nan Yan's mouth humbly. Yin, you take this medicine. This is the jade bone pill, which has the effect of revitalizing bones and regenerating muscles. You will get better soon after taking it. Nan Yin was very tempted when she heard this, but she still tilted her head back with dignity. Her eyes were red and her voice was full of resentment. I don't want your stuff. Who knows if there is something poisonous mixed in your pill? You clearly wanted to kill me with that palm just now. You might as well just kill me directly, so that you don't have to waste extra effort next time. Nan Yin also knew that this man didn't do it on purpose. She rushed over on her own. But that didn't stop her from putting all the blame on him. because he had made things difficult for her from the beginning. She hadn't forgotten how he disdained and despised her when he first appeared. And now that she finally had a chance to vent her anger, how could she let him go easily? Jing Wuyan stared blankly at Nan Yin, whose breath was unstable in his arms, and his heart was filled with uncontrollable panic and helplessness. He felt as if his heart was gently pulled by an invisible thread, and there was a faint pain that made him unable to control his emotions. He had made things difficult for her, and it was indeed he who had injured her. If he hadn't kept pestering her, none of what happened today would have happened. Jing Wuyan's breath was a little unstable, and he felt so regretful for the first time. In the end, he could only subconsciously wipe the blood from her mouth with his sleeve, and his movements were very careful, for fear of hurting her again. Obviously, he had never done these things before, and he had never been so distressed and anxious to any female cultivator. But when he did it to her now, he didn't seem unfamiliar at all. Jing Wuyan's lips moved, and his eyes fell on Nan Yan's pale face, with countless guilt in his eyes. He no longer had the cold and domineering look he had in the market before, and even his voice was a little anxious. It's not what you think. There's nothing in the medicine, and I don't really want to kill you. I've been saving you. Why did you suddenly rush over just now? Although he was telling the truth, could Nan Yin admit it? She complained resentfully while waving his hand away. You still say you didn't want to kill me? You've obviously looked down on me since the first time we met. You think I'm too low in cultivation and too annoying. You've wanted to slap me to death several times. Do you think I can't see it? You've been making things difficult for me. She coughed, her chest heaving violently, angry and furious, and her pale cheeks showed a hint of angry red. What are you doing now? Who cares about your hypocrisy? Do you think you can't hurt me? If you just give me another pill, will I forgive you? Speaking of this, Nan Yan's tears finally fell uncontrollably, and the more she spoke, the more she felt wronged. You stole the spiritual plant that I chose first, and you asked me to kowtow to you and admit my mistake. What did I do wrong? It's obviously you who bullied me. You teamed up to bully me. I have never kowtowed to my master to admit my mistakes since I grew up. Why do you treat me like this? She raised her eyes and looked straight into his eyes, grabbed his collar, and was angry and furious. You obviously don't like me and take the opportunity to retaliate against me. Go away. Don't touch me. After Nan Yin finished speaking, her chest hurt again, and the whole person seemed to be angry, and she spit out blood uncontrollably. Jing Wuyan was completely panicked now, more distressed and worried than when he was injured and dying. He didn't care if she would get angry and stop him, and directly stuffed the pill into her mouth. The pill melted in her mouth, making Nan Yin unable to vomit even if she wanted to. And finally she could only stare at him more fiercely. In fact, she was right. When the two first met, he did have the intention to kill her, but he really didn't have it afterwards. And this time, it was an accidental injury. Although he said he was annoying her, he didn't hate her too much in his heart. And he didn't mean to kill her. He didn't mean to kowtow and admit his mistakes. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Seeing her extremely annoyed look when facing him, and comparing her gentle and well-behaved attitude towards her senior brother, he couldn't stop the unwillingness and annoyance in his heart. He wanted her to regret, to admit her mistakes, and to stay by his side obediently, just like before. But he has always been arrogant, especially used to being high and mighty. He would only force the other party to compromise in a tougher way, instead of reflecting on his own mistakes. He couldn't let go of his attitude, and couldn't bring himself to give in to her. He thought that as long as he beat her senior brother, she would beg for mercy from him like before. But he never thought that she would rush up so recklessly. He hurt her, and it was a fact that he hurt her by mistake. No matter how much he regretted these facts, he couldn't deny them. He could only apologize more humbly. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to hurt you. I'll heal you first. Jing Wuyan knew that it was useless for him to say anything at this moment. He seemed to have been using the wrong method and had the wrong attitude. Her disgust for him was not only because of his high and mighty attitude, but also because of the murderous intentions he had once had towards her. In fact, it was his own fault. If someone treated him like this, even if he was not as strong as her for the time being, he would only retaliate fiercely after his cultivation improved. How could he possibly have a good impression of that person? Thinking of this, Jing Wuyan stabilized Nan Yan's back with one hand, knelt on his knees, and helped her into his arms, with the other hand tightly pressed against her chest. In an instant, a warm and mysterious power flowed through Nan Yan's body, easing the pain in her chest and restoring her complexion. Nan Yan, whose physical strength had recovered a little, immediately struggled and resisted more obviously. She did not believe in his false kindness at all, and pushed his palm away with force. "Who told you to touch me? Go away, senior brother," she cried and called out his name. And the senior brother on the other side finally came to his senses. His eyes were slightly cold, and he looked at the male cultivator who held Yan Yan in his arms. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that these two people were somehow involved. Even the male cultivator's anxious and worried attitude towards Yan Yan made Feng Jishua vaguely guess that perhaps from the beginning, the male cultivator had no intention of hurting Yan Yan. But just because he hated him, Feng Jishua's eyes darkened. He didn't know when Yan Yan knew that person, nor did he know what that person thought of his junior sister. At this point, he had no intention of thinking about these things. His mind was all on Yan Yan's injury, especially when he heard Yan Yan crying in grievance. He came back to his senses in an instant, raised his hand, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth casually, then rushed up and pushed Jing Huiyan away. He reached out and hugged Yan Yan in his arms. Feng Jishua subconsciously reached out to feel her pulse, and then took out a handful of pills from his arms, most of which were for treating internal injuries and replenishing blood and qi, and stuffed them into her mouth like candy beans, with a tense expression as if she had lost too much blood and was about to die of weakness. Nan Yan cried while eating, and she thought it was quite fragrant, so her tears slowly stopped, and she directly put her hands around her senior brother's neck, venting her uneasiness in a wronged and pitiful way. In fact, her injuries were not that serious. She just vomited blood, which looked particularly serious. But after eating so many pills for replenishing blood and qi, it was estimated that she would be alive and kicking in a few days and tormenting her senior brother. Feng Jishua saw that she stopped crying, so he reached out and carefully wiped the tears and blood stains on her cheeks. In fact, the moment she rushed up, he was really almost scared to death by her. This little girl is so bold that she dares to act recklessly in such a dangerous situation. Does she think that the duel between cultivators above the Jindan level is just a game? If that person had not retracted half of his palm power, she would have died by now. His heart is still beating uncontrollably, and he can't calm down at all, even though he knows that she is injured and wronged at the moment. Feng Jishua can't suppress the anger in his heart. He reached out and grabbed her wrist, and directly pulled one of her hands off and held it tightly. "Why are you rushing up recklessly? Aren't you afraid of death? Have I warned you to think calmly before doing anything? Who made you so impulsive? Did you ignore my words?" The cold-faced senior brother is inevitably a little scary, especially when he is really angry. Nan Yan dared to confront him on weekdays because she knew where this person's bottom line was. Now she rushed up without caring about her life, which obviously touched the bottom line of the senior brother. Do you know that your cultivation is not enough for him to take one move? Aren't you the most timid and afraid of death on weekdays? Don't you just hide when encountering things? Are you stupid today? You dare to rush up in such a dangerous situation. Su Nan Yan, if you dare to do such stupid things again in the future, I will lock you up in the cliff of thinking for half a year, and never let you out until the day of breakthrough. I don't see if you dare to do this. The senior brother exuded a cold breath all over his body. He was really angry this time. Not the usual pretentious momentum. And there was a coldness between his eyebrows. Nan Yan's eyes were filled with tears after being scolded by him. She felt a little depressed. She pursed her lips, lowered her head, and refused to speak, obviously looking unconvinced. Feng Jishua saw her expression and knew that this little girl still refused to admit her fault. He pinched her wrist tighter. "You still don't admit your fault, right? Do you think I was mean to you?" Nan Yan's voice was a little hoarse. She looked up at him, her eyes misty with tears, and looked particularly aggrieved. "But wasn't I worried about you? You vomited blood." The eldest brother was angry and helpless when he heard this. He hugged her directly into his arms, put his palm hard on her back, and whispered in her ear, "Yan Yan, even if you are worried about me, you can't be so impulsive. You are lucky today and only suffered some minor injuries. But if you encounter this situation again in the future, are you really capable of saving your life?" He patted the little junior sister's back with his palm, knowing that she was frightened today, so his tone became more gentle. "I said this not to scold you, but to make you realize a fact. You only have one life. Your own life is the most important. No one in this world is worth your reckless behavior. Nan Yin was held in his arms obediently, and could not move. Only 2 fingers gently twisted his sleeves. Feng Jishua said and let her go. His palm touched her soft hair. He knew that this little junior sister was young and didn't understand many things. Although the cultivators in the cultivation world have a long life, they spend most of their time practicing, and have not experienced many things. Even a girl of the little junior sister's age is just a little girl who has just come of age in the mortal world. She has never left the sect alone to train, let alone experience those complicated life and death duels. On weekdays, she even has to follow her brothers to enter a secret realm, and has never experienced those real life and death disasters. It is precisely because she has too little experience that she is so careless about her life. But fortunately, he is much older than her, and he can slowly teach her these things and principles in the future. Now, Feng Jishua can only patiently calm her emotions slowly. Yan, if you really care about me and like me, you should believe me even more. Believe that even if I lose, I will lose with dignity, instead of hiding behind a woman to seek protection, and finally relying on your pain to save my life. How can such a Feng Jishua be worthy of being your senior brother? How can he have the ability to keep guarding you and protecting you in the future? You think I am too weak. I can't die even if I am injured. But you are different. Your cultivation is still too low. That palm will really take your life. Yan, you should be honest in the future, and never do such stupid things again. Okay? Feng Jishua is even thinking that after the love poison is removed, he can take her away from the sect, and take her to various places in the cultivation world to experience, and help her break through the realm, and consolidate her cultivation. Hearing this, Nan Yan's anger finally dissipated. She reached out, and grabbed the collar of the senior brother's chest. Then she nodded and said in a muffled voice, angrily, I know I was wrong, but I won't dare to do it again. Is that not enough? Please give me some face, and don't scold me in front of so many people. Hearing this, the eldest brother felt helpless, angry and wanted to laugh. And there was also some heartache that could not be ignored. His brows relaxed slightly. He exhaled, and rubbed the head of the little sister with his palm. He was afraid of hurting her. So he whispered after a while, Why are you crying so hard? Let's go. I'll take you home to heal your wounds first. After Feng Jishua finished speaking, he picked up the person directly, and ignored anyone and any movement behind him. He held the person in his arms steadily, and returned to his own courtyard. Nan Yin was very honest in her brother's arms now, with her head on his shoulder, her fingers still tugging at his collar. I don't know what she thought of. She subconsciously raised her eyes, and glanced at Jing Huiyin, who had been silent behind her. His palms were hanging at his sides, and the expression on his face only became gloomy and embarrassed when Feng Jishua pushed him away at the beginning. After that, he just stared at the two of them quietly. Perhaps he knew that he had no right to step forward now, and he couldn't take her back from the arms of his lover without considering her feelings. Jing Huiyin just watched and listened to the conversation between the two. He didn't know when his hands and his sleeves tightened. And finally he kept his head down, thinking about something. When Nan Yin looked over, the other party seemed to have noticed it, and his eyes slightly raised. His eyes were a little deep, and he looked at her deeply. Nan Yin was resentful, seeing that he dared to stare at her. She glared at him hatefully, and then turned away in anger, as if she regarded him as an enemy. On the other side, Nan Yin was directly carried to the courtyard of the eldest senior brother. Feng Jishua put the person in his arms on the bed, and sat him down, looking at the blood on the face of the little junior sister. Although it could be cleaned up by twisting the dust cleansing formula. But Feng Jishua suddenly had a soft thought in his heart, wanting to clean her up with his own hands. So Nan Yin watched her senior brother busy in and out, and brought a basin of warm water, soaked the towel and wrung it clean, and carefully cleaned the stains on her face. The senior brother suddenly became so gentle, considerate and sensible that Nan Yin was a little uncomfortable. It was probably because her senior brother was restrained and old-fashioned. Even if he liked the girl, he was not willing to express his emotions. Now that she was injured, he became more considerate. Nan Yin was still thinking about whether to take advantage of the opportunity. After her senior brother cleaned the blood on her face, he saw that her complexion had finally recovered a little, and he was slightly relieved, seeing her skin as smooth as snow. Soft emotion surged in his heart, and he was a little impulsive, so he couldn't help but lean over and kiss her. The action was very gentle, with a bit of warmth. Then he held her in his arms and whispered, Yen Yen, let's make a covenant. Nan Yen hadn't reacted yet, and she heard him say, your cultivation is too low. After the covenant, I will practice with you and help you break through the foundation building cultivation as soon as possible. Then I will take you away from the sect and go down the mountain to experience the world. Okay? The eldest brother held her hand tightly. When he said this, his face was slightly red, but his expression was serious, and even his tone was very serious. He really wanted to help her improve her cultivation, not think about anything else. Nan Yen was even more stunned when she heard this. After a long while, she reacted and patted the eldest brother on the back, signaling him to let go quickly. The senior brother understood and let go with a little reluctance. Nan Yan's eyes were shining slightly. She looked up at the dark eyes of the senior brother. The corners of her mouth curved, and then quickly straightened, as if she was happy but pretended to be calm. Then she grabbed his clothes and asked, pretending to be unhappy, is it because I was injured for you today that you feel guilty? So you want to compensate me like this? Feng Jishua held her soft fingers and found her look a little funny. Then he shook his head and said, no. I have had this idea for a long time, but I am worried that you are too young. When you grow up and meet more good men, you will regret being with me. Another thing is that he has always been unsure whether his feelings for her are caused by the love goo. But now, even if it is really caused by the love goo, it doesn't matter, because he found that he had always fallen into a misunderstanding. That is, after the love goo was removed, he was worried that the junior sister would be sad. But he was not an irresponsible person, and removing the goo did not mean that he would leave her. Even after the love poison was removed, he would still take care of her as the most favored junior sister in the sect. And nothing would change because of the removal of the poison. As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Yen immediately held his hand and said. She stared at him, obviously unhappy. Who regrets? I like you so much. I must have you in this life. As long as you don't annoy me and bully me for no reason like you did some time ago, I will definitely not leave you. After the junior sister said this, she suddenly threw herself into the arms of the senior brother, then hugged him and leaned back. And the two fell on the bed at the same time, and the senior brother supported his body to avoid pressing her. Although he had known the junior sister's feelings for him for a long time, he couldn't help but smile when he heard her answer without hesitation. Nan Yen saw him laughing and couldn't help teasing him. Brother, how do you practice dual cultivation? When did you learn this kind of cultivation method? How come I don't know? How could the eldest brother not know her little thoughts? His face was slightly red and his voice was slightly annoyed. Yen Yen, the most important thing for a person is the heart. Dual cultivation improves cultivation. Appearance is not important to a cultivator, and sexual pleasure is secondary. If your heart cannot be improved and strengthened, no matter how much you pay attention to these external things, it will be in vain in the future. The word sounded very nice, but if his body was more honest, Nan Yen might believe him more. So Nan Yen blinked and exposed him mercilessly. But eldest brother, your body doesn't seem to say that. The eldest brother was thick-skinned and calm this time. My heart has not been cultivated well, so it is normal to have such a situation. There may be more excessive things in the future. Chapter 170. Soon, the news that the eldest brother was going to get married with the youngest sister spread throughout the sect. To be honest, everyone had expected this. Although the eldest brother usually appeared cold and abstinent, every time he looked at the youngest sister, it felt like the ice and snow on the dangerous peaks were melted by the sun, turning into a pool of fine spring water, full of unstoppable love. And when practicing swordsmanship on weekdays, the eldest brother only favored the youngest sister, and favored her openly. Ask yourself, which junior brothers and sisters in the sect have not been hit on the head and thigh by the eldest brother with that long sword? And when the eldest brother is in a bad mood on weekdays, which junior brothers in the sect don't keep their tails between their legs? But the eldest brother is aloof, especially when he urges them to practice. He has a cold face, and the whole person is like a sharp cold sword out of the sheath. He is ruthless when teaching them a lesson. Who dares to provoke him easily? Only the younger sister dares to act lawless in front of the eldest brother. And those faraway ones are not mentioned. Just say that the eldest brother's recent state of being in a state of ecstasy, and those bright red ambiguous marks on his neck. They pretended not to see it at first, and dared not to discuss it when they saw it, and only dared to spread gossip in private. Later, they found that every time the eldest brother taught the younger sister, She would be absent-minded on the first day of sword practice, and there would be some unspeakable ambiguous traces on her body, and everyone would show a look of "you understand. I understand. And he understands too. He. They wanted to ask the eldest brother, is the little mosquito in the room that loves to bite people especially sweet when it bites people? Otherwise, why would the eldest brother love it so much? Everyone knew that the two would become a couple, but they didn't expect that the eldest brother would decide to form a bond with the youngest sister so quickly. After all, the youngest sister was still so young, and the eldest brother was already over 100 years old. A very old man. A real old cow eating tender grass. And the one he ate was the sweetest one in the sect. On the first day, the eldest brother coaxed the youngest sister from her sleep. The youngest sister didn't want to pay attention to him when she woke up. She stared at him with a depressed and a little resentful expression. The eldest brother tidied her clothes very properly. Seeing that she was still unhappy, he went forward to coax her for a long time. Only then did the youngest sister give a good face, and then took people down the mountain to buy red candles and wedding curtains for the wedding. Of course, there was a reason why Nan Yin was unhappy. Didn't you see that her eldest brother was so guilty? She made up her mind last night to supplement the relationship between the two. So she did everything she could, and ended up being severely punished by her eldest brother. Nothing actually happened last night. Perhaps because the atmosphere was right. The shameless little sister flirted with her senior brother, and was not afraid of death. She insisted on dragging him to study the matter of dual cultivation. To be honest, in the eyes of the senior brother, love between men and women is the most normal thing in the world. And dual cultivation is also normal. So as long as it is not excessive, the senior brother is not too shy or rejecting. But his little sister seemed to be particularly enthusiastic about this kind of thing. I don't know if she was in the mood or curious last night. She opened her black, round, clear eyes like glass, and asked a shocking question. Senior brother, you have been practicing for so many years, and you have been single for so many years. Don't you have any necessary physiological needs on weekdays? Physiological needs? The eldest brother was meditating. He was silent for a while after hearing this. He looked down at the little sister in his arms with narrowed eyes and smirked. He obviously noticed the other party's ill intentions. He reached out to straighten the crooked body of the person. But unfortunately, after a while, the soft body like boneless pressed against him again. The eldest brother stared at her for a moment, and then let her do what she wanted. Then he asked again with a calm face, what kind of needs are you talking about? Nan Yin couldn't help laughing when she heard this. She used her calves to follow his hymn and slowly moved up, intentionally or unintentionally, and then opened her shameless water eyes and explained ambiguously, it's this kind of needs. She didn't take it away after rubbing it, and just put it on his legs, then tilted her head and smiled at him evilly, and the expression in her eyes was particularly obvious. So obvious that it was hard for people to ignore it. But her senior brother was a cold and wooden man who didn't understand romance. Feng Jishue was silent for a long time, looking at the charming face of the junior sister in her arms, with a hint of red in the corners of her eyes. She silently recited the Qingxin Ju several times in her heart, and then reached out. Not only did she take her legs apart, but she also sat them together in a very formal posture. Finally, he looked at her seriously and said, don't worry, Yan Yin. This kind of thing is actually not much different from cultivation. We can study it slowly in the future. There is no rush today. Many things are not prepared. You just got injured, so it's best to recuperate for a few days. Nan Yin saw that the seduction was ineffective, and she was a little depressed for a while. But she soon recovered and continued to ask him, but senior brother, you haven't answered me yet. What do you usually do when you have needs? Nan Yin clung to him tightly, and seeing that he ignored her, she simply threw herself into his arms, and her hands began to do whatever they wanted to him. The eldest brother was tormented, and his breath was a little unstable. Finally, seeing that he could not escape, he could only close his eyes and not look at her. After a long while, his thin lips uttered a word. Bury yourself. Hearing this, Nan Yin couldn't help laughing. It seems that her eldest brother is not the kind of cold god without desires. He will also have ambiguous thoughts about his sweetheart like normal people. Nan Yin smiled and pulled his collar, and continued to ask shamelessly, oh, but senior brother, what if you can't bear it? While she was talking, she answered on her own, solve it yourself, or find someone to solve it. If you can't solve it, won't you feel uncomfortable holding it in like this? Do you want me to help you out of kindness? Having said that, she didn't believe that his senior brother could still bear it. Sure enough, after hearing this, the senior brother finally couldn't help but open his eyes and glanced at the misbehaving junior sister in his arms. His usually calm eyes deepened a little. He took out the hand that was touching him randomly and looked at the little junior sister in his arms with his dark eyes and taught her with the airs of a senior brother. You probably don't want to know. Sometimes being too curious is not a good thing. Yen, you are still young now. Don't be too greedy for appearances and indulge in the affairs of men and women. I will teach you these things later, but don't cross the line now. Nan Yin was obviously unhappy when she heard this. This man always thinks she is young. What is so young about her? The little junior sister, who was making trouble, was very annoying. She had to do things that he didn't allow her to do, especially when she saw her senior brother showing a cold and desireless meditation posture, which really made her feel unsuccessful. Nan Yin couldn't help but kick his chest with her foot. Seeing that he refused to pay attention, she turned around and climbed into his arms. She bit his neck in anger. Who said I don't want to know? I just want to see how to do this. Right? You are so useless. I seduced you so blatantly, but you still don't get it. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. Feng Jishua had a headache. He didn't know how to tell her about this. Of course, he knew what the little junior sister was thinking. She was just curious. The stinky girl, who knew nothing, thought that she could be domineering after peeking at a few manuals of the Hahuan sect. If she really wanted to fight with her, she would immediately become a coward. The eldest brother held her wrist, his voice slightly hoarse, and pressed her into his arms. Stop making trouble. It's really not appropriate tonight. The younger sister snorted unhappily from her nose, staring at him with an extremely arrogant and unreasonable look. What's not appropriate? Do you dislike my small size? What's so small about me? Why do you always say I'm small? Have you touched someone bigger than me? Hearing this, the cold aura of his eldest brother changed slightly. He frowned and looked down at the younger sister who was talking nonsense. No, it's not what you think. Nan Yin was still making trouble. What's the matter? She pushed him back and was very angry. Since you are unwilling to teach me carefully, then I will go to ask the first brother for advice. Anyway, the first brother has the most confidence and is the most gentle and considerate. If I ask him for advice on this matter, he will definitely guide me with his own hands. Before she finished her words, the little sister was grabbed by someone and pressed into his arms to sit down. The eldest brother's face was a little gloomy, and his dark eyes stared at her deeply. Don't go. How dare you do such a thing? The little sister was stubborn and did not show any weakness. She continued to argue boldly. Didn't you say that dual cultivation is very common? If you don't teach me, I will naturally find someone else. Before she finished her words, she saw the eldest brother's face turn, and the momentum of the whole person suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed her directly into his arms, then pressed her down on the edge of the bed behind him, pressing her wrist. Do you really want to know so much? Nan Yin was stunned, and seemed to have not reacted to this sudden change, so she nodded subconsciously. Then she saw her senior brother holding her hand and slowly sliding it down, whispering in her ear, You want to know these things, right? Then I'll tell you. I rarely have this kind of need, but it's not that I haven't had it once. It's most obvious when I wake up in the morning. Basically, just ignore it. But it's more frequent recently, and there will be some reactions in the middle of the night. So I flipped through some pamphlets you left in my room before. When he said this, the senior brother frowned, and a light red flush appeared on his icy face. Sweat beads slightly oozed out of his forehead. He gently kissed the corner of her mouth and coaxed. I never knew you liked to look at these things before. Yen, you should understand that these things are very short-lived, and can only bring temporary physical pleasure. And after they are over, you will feel empty and headache, and it is not even as interesting as practicing. But, well, if you really like it, it's okay to try it a little. Like this. You changed here gently. The expression of the senior brother was still serious when he said this, and his dark eyes reflected her face. It was obviously such a serious expression, but put in this scene, it felt out of place no matter how you looked at it. Nan Yin turned her head and looked at him with some disdain. I don't know how this person could say such a thing with a blank face. She really underestimated the characters in these small worlds. When they are thick-skinned, they are definitely more excessive than her. She bit the senior brother's shoulder in frustration and whimpered a few times. The body of the man in front of her was obviously more tense. In the end, he probably couldn't help it. So he imitated her previous appearance and gently bumped into her. Nan Yin froze immediately. This is really exciting. Her senior brother has come to his senses and is actually being a hooligan to her. However, this trick was only half opened. The eldest brother still took care of her body and did not dare to do anything wrong. His clothes had been wrinkled by the restless little sister. The waist knot was very loose, and one hand pulled the belt off effortlessly. He looked down at the people after he untied it. The little sister in his arms had become stiff as a goose. She was lying in his arms obediently and dared not move. He kissed her neck again without letting her go. I knew that this little girl was timid and dared to be curious about everything, but it was really impossible to do it with her. So the eldest brother decided to teach her a lesson tonight, so that she would understand that there are some things that can be done, and some things that cannot be so curious. It would be best if she would not dare to do such a thing again when she thought of this matter in the future. But the eldest brother was also very sensible. Although he was mainly teaching her a lesson, he couldn't go too far. Otherwise she would be really scared, and it would not be good to not let him get close to her in the future. So the eldest brother held her fingers, slid down, covered her clothes, and taught her. Love is not as simple as you think. The most important thing is that we are in harmony with each other. Do you understand? It would be strange if Nan Yin could understand. He could make sleeping like a world war. He lowered his head, holding the front with his slender fingers, and the voice in his throat gradually became a little hoarse. You know, this method of dual cultivation is to harmonize. Use my own spiritual energy to make up for your deficiency, and integrate with each other. Everything in the world has yin and yang, and the harmony of yin and yang should be the golden mean. And the same is true for dual cultivation between men and women. Feeling the stiffness of the person in his arms, the eldest brother slowed down a bit and continued to recite. When practicing, you need to mobilize the spiritual power of all parts of the body to make the essence, breath, and soul of both parties condense and not disintegrate, and concentrate the dantian, and the qi goes to the tail spine, through the jiugong naiwen acupoint, and then enters the front, and then intersects. The whole body is numb and comfortable. At the end, the voice of the eldest brother was completely stained with some unspeakable emotions. But he was still saying, well, this is the formula for the double cultivation of spiritual intercourse, which is slightly different from what you and I are studying now. This intercourse is the lowest level, and can only bring a moment of pleasure. This is the lowest level of yin and yang harmony. It is not worth lingering on. When Nan Yin heard the end, there was only one thought left in her mind. Is this something she should hear at her age? It was no longer a question of whether she could listen, but that her ears were numb after listening to it. Nan Yan's brain was so confused. This man was still whispering in her ear in that nice and low voice. Nan Yan's scalp was numb from hearing him. She just wanted to be merciful and just accept him. Nan Yin was really impressed by him. He could still whisper those steps of the dual cultivation technique to her at this time. How could he be so patient? Wouldn't he be bad? In fact, Feng Jishue couldn't help himself. His cold face turned slightly red, and his clear eyes gradually showed an intoxicated look because of this momentary joy. As he was reciting, he also found that something was wrong. Later, what focusing on dantian, yin and yang harmony, had been thrown into some corner. Maybe it was because there was a big difference between when he solved it himself and when his junior sister helped him, which made him feel that this momentary joy was not so difficult to accept. He lowered his head to kiss the little junior sister's face. Nan Yin was kissed so hard that she couldn't speak. After finally taking a breath, her senior brother pressed on her again. He whispered softly in her ear, "Do you know now? Worldly desires are nothing, and they can't last long. Don't do this again in the future. Those soft hands have been subjected to bullying and shocks that shouldn't be born at this age since the beginning. At the beginning, they were very careful. Just hands, nothing. But later they became changed." Nan Yin was confused by the kiss and couldn't say a word. She felt that her senior brother seemed to have grown a lot recently, especially in serving people. So throughout the night, her senior brother taught her what the real dual cultivation method was. Sure enough, his senior brother was a dog man with a cold expression. But he was actually wild and didn't behave like a human being. His hands were sore for half a night, and the center of his legs was red. Is he of a draw? So when she woke up on the first day, the junior sister was unhappy. And when she was unhappy, she would make trouble. So she scolded him with tears in her eyes. You are hypocritical. A gentleman, shameless. You are too much. I said it twice and it's over. You don't keep your word. The eldest brother knew that he had gone too far. So he honestly put on her clothes and tied her belt. His face was slightly red. And he was obviously a little uncomfortable. I don't know why he made a fuss for a long time last night. Obviously, he didn't indulge in it too much. It just took a little longer. Seeing that he refused to speak, Nan Yen kicked him in the chest. Did you hear what I said? You are too much. The little foot that was raised was grabbed by someone. And the eldest brother was not angry. He gently patted the dirty soles of his feet and put on his shoes. It was quiet for a while. The eldest brother looked up at her, then turned away uncomfortably. He coughed lightly and finally said, Ahem. I heard you. Didn't I warn you last night? Anyway, it's like this. Being too curious is not a good thing. It can easily lead to such consequences. Remember to be honest in the future. Before he finished speaking, the youngest sister grabbed his arm and twisted it. Shut up. Who told you to talk? Are you getting bold? Do you dare to talk back to me now? No, I don't dare. The eldest brother paused and was obviously quiet. He touched her little hand, and his henpecked nature was completely exposed. After deciding to make a covenant, the news quickly spread in the sect. In the world of cultivation, making a covenant is similar to the wedding ceremony in the mortal world. Since they are going to get married, they naturally have to prepare the necessary things. So the eldest brother was going to the market at the foot of the mountain to buy the red candles and wedding curtains for the wedding. And the youngest sister naturally wanted to join in the fun. Although the market had just experienced a catastrophe 2 days ago, it was back to its former bustle in half a day. The damaged things were naturally compensated by the sect on the mountain. After all, this was a market affiliated with the sect. Feng Jishua took the youngest sister to visit the shops. The area around the market was also divided very neatly, with all kinds of shops. There were many cultivators around, but no one dared to squeeze around. The eldest brother went directly to the red candle wedding shop. The youngest sister was bored, so she broke free from his hand and ran to the street in front to wander around. Seeing her letting go of her nature, the eldest brother did not stop her, but just reminded her not to go far, and he would come to find her after he finished buying things. Nan Yen honestly agreed. Then she ran away in a flash. In fact, she had visited the market at the foot of the mountain many times. There were many good things, but her favorite were those sparkling jewelry shops. So Nan Yen looked around and finally entered a jewelry shop she often visited. The jewelry in the world of cultivation is naturally not ordinary jewelry. Most of them are weapons for self-defense, and some are exquisite and good storage devices. Nan Yen picked out a jade green bracelet at first sight. The green color was clear and bright. The bracelet was inlaid with a golden tassel flower. This bracelet was naturally not as good as Jing Huiyan's artifact. It was just an ordinary storage device, not much larger than an ordinary storage bag. Nan Yen picked up the bracelet from the cabinet with great interest and put it on her slender and soft wrist bone. It looked particularly beautiful against her fair and smooth skin. Naturally, she would buy something beautiful. Just as Nan Yen touched the storage bag in her pocket and prepared to pay with the spirit stone, she heard a familiar voice suddenly coming from beside her. Do you like this bracelet very much? Nan Yen nodded with a smile and replied subconsciously, Of course I like it. I like all beautiful things. After answering, she felt something was wrong. She immediately turned her head and looked. And then she saw Jing Huiyan standing beside her. He lowered his head slightly, and his eyes fell on her slightly raised wrist, looking at her in a trance. Seeing that it was him, Nan Yan's smile on her face instantly withdrew. She still remembered what happened in the market at the foot of the mountain 2 days ago. She immediately put her wrist down and hid it behind her back, then snorted at him, her eyebrows full of resistance. Why is it you? What are you doing here? Do you want to kill me again? There was obviously some disgust and resentment in the stuffy voice. Jing Huiyan lowered his head, frowning slightly, as if he was distressed by her disgust and rejection. He had never experienced these things, and he didn't know how to please a woman who was weaker than himself. It was true that he hurt her, and it was also true that he felt guilty and regretful. Moreover, he had carefully sorted out his feelings and thoughts in the past 2 days, and he actually had a good impression of her. I don't know when it started. He was moved by a little girl he never took seriously. Perhaps this had never happened before. So in some of the interactions, his condescending attitude made her feel disgusted with him. Jing Wuyan raised his eyes and looked directly at the person in front of him. His dark eyes reflected her face, and he usually looked at people with cold and disdain. Now when he stared at people with his dim eyes, there was a little more inexplicable emotion. Even if he deliberately slowed down, he still showed a sharp attitude. Nan Yin felt uncomfortable being stared at by him. What's so great about big eyes? She glared at him angrily and turned to leave. But he grabbed her wrist. Nan Yin almost reacted subconsciously and raised her hand to slap the back of his hand. Jing Wuyan didn't stop him. His brows relaxed slightly, and he leaned forward, then slowly said, "I'm here to apologize to you. I hurt you that day. Are your injuries better?" "Of course they are better. There was no big problem in the first place. I took pills all night. So how could they not be better?" These words also successfully stopped Nan Yan's actions. She looked up at Jing Wuyan standing beside her, as if she suspected that she had heard it wrong. "What did you say?" Jing Wuyan was silent for a moment. His eyes darkened. "I came to apologize to you. It was my fault in the past. I didn't consider your feelings. It was an accidental injury that day in the market. I didn't mean to hurt you." Hearing this man's serious tone, Nan Yin knew that he was sincere. If so, she was relieved and could do whatever she wanted. Her eyes were vague and pretended not to believe. Obviously weird. "Are you really apologizing to me? Are you fooling me again? Waiting for me to offend you? And then deal with me together?" Jing Wuyan heard it and shook his head. "Why should I fool you?" "That's right." So Nan Yin stepped on his shoe first. Jing Wuyan looked down, not quite understanding what she meant. It didn't seem to hurt. Seeing that he was not angry, Nan Yin could not help but kick him to vent her anger. But he still did not resist. Finally, she snorted twice, showed a very angry look to this person, and then said that sentence with a vengeance. "You apologize to me because you want me to forgive you, right? Okay. I don't need you to do anything else. As long as you kowtow to me and admit your mistakes, I will forgive you." After that, the room was silent for a moment. Jing Wuyan lowered his eyebrows, but his expression did not change. He lowered his head and looked at the person in front of him quietly, watching her go from being guiltless at the beginning to being a little scared by his stare, and then subconsciously shrinking her head and backing away. Seeing her like this, Jing Wuyan didn't know why, but suddenly couldn't help laughing. He reached out and pulled the girl over, looking down at her in a condescending manner. "You are really a vindictive and petty little girl." Nan Yin was very good at taking advantage of others. When she saw that this man was not angry, she of course forced herself to glare back with more annoyance. "Didn't you say you were here to apologize? Isn't it normal to kowtow and admit your mistakes? Or are you just talking?" Jing Wuyan's mood returned to normal. He found that as long as this little girl talked back to him, the upset emotions that had troubled him for a long time would gradually dissipate. He narrowed his eyes, revealing a faint smile in his eyes, and pinched her cheeks lightly with his fingers. His mood was obviously relieved a lot. "If I tell you that I asked you to kowtow and admit your mistakes that day was just a momentary anger, would you believe it? It was not from my heart." Nan Yan's face was slightly red from his pinching. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth, and she was very unhappy with a stuffy feeling in her chest. So she rushed over and grabbed his face. If it had been in the past, she would definitely not dare to do this. But now, she would pay back what this bastard had done to her in the past. Jing Wuyan was startled by Nan Yan's action of rushing over, and subconsciously reached out to hug her in his arms. But before he could react, he saw the vengeful little girl grabbing his face and biting it hard. The force was so strong that she wanted to tear off a layer of his skin directly. While she was harassing him, she was still muttering, "Who would believe that you were angry for a moment? You didn't say that that day. If my senior brother wasn't here, I might have been forced to kowtow by you. Now you say you are not sincere. Who cares if you say sorry after bullying someone?" Jing Wuyan's face was pinch red, but he didn't stop her. In order to match the height of this person, he slightly bent down so that this person could touch him. Especially after hearing what she said, Jing Wuyan's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "If you really kneel, I can kneel too. It's okay if we kowtow together." Nan Yin was angry. "What kind of words are you talking about? If we kneel together, won't that be worshipping heaven and earth? You can if you want to. I don't mind." Jing Wuyan looked down at her. After being single for so many years, It should be quite interesting to raise a Taoist partner who is grumpy and crybaby. Jing Wuyan is even thinking about it now. What is the difference between raising a Taoist partner and raising a pet? He can build a palace for her, give her a lot of spirit stones, and various rare spirit plants and elixirs, and then help her improve her cultivation. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. A slap shattered his fantasy. Nan Yen was very angry and glared at him angrily. You don't mind? But I do. Who wants to worship you? Jing Wuyan frowned, but his tone was a little serious. Why do you mind me? Is there anything wrong with me? There is nothing wrong with you. Nan Yen slapped him fiercely, hitting him in the chest, and then counted on her fingers. You are old, bad-tempered, cold and cruel, and most importantly, you beat women. If someone is with you, what if you are unhappy in the future and slap them to death? Jing Wuyan frowned even more tightly. He reached out and grabbed her 5 white and soft fingers, pressing them down one by one. Isn't it good that you will be more caring when you are older? My spleen? I am a little bit angry, but I don't lose my temper all the time. I can control myself. As for my temperament, I am only cold and cruel to my enemies. The female cultivators I beat are those who want to kill me and climb into my bed. Can't I do anything about these things that annoy me? Jing Wuyan stared at the person in front of him, and for some reason his heartbeat suddenly became faster. If you really stay with me, I will take you to the upper realm. Nan Yen struggled hard against his palm, but failed to break free. The man rubbed her palm with his fingers, and his tone became softer. I know you like beautiful things. There are more rare treasures in my palace. I can give you a lot of things. There are also things that are more beautiful than the Qianquan bracelet. Artifacts are not rare in the upper realm. Jing Wuyan tried to impress her with his assets. Yen, what do you want? I should be able to find it for you. Nan Yen struggled even harder when she heard this. She blushed and refused. Who wants your things? Let me go. You lonely and cold old man. Jing Wuyan frowned when he heard the word old man. But he didn't let go. Instead, he continued, what do you like? Artifacts? There is a 7-star glass lamp in my palace, which can cleanse the filth of the world. There is also a small world of cultivation in the glass lamp. If you like it, I can give it to you. This man is simply tempting her with his glamorous financial resources. Can she be the kind of person who is corrupted and defeated by money? Don't you understand what people say? Let me go! Is it not enough? How about fairy stones? I still have a lot of top-rate fairy stones, which are slightly more expensive than spirit stones. You can have a palace or spiritual plants. How about it? There was a brief silence in the air. Nan Yen found that she was really moved. Perhaps when he was talking about a palace. She struggled and hesitated, and then she looked up and nodded to him happily, as if she had experienced a fierce ideological struggle and contempt. Yes, I agree. Can you let go first? Jing Wuyan was slightly startled when he heard this. Then his mouth corners bent unconsciously, and the strength of holding her gradually relaxed. Perhaps he didn't expect that she would really agree. He was a little unsure and wanted to confirm it again. You really agree? Before he finished speaking, Nan Yen narrowed her eyes and smiled at him, raised her foot and kicked him in the crotch. A fatal blow. After kicking the person, he turned around and ran, cursing while running. Shameless old man. Who cares about your palace and fairy stone? I have hands and feet. Can't I fight for myself? Humph. After a hum, he ran away completely. Jing Wuyan, who was left there, had a distorted and weird face, gritted his teeth, and there was a weird blush on his ears. This stinky girl really dared to kick anywhere. I don't know that no matter how powerful the cultivator is, that kind of place is also very fragile.